In the Great Xia Kingdom Linhai Province at Linhai City No. 2 High School. Mr. Lu, I am sorry. If we do not receive the transfer of 200,000 yuan by next week, our hospital will, in accordance with regulations, terminate life support for Miss Lu. I must tell you, this classmates, faced with the combined assault of two great alien races, our human race is currently at a disadvantage. Yet hope still remains, and that hope lies in all of you seated here. The reason our human race has managed to survive and reproduce under the pincer attacks of the two alien races is entirely because of the awakened. The awakened are the crucial force that allows us humans to resist the alien races. Mr. Lu, you are putting us in a very difficult position. Medical services are a precious resource for all humankind. It is impossible for us to tilt everything toward one specific individual. If one awakens into a powerful class, or even a rare class, one becomes a pillar of our human race, able to obtain the greatest share of resources and receive the finest cultivation. Even your family members will receive additional preferential resources. If treatment is halted, she will not live for more than 3 days. Classmates, the awakening ceremony that is about to begin is the greatest opportunity in your lives to determine your future and change your fate. You must seize it. On the podium, the principal of No. 2 High School spoke at length to all the teachers and students of the senior year. Facing the podium, the broad playground was packed with throngs of students. At the center of the playground, several teachers were busy setting up a gigantic magic array. It was the time of the annual awakening ceremony for all senior year students. This was a world that resembled a vast game. In this world, people underwent an awakening ceremony in their final year of high school, thereby obtaining powerful classes. Afterward, they would enter dungeons, secret realms, battlefields, and other places to temper themselves. The situation of the human race in this world was far from favorable. Countless alien beasts rampaged across the land, relentlessly eroding humanity's living space. Two alien races also watched humanity like tigers eyeing their prey, and from time to time broke out into large-scale wars against humans. Among the mass of students below the podium, Lu Yuan, a senior student, was absent-minded, his thoughts replaying over and over the words his sister's attending physician had said to him 2 days ago. He was someone who had crossed over from another world. His parents had perished early on, both falling in a beast tide, leaving only him and his younger sister to depend on each other. Over 18 years, Lu Yuan had long come to regard her as his one and only family. Yet fate seemed to take pleasure in tormenting the siblings. His sister had been frail and sickly since childhood, a frequent visitor to the hospital. Several months ago, she was struck by a sudden severe illness so grave that only costly medical equipment could sustain her life. Lu Yuan relied on the inheritance left by his parents and worked several jobs at once, barely holding out for a while. But by now his money was entirely exhausted, and he could no longer afford the exorbitant treatment fees. At this rate, the hospital would stop his sister's medication next week, a sentence of death in all but name. With no money, Lu Yuan was utterly helpless. By next week, he had to pay the hospital 200,000 yuan in order to continue his sister's treatment. It was an astronomical figure. With Lu Yuan's current abilities, even working for 10 years, he might still fail to gather that amount. In an ordinary society, being poor might be merely a condition. But in this world, poverty itself was a crime. Killing someone required no more than paying with one's life. Yet being poor subjected you to strange looks, the harshest of words, and the cruelest of treatment at the hands of others. Each day was spent painstakingly calculating food, drink, and daily expenses, racking one's brains to save even a single extra coin. A life so exhausting in both body and mind, over time, would slowly wither a person from the outside in. This was something Lu Yuan had come to understand all too deeply over the years. Even so, opportunities still existed. For him, the looming awakening ceremony was the only hope of saving his sister. If he could obtain a good class in this awakening ceremony, he would finally possess the ability to earn substantial money. Using that as collateral, he could borrow funds, renew his sister's treatment, and resolve the immediate crisis. It was by clinging to this faint hope that he had managed to endure until now. Haha. Brothers, just watch. Once I awaken a rare class, I'll give everyone a resounding opening performance. As Lu Yuan frowned, lost in thought, a student in front of him suddenly raised his voice. His thoughts broken, Lu Yuan lifted his head to see the boy in front, holding something up, and speaking theatrically, his expression exaggerated. Lu Yuan knew who he was, the class monitor of Class 1 next door, whose grades were solid and stably ranked among the top 3 in the year. He also possessed another remarkable identity, the eldest son of the president of one of Linhai's 3 great guilds, the Huanfei Guild. His name was Li Fei. Li Fei's body was not exactly fat, but his face was heavy with flesh. From the side, his features looked brutish, lending him a somewhat fierce expression. Apparently sensing Lu Yuan's gaze, he glanced over, then lifted the object in his hand and said proudly to those around him, "Even if luck fails me, and I only get an ordinary class, my dad has already prepared a transfer card for an advanced class." The students around him, seeing what he held, let out low exclamations of surprise. It's actually a transfer card, and for an advanced class at that. A transfer card is worth its weight in gold. One for an advanced class is beyond price. Truly worthy of young Master Li. In the awakening ceremony, the class 1 awakened into depended almost entirely on luck. If fortune smiled, and one awakened in advanced class, or even a rare class one would soar to the heavens in a single leap. If luck failed, and one obtained only an ordinary class, or even failed to awaken altogether, and remained a normal person in this world, that meant spending a lifetime at the very bottom, doing the harshest labor, never able to rise. Yet over hundreds and thousands of years people had distilled certain patterns regarding the awakening ceremony. For instance, those with strong learning abilities, excellent physical fitness, firm willpower, or an intense inner desire for strength tended to achieve somewhat better awakening results. But things did not always follow these rules. Those who lazed through life idled away their days and only thought of muddling along included quite a few lucky ones who awakened strong combat classes, or even rare classes. In short, luck held the dominant share. As for what result awaited, no one could guarantee it. One could only do all one could and leave the rest to fate. Study well, train hard, adjust oneself to the best possible condition, then await the final outcome. Yet even here nothing was absolute. The power of money also had its place in this world. There existed an item known as a transfer card capable of defying fate itself. If used immediately after the awakening ceremony, it could convert one's class into the class specified on the card. Naturally, such an item was enormously expensive, far beyond the means of any ordinary family. But Li Fei was a second-generation heir of the guild. His father Li Lacun held vast resources in his hands, so procuring a transfer card for his son was no difficult task. With the transfer card in his grasp, his future as an advanced class awakener was already nailed down. The gazes directed at him from all around were filled with unmasked envy. Basking in those looks, Li Fei's smugness overflowed onto his face. One of my feet is already across the threshold of an advanced class, as for the other, it just might step into a rare class. Hey, there are people who only know how to bury themselves in books. Today they might very well suffer a humiliating defeat in the gutter. His words clearly carried a pointed target. The others paused, glanced at Lu Yuan, understood, and began to echo him. Exactly. If someone fails their awakening today, what use is all their hard work? Haha, Feej, don't say it like that. Some people are staking everything on this awakening. If they fail and end up as ordinary people, those scholars will be crying their eyes out. Lu Yuan's grades had always ranked first in the year, firmly pressing Li Fei down. Apparently being outperformed academically made this guild scion feel humiliated, so he constantly tried to regain face in other areas and would target Lu Yuan whenever he had the chance. Li Fei turned around and, looking down on him like some elder, patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. Don't worry, Lu Yuan. I know what your family is going through. I've already spoken with my dad. If you fail your awakening, he'll definitely arrange a job for you in our guild. At that moment, Lu Yuan's mind was wholly absorbed by the awakening ceremony. He had no interest in engaging with him. Just by glancing at Li Fei's face, he could imagine the truth. Even if this so-called job existed, it would undoubtedly be the lowest of positions. Cleaner, filth scooper, garbage worker, and the like. Having lived two lives, Lu Yuan understood all too well that if you did not show someone like Li Fei a bit of color, he would only become more brazen. So Lu Yuan smiled lightly and spoke. Really? Then let's settle it here and now. I am your classmate. Since you're the illustrious son of a guild president, you can't fob off a classmate with some shabby, lowly job, can you? If you end up tossing me a toilet cleaning, filth scooping sort of position, it won't be my backside that's being sullied. It'll be your old man's face. Li Fei's expression turned gloomy. You. Just as he was about to retort, the principal on the podium suddenly announced. Attention, everyone. The awakening ceremony begins now. Li Fei entered the array. As the top student in the year, Lu Yuan should by rights have been the first to undergo awakening at this moment. However, a few days earlier, Li Fei had spent some time in the office of the Dean of Discipline. No one knew what he had said there, but after he came out, Lu Yuan's awakening order had been shifted to second place. The one who now stood first naturally was the guild heir Li Fei. Although awakening sooner or later did not directly affect the result, the first to awaken would at the very least have more time afterward to familiarize themselves with their abilities. Yet even this trivial benefit had been pressed down by Li Fei's identity as a second-generation guild scion, leaving Lu Yuan relegated to second in line. As if he had just scored another victory over Lu Yuan, Li Fei's mood brightened. He glanced at Lu Yuan, grinned, and said, Lu Yuan, how about we see whose class turns out better today? He shook the transfer card in his hand, then strode away in great steps, entering the magic array to begin his awakening. Li Fei stepped into the awakening array. The formation shimmered with flowing radiance as the awakening ritual began. Everyone on the field fixed their gazes on the array, holding their breath. What class do you think Feej will awaken into? Someone whispered. He has an entire guild's resources behind him. I heard that this time it's not just an awakening card. His dad even gave him items to boost his success rate. People really can't be compared. Another student sighed. Just as everyone was speculating what class Li Fei would emerge with, a sudden anomaly erupted. Look, what is that? Someone cried out. Lu Yuan raised his head at the shout. The entire awakening array suddenly burst into intense light, and two colossal phantom axes appeared above the playground. The phantom axes gleamed with flowing colors, wrapped in a torrential, overwhelming aura that made one's heart tremble at a mere glance. People on the field instantly recognized what it meant. This is an awakening phenomenon. It only appears when someone is about to awaken into a rare class. My god, could Feige really be becoming a rare class awakener? With an awakening phenomenon like this, Li Fei will at worst be an advanced class, and he might very well be rare. Looks like this spoiled rich kid is really about to soar. It was not only the students. When the teacher's side saw the awakening phenomenon, they too grew restless. The very first student already triggers an awakening phenomenon. Looks like our No. 2 high will surpass No. 1 this year. Li Fei is from class 1, isn't he? Teacher Wang has truly cultivated a fine student. Several teachers turned their gazes toward Teacher Wang. The corners of his mouth were lifted so high he could barely press them down. Even the principal up on the rostrum was visibly agitated, clutching at his trouser leg. An awakening phenomenon of all things. Huh. I'd like to see how old Wang competes with me this time. Everyone stared expectantly at the phantom axes in the sky. The 2 giant axes circled the array twice, then plunged into it at extreme speed. In an instant, the entire formation erupted with blinding light that forced everyone to squint and shield their eyes. After a brief moment, the dazzling light dispersed, and Li Fei's figure stood upright before the awakening array. Barely 2 minutes had passed since he entered, yet he was drenched in sweat. But he was completely different from before he entered. A faint oppressive aura now radiated from him, like that of a coiled savage beast ready to spring. I've awakened as a rare-class Berserker Axe Warrior. At first Li Fei could hardly believe it, then uncontrollable ecstasy flooded his face. When they realized he had truly awakened into a rare class, the crowd around him instantly erupted. Damn, Li Fei actually awakened straight into a rare class. He didn't even use an advanced class transfer card. Use it for what? A rare class is a whole tier above advanced. If you can become rare class, who would still care about advanced? A nearby teacher quickly checked the records. Berserker Axe Warrior, without a doubt. A genuine rare class. From the name alone, you can tell it sacrifices defense to focus solely on offense. This class is defined by its overwhelming attack power. Principal Wang Ming stepped down from the rostrum and walked straight toward Li Fei. He circled Li Fei as if inspecting a rare treasure, looking him over from head to toe, then patted his shoulder in a familiar, approving manner. As expected of Chairman Li's son, like father like son. In past years, No. 2 high might go an entire cycle without producing a single rare class awakener. Now the very first awakened student was one, leaving the principal overjoyed. Come show us one of your skills. Yes, principal. Li Fei picked up a wooden practice sword and let out a low shout as he activated his skill, bringing the blade down on a stone slab on the ground. Mountain shattering strike. Boom. The stone slab struck by the wooden sword shattered into small fragments, dust billowing into the air. Unable to withstand the force, the wooden sword itself crumbled into powder. The teachers watching could not help but exclaim in admiration. Such monstrous strength. Truly worthy of a rare class. He just awakened only level 1, yet that skill already hits with level 5 force. A teacher nearby asked, Li, did you also awaken a talent? Li Fei shook his head. Unfortunately, I did not awaken any talent. Innate talents generally possess overwhelming effects that greatly amplify an awakener's power. During the awakening ritual, the probability of gaining a talent is extremely low, far lower than the chance of obtaining a rare class. Those who awaken talents are 1 in 10,000. If someone were to obtain both a rare class and an innate talent, they would truly take off. In that case, Li Fei's future would far exceed what a small place like Linhai City could contain. He paused, then continued, however, I did awaken a growth-type attack skill, Mountain Shattering Strike, with golden potential. Some skills possess growth potential. Their power is modest at early awakening, but increases as the awakener's level rises, becoming ever more formidable. Of course, every growth-type skill has its own upper limit. Through centuries of accumulated experience, people have classified these limits into multiple tiers, from the lowest non-growth to black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and starshine. It is said that above starshine lie the legendary and divine tiers. However, legendary and divine skills have not appeared in public records for nearly a millennium. In people's subconscious, the practical upper limit of growth-type skills has long been fixed at starshine. Golden grade growth potential like Li Fei's is already exceedingly rare. Good, good, good. The principal repeated the word 3 times in delight. Now that Li Fei had awakened a rare class and simultaneously obtained a golden potential skill, his meteoric rise was already assured. The awakening complete, Li Fei returned to the ranks in high spirits. Ha, who would have thought we'd start with such an auspicious opening? When luck comes, nothing can stop it. As he spoke, he shot a glance at Lu Yuan. Even someone like me who never gets full marks in every subject can still become rare class. So tell me, what's the use of being good at studying? The implication in Li Fei's words was obvious, and the students beside him immediately chimed in. That's right. Being able to perform at critical moments. That's what makes a real man. Feige is still the best. We thought you'd just be advanced class, but you surprised us all by turning out rare. There's a certain year grade first place student who might very well fail to awaken anything later. If you ask me, he should stop dreaming about awakening any class and just go work for young Master Li's family. At least he'd have a meal to eat. Several students who usually hovered around Li Fei turned their mocking gazes over. Lu Yuan frowned, about to speak, when someone behind him suddenly cut in. A bunch of clowns bullying others under borrowed power. Shut it already. The group turned in fury toward the speaker, ready to lash out. But the moment they saw who it was, each one fell silent, not daring to say more. Lu Yuan glanced back to see a fair-skinned, delicately featured youth standing there, chin lifted high as he looked down on everyone with cold arrogance. This was he, galloping perennial second place in the grade, which put him right behind Lu Yuan in line. His family background was excellent. He was a scion of a major clan in Linhai City, no less privileged than the rich second-generation Li Fei. Li Fei's lackeys dared to mock Lu Yuan, but they would never risk offending He Gaopeng, whose background was equally deep. Li Fei narrowed his eyes at He Gaopeng and snorted coldly, but did not speak further. He Gaopeng was habitually arrogant, always seeming to look at people down the bridge of his nose. In private, everyone called him the nostrils guy. At that moment he raised his head, even higher, both nostrils practically pointing toward Lu Yuan's side. Lu Yuan stopped dawdling. Everyone's waiting for you to awaken. Get over there already, He Gaopeng said. Lu Yuan nodded at his words. Li Fei looked over with the expression of someone about to enjoy a good show. I want to see what kind of class you can awaken into. If you've got the ability, awaken a rare class for me to see. Under the gaze of the entire school's teachers and students, Lu Yuan stepped into the awakening array. Upon entering the Great Formation, the awakening ceremony commenced immediately. As the awakening array began to operate, Lu Yuan felt a surge of power stirring within him, gradually manifesting from the ethereal to the tangible under the guidance of the awakening formation. This process was extremely uncomfortable, accompanied by intense pain. Within just a few seconds he was drenched in sweat. Feeling pain is a good sign. He frowned and endured. According to his teacher, not everyone finds the awakening process unbearable. Experiencing pain indicates that the upcoming profession places a heavy burden on the body, suggesting that the stronger the profession, the better. This is a positive omen similar to the awakening phenomenon. For instance, Li Fei, who awakened earlier, likely felt no better yet emerged as a rare profession. Of course, this is merely a possibility and not a certainty. There were also many who suffered greatly during awakening, only to discover afterward that they had failed and remained ordinary. However, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Lu Yuan would exert every effort. The pain intensified over time. Soon he began to tremble slightly due to the excruciating agony, his clothes soaked through with sweat. Under the torment of pain, the awakening time felt exceedingly long. Seconds ticked by, and he lost track of how much time had passed. Is the awakening ceremony really this unbearable? Moreover, it had been so long. Old Qian never mentioned this. He felt as if he might lose consciousness at any moment. Yet he had a strong intuition that if he were to lose awareness now, the outcome of his awakening would likely be far from ideal. Then I shall endure. Is it not just a bit hard to bear? I've never heard of anyone dying during the awakening ceremony. In 2 lifetimes his mental fortitude was not something an ordinary student could compare to. Others had long given up, but he would not. He thought of his ailing sister still in the hospital, and the disdainful face of Li Fei from earlier. He reflected on the hardships of his 18 years of life devoid of money and power, struggling every step of the way. If he could just hold on a little longer, he could turn his life around. This little pain is nothing. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yuan let out a low roar. Outside the formation, Lu Yuan had been in the awakening array for nearly 10 minutes, showing no signs of emerging. The students on the playground began to stir restlessly. Lu Yuan has been awakening for a long time. Oh, at this rate, when will it be my turn? It is said that the longer the time spent, the better the profession. Not necessarily. There are many who dawdle for ages only to awaken as an ordinary profession, or even fail the awakening altogether. If an awakening phenomenon appears, Lu Yuan will surely become a high-level profession. Before he could finish, the surrounding crowd gasped in surprise. Look, another awakening phenomenon has appeared. Suddenly, a massive dark cloud materialized above the playground. Within the roiling clouds, creatures from various clans, beasts, demons, divine beings, and dragons, could be seen. There were even legendary ancient divine beasts such as giant dragons, phoenixes, and cyclopes long thought extinct. Moreover, the dark cloud grew denser with time, quickly enveloping the entire city of Linhai beneath it. Gazing up at the enormous phenomenon that seemed boundless, even the teachers who had presided over countless awakening ceremonies could not help but exclaim, "Is this an awakening phenomenon? The scale is too grand." In Linhai City, the sudden appearance of the phenomenon startled the residents. Today is the day for third-year students to awaken. This must be the awakening phenomenon. Someone is about to become a high-level profession. What? This is an awakening phenomenon. It's so massive. Thunder rumbled. The swirling clouds entwined with the creatures within, appearing to struggle endlessly. At that moment, everyone realized that this was not a dark cloud at all, but countless grotesque insects. A dense swarm of menacing-looking bugs swept across everything. Within the phenomenon, both ferocious beasts and ancient divine beasts were being devoured by the endless sea of insects. For a moment, everyone felt their scalps tingle in horror. Just as they were stunned by the shocking sight, the phenomenon suddenly dissipated. Below the cloud layer in the awakening formation, Lu Yuan stood at the entrance. Lu Yuan has emerged. He must have awakened to a rare profession. The students chattered excitedly. Li Fei scoffed disdainfully at the remark. Just because there's a phenomenon you think he can awaken to a rare profession. I doubt it. Everyone turned their gaze to Lu Yuan, eager to know the result of his awakening. Principal Wang instantly appeared beside him, his face beaming with barely contained joy. Lu Yuan, quickly tell us. What profession did you awaken to? He grasped Lu Yuan's hand, asking excitedly. The first student to awaken had produced a phenomenon, and it truly seemed he had awakened to a rare profession. What he did not expect was that a second student had also produced an awakening phenomenon, and its scale was incomprehensibly vast. Principal Wang felt that he had never been this excited in his life before today. Hold on a second, let me check. The immense consumption from the recent awakening left Lu Yuan slightly dazed. Only after Principal Wang spoke did he begin to assess his own condition. After completing his awakening, a storage space emerged within him. This was one of the marks of officially becoming an awakener. With this storage space, he could store various resources or spoils. After examining the storage space, he opened the Awakener panel to check his attributes. Name: Lu Yuan, Profession Swarm Master, Unique Legend, Level 1, Talent Swarm Mastery, Strength 30, Physique 30, Agility 30, Spirit 30, Skills, Pain Whip, Summon Giant Jawbug. Swarm Legendary Talent increases the upper limit of summoned beings by 10 times. Mastery Legendary Talent doubles all skill effects. For each summoned being present, the summoner's attributes increase by 1 point. Pain Whip inflicts intense mental burning on the target. Instant hit, unavoidable. Summon Giant Jaw Bug summons a Giant Jaw Bug to fight for oneself. Summoning limit 050. Growth type skill potential legendary. This. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted as he looked at his profession and abilities. His fingers trembled. A unique legendary profession, 2 legendary talents, 2 legendary potential skills. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind. I'm taking off. Lu Yuan, what profession did you awaken? The principal urged excitedly beside him as the surrounding teachers all turned their gazes toward him. In the history of No. 2 high schools awakening ceremonies, rare professions had occasionally appeared, but never had 2 rarities emerged in a single ceremony. Was this curse finally about to be broken? It's a unique legendary profession called Swarm Overlord, he answered honestly, causing a stir among everyone present. A legendary profession. Oh my. No. 2 high school has hit the jackpot this time. Congratulations, Teacher Qian. Lu Yuan's homeroom teacher Qian was beaming with joy, his lips curved into a crescent that he couldn't suppress. The students watching from a distance were utterly shocked upon learning that Lu Yuan had awakened a legendary profession. I never thought I'd witness a legendary profession awakening in my lifetime. Judging by the scale of the awakening phenomenon, it's clear that legendary professions are extraordinary. A unique profession, what's that? You obviously haven't been paying attention in class. A unique profession means only Lu Yuan can hold this profession. Unique professions were exclusive. As long as Lu Yuan existed, no one else, no matter their talent or fortune, could awaken as a swarm overlord like him. How is this possible? Why are you a legendary profession? Li Fei, who had somehow appeared beside him, glared at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Lu Yuan glanced at Li Fei, who seemed trapped in a nightmare, and said mockingly, Li Fei, thanks to you, I didn't awaken a rare profession. Perhaps you deserve some credit for my legendary awakening. His words made Li Fei grind his teeth in fury. After turning red-faced for a long while, he finally spat out, just a bit of luck. To Lu Yuan, Li Fei's demeanor was nothing more than the impotent rage of a loser. Swarm Overlord. Quickly look up what profession that is. Principal Wang, ignoring Li Fei, asked the teacher responsible for recording student awakening results. The latter fiddled with a terminal for a moment and shook his head. This is a profession that has never appeared in history. There's no record in the database. Regardless, a legendary profession must be powerful. Principal Wang rubbed his hands together excitedly. If Lu Yuan performed well in the upcoming novice dungeon, many prominent families and major factions would surely be willing to take him in. Lu Yuan, tell us what kind of profession this is and what skills it has. It's a summoning profession capable of summoning a creature called the Giant Jaw Beetle. Additionally, it has a spell-based attack skill called Pain Lash. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's answer, the principal paused and asked hesitantly, This is a summoning profession. Lu Yuan nodded. Yes, a summoning profession. As soon as these words left his mouth, the excited chatter among the teachers and students ceased instantly. Everyone stared at him in surprise, the silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. What's wrong with a summoning profession? He furrowed his brow at their reactions, then quickly understood. So that's it. They think I can't afford it. As the saying goes, the poor study martial arts while the wealthy cultivate. An awakener's growth required substantial financial support. Certain professions were notoriously expensive, such as mechanic, array master, alchemist, or summoner. Summoner was widely recognized as one of the most costly professions alongside these. Using summoning skills often required large quantities of materials, which were generally expensive and beyond the reach of commoners. Even if summoning itself didn't cost much, maintaining summons was a major challenge. Summoners typically had numerous summons, and their daily feeding expenses alone were enormous. It was said that the annual upkeep of some top-tier summons could rival the budget of a small country. Moreover, summoners themselves were not very combat capable and needed expensive equipment and items to protect themselves, adding to the costs. At that moment, the teacher reviewing the data spoke up. According to records, the plague insect master profession might be worth anticipating. It's said to summon massive swarms of insects, forming an army of one. However, Lu Yuan's profession is swarm overlord, not plague insect master. Why did it have to be a summoning profession? Sigh, and of all people, Lu Yuan. The once excited teacher, Qian, nearby sighed, and pressed his forehead, looking deeply regretful. And Lu Yuan's profession was a unique summoner with no predecessors to guide him. A profession with such an uncertain growth path, even if legendary, would attract few investors. The principal pondered, and then said to Lu Yuan, "Summon your creature for us to see, and tell us what materials you need." He still clung to a sliver of hope. If Lu Yuan's summon was powerful, perhaps someone might invest based on his potential. As it stood, Lu Yuan alone would find it exceedingly difficult to advance. Hearing the principal, Lu Yuan shook his head. No materials needed, I can summon it directly. After checking his awakener panel, he knew the summoning conditions for the giant jaw beetle required no special materials. Only his mental energy. Oh, you can summon it without materials. The disappointment in the principal's eyes was palpable. That likely meant the summoned strength was mediocre. The nearby teachers and students began murmuring. Sigh, is Lu Yuan lucky or unlucky to awaken a legendary profession only for it to be a summoner? I've heard that the stronger the summoner profession, the more resources it consumes exponentially. Some felt pity while others gloated. But they all agreed on one thing: no one believed Lu Yuan would thrive as a summoner. Soon Lu Yuan activated his skill, and a drab beetle appeared before him. Upon summoning, his mental energy was significantly depleted. The beetle, named Giant Jaw Beetle, was sizable, about half a person's height, and lay sprawled on the ground with two massive pincers on its head. It resembled a stag beetle from Earth, but was many times larger, its enormous mandibles accounting for nearly half its body length. The principal cast a detection spell on the beetle. Lu Yuan also examined his creature. Giant Jaw Beetle, level 1, strength 80-40, constitution 80-40, agility 2010, spirit 2010, skills Giant Jaw, Clamp, Swarm, Devour. The principal gently shook his head. Sigh, the attributes are decent. Strength and constitution are both 40 points, which is quite high for a legendary profession. But these stats fell short of a qualitative leap. Currently, it might not even match Li Fei's Frenzied Axe Warrior in strength. Perhaps the Swarm Overlord profession was a late-game type. However, with such an initial setup, Lu Yuan would struggle to stand out in the upcoming novice dungeon and major exams. Principal Wang was not optimistic about him. Lu Yuan glanced at the principal, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He realized that others saw his beetle's strength and constitution as only 40 points. His legendary talent Dominance had the trait of doubling all skill effects, so the Giant Jaw Beetle's actual strength and constitution were 80 points. But others couldn't see his talent's effect directly, so they viewed the beetle's unenhanced attributes. Using this thing to clear dungeons. It's worse than a decent advanced profession. Li Fei, after casting a detection spell on the beetle and seeing its stats, sneered disdainfully. Even if Lu Yuan's beetle had decent stats, it was only one creature. And against a summoner who would target the summon, they'd go straight for the summoner himself. He believed that if his frenzied warrior faced Lu Yuan on the arena, he could obliterate him instantly. Seems like legendary professions are just paper tigers. Li Fei gloated, and Lu Yuan gave him a cold stare, then a sly smile crept across his face. Li Fei, do you think? Li Fei lifted his chin arrogantly. Of course. On the arena, 10 of you couldn't beat me. Lu Yuan, since you're so confident, let's make a bet. See who reaches level 10 first in the upcoming novice dungeon. The loser pays the winner 2,000. Dare or not. Lu Yuan suddenly proposed a gambling match with a staggering bet of 2,000. The students observing from nearby stirred again. Lu Yuan has gone mad. He is the poorest in the school, yet dares to bet 2,000 all at once. Hey, maybe he has some sort of backing, someone remarked. With his summoner profession, I think he is just desperate, grasping at straws. Li Fei squinted, casting a hostile glance at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, what are you up to? Though he was arrogant and domineering as a second-generation heir, he was not foolish. However, this did not mean he was stupid. Lu Yuan was being so brazen in challenging him because he surely had something to rely on. 2,000 was no small sum even for a second-generation heir like him. He had to grit his teeth to come up with that amount. Lu Yuan chuckled. What am I up to? I just think your so-called berserker is nothing but a joke compared to my profession. Now I want to prove this while also taking some money from you. He glanced at Li Fei, his eyes filled with mockery. What? Are you afraid? He sneered. Just now you were boasting about how strong your berserker is. Now that it's time to compare, you're scared. Lu Yuan spread his hands, looking at Li Fei with disdain. If you don't dare to compare, then forget it. I'm different from you, who I only speak with my fists, unlike you, who can only chatter from the sidelines. What a berserker. I think I should call you a cowardly warrior instead. His words made Li Fei's face darken to the point where it seemed he could drip water. You just got lucky and awakened a legendary profession. You're a bit too cocky. Li Fei glared and declared, if we're betting, then I'm not afraid of you. Lu Yuan's unusual provocation clearly showed he was confident. But why should Li Fei be afraid? Lu Yuan had his backing, did he not? Seeing Li Fei agree, a weight lifted off Lu Yuan's heart. As long as he could win this bet, his sister's medical expenses would be settled. Li Fei snickered dismissively. Haha, do you really dare to gamble? If you lose, your sister will be in real trouble. Lu Yuan shot him a glance. You don't need to worry about that, we'll see how it goes. Oomph. Li Fei snorted coldly. After the two of them finalized the bet, Lu Yuan's homeroom teacher Qian approached anxiously. Lu Yuan, you must be cautious. I know you're eager to save your sister, but if you lose, you truly won't have a way out. Lu Yuan smiled at his old teacher. Teacher Qian, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Teacher Qian had often taken care of him, and he felt grateful toward him. However, he was also unaware of his true circumstances. In fact, whether he gambled or not, Lu Yuan had no way. That's good. Teacher Qian had nothing more to say. As for the principal, he had been watching the argument between Lu Yuan and Li Fei with a smile. This world encouraged competition, and as long as the lines were not crossed, he would not intervene, no matter how the principal instructed the teacher responsible for entering students' awakening information, set Lu Yuan's profession information access to level 5, and for Li Fei set it to level 3. This way Lu Yuan's profession information won't be spread among ordinary people, only those with the appropriate access level can view his information. This is a common practice by the Great Xia Kingdom to protect geniuses. Thus Lu Yuan's awakening ceremony, he and Li Fei both returned to the ranks. Li Fei took out his communicator, making calls non-stop. It seemed he was contacting various parties to gather equipment. Lu Yuan watched silently unaffected. Neither the principal nor Li Fei knew the true attributes of the giant mandible bug. Not only that, they both thought they could only summon one bug. In reality, it was far from the case. The giant mandible bug could summon as many as 50. Originally, the bugmaster profession could at most summon 5 giant mandible bugs. But with his legendary talent of bug swarm, this limit was directly multiplied by 10. Additionally, with the characteristics of the master, the attributes of the giant mandible bugs would double, and he himself could also add an extra 50 points to all attributes. This was equivalent to doubling all attributes, and then some. Truly overpowered. Summoners are usually weak. Every bug's attributes would be doubled. Not only did the quality crush comparable monsters, but the quantity did as well. Moreover, the additional attributes provided by the master ensured he wouldn't be taken out instantly. Typically, a summoner's weakness was non-existent here. The bug master was incredibly strong. Just at level 1, Lu Yuan had no idea how strong this profession would become in the future. As for whether Li Fei could win, absolutely impossible. His backing was merely his father. The other party would probably provide him with luxurious gear and powerful potions. However, no matter how luxurious the equipment and items were, there were limits. Compared to his overpowered profession and talent, they were simply trash. The conflict between Lu Yuan and Li Fei was just a minor episode. The awakening ceremony continued. After nearly half a day, all the third-year students had completed their awakening. After Lu Yuan and Li Fei, no students with rare professions appeared. The second place for 10,000 years, he galloping awakened to become a high-level profession. The so-called beginner dungeon manifested as a luminous vortex atop a low earthen mound. Passing through it granted entry into the trial realm. At the entrance, Principal Wang addressed the assembled students for a final briefing. Though this is merely a beginner dungeon, and we have done our utmost to render it as safe as possible, students still perish here each year. If you feel overwhelmed, immediately shatter the distress rune in your hand. Under normal circumstances, you will be teleported out. Instructors will remain on standby outside the dungeon, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Very well, proceed inside. The students filed in one by one. Lu Yuan followed Li Fei closely, entering second. The instant Lu Yuan stepped into the vortex, the surrounding world shimmered violently. Then in the next breath, he stood amid a dense ancient forest. He raised his head, his eyes blazed with fierce resolve, and only one thought burned within him. First level up to level 10 and win the wager. Secure that 200,000. Upon entering the dungeon, Lu Yuan opened his awaken interface and focused on one particular skill. Summon giant mandible beetle. Summons a giant mandible beetle to fight alongside you. Summon limit 950. Growth type skill potential legendary. While the school-wide awakening process had taken considerable time, Lu Yuan had wasted none of it. He diligently restored his spiritual energy and repeatedly summoned giant mandible beetles. By the time he entered the dungeon, he had already summoned 9. With a single thought, 9 jet black beetles, each bearing massive, serrated mandibles, materialized around him. Hunt your own prey, he commanded. Instantly the beetles scattered into the forest, seeking and attacking every creature they encountered. Soon one beetle encountered a wild boar. Its body thickly covered in coarse black bristles, its jaws armed with enormous curving tusks. Towering like a compact automobile far larger than any terrestrial counterpart, Lu Yuan cast his detection art upon it. Hardhide boar, level 1 strength, 20 constitution, 35 agility, 15 spirit, 5 skill, ramming charge. Upon detecting the target, the beetle surged forward with blinding speed. Before the boar could react, it lunged and unleashed its mandible crush skill. A sharp crack echoed. The boar, unable to evade, suffered a deep, bone-exposing wound across its midsection, nearly cleaved in two. Yet astonishingly, the creature remained animate, thrashing its head and driving its razor-sharp tusks toward the beetle. But the beetle's carapace proved impervious. The tusk struck without leaving even a scratch. Calmly the beetle repositioned its mandibles over the boar's skull and struck again. Mandible crush. A sickening crunch resounded. The boar's skull shattered instantly. Defeated level 1 hardhide boar 40 experience. Other beetles likewise located prey and swiftly eliminated them. Defeated level 1 spinehorn deer 40 experience. Defeated level 2 iron leg hare 100 experience. The monsters within the beginner dungeon posed little challenge. After all, their sole purpose was to serve as training fodder for newly awakened students. Empowered by his sovereign talent, the beetle's attributes doubled, rendering them utterly dominant against foes of equal or even higher rank. It was as if 9 elite warriors, each stronger than Yuan himself, were tirelessly laboring on his behalf. Experience notifications flashed incessantly. Within less than a minute of deploying all 9 beetles, another message appeared. Leveled up to level 2. Name Yuan. Occupation Swarm Sovereign. Unique Legendary Level 2 Talents Swarm Sovereign. Strength 33, Constitution 33, Agility 33, Spirit 33, Skills Torment, Lash, Summon. Giant Mandible Beetle. Yuan's leveling speed exceeded that of others by more than tenfold. Within just over a minute of entering the dungeon, he had already reached level 2. Even he found the pace astonishing. Powerful, truly extraordinary. No wonder it's a legendary occupation. He steadied his racing pulse from the surge of elevation and strode confidently behind the beetles. Upon reaching level 2, the beetles ascended in tandem, gaining a 10 boost to all attributes. Though naturally sluggish, their agility, now enhanced to 22 by the sovereign talent, was more than sufficient. Against foes of equal or even superior level, they could now inflict grievous injury in a single strike and eliminate them entirely in 2. The beetles did not spare fallen enemies. They swarmed over corpses and activated their devour ability, tearing apart creatures many times their size and consuming them whole in mere seconds. Yuan watched the spectacle with quiet satisfaction. So this is the devour ability. Excellent. No need to fret over sustenance for my summons. They fight while feeding. Every battle yields experience for me and nourishment for them. Nothing wasted. That innate sustenance solution was precisely what I needed. Otherwise, sustaining a vast swarm would soon become an insurmountable logistical burden. Tirelessly replenishing themselves mid-combat, the beetles advanced relentlessly, never slowing, never faltering. Yuan refined his tactics, pairing 2 beetles to coordinate assaults on single targets. As a result, dungeon monsters were obliterated upon first contact. Hunting efficiency soared. Yuan jogged lightly behind the beetles. His hands never lifted, yet experience flooded in at dizzying speed. Defeated level 2 hardhide boar 80 experience. Defeated level 3 ashmane wolf 120 experience. Defeated level 3 ashmane wolf 120 experience. Defeated level 3 longhorn ox 130 experience. The ease of accumulation left him murmuring in awe. Far too effortless. In-class instructors had stressed the dungeon's perils and urged extreme caution. Yet for him it felt more like a leisurely stroll through the woods. He simply followed the beetles, encountering no danger whatsoever. Only the absence of loot in the beginner dungeon tempered his gains. Otherwise this method would yield far greater rewards. 9 beetles swept forward unimpeded. Within an hour Yuan reached level 9 and summoned a 10th giant mandible beetle, bringing his swarm to 10. Ahead loomed a notably formidable dungeon monster. That's the bull. He activated detection. Trihorn bull, elite level 10 strength, 90 constitution, 110 agility, 30 spirit, 30 skill. Crushing might, this mini-boss blocked the path deeper into the dungeon. Defeating it would elevate Yuan to level 10. A milestone historically requiring at least a full day even for the swiftest awakeners. Even Li Fei, pushing himself to the brink, would likely barely scrape past level 3 by now. Yuan couldn't wait to see the look on his rival's face when confronted with level 10. Altogether, attack. With a sweep of his hand, he dismissed hierarchy. 10 beetles charged the mini-boss. Meanwhile, at the dungeon's entrance, several elderly men sat around a long table sipping tea. The principals of Linhai City's high schools, including Principal Wang of Second High, where Yuan studied. Old Mo among today's awakened students. Who do you deem most promising? Asked Principal Wang of First High, turning to Principal Mo of Third High. Humph, you ask knowing full well. Principal Mo of Third High shot a wry glance at his counterpart. You're fishing for praise about that epic class student from your school, aren't you? Epic class occupations ranked above rare class ones. A rarity across Linhai City's entire history, with perhaps one emerging per decade. Today First High had drawn extraordinary fortune, producing one. But old Wang, your school's prospects are dim this year. Mo added, glancing sidelong at Principal Wang of Second High, who sat serenely sipping tea. Second High struck gold this year, not only yielding a rare class awakener, but also a legendary class 1. Don't you agree, old Wang? Humph. I hear the legendary awakener is a summoner, without family backing. Such individuals rarely rise far, remarked First High's principal dismissively. Isn't that right, old Wang? Both principals turned in unison toward Principal Wang, their tone laced with envy. Sensing all eyes upon him, Principal Wang paused thoughtfully, then slowly raised his teacup and took a measured sip. Yuan is indeed exceptional. Solid fundamentals, decisive temperament, unwavering courage. His future holds great promise. I hold him in high regard. His words drew skeptical headshakes from the others. Alas, your faith alone changes nothing. Elite clans invest in prodigies, but sparingly, and almost never in outsiders. And summoners consume staggering resources. You know this well. As the principals chatted idly beside the dungeon entrance, the vortex flickered, and a lone figure emerged. Lu Yuan. He had reached level 10, exactly 1 hour after stepping inside. Name: Lu Yuan. Occupation: Swarm Sovereign. Unique Legendary Level 10 Talents: Swarm Sovereign. Strength 70-60, Constitution 70-60, Agility 70-60, Spirit 70-60, Skills: Torment Lash, Summon Giant Mandible Beetle. The stats of the mutated Trihorn Bull barely surpassed those of the beetles. Under coordinated assault by 10 beetles, it collapsed in under a minute. After slaying the mutated Trihorn Bull, Lu Yuan ascended to level 10, and his beetles feasted heartily. Having consumed the mini-boss, they grew even more vigorous, surging forward with renewed ferocity. Yet bound by his wager with Li Fei, he had to emerge. Stepping out, Lu Yuan wore an unmistakable grin. 10 levels in 1 hour. I'd frighten anyone who heard it. He'd never heard of such rapid advancement. Turning away from the entrance, he headed straight towards second highest designated. His emergence was so swift, and the entrance still teeming with students queuing to enter, that no one noticed him. Such oversight was unsurprising under ordinary circumstances. No one exited so quickly. Halfway there, he spotted the row of principals seated directly ahead. Ah, Principal Wang is there. Perfect, he'll serve as witness. Adjusting his course, he strode confidently toward the group of elders. Lu Yuan's sudden arrival, precisely at the center of their conversation, drew Principal Wang's immediate attention. Lu Yuan. It's been over an hour. Haven't you entered the dungeon yet? Principal Wang frowned, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. He had held Lu Yuan in high esteem, especially after witnessing his fierce determination during the wager with Li Fei. The principal knew well how deeply Lu Yuan cherished his younger sister, how fiercely protective yet tender ferocity and compassion coexisted in him, an ideal blend. That such a youth had awakened a legendary occupation marked him as truly moldable, destined for greatness. Indeed, Principal Wang had even resolved to cover Lu Yuan's wager should he lose to Li Fei. Such a gesture cost him little, yet seeing Lu Yuan still outside the dungeon after so long stirred profound disappointment. Such laxity contradicted everything he admired in the boy. Hearing that the principal Lu Yuan had arrived, several other principals beside Principal Wang turned their attention toward him with great interest. Lu Yuan approached tall and slender, appearing somewhat thinner than his peers due to a lack of proper nutrition during his growth period. However, his piercing eyes shone with vitality, and the strength contained within the youth brought silent admiration from the principals. Seeing Lu Yuan boldly approach the principal's seat, his homeroom teacher Qian hurried over in a fluster. With a worried expression, he spoke up. Lu Yuan, why haven't you entered the dungeon yet? Did something happen? This question from the homeroom teacher left Lu Yuan scratching his head. The reaction of the crowd was somewhat unexpected. No one believed he had just returned from a dungeon. However, after some thought, he felt relieved. After all, his speed was truly extraordinary, surpassing common understanding. Principal Wang, teacher Qian, I've reached level 10. He did not beat around the bush and stated it plainly. The principals nearby, including Principal Wang from Class 1 and Class 3, fell into a long silence after hearing this. After a pause, ta! Principal Mo from Class 3 suddenly burst into laughter, patting Principal Wang beside him. Haha, no wonder you think so highly of him, Principal Wang. This kid is interesting and quite bold. Around them, the other principals exchanged glances, shaking their heads in regret, realizing that they had underestimated him. Meanwhile, Principal Wang visibly darkened in expression. Just as he was about to speak, a female principal nearby exclaimed loudly, he really is level 10. Everyone took Lu Yuan's words as a joke except for her, who decided to use a detection spell on him out of curiosity. To her shock, she discovered that Lu Yuan had indeed reached level 10. The crowd paused for a moment, staring blankly at the female principal, then at Lu Yuan, with some subconsciously loosening their grip on their teacups. They all silently cast detection spells on Lu Yuan, and a commotion erupted among the principals. No way. He really is level 10. How long has it been since he started? Just about an hour, right? The principals were astonished, nearly dropping their jaws. The detection spell does not lie. Lu Yuan had truly reached level 10. Teacher Qian suppressed his excitement and quietly asked Lu Yuan, You really leveled up to 10. You saw it too, right? The detection spell doesn't lie, he replied helplessly. Level 10 in just 1 hour, my goodness. A new record for Linhai. No, even across the entire nation's history, no one has leveled up this quickly. Principal Mo from Class 3 exclaimed. The elderly principals, having lived for countless years, had seen little that could astonish them by now. Today, Lu Yuan was one of those few. You reached level 10, what do you want from me? After a considerable time, Principal Wang feigned calmness and asked. I would like you to be a witness for me. You know I had made a bet with Li Fei before. Oh, a witness. No problem, it's a... Principal Wang nodded eagerly, his old face creasing into a smile. Lu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. With someone like Principal Wang as a witness, he need not worry about Li Fei cheating. Excuse me, principals and teachers, I'll continue exploring the novice dungeon then. Now that the matter was settled, he prepared to return to the dungeon for deeper exploration. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a loud voice called out from behind. You reached level 10. That's impossible. Turning back, he saw it was Li Fei. Upon hearing the news that Lu Yuan had reached level 10, he had immediately interrupted his dungeon run and hurriedly returned. Lu Yuan looked at him as if he were a fool. Can't you see with your own eyes? He cast a detection spell on Li Fei, discovering that he was only at level 3. This speed was already quite fast. But alas, his swarm dominator was truly overpowered, and compared to Li Fei's rare profession, it was simply not in the same league. Lu Yuan calmly looked at the dumbfounded Li Fei, who wore an expression of disbelief. Originally, he relied on his father's luxurious equipment and the powerful attack of a berserker to swiftly level up in the dungeon. He had reached level 3 in less than an hour, feeling quite proud and eager to see Lu Yuan's expression once he reached level. However, just as he had reached level 3, he was shocked to hear that Lu Yuan had already leveled up to 10. You cheated? It's impossible to reach level 10 this quickly. He shouted, his face flushed with anger. Seeing his futile rage, Lu Yuan smiled slightly. How I reach level 10 has nothing to do with you. Now that I'm level 10, what you need to do is pay up. Li Fei, red-faced and shaking his head, retorted, impossible. That's 200,000. Why should I give you my money? 200,000 was a hefty sum even for someone like him who had a wealthy background. Especially now that everyone had just awakened and urgently needed money to level up, losing this amount could directly affect his future leveling efficiency. It's important to note that in just 1 week there would be a major examination that determined the fate of all awakeners. Being short on funds at this critical moment could lead to significant losses. At this point, Principal Wang, who had been observing the situation, spoke up. Li Fei, a bet is a bet. Are you trying to embarrass your father in front of so many people? Aye. Li Fei stammered, clearly unwilling to accept this. But in front of Principal Wang, he dared not speak. The principals present were all level 4 experts, just like his father. Even though he was a wealthy heir, he did not dare to act recklessly in front of these significant figures. Moreover, the teachers and students around were also paying attention to the commotion. What's going on over there? It seems someone is trying to cheat in a bet. Hey, that person looks like Li Hu's son. They speculated as they looked at Li Fei. Faced with the strange gazes, Li Fei felt embarrassed. After struggling for a moment, he finally looked up at Lu Yuan. I'll give you the money. However, all my cash is spent on equipment, and I only have 200,000 left. I'll give you that for now, and pay you the rest later. Hearing this, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Having lived 2 lives, he could easily see through the other party's little scheme. He agreed verbally, but it was only because Principal Wang was present, and everyone was watching, making it impossible to refuse openly. As long as he could escape this situation, he could drag things out later. Against a massive organization like the Huangfei Guild, what could a small Lu Yuan do? Could he go to their doorstep? That would be akin to seeking death. But this 200,000 was rightfully his, and he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He also couldn't allow Li Fei to cheat, and then walk away unscathed. However, Li Fei was a wealthy heir, his family background and connections were not something he could compete with. How could he make this guy pay up? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking up. Li Fei, you say you can't afford it. How about this? Since we're classmates, I'll give you a chance. You? Give me a chance. Li Fei frowned, unsure of what scheme Lu Yuan was concocting. I leveled up to 10 first. Are you feeling unsatisfied? Of course. You only relied on luck. Since I can remember, I've been receiving specialized training and have the best resources for development. I must be stronger than you. Li Fei declared firmly. Lu Yuan smiled slightly at this. In that case, since you are so stubborn, let's have another competition. This time let's see who can reach level 30 first and complete the first class transfer. The loser will pay the winner 2 million. If you lose, you need to pay me the previous 200,000 as well. With Li Fei relying on his heir status to cheat, did he think Lu Yuan had no way to handle him? Since he didn't want to part with a small sum, he would make him lose a significant amount. Having already awakened a legendary profession, if he could obtain this 2 million to support his leveling, he would have a greater advantage in the upcoming major examination. 2 million, another competition. Li Fei's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Though he looked down on Lu Yuan and his profession from the bottom of his heart. The fact that Lu Yuan had leveled up to 10 so quickly clearly indicated that his leveling efficiency was higher than Li Fei's. This time we must sign a human race oath. Lu Yuan added. Once the human race oath is signed, both parties must adhere to its contents. When the time comes, not just 2 million, even 200 billion, Li Fei would have to scrape together the money unless he wanted to endanger his life. Li Fei frowned upon hearing this. What if you lose? Can you come up with 2 million? Lu Yuan shook his head. Of course not. At worst, I'll sell myself to you. He pointed to himself, stating that he couldn't come up with even 200,000, let alone 2 million. Lu Yuan's proposal of a 200,000 wager startled the nearby principals. Some nodded silently, their eyes filled with admiration. Lu Yuan was gambling his future on this, hoping to win big from Li Fei. Such audacity was something the principals admitted they could not match. Levels can be trained and professions can even be changed later with a job transfer card. But the ruthlessness and decisiveness at a critical moment are innate traits that are hard to change. With Lu Yuan possessing such a nature, and awakening a legendary profession, he was bound to soar to great heights given time. Li Fei found himself in a dilemma. If he won the bet, it would mean having a legendary profession under his command. Moreover, this person happened to be Lu Yuan, the one he had disliked since high school. If he backed down now, wouldn't that mean losing to Lu Yuan? That was something he absolutely could not tolerate. If he won, he would be able to keep Lu Yuan under his heel for a lifetime. Besides, he was also a legendary profession, and who knows, perhaps his father would reward him. But Lu Yuan's leveling efficiency was truly alarming. Could he really win again? Moreover, the amount of 2 million was far too hefty. If he lost, it would not simply be a punishment, it could mean losing. Li Liqiu did not have just one son, the family struggles were intense. Just as Li Fei hesitated, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. But why not? Li Fei just agreed to him. Everyone turned their attention to the speaker, a middle-aged man. He was tall and elegant with piercing eyes. This was Li Fei's father, Li Liqiu, the president of the 3 major guilds in Linhai City, and a level 4 expert. Li Liqun suddenly appeared at the entrance of the novice dungeon, and a number of principals rose to greet him. Isn't this President Li? What an honor. It's an honor for you to visit amidst your busy schedule. Li Liqun smiled at the principals. I came to see my son. This kid is always causing trouble outside. Father, you are here. Seeing his father come to observe his first dungeon run, Li Fei was both surprised and delighted, his expression filled with uncontainable excitement. His father, Li Liqun, was his idol, the president of the 3 major unions in Lehigh City, powerful and imposing an invincible presence in Li Fei's eyes. However, he was usually very busy, and Li Fei could only see him at family meetings. That such a father would come specially to see him today deeply moved him. Li Liqun glanced at Li Fei, nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze to the side at Lu Yuan. You are Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's heart sank. It seemed the other party already knew him, and this visitor did not come with good intentions. I have met President Li. He bowed and said solemnly. Before he could finish, Lu Yuan suddenly felt the air around him condense, followed by a tremendous force descending upon him. Just standing there, he felt as if he bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. This was the 4th turn pressure released by Li. While the principals usually restrained their aura when speaking with students like him, he did not find it uncomfortable. However, Li Liqun seemed intent on establishing dominance, not suppressing his pressure. The aura of a 4th turn powerhouse was no joke. Lu Yuan struggled greatly under the weight. He gritted his teeth, trying to straighten his back and resist the overwhelming force. After awakening, his attributes were not low. Upon reaching level 10, all his attributes doubled, and with the additional 10 points from 10 bugs, his 4 dimensions reached 70 points. Facing only the aura released by Li Liqun, he would not be severely affected. After a while, seeing that Lu Yuan remained unfazed in front of him, Li Liqun's expression softened, and he praised, your attributes are not low and you have courage. Very impressive, a world apart from my reckless son. He then withdrew his pressure, and Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. President Li, you flatter me. If it weren't for your leniency, how could I withstand the pressure of a 4th turn? Li Liqun was the one maintaining the safety of Lehigh City. The 4th turn was already at the top of Lehigh City. Regardless of his feelings towards Li Fei, he would not disrespect Li Liqun in public. The row of principals beside them saw Lu Yuan remain calm and composed in the face of the 4th turn, their admiration for him deepening. In contrast, Li Fei, who had been making a fool of himself, was glaringly inferior. This kid Li Fei is truly embarrassing me. Li Liqun sighed, and turned suddenly, slapping Li Fei across. Caught completely off guard, Li Fei let out a cry, and flew backward, struggling on the ground for a long time before managing to get up in a disheveled state. He looked at Li Liqun with eyes full of fear. Li Liqun coldly stared at Li Fei and scolded him. Reckless child, you have no abilities, and only use my name to deceive others. Do you realize your mistakes? Father, I know I was wrong. Li Fei, disregarding his injuries, knelt on the ground with his head bowed, not daring to resist. Li Liqun snorted coldly, then sat down among the principals, picked up a cup of hot tea, and drank it in one go to calm himself. When he saw his cup was empty, Principal Wang refilled it for him, and spoke. President Li, let's leave the matters of the younger generation to them. Li Liqun raised his head, and saw a row of principals looking at him in unison. His expression softened slightly. Rest assured, the affairs of the younger generation should be resolved among themselves. If Li Fei can't handle even this, he doesn't deserve to bear the Li surname. Principal Wang nodded in reassurance. With President Li's words, I can rest easy. Li Liqun cast a cold glance at Li Fei before turning to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, regarding the bet you mentioned earlier, I will take responsibility for Li Fei and allow him to accept it. He continued. If he wins, our Huangfei Union will gain a capable ally. If he loses, it counts as an investment in a rising genius. No matter how it goes, we won't lose. Why not make such a deal? He turned to look at the prostrate Li Fei nearby. Li Fei, do you have any objections? No. The kneeling Li Fei shook his head vigorously. I understand. Lu Yuan, I accept your bet. He heard. Li Liqun sighed and waved to Lu Yuan. The 2,000 you lost to my reckless son before, I will give to you now. Oh, just provide me with your transfer account. He said, taking out his terminal. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. This was an unexpected delight, saving him the trouble of arguing with Li Fei. In no time, he received the 2,000 on the spot. After completing the transfer, Li Liqun asked him, About the bet, weren't you going to sign the human race oath? Go prepare it, I will sign on Li Fei's behalf. Lu Yuan shook his head upon hearing this. No need, I trust President Li's integrity. Li Likun nodded and paused before saying, Li Fei is still my son, and I will naturally support him with all my strength. You need to be mentally prepared for that. He then waved to Li Fei. Li Fei, come here. He then took out something and handed it to the trembling Li Fei. It was a dazzling golden necklace with a deep red gemstone that looked like blood. Li Fei's eyes widened in excitement upon seeing the necklace. Father, isn't this our union's blood demon necklace? That's right. This is our Huangfei union's heirloom accessory, the blood demon necklace. You can take it. Heirloom accessories are extremely rare, characterized by having no level or job requirements, making them usable for anyone. The effect of the blood demon necklace is straightforward and powerful. It grants a 30-point boost to all attributes. Generally, a newly awakened profession has an average attribute of around 30 points, especially for those stronger professions. Just having this accessory can double the attributes of an awakened individual, making the effect of the heirloom accessory self-evident. Remember, this is a loan to you. You must return it immediately once everything is settled. Li Likun said sternly, then took out a pile of red and blue potion bottles. You should also take these high-level life potions and high-level mana potions. Lu Yuan watched as Li Likun handed Li Fei a large amount of items, showing no intention of stopping. Such is the world where strength reigns supreme. Having a father who is a president is also a form of strength. Neither Lu Yuan nor the surrounding principals and teachers raised any objections, all observing silently. Receiving a large pile of items from his father, Li Fei suppressed the proud smile creeping onto his face. Ha, Lu Yuan. Now that I have the blood demon necklace, how will you fight me? Originally feeling a bit apprehensive about betting against Lu Yuan, he now felt a surge of confidence with such strong. After handing over the large pile of items, Li Likun pondered for a moment, feeling it was still insufficient, and pulled out several more potions to hand over. This is a berserk potion, it will last you a week. You understand what I mean, right? As he said this, he avoided the gaze of the surrounding principals, and quietly handed something to Li Fei while coldly saying, within a week, if you don't reach level 30, don't consider yourself a member of the Li family. Li Fei took the potion and saw the item his father secretly passed him. He was momentarily stunned, then blushed with excitement, patting his chest vigorously. Rest assured, father, I will not let you down. Ignoring Li Fei, Lu Yuan began to prepare to re-enter the dungeon. At the entrance of the dungeon, there were many stalls selling various potions. Of course, the prices were considerably higher than in the city, but business was still booming, as distant water cannot quench nearby thirst. He gritted his teeth and used the 2,000 he had just received from Li Likun to buy all the mental power potions. This is a type of potion that can quickly restore mental energy. In simpler terms, it is a mana potion. With this, he could quickly replenish his mental energy. After purchasing the mana potions, Lu Yuan returned to the row of principals. Principal Wang, Teacher Qian, I am going to the dungeon again to quickly level up to 30. Principal Wang had just spoken a few words on his behalf, so he should at least show basic courtesy. Go ahead. Principal Wang looked at Lu Yuan and nodded in satisfaction. Be careful of prioritize safety above all else. Teacher Qian also advised him. Just as Lu Yuan was about to turn and leave, Principal Wang suddenly spoke up. Lu Yuan, do you know why our Xia kingdom set the date for the big exam on the 7th day after awakening? He said this somewhat mysteriously. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. He truly hadn't heard of it. Neither in class nor through any private channels had he encountered this. Principal Wang grinned and began to explain. Those who can complete the first turn before the big exam are truly gifted and have a high chance of becoming pillars of our human race in the future. Being able to reach level 30 within 7 days is the first screening. Such individuals appear every year in Lehigh. After saying this, Principal Wang raised his head to look at Lu Yuan. President Li is providing Li Fei with considerable support. His berserker profession is also quite suitable for solo leveling. With President Li's full support, I estimate he might reach level 30 in 7 days, in no 6 days. At this point, Principal Wang looked at Lu Yuan. How many days do you think you can reach level 30? Lu Yuan scratched his chin. Conservatively speaking, about 5 days. Hiss. Still being conservative. Upon hearing this, the row of principals present collectively gasped. Some were about to reprimand him for being too arrogant, but then reconsidered. He could reach level 10 in just 1 hour. Although leveling becomes harder as one progresses based on his current performance, he might actually have a chance. Hearing Lu Yuan's answer, Principal Wang's eyes crinkled in a smile. If you can truly reach level 30 within 5 days, you would be among the top tier of those talents. Alright, I won't delay your leveling any longer, you should hurry. Principal Wang waved his hand, indicating the topic was over. Lu Yuan slightly bowed, and then turned to enter the dungeon again. As the protagonist departed, the principals immediately began to discuss among themselves. This kid seems a bit unusual. There are rumors about his profession being quite powerful. Do you think he has awakened his talent? It's very possible. Perhaps his summoning skill is stronger than we imagine. After all, detection techniques are not indeed the main skills of a legendary profession, are likely to be of extremely high potential for growth. Speaking of which, Li Fei has a skill with golden potential. What do you think Lu Yuan's skill potential is? At least platinum, and it may even be diamond. At this point Principal Wong sighed with some regret. Oh, what a pity. He is a summoner without any background. Oh, no matter how high the skill potential, what means does he have to evolve his skills? That is indeed the case. Principal Mo from School 3 nodded in agreement, then seemed to recall something. Speaking of which, I heard there's a guild in Jiangnan City that treats geniuses well and doesn't care about their background. This could be an opportunity for Lu Yuan. He turned to Principal Wong beside him. Old Wong, shall I ask around for you? The principals all had a good impression of Lu Yuan. Some even took the initiative to help him find a way out. Even if he wasn't from their school, they felt proud that such a genius emerged from Linhai. At this moment, Principal Wong was busy with something else. He called over a teacher responsible for maintaining data and spoke to him. Elevate Lu Yuan's profession information browsing permission by 1 level to level 6. The teacher responsible for maintaining data looked up in surprise. Set the browsing permission to level 6. Only 6 transformation experts can access that. Isn't that too high? Principal Wong shook his head, not waiting for him to speak, as Principal 3 chimed in. Set the browsing permission to level 6. Only 6 transformation experts can access that. Isn't that too high? Principal Wong shook his head, not waiting for him to speak, as Principal, even if this profession's skills aren't great later on and become weak, it's still strong enough. Some professions are very strong in the early stages, but if their subsequent skills fail, they will become ineffective. However, Lu Yuan is already this strong at level 1, even if he might weaken in the future, it won't be by much. Seeing how several principals were optimistic about Lu Yuan, the teacher responsible for maintaining data widened his eyes. These principals usually looked down on each other. Why were they suddenly united now? What are you still dawdling for? Go change it quickly. Principal Wong's voice snapped the teacher back to reality. He nodded and said no more operating the database to restrict Lu Yuan's profession access to level 6. After dealing with Lu Yuan's profession information, Principal Wong finally turned to the excited principals beside him who were still discussing Lu Yuan's matters and spoke solemnly. Let's not think too far ahead. For now, let's see if this kid can win the bet. The president is no pushover. If he loses, then he'll be under Li's command. Don't you agree, President Li? He glanced over at President Li, who had been silently observing from the side. Li Lacun merely smiled slightly without speaking. Aside from the overt support given to Li Fei earlier, he also secretly provided him with a real ace up his sleeve. With all the support Li Fei had, what could Lu Yuan do even if he had a legendary profession? He had been keeping an eye on Lu Yuan's movements as well. When he heard that Lu Yuan bought a large number of mental power potions, he immediately understood his intentions. Ultimately, he merely wanted to cast more skills. Oh, what could that really change? He shook his head slightly, not believing that Li Fei would lose to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan reappeared in the dense forest. The novice dungeon is somewhat different from other dungeons that can only be cleared once, but one can exit midway. Completing the novice dungeon will allow one to reach level 30. He looked at his storage space. 10 giant jaw worms were currently in a corner of the storage space. As soon as he summoned them, the giant jaw worms could instantly emerge from the storage space and come to his side. In another small corner, there was a pile of mental power potions that resembled a small mountain, which he had purchased for a hefty sum of 2,000. He originally intended to use this money to pay for his sister's medical expenses, but now it was all spent here. Xiao, just hang in there, he'll earn more money soon. He shook his head and quickly took out a bottle of mental power potion and drank it in one go, instantly replenishing his previously depleted mental power. Then he waved his hand, and a giant jaw worm appeared before him. With plenty of mental power potions, he could summon the giant jaw worms at the fastest speed. Summoned creatures are key to his rapid clearing of dungeons. Therefore, Lu Yuan was willing to invest 2,000 up front to quickly maximize the number of giant jaw worms. Advance, sweep away everything along the way. With a command, 11 giant jaw worms quickly surged out. The surrounding area had already been cleared once, so there were no monsters nearby. But this was not a problem, because the giant jaw worm's devouring skill could not only consume dungeon monsters, but could devour anything. Flowers, grass, trees, and even the very ground were all dug up and consumed by the giant jaw worms. Ever since he awakened, Lu Yuan had a faint intuition that the devouring skill was not as simple as it seemed. If the giant jaw worms continued to devour like this, there might be some changes. The swarm advanced quickly through the dungeon, and during their progress the number of giant jaw worms steadily increased. With the mental power potions, the summoning speed of the giant jaw worms greatly increased. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lu Yuan simply sat on one of the giant jaw worms, letting it carry him while he focused on restoring his mental power. Half an hour later, the swarm reached their previous location, where monsters began to appear in the dense forest ahead, and the number of worms had reached the limit of 50. Looking back, the originally picturesque dense forest had been completely ravaged. The 50 giant jaw worms had devoured everything along the way, leaving only a patch of yellow sand on the ground. The 50 giant jaw worms plowed through the dungeon ground like 50 plows, leaving nothing alive in their wake. After Lu Yuan reached level 10, the giant jaw worms also leveled up to 10. Giant jaw worm level 10, strength 160-80, constitution 160-80, Agility 40-20, Spirit 40-20, Skills Giant Jaw Strike, Swarm Devour. The exceptionally high strength and constitution granted the giant jaw worms formidable melee capabilities. Kill. Yuan pointed at the dense forest ahead and gave the order, causing the 50 giant jaw worms to scatter with great momentum. First, a level 13 Thunderhorn Deer was targeted by 5 giant jaw worms. The Thunderhorn Deer was agile. As soon as the giant jaw worms approached, it raised its long antlers and fiercely thrust them towards one of the giant jaw worms. Clang! The antlers of the Thunderhorn Deer erupted in dazzling purple light, and a massive current slammed into the giant jaw worm. However, after the flash, the giant jaw worm remained unharmed, its shell intact. Taking advantage of the Thunderhorn Deer's attack gap, the remaining 4 giant jaw worms encircled it, easily clamping down on its 4 legs with their giant jaws. The Thunderhorn Deer struggled desperately, trying to break free. Yet even though it was 3 levels higher than the giant jaw worms, it couldn't budge them even slightly. At this moment, the first giant jaw worm to attack arrived at the Thunderhorn Deer's neck, opening its massive jaws. Giant Jaw Strike. Blood splattered from the Thunderhorn Deer. Killed. Level 13 Thunderhorn Deer, gained 510 experience points. In less than 10 seconds, it was defeated under the onslaught of the 5 worms. The dead Thunderhorn Deer was not wasted. With a little effort, the 5 giant jaw worms quickly dismembered it and consumed it whole. Soon the forest was filled with roars and sounds of battle. Yuan's experience skyrocketed. Killed. Level 12 Flame Fox, gained 460 experience points. Killed. Level 14 Silverman Wolf, gained 610 experience points. Killed. Level 13 Armored Boar, gained 500 experience points. Killed. Level 11 Long-Eared Rabbit, gained 420 experience points. Killed. Level 14 Silverman Wolf, gained 590 experience points. After nearly half an hour of farming, he rose from level 10 to level 11. Leveling up from 10 to 11 was dozens of times harder than from 1 to 10. If he hadn't expanded the number of summoned creatures, his leveling efficiency would have been even worse. Although this speed was already astonishing, Yuan still frowned. Indeed, after level 10, it becomes increasingly difficult to level up. At this rate, 3 days. No, 2 days. The difficulty of leveling increases exponentially as one progresses. He roughly estimated that at this rate, it would take about 2 or 3 days for him to reach level 30. In comparison, even with all the support Li Fei received from his father, it would likely take him 6 or 7 days, or at best 5 days. In terms of attributes alone, he was not even as good as one of his giant jaw worms. Not to mention, he currently had a total of 50 such worms. Previously, he had been modest in front of the principals and teachers, especially in front of Li Fei, and his father, stating that he would reach level 30 in 5 days. Others might guess that his summoned creatures were formidable, but they would never suspect that he had a full 50 of such creatures. However, he did not dare to let his guard down. While Li Fei was not a threat, his father was undeniably a big shot. Although Yuan prided himself on his legendary profession, he did not underestimate Li Kun. If he didn't have some confidence, would he be willing to bet with Li Fei? He shook his head. Forget it, let's continue sweeping. I can't figure out what kind of confidence Li Kun has to bet against me, but as long as I level up as quickly as possible and reach level 30 before Li Fei, then no matter what trump card he has, it will be useless. The swarm of giant jaw worms continued to advance, and soon another small boss appeared in his sight. It was a snow-white rabbit about the same size as a human. Beheading Rabbit Elite. Level 15. Strength 70. Constitution 60. Agility 200. Mentality 40. Skills Thunder Kick, Instant Kill Strike. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Another small boss. Let's go all out. Facing the boss, he had no intention of being reckless. 50 giant jaw worms surrounded it from all sides and pounced together. The beheading rabbit, which had been grazing with its head down, suddenly leapt high into the air, escaping the encirclement. Nearby giant jaw worms immediately adjusted their direction and charged back at the rabbit. However, this wave of attacks was deftly evaded by the beheading rabbit. It moved with incredible speed, darting left and right among the giant jaw worms, always managing to dodge their strikes at the critical moment. Although this creature was a boss, its constitution was not high. As long as it took a direct hit from a giant jaw worm's attack, it would be left severely injured. Unfortunately, the giant jaw worms were too slow to catch up. This speed disadvantage of the giant jaw worms became evident. Even with high attack and defense, they were rendered useless against the speedster beheading rabbit. The beheading rabbit nimbly jumped left and right, escaping the encirclement of the giant jaw worms multiple times and occasionally delivering a kick to the nearest one. However, the giant jaw worms had a constitution as high as 160 points, making them impervious to the kicks. The situation became a stalemate, with both sides unable to gain the upper hand. Seeing that he couldn't take down the small boss anytime soon, Yuan, who was on the periphery, thought for a moment and raised his hand, aiming at the beheading rabbit. Pain Whip. He unleashed the Pain Whip skill at the beheading rabbit. An invisible wave formed in Yuan's hand and shot out, striking the beheading rabbit squarely. The beheading rabbit, which was vigorously kicking a giant jaw worm, let out a wail, its attack interrupted and body trembling continuously as blood oozed from its mouth. It appeared to have sustained significant damage. Yuan stroked his chin. I see it seems to be a skill that combines control and damage. He then aimed his hand at a nearby giant jaw worm. The Pain Whip skill was unique. It could target not only enemies, but also his summoned creatures. Pain Whip. The targeted giant jaw worm let out a roar, and its previously dull exterior transformed into a vibrant red. In the next moment, the red giant jaw worm charged at the beheading rabbit, kicking up a cloud of dust as it moved at a speed far exceeding its usual pace. It seemed that the giant jaw worm struck by the Pain Whip had significantly boosted both its speed and strength. Targeting allies can temporarily enhance the properties of summoned creatures, Lu Yuan analyzed as he watched the red giant jaw worm. However, this skill looked quite painful. Both the beheading rabbit and the giant jaw worm trembled slightly in pain after being hit by the skill. As it approached the target, the giant jaw worm opened its large pincers and lunged at the beheading rabbit. Boom. At the critical moment, the beheading rabbit sprang up suddenly, narrowly avoiding this highly threatening strike, but it was no longer as composed as before. The giant jaw worms could miss countless attacks, but if the beheading rabbit was caught, it would inevitably face death. Seemingly realizing this, the beheading rabbit fixed its blood-red eyes on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, it seems to possess some intelligence, knowing to deal with me first. His constitution attribute was not as high as that of the giant jaw worms, so the beheading rabbit posed a bit of a threat to him. Summoners had powerful combat abilities, but they were generally quite frail, which was a common weakness for all summoning classes. In the next moment, the beheading rabbit kicked off with both legs and leapt straight toward Lu Yuan, rapidly closing the distance. With the small boss targeting him, Lu Yuan remained calm. He raised his hand, aiming at the charging beheading rabbit. Pain Whip. Another Pain Whip landed squarely on the approaching beheading rabbit. Enhanced by the mastery talent, Lu Yuan was unsure just how excruciating the amplified Pain Whip could be, nor did he want to find out. But he saw the beheading rabbit scream in pain, its body convulsing violently, causing its attack to momentarily pause. The prepared giant jaw worms seized the opportunity, not allowing it to escape. The fastest red giant jaw worm lunged forward, first biting down on the beheading rabbit's hind leg. Behind it, a swarm of giant jaw worms quickly surged forward, biting the beheading rabbit from all angles. The small boss had low constitution, and once trapped by the giant jaw worms, it could no longer break free. Giant Pincer Strike. Multiple giant jaw worms launched their skills simultaneously, and in an instant the beheading rabbit was torn to shreds. Kill level 15 beheading rabbit elite experience gained 3,000 after eliminating the small boss. The once invigorated red giant jaw worm's momentum diminished, its color gradually fading. It seems this enhanced state can only last for a period of time before falling into a weakened state. Lu Yuan continued to analyze, while the swarm of giant jaw worms surrounded the beheading rabbit, devouring it piece by piece. Although the beheading rabbit was small, being a small boss, it contained more energy. Lu Yuan could sense the joyful emotions emanating from the giant jaw worms. The Swarm Devour skill might not merely serve to solve the problem of feeding. He had a vague sense of its benefits, so even with time pressing, he did not interrupt the giant jaw worm's meal. After a moment, the giant jaw worms completely devoured the beheading rabbit. Alright, let's continue the sweep. Just as he was preparing to send the giant jaw worms off to continue their sweep, a sudden change occurred. All 50 giant jaw worms halted their movements, their bodies trembling continuously, no longer responding to Lu Yuan's commands. Their shells gradually turned gray, as if they had lost their vitality. Seeing the giant jaw worms' sudden change, Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, fearing something had gone wrong. However, through the connection between the summoned creatures and the summoner, he discovered that the giant jaw worms were all in good health. In fact, Lu Yuan sensed their momentum was growing stronger. Moments later, a cracking sound echoed. The shells of the giant jaw worms began to crack, the fissures rapidly expanding as one by one newly formed giant jaw worms burst through their former shells. Looking at the giant jaw worms now, not only had they grown larger, but their appearance had also changed. Their once gray shells turned pitch black, with sharp spines sprouting all over, looking fierce and formidable. Is this molting? Lu Yuan was astonished and used his detection skill to examine the giant jaw worms that had just completed their molting. Upon doing so, his pupils constricted. Giant jaw worm black iron grade. Level 11. Strength 336, 168. Constitution 336, 168. Agility 84, 42. Mentality 84, 42. Skills Giant Pincer Strike, Swarm Devour. Black iron level. They have evolved. Seeing the changes in the giant jaw worm, Lu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. It was only now that he truly understood the real purpose of the skill that allowed the swarm to devour. Solving the problem of food is merely the most basic function of this skill. The true value of this skill lies in allowing the giant jaw worm to consume all things, and after accumulating a certain amount, enabling its evolution. Or rather, the skill of summoning the giant jaw worm itself will evolve. Originally, skill evolution required astronomical amounts of money or extremely fortuitous chances to achieve. For instance, Li Fei's skill with golden level potential is like this. If he wants to evolve his skill, the simplest method is to buy a skill evolution rune, but such things are incredibly rare and not something that can be bought with money alone. Even if his father Li Kun intervened, it would be impossible. Or rather, if Li Kun could obtain a skill evolution rune, he would certainly use it for himself, first, not give it to Li Fei. Such things are just that rare. But now the skill possessed by his giant jaw worm unexpectedly allowed it to complete evolution so easily. This made him unable to help but exclaim, "Swarm Master too powerful." From summoning the originally unranked giant jaw worm to black iron level, all attributes have doubled. Coupled with the doubling of all attributes from his innate mastery, the power and physique of the level 11 giant jaw worm reached an astonishing 336 points. This is a value that many second transformation awakened beings cannot reach. And he has as many as 50 such summoned creatures. Looking at the black iron level giant jaw worms, he felt a surge of joy. With the giant jaw worm evolving to black iron level, he would be able to level up to level 30 faster. Given the current attributes of the giant jaw worm, he estimated he could reach level 30 in 2 days, or even 1 day. Originally, he felt a sense of crisis after all. Li Kun was the president of a guild, and might have some powerful means to help Li Fei level up quickly. But so what? As long as he is strong enough, he can break through with force. Not only that, in the future, as long as he lets the giant jaw worm constantly devour, it means that one day the giant jaw worm could evolve to legendary level. How powerful would a legendary level skill be? Yuan had never even thought about it. The school had never taught them relevant knowledge because those who could elevate their skills to legendary level were simply too few. Seeing the giant jaw worm complete its evolution, Yuan waved his hand. Continue advancing, sweep everything away. 50 black iron level giant jaw worms surged through the entire dungeon. Killed 15 level Silverman Wolf, gained 610 experience. Killed 13 level Flame Fox, gained 500 experience. Killed 13 level Armored Pig, gained 500 experience, reached level 12. Killed 16 level Iron Whip Tree, gained 640 experience. Killed 12 level Long-Eared Rabbit, gained 470 experience, reached level 13. Any monster facing the giant jaw worm was instantly killed. It could no longer be called a battle, but a one-sided. Wherever the 50 giant jaw worms passed, the originally dense forest was left with not a single shadow, only a bare ground stirring up dust. Yuan's level skyrocketed like a rocket. In less than a day, he had already penetrated over 90 of the dungeon area and arrived before the final boss. At this point, his level had already reached 29. He was astonished by this speed. So fast. In less than a day, I reached level 29. Originally, he thought he would reach level 30 in about 3 days, but after the giant jaw worm evolved, the efficiency increased dramatically, and unexpectedly, he reached level 29 in just 1 day. Now in front of him was the final boss of this dungeon. As long as he defeated this boss, he could level up to 30. Iron Armored Tree boss, level 30 strength, 50 physique, 800 agility, 0 spirit, 120 skills, resilient physique, rejuvenation. The final boss was a towering tree resembling a small mountain. This creature was over 100 meters tall, its massive body blocking out the sun, requiring one to look up to see its full form. Its whip-like branches hung heavily towards the ground. This monster's other attributes weren't remarkable, but its physique was incredibly high, reaching 800 points. This tree is the final boss of the dungeon. Altogether, attack it with the fastest speed and take it down. With Yuan's command, the 50 giant jaw worms charged towards the iron armored tree from all directions. As soon as the giant jaw worm stepped into the range of the iron armored tree's branches, the iron armored tree suddenly moved its long branches, transforming into iron whips that struck fiercely at the shells of the giant jaw worms. But this creature's strength was only slightly over 50 points, and against the level 29 giant jaw worms, it was hardly even a tickle. Soon a large number of giant jaw worms pounced on the trunk of the iron armored tree, opening their massive pincers and unleashing their skills. With nearly 640 points of strength, they easily bit into the thick bark of the giant tree, and clear sap immediately gushed out. However, seconds later the sap began to congeal. Moreover, some giant jaw worms had just bitten out large chunks, when suddenly a green light flashed, and the wounds on the iron-armored tree completely healed in an instant. A healing-type skill. Yuan, who had been observing from a distance, frowned. This thing is too large, and has too high a physique. It will be difficult to deal with in a short amount of time. It seems we have to engage in a war of attrition. After all, the title of genius is not so easily obtained. He understood the intention of the dungeon designer. One must reach level 30 within 7 days to qualify as a genius. And this final boss was clearly meant to drag out time. It had no offensive power, could not move, but possessed a remarkably high physique and a multitude of healing skills. Ordinary attacks were completely ineffective against it. Even if you unleashed a powerful move to inflict some damage, the opponent could quickly heal back to full health. Moreover, the body of the iron-armored tree was simply too large. Even though the 50 giant jaw worms were gnawing at the trunk, causing some damage, the effect was extremely limited. If this dragged on, although they could win, it would take at least 1 day. His level was stuck at 29, and the remaining monsters in the dungeon were simply insufficient for him to level up to 30. To reach level 30, he must defeat the mountain-like boss before him. The formidable recovery ability and resilience of the final boss left Yuan feeling troubled. How are we supposed to fight this? He mumbled, then thought to himself, Li Fei must know about this. The novice dungeon was tightly guarded by the teachers who kept their mouths sealed. Before Lu Yuan entered, he had no idea what awaited him inside. However, the second-generation heirs had their fathers as sources of information and must have prepared for this boss. But Li Kun must know the information about this final boss. In that case, he should have means to deal with it. Indeed, that was the case. Previously, Li Kun had secretly given Li Fei a special item specifically meant to counter the Iron Arm tree called the Devouring Fire. This item, when used, could produce a powerful flame that reduced everything to ashes, specifically designed to target tree-like monsters. He anticipated that most awakened ones would get stuck on this final boss, and had given him the means to pass it beforehand. Using this item, Li Fei faced the boss without any difficulty. In this world, one's background is also a form of strength. Having a good father made one inherently stronger and more promising than those from commoner backgrounds. No one would find it unfair. Those born into good circumstances naturally have resources, connections, and information advantages. Such individuals are likely to grow into high-level awakened beings. No fool would complain about fairness, especially not to give preferential treatment to someone like Lu Yuan. If he wanted to receive the same treatment as Li Fei, he would have to rely on his own efforts. Only by showcasing sufficient strength and potential could he attract investment from others. This was also the fundamental reason why no one had faith in him as a commoner summoner. Without an organization, he could hardly grow. Am I only left to grind slowly? He pondered strategies as the attacks from the giant jaw insects never ceased. They relentlessly launched their massive jaw strikes, the great pincer fiercely biting into the iron arm tree, gnawing off a large chunk of wood debris which was flung aside. Just as they were about to attack again, a flash of green light revealed that the wound they had just created had healed completely. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan's eyes widened slightly. The moment the iron arm tree healed, the part bitten off by the giant jaw insect vanished into thin air. No, it returned to its original position. A thought struck his mind. In that case, he commanded one of the giant jaw insects to use its devour ability on the iron arm tree. Although devour was highly useful, it was an auxiliary skill, and the damage it caused in battle was far lower than that of the giant jaw strike. Thus, the giant jaw insects never used devour during combat. But now, under Lu Yuan's command, one giant jaw insect opened its mouth and activated devour against the iron arm tree. Soon a gap appeared in the trunk of the iron arm tree. This gap was several circles smaller than what had been bitten out by the giant jaw strike. The iron arm tree noticed this wound and activated its skill to heal the damage. However, as the green light flashed, the gap remained. The iron arm tree repeatedly activated several recovery skills, but to no avail. The wound only healed slowly. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, a look of joy appearing on his face, as expected. The recovery skill of the iron arm tree was designed to return the damaged part to its original position and then heal it. If the damaged part had already vanished, the effect of the recovery skill would be greatly diminished. Attack it with devour. Having discovered this weakness of the iron arm tree, Lu Yuan immediately issued the command, and soon 50 giant jaw insects began to devour the iron arm tree, using devour in succession. Quickly, large patches of bark were stripped from the iron arm tree, revealing its tender white core. Indeed, the parts lost due to the devour skill could not be easily restored. The iron arm tree, under attack, desperately waved its branches, but its meager attack power was nothing more than a tickle to the giant jaw insects. And being a tree, it could not move, leaving Lu Yuan, who was safely positioned far away, completely unbothered. 10 minutes later, with a crisp crack, the towering 100-meter tree fell to the ground. Defeated, the level 30 iron arm tree boss, gained 2 experience points, leveled up to level 30. Looking at the fallen iron arm tree, Lu Yuan let out a long sigh of relief, and then checked his attributes. Name: Lu Yuan. Class: Swarm Sovereign. Unique Legend: Level 30. Talent: Swarm Sovereign. Strength: 170, 120. Constitution: 170, 120. Agility: 170, 120. Spirit: 170, 120. Skills: Pain Whip. Summon Giant Jaw Insect. Giant Jaw Insect, Black Iron Grade, Level 30. Strength: 640, 160. Constitution: 640, 160. Agility: 160, 40. Spirit: 160, 40. Skills: Giant Jaw Strike. Swarm Devour. Outside the novice dungeon, at the long table in front of the dungeon entrance, a group of principals continued to stand guard here, ready to respond to any sudden situations. Although a day and a night had passed, this was nothing for high-level awakened beings. The principals were chatting idly while sipping tea. The topic they discussed the most was naturally Lu Yuan, who had previously performed astonishingly. Lu Yuan's class has no precedent. It's impossible to even guess what talent skills he might possess. Swarm Sovereign, I've never heard of it. Alas, it's a summoning class. What's wrong with a summoning class? Didn't you see his performance today? By this time, all the students had entered the dungeon, while some weaker ones had already started to emerge with injuries. Many teachers stood at the entrance assisting students who returned midway. Just then a figure emerged from the dungeon entrance. It was Lu Yuan. After defeating the final boss and clearing the dungeon, he immediately came out. As soon as he stepped out, a teacher approached. Student, are you alright? Are you injured anywhere? This teacher was from a different school, and Lu Yuan didn't recognize him, but he smiled and replied. Thank you for your concern, teacher. I'm fine. Looking around, many students were wounded, and some were so badly hurt that teachers had to carry them out. At this moment, coming out could easily be misinterpreted as someone who couldn't persist and had to retreat. The teacher examined Lu Yuan and noticed he had no injuries, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. It had only been just over a day, and he came out so quickly, indicating that his class wasn't very strong. Those who emerged were generally weaker or had character traits unsuitable for combat. Teachers typically didn't have high hopes for such students. However, regardless, as long as they could keep their lives, that was enough. Soon Lu Yuan left, and the teacher shook his head at his back. Sigh, this child clearly had to retreat midway. How can he still smile? He felt that Lu Yuan had no aspirations and would find it hard to achieve anything in the future. Ignoring the teachers shaking their heads behind him, Lu Yuan walked straight towards the principal's long table. Lu Yuan swaggered over, and the headmasters noticed him from afar. Lu Yuan, you're out so soon. Is there something wrong? Lu Yuan was about to speak when a female headmaster nearby suddenly pointed at him and shouted, he's level 30. Swish. The previously noisy entrance to the novice dungeon fell silent in an instant. Everyone, whether it was the headmasters in front of Lu Yuan, the teachers around him, or those who had just asked about his injuries at the dungeon entrance, now fixed their gazes on Lu Yuan. Silence. The atmosphere was incredibly quiet. Then crack, crack, crack. The long table in front of the headmasters began to make cracking sounds, as if suddenly afflicted by a stroke. The table shook continuously, causing the teacups on it to rattle. Headmaster of School 1 wiped the sweat from his forehead and complained to Headmaster of School 3. Old Mo, why are you trembling? You've spilled my tea. Headmaster Mo of School 3 gulped and croaked. Nonsense, it's you who's shaking. The two headmasters said this while their eyes remained fixed on Lu Yuan. Not only them, but all the headmasters were frozen in place, staring at Lu Yuan as if he were a monster. After a long pause, Headmaster Wang sighed deeply. He's really level 30. My goodness. To reach level 30 in just one day? As he spoke, the other headmasters finally seemed to snap out of it, erupting like a boiling pot. Fastest record. This is a new fastest record. The previous fastest record for reaching level 30 in Daxiao was only 3 days. A prodigy. This is truly a prodigy. Even Li Liqiang, who was usually indifferent and aloof, was now staring at Lu Yuan as if he had seen a ghost. Level 30 in one day? How is that possible? What methods did you use to defeat the final boss? He looked incredulous. Seeing everyone frozen in place, Lu Yuan smiled casually and turned his gaze toward Headmaster Wang and Li Liqiang. Headmaster Vice President Li, I've reached level 30. So about the bet. Lu Yuan started prompting Headmaster Wang to awaken from his daze, saying, oh right. There's the bet. The impact of Lu Yuan reaching level 30 was so great that he seemed to finally remember about that small matter of the bet. He then glanced at Li Liqiang, whose face was ashen. Vice President Li, what do you say? The latter's expression was grim, but after gritting his teeth he spoke, Lu Yuan has definitely reached level 30. That's undeniable. I'll pay up. With a pale face, he took out his terminal and transferred 2 million to Lu Yuan on the spot, looking quite pained. This amount was not small for him as the president. After receiving the money, Lu Yuan let out a long sigh of relief and immediately sent 200 to the hospital. Now little Yao's treatment is finally secured. A huge weight lifted from his heart as he raised his head to find that a group of headmasters had gathered around him, having left the long table. Lu Yuan, how about coming to our school 1? Old Wang, this stingy guy hasn't given you any scholarship, right? We're different in school 1. Oh, as long as you have achievements and potential scholarships are easy to discuss. You're in good shape. How old are you this year? Are you married yet? By the way, my granddaughter is awakening in the same batch as you. You two should get to know each other when you have the chance. The usually aloof headmasters were now all extraordinarily enthusiastic, smiling like grandparents in a park. At that moment, a pair of hands suddenly pushed aside the old men and women surrounding Lu Yuan. Headmaster Wang squeezed and gritting his teeth. What are you all doing trying to poach right in front of me? Do you think I'm an easy target? He scolded the surrounding old men and women, then turned to Lu Yuan with a kind expression, his change of demeanor quicker than flipping a page. Lu Yuan, are you going for your first promotion next? Lu Yuan nodded. That's right, I plan to return to the city to complete my first promotion. Then I'll head to the ruined village outside the city, trying to level up as much as possible before the big exam. He was now already at the max level of 30, and to continue leveling up he had to undergo his first promotion. Each profession has a certain chance of obtaining new skills and attribute enhancements upon reaching the first promotion. Headmaster Wang nodded upon hearing this. Good, the ruined village is a first promotion dungeon. Although the difficulty is a bit high, the experience reward is substantial. It's an ideal place for first promotion leveling. At this point he thought for a moment, and then spoke. I remember the ruined village produces a lot of turbid black oil. Our school too is currently expanding its foundations, and there's quite a demand for this stuff. How about this, I'll give you a task to collect turbid black oil and bring it back to the school. For every unit you bring back, I'll have the school's finance department buy it at double the market price. Unlike novice dungeons, regular dungeons typically have materials that drop, which can be exchanged for money at the trading post in the city, serving as the main income source for most awakeners. Headmaster Wang assigning this task to himself was within his authority, trying to provide himself with as much support as possible. Lu Yuan felt immensely grateful upon hearing this. Thank you, Headmaster Wang. Headmaster Wang raised his head high. This isn't just for you as students from school too, can take it, he said while pushing aside the surrounding old men and women urging Lu Yuan. Alright, time is precious before the big exam, so you should hurry up. Lu Yuan replied and left. Behind him a group of headmasters stared blankly at his departing figure. After a while someone murmured softly, I really wonder how high he can reach by the time of the big exam. After taking the bus back to the city, Lu Yuan headed straight to the first promotion hall. This was a magnificent stone building, yet at this moment no one was coming or going. At this time most of last year's awakeners had already completed their first promotion, while this year's batch had only just awakened for one day, so naturally no one would come for the first promotion. Except for Lu Yuan, who was an anomaly. The receptionist at the entrance was quite idle, leaning on the reception desk, fiddling with her terminal to watch a show. Seeing Lu Yuan come in, she immediately put down her terminal, straightened up, and put on a professional smile. Are you an awakener here for your first promotion? She was a girl in her 20s, and like most receptionists she was quite pretty. Lu Yuan nodded. She glanced at Lu Yuan's attire. The usage fee for the first promotion Spirit Stone is 100,000. Please pay on the spot. At this moment, seeing that Lu Yuan was coming for his first promotion and observing his outfit, she figured Lu Yuan's finances weren't very generous, so she didn't intend to bother him too much. You can enter room 3 by turning left down the corridor. There's a first promotion Spirit Stone set up in that room. Do you know how to use the Spirit Stone? Do you need me to find someone to explain? Her attitude was quite nice, and she didn't seem to look down on Lu Yuan. No need, thank you. Lu Yuan replied, promptly transferring the 100,000. This amount was not small even for ordinary families, let alone for Lu Yuan. Fortunately, he just received 2 million from Li Liqiang, so it was still fresh in his hands. After paying the fee, Lu Yuan took the access card he received from the front desk and entered a small room around the corner. The room had no furnishings, only a slightly glowing stone tablet standing there. The first promotion was not difficult. All he had to do was touch the first promotion Spirit Stone in front of him. If the Awakener's aptitude was sufficient, and they were at the maximum level of 30, they could upgrade to the first promotion. The requirements for the first promotion weren't high, and so far he hadn't heard of anyone failing it. Additionally, there was a saying that the rarer the awakening profession, the higher the potential aptitude of the individual. So Lu Yuan wasn't worried about his aptitude at all. He reached out and touched the stone tablet, and soon a faint, gentle light enveloped him. Moments later, he successfully upgraded to the first promotion. Coming out of the room, Lu Yuan eagerly checked his awakener information. After reaching the first promotion, an awakener's level would reset, but their attributes would remain unchanged. Depending on their aptitude, some would receive an attribute boost of 10 to 20 points. If lucky, they might even gain new skills. I wonder how many points of attribute boost I can get. Name Lu Yuan. Profession Swarm Master, Unique Legend. Level First Promotion, Level 1. Talent Swarm Master. Strength 250-200. Constitution 250-200. Agility 250-200. Spirit 250-200. Skills: Pain Lash, Aging Aura, Summon Giant Mandible Bug, Summon Spider Monster. Swarm Legendary Talent increases the limit on the number of summoned creatures by 10-fold. Master Legendary Talent doubles the effects of all skills. For every summoned creature present, the summoner gains 1 point in all attributes. Pain Lash inflicts intense mental burning on the target. Instant hit, unavoidable. Summon Black Iron Giant Mandible Bug, summons a Black Iron Giant Mandible Bug to fight for oneself. Summon limit 50200. Growth type skill, potential legendary. Aging Aura accelerates the passage of time for hostile targets, putting them into an aging state. Summon Spider Monster, summons a spider monster to fight for oneself. Summon limit 0200. Growth type skill, potential legendary. Truly worthy of its legendary status, the Swarm Master is undeniably powerful. As he advanced to the first transition, Lu Yuan felt an immense joy within. First, the storage space expanded nearly 10-fold. Originally, his storage space was about the size of a football field, capable of holding various items. It could also accommodate the summoned insects. Now with the space increased 10-fold, it became much roomier. It is said that the size of the storage space reflects the potential of an awakened. Typically, an awakened storage space is roughly equivalent to a small utility room. Yet Lu Yuan's was directly the size of a football field. Just the size of his storage space alone would astonish anyone. Aside from the changes in storage space, another alteration was in his attributes. Previously, at level 30, his total attributes were 120 points. After rising to the first transition, his total attributes increased to 200 points, meaning each attribute received an additional boost of 80 points. Additionally, he obtained 2 new skills. Aging Aura accelerates the passage of time for hostile targets, putting them in a weakened state. Summon Spider Monster, summons a spider monster to fight for him. Summon limit 0200, a growth type skill with legendary potential. This means he can now summon a new type of insect. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuan activated the Summon Spider Monster. Instantly, a large spider appeared beside him. This spider was enormous, only slightly smaller than a giant mandible bug with a massive abdomen. Spider Monster level first transition, level 1 strength 200, 100 constitution, 120-60, agility 400, 200 spirit 80-40, skills web, entangle, swarm, devour. The aging aura appeared to be a skill that bestows a weakening effect on enemies. However, without practical use it is hard to discern its true effects. Lu Yuan was eager to test the effects of the aging aura. The enhancements from leveling up to the first transition did not stop there, his summon slots had increased to 200. Moreover, both the giant mandible bugs and spider monsters each had 200 slots. This meant that once full he would have 400 summoned creatures. 50 giant mandible bugs had already provided him with immense aid. Lu Yuan could hardly imagine how powerful 400 summoned creatures would be. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the first transition. Seeing Lu Yuan emerge from the room with a beaming face, the front desk girl smiled politely. Lu Yuan smiled in return and quickly walked out of the grand hall of the first transition. After Lu Yuan left, the front desk girl glanced at his departing figure, then swiftly opened her terminal, locating her best friend's name in a long list, and typed away excitedly. There weren't many people at the first transition hall today. Oh, just one came this afternoon. Though not bad looking, he's just a poor kid. Sigh, when will I meet my true love? Hitting send as soon as the message was sent, her best friend quickly replied. Her best friend was at the front desk of the fourth transition hall. Since there were few challengers for the fourth transition, she was quite free. It's been a year, and of course the number of people coming to the first transition has dwindled. Those who took a year to reach level 30, I don't expect much from them. They are the lowest tier among the awakened. Her best friend replied. You should be content working at the first transition hall, but at least you get to meet those talented individuals. Everyone who comes to me are either old men or uncles. Her words were filled with lament, but she quickly changed the subject. I have to tell you, my sister awakened today. She said a monster emerged in Linhai this year, leveling up to 30 in just one day. Upon hearing this, the reception girl immediately became interested. My goodness, level 30 in one day. You aren't pulling my leg, are you? When the high school seniors awakened, the first batch to reach level 30 would always come through here. As someone working at the first transition hall, she knew this best. She remembered that even the fastest record in the entire Xia nation was 3 days. Level 30 in one day? What kind of monster could achieve that? Her best friend confidently replied. Absolutely true, why would I lie to you about such a thing? He should be going to you now for the first transition. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. See if you can get his contact number. The girl perked up immediately upon hearing this. Yes, since that genius had already reached level 30, wouldn't he be coming to her next? A level 30 awakened in one day, who knows what heights he would reach in the future. If she could have a relationship with such a person, wouldn't that be a leap to greatness? Thinking of this, she quickly tidied up her appearance and took out her cherished foundation to apply to her face. Just as she was meticulously grooming herself, her best friend sent a photo. This was taken by my sister. She got injured a bit and is recuperating in the medical area. She happened to see the monster after it leveled up to 30. The receptionist, upon seeing this, immediately opened the image with keen interest. Let me see what kind of person can reach level 30 in one day. However, upon seeing the photo, she was stunned. For she discovered that the seemingly impoverished young man from earlier was in fact the monster her best friend spoke of. After exiting the first transition hall, Lu Yuan spent 1.5 million purchasing mental recovery potions. He planned to quickly replenish his 2 types of insects to a total of 200. Insects are the source of his strength as well as a guarantee for his rapid leveling up. Investing in them here would not be a loss. I wonder if I can reach the second transition before the major exam. He set himself a small goal. Reaching level 40 in the first transition would allow him to perform the ritual for the second transition. As far as he knew, no one in Huaxia had achieved this feat yet. Having reached the first transition in just one day, if he put in some effort, he might just challenge it. I also need to replenish some items for dungeon exploration. Additionally, he'll give Xiao Yao some pocket money. After that, he bought some miscellaneous items and transferred 100 for his sister's pocket money. Checking his account, he still had 27000 left. Money comes in quickly, but it goes out just as fast. He couldn't help but sigh. He had received 2 million from Li Lacun, 0 of which was for his sister's medical expenses, leaving him with 1.8 million. After spending 1.5 million on mental recovery potions, he had 300 left. These potions were not cheap, but unfortunately they were essential for him. From the remaining 300 after deducting the 100 for the first transition fees, and another 100 for his sister's pocket money, and additionally, spending 100 on miscellaneous items, he still had 270 left. This was already a significant sum. However, for an awakened, it was hardly considered money. For instance, just the rental fee for the second transition monument would be 1 million. Ordinary awakened might take years to save up enough. But Lu Yuan could not afford to wait that long. He might need to advance to the second transition next week, and it would be a pity if he was delayed due to insufficient funds. I won't touch this money for now. Hopefully I can save enough in time. He needed to earn another 730 before reaching level 40. If it weren't for Principal Wang giving him extra money-making tasks, he wouldn't have known how to scrape together such a sum. After successfully advancing to the first transition, he found a small restaurant and indulged in a hearty meal. Previously, while in the dungeon, he had only managed to snack on the dry rations he carried. After finishing his meal, he packed a few portions to store in his storage space, leaving Lu Yuan satisfied. One day he'll bring Xiao Yao here for a meal. He then set off towards the ruined citadel. The ruined citadel was some distance from Linhai. This dungeon didn't have bus services like the novice dungeons. To get there he had to rely on himself. However, at the city gate he was stopped. Level 1 Transition 1. And you think you can leave the city alone? Do you know how dangerous it is outside? Seeing the lone Lu Yuan, several fully armed guards exchanged surprised glances. In this world monsters roamed freely, and only within the fortified cities was it relatively safe. Typically to leave the city at level 1 of the first transition, one would need to be around level 10, or travel in groups. They had never seen anyone like Lu Yuan wanting to venture out alone at level 1. Seeing this, Lu Yuan waved his hand and summoned 2 giant mandible bugs. Oh, so you're a summoner. The guards exchanged glances and then used their detection skills on the giant mandible bugs. The summoned creatures have 160 strength and constitution, which is quite high, and there are 2 of them. Upon seeing the attributes of the 2 giant mandible bugs, the guards nodded and no longer obstructed him. Fine, if you want to go out, then go. But remember, life and death are fated. Once you leave the city gate, your life is no longer guaranteed. Emerging from the heavily guarded city gate, Lu Yuan released 2 giant jaw insects to stand guard on either side as he advanced towards the dilapidated fortress. The towering city walls rapidly receded behind him. Around him the vegetation gradually thickened, and soon monsters began to wander nearby. He was the first to encounter a humanoid creature with a wolf's head. Wolfman Warrior Level 1 Transition 3 Strength, 140 Constitution, 130 Agility, 120 Spirit, 50 Skill Greatsword Strike. This creature wielded a heavy iron sword and was clad in leather armor. Wolfmen are inherently ferocious and enjoy combat. Each one is a valiant warrior skilled in various melee weapons. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuan sent a giant jaw insect racing towards the Wolfman Warrior. The latter quickly noticed the rapidly approaching giant jaw insect. With a roar, it raised its greatsword and leaped to strike down at the giant jaw insect. Clang! The giant jaw insect did not evade or dodge. The heavy greatsword struck solidly against its carapace, sending a shower of sparks flying. However, the black iron-grade giant jaw insect had an astonishing constitution of 640, and the Wolfman Warrior's strike left not even a mark on it. The giant jaw insect then opened its massive jaws and brutally clamped down on the Wolfman in front of it. Giant jaw strike. The giant pincers gleamed ominously, causing the Wolfman to bristle with fear. With a furious roar, it swung its sword to block, but the giant jaw insect's pincers clamped down on the greatsword. Crack! The heavy iron sword was shattered into 2 pieces. Without a weapon, the Wolfman was at a disadvantage against the relentless assault of the giant jaw insect. It could only hastily dodge for 3 rounds before being clamped in half, then swallowed whole. Defeated. Level 1 Transition 3 Wolfman Warrior gained 1450 experience, acquired Wolfman's Fang. In this battle, he fully understood the strength of wild monsters. They were simply incomparable to the giant jaw insect. He summoned all 50 giant jaw insects, leaving 5 to guard around him, while directing the rest to scatter and attack everything along the way. The 45 giant jaw insects spread out, and soon the sounds of battle echoed from all directions. Following behind the giant jaw insects, Lu Yuan summoned the spider monster. Let's try the spider monster. Soon he found a suitable target. A giant jaw insect charged ahead, spotting a giant wolf prowling on a small hill. The wolf was named Silvermane Wolf, Level 1 Transition 7. With a wave of his hand, the spider monster beside him immediately raised its massive abdomen and shot a strand of webbing aimed at the silver wolf. The webbing arced through the air and accurately struck the distant Silvermane Wolf. Caught off guard, the wolf yelped and instinctively tried to shake off the web that stuck to its body. However, the webbing shot by the spider monster had an extremely high stickiness, tightening around the wolf's body more and more, rendering its struggles futile. As time passed, the part of the Silvermane Wolf that came into contact with the web began to emit wisps of white smoke corroded by the toxins within the web. Lu Yuan observed this clearly from a distance. The webbing contains potent toxins that can directly corrode the target and also restrict its movement. In that case, he pondered for a moment, gesturing for a nearby giant jaw insect that was searching for enemies to change direction and charge towards the Silvermane Wolf, which was now almost immobilized by the web. Howl! Sensing the impending danger, the Silvermane Wolf let out a low growl at the charging giant jaw insect, but the insect paid it no heed, leisurely approaching the ensnared wolf and opening its mouth to split it in 2. Defeated. Level 1 Transition 7 Silvermane Wolf gained 1530 experience. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. The Silvermane Wolf could have relied on its speed to keep the giant jaw insect occupied for a long time, and it might have even escaped since the low agility of the giant jaw insect would have been ineffective. But once ensnared by the web, no matter how agile it was, it couldn't exert any of its abilities, making the process of defeating the Silvermane Wolf exceedingly easy. The spider monster and giant jaw insect truly complement each other. The webbing of the spider monster seemed naturally designed to work with the giant jaw insect. Originally, the giant jaw insect was strong in both offense and defense, but somewhat slow. Now, with the high agility and control of the spider monster, the giant jaw insect's speed deficiency had been effectively compensated. Weak enemies were instantly slain by the potent venom, while strong ones were restrained for the giant jaw insect to finish off. Thus he had one giant jaw insect carry him as he continuously consumed spirit potions to replenish his summoned creatures. He prioritized summoning more spider monsters. Upon summoning one, he paired it with a giant jaw insect to hunt monsters together. With the cooperation of the giant jaw insect and the spider monster, their efficiency in hunting monsters was remarkably high. The spider monster would shoot webbing to control the monsters from a distance, and then the giant jaw insect would confidently move in to finish them off. Defeated level 1 transition 9 Silvermane Wolf gained 1530 experience. Defeated level 1 transition 11 Basalt Turtle gained 1530 experience. Defeated level 1 transition 6 Thunderstag gained 1530 experience. Defeated level 1 transition 9 Silvermane Wolf gained 1530 experience. Defeated level 1 transition 10 Wolfman Warrior gained 1650 experience. Defeated level 1 transition 9 Wolfman Hunter gained 1650 experience. Defeated level 1 transition 8 Silvermane Wolf gained 1530 experience. Acquired Wolfman's Fong, acquired Basalt Armor, Silvermane Wolf Pelt, acquired Sharp Antlers. As the swarm of insects advanced, Lu Yuan's experience soared dramatically, and he frequently obtained materials. While the wild could be fraught with danger for other level 1 awakening individuals, it was remarkably easy for Lu Yuan. As time passed, he continuously consumed spirit potions, and the scale of the insect swarm grew larger, soon totaling over 200. Lu Yuan's extensive spread of insects quickly attracted the attention of other humans, also hunting monsters in the wilderness. What's going on? Is there a beast tied? Seeing the giant jaw insects and spider monsters, people were startled and instinctively prepared for battle. No, these are summoned creatures. It seems there's a summoner nearby hunting monsters. These summoned creatures are quite formidable. Lu Yuan had no interest in these individuals, and they did not approach him either. Both sides tacitly avoided each other. Within the city, human society was orderly, with everyone abiding by the law. But in the wild, order ceased to exist. It was a realm ruled by monsters where the rules were more primitive and straightforward. The strong dominate everything. In such a world, humans had to act cautiously. Some even specifically targeted their fellow humans without the constraints of law, committing murder and robbery as common practices. No one knew what kind of person they might encounter next, so, in most cases, they would avoid each other. Before long, half a day had passed. During this time, the swarm of insects swept through, not only clearing every monster in their path, but also leaving no plants or trees unscathed. Had it not been for time constraints, he would have even stripped the ground bare. The insects were not picky eaters. As long as they could consume, it would promote their evolution. After exterminating a massive number of monsters, he summoned both the giant jaw insects and spider monsters to their maximum of 200, while he himself had leveled up to level 1 transition 2. Lu Yuan frowned. Although I have summoned all the insects, it took half a day to level up just once. Indeed, it becomes more difficult to level up after the first transition. He thought for a moment. It seems I still need to go to a dungeon to level up. Compared to chasing scattered monsters in the wild, dungeons indeed provide a higher leveling efficiency. Afterward, the swarm continued to advance towards the crumbling fortress. After flattening a small wolfman settlement, a beam of light suddenly shot up from the center of the settlement. What is this? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up at the sight. He sent a giant jaw insect to investigate, and saw the center of the destroyed wolfman village radiating with brilliant light. Looking at the beam of light, Lu Yuan felt exhilarated. I didn't expect my luck to be this good. The soaring beam of light was a sign that a treasure was about to emerge. In the wild, or within a dungeon, there are sometimes extremely rare treasures hidden. When certain conditions are met, these treasures will appear. This time, Lu Yuan flattened a den of gnolls, fulfilling the conditions for a certain treasure's emergence, resulting in the current situation. Typically, when treasures manifest, there are noticeable disturbances that attract nearby people and creatures. Thus, every time a treasure appears, it often incites a scramble. Seeing this, Lu Yuan instructed the giant jaw bug to guard the area, while he directed the spider monster. He was riding towards the treasure's location. Moreover, the nearby creatures were also hastening towards that direction. Riding the spider monster, he quickly advanced towards the destroyed gnoll village. We need to hurry, otherwise the nearby people will gather here. He urged the spider monster to accelerate. The spider monster boasted an agility of 400, and had 8 long legs, enabling it to traverse various complex terrains with ease. Within 2 minutes they arrived near the treasure chest. However, even with such speed, someone else had already arrived first. Ahead, a shadow appeared before the light column, confronting the giant jaw bug stationed there. Is this treasure guarded by monsters? TSK Tisk with 176 strength and physique, that's quite formidable. I might be able to handle it. Huh. The shadow, marveling at the giant jaw bug standing guard like a boss, was about to make a move when he suddenly exclaimed, "This isn't a wild monster, it's a summoned creature. Does that mean someone is faster than me?" With this hesitation, Lu Yuan finally reached the light column. He stopped the spider monster and coldly warned the other party. "Brother, this village was destroyed by my summoned creature, and thus the treasure has manifested. According to the rules, the Suntomerge treasure should belong to me." As he approached, he could finally see the other person's appearance. It was a tall, hefty man, over 2 meters tall, and he wielded a pair of massive copper hammers of similar age to Lu Yuan. Although he was overweight, he appeared very sturdy, exuding the aura of an ancient general. After detecting him, Lu Yuan found he was at level 9 of the first transition. He's actually 7 levels higher than me. The result left Lu Yuan secretly astonished. What was going on? Clearly his leveling speed was already unreasonable. How did such a significantly higher level individual suddenly appear before him? He shook his head, and now was not the time to delve into that. Looking around, he had 5 giant jaw bugs and 3 spider monsters by his side, which would be sufficient to deal with a level 9. However, with awakened abilities being so varied, he could not afford to be careless. While keeping an eye on the hefty man's movements, he subtly directed the bugs surrounding the light column to preclude any chances for the other party. Observing Lu Yuan's sudden appearance, the hefty man understood. He glanced at the surrounding giant jaw bugs and spiders with curiosity. Wow, are these bugs all yours? Did you destroy this Knoll village? After receiving confirmation, the hefty man immediately raised his hands, indicating he had no intention of competing. I thought these bugs looked too formidable to be wild monsters. If that's the case, according to the rules, this treasure should belong to you, so I won't compete. He then sheathed his weapons and gazed at Lu Yuan with curiosity. Brother, which school are you from? I haven't heard of a summoner like you before. Your summoned creatures are so powerful and numerous. Lu Yuan replied, I need to ask you the same. It's only been a little over a day. How did you level up so quickly to level 9? The hefty man was momentarily taken aback, then he realized, scratching his head with some embarrassment. Haha, brother, to be honest, I awakened last year, and just leveled to the first transition last week, so I'm basically a re-examinee. I see. Awakened last year. Lu Yuan understood. Some awakened professions are indeed quite weak, and within 7 days not only can they fail to reach level 30, but even reaching level 3 can be extremely difficult for them. Individuals like that might give up their identity as awakened ones and live as ordinary people for their entire lives. Conversely, some refuse to sink into obscurity and painstakingly grind their levels up. The strength of awakened professions is not fixed. Some are incredibly strong at the beginning, but become weaker over time. Conversely, some might start off weak, but grow stronger as they progress. Looking at the hefty man before him, he seemed to belong to the latter group. He was not simple. It took him nearly a year to slowly grind his level up, only just achieving the first transition last week. Yet after reaching the second transition, he had already leveled to 9 within just 7 days, a remarkably fast pace. He was a typical case of having acquired a good skill upon reaching the first transition, and then turning his fate around. The maximum level for the first transition is level 40, after which one can return to the city and enter the second transition hall, paying $1 million to rent the second transition stone tablet there. Currently, Lu Yuan took half a day to level up once, and while his efficiency would be higher in a dungeon, he estimated that reaching level 40 could take him at least a week, potentially stretching to around 10 days. Given this perspective, the hefty man's leveling efficiency was already quite impressive. He initially thought his chances in the upcoming exam were nearly guaranteed, and he might even contend for the national top spot. But now it seemed that the situation was indeed not so simple. Across the nation, various prodigies compete against each other every year. Moreover, there might be re-examines like him among them, increasing the competitive pressure. Brother, which school are you from? Wait, are you one of the newly awakened this year? The hefty man initially didn't catch on, but after a pause he suddenly realized, staring at Lu Yuan in shock. Lu Yuan nodded, and the hefty man's expression was one of shattered expectations. You awakened yesterday? No way. He found it hard to believe. In just 2 days you're already level 2 of the first transition. My goodness. Lu Yuan shook his head. You're not weak either. A leveling to 9 in a month is quite impressive. The hefty man felt a bit embarrassed, touching his flushed face. Haha, thanks for the compliment. But I indeed obtained a decent skill when I reached the first transition, which turned my fate around. While this man looked somewhat fierce, his thoughts were unexpectedly innocent. The hefty man then pointed to himself and said, My name is Ren Jichin. How should I address you, brother? Lu Yuan. Just as the two were conversing, the light column before them grew even brighter, signaling that the treasure was about to emerge. Seeing this, Ren Jichin stepped back. Since the treasure belonged to Lu Yuan, there was no longer any business for him here. He clasped his hands towards Lu Yuan. Today, encountering a genius like you, brother Lu, has truly opened my eyes. He said this and turned to leave, waving his hand as he walked away. Brother Lu, see you in the big exam. Lu Yuan looked at Ren Jichin's retreating figure, just about to step forward to claim the treasure, when he suddenly squinted and stopped his movement. Ren Jichin, who was about to leave, also turned back to look into the distance. There a group of people was rapidly approaching. Observing the approaching group from afar, Ren Jichin's brows furrowed into a frown. This is troublesome. It's the people from the Blackstone gang. Lu Yuan looked at Ren Jichin. Haishi gang. He was not very clear about the local power dynamics. Ren Jichin noticed and began to explain. Brother Lu, you just arrived here, right? Haishi gang is a group that has been entrenched nearby with members at level 20 after their first promotion. They have been here for over a year. Their reputation isn't great. When encountered in the wild, they either rob monsters or extort protection fees. There are even rumors that they would kill for treasures if they come across someone well equipped. Of course, those who were killed can't testify against them, so this remains just a rumor. However, the coastal area has already issued a wanted order against Haishi Gang. If they dare to approach the city, they will be captured. Currently everyone tries to avoid anyone from Haishi Gang. Ren Jichin said to Lu Yuan with a worried Brother Lu, although your summoned creatures are strong, they are not only numerous, but also all above level 20 after their first promotion. It would be wise to avoid conflict with them. There will be other opportunities for treasures. The people from Haishi Gang are unreasonable, so let's steer clear of them, shall we? Lu Yuan shook his head. Brother Ren, you don't need to worry about me. You should leave first. This treasure is originally mine, and there's no reason for me to give it to them. Looking at the radiant column of light nearby, it would likely take a few more minutes for the treasure to truly appear, and there was no avoiding a conflict with Haishi Gang. Seeing Lu Yuan standing still, Ren Jichin, who had initially planned to leave, gritted his teeth. Alright Brother Lu, since we are fated to meet here today, I will accompany you to face Haishi Gang. He grasped the huge copper hammer in his hands, and stood beside Lu Yuan. The members of Haishi Gang soon approached them, surrounding the column of light, their faces filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. Haha, big brother, look, a treasure is about to appear. By the looks of it, we just need to wait another 3 to 5 minutes, and our Haishi Gang will add another treasure to our collection. Today we are truly lucky, just stepping outside could lead to obtaining a treasure. Lu Yuan coldly observed. There were a total of 5 members in Haishi Gang, all above level 20 after their first promotion. Judging by their attire, there were knights, mages, hunters, rogues, and a priest, making for a balanced group. The 5 individuals were fixated on the column of light, their eyes gleaming, completely ignoring Lu Yuan, who was observing coldly, and Ren Jichin, who appeared to be on high alert, as if the two were merely air. After a moment of gazing at the column, the 5 finally turned their attention to Lu Yuan and Ren Jichin. The rogue among them smiled at the two, and then looked inquiringly at the knight who was leading the group. Boss, how should we deal with these two? The knight glanced coldly at the two, saying, first promotion level 2 and level 9. Forget it. He shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain. Today we encountered a treasure, and am in a good mood. You two have no business here. If you don't want to die, get lost quickly. He waved his hand at Lu Yuan and Ren Jichin, urging them to leave, as if dismissing 2 insignificant characters. However, Lu Yuan stood there motionless and coldly said, leave. This treasure has appeared because of me, so it naturally belongs to me. It is you who should leave. However, Lu Yuan stood there motionless and coldly said, leave. This treasure has appeared because of me, so it naturally belongs to me. Little brat, do you know who we are? Usually few can leave in good condition when they encounter us. This guy actually dares to fight us for treasure. It's rare for the boss to be in a good mood today and want to let you go. If you seek death, don't blame us. After saying this, the 5 moved, drawing their weapons and charging at them. Lu Yuan only protested a single time. Even though he knew that Haishi Gang was not to be trifled with, he did not expect them to be this ruthless, attacking directly at the slightest disagreement. Seeing the 5 charging over, Ren Jichin stepped forward with the copper hammer, infuriated. Haishi Gang don't bully others too much. Do you really think I fear you? His temper flared, and he was about to strike with the copper hammer when Lu Yuan suddenly pulled him back. Brother Lu. Before he could wonder, 3 giant jawworms surged out from Lu Yuan's side, rushing straight towards the 5. Hedges summon creatures. The leading knight scoffed at the sight of Lu Yuan, sending out 3 worms, raising his shield as he charged towards the giant jawworms. With him at the forefront, the mage behind him raised her staff. The mage from Haishi Gang was a fiery, red-haired, one-eyed young woman with an alluring figure. She glanced at the tall and eye-catching Ren Jichin, quickly losing interest before shifting her gaze to Lu Yuan, a glint flashing in her eyes. This little guy is quite handsome, though a bit too thin. Once I take you back, I'll make sure to feed you well every day, turning you into a healthy and plump boy. She looked at Lu Yuan with great interest, licking her lips. The 2 of them were only level 2 and 9, while their side had 5 members, all over level 20. Haishi Gang really did not regard the 2 with any seriousness. The mage's lewd gaze gave Lu Yuan goosebumps, and he frowned, waving his hand. Then he saw the spider monster next to him raise its massive abdomen and spray a large amount of webbing at the mage. The spider monster moved incredibly fast. Before the female mage could react, a stream of webbing had already hit her. What is this thing? The female mage struggled desperately, but the webbing tightened around her, accompanied by intense pain and a pungent stench, as she horrifiedly discovered her skin was melting. Hilmi quickly cast a recovery spell. She no longer retained her previous composure, shouting for help from the priest behind her. The nearby priest immediately raised her staff, casting a healing spell that temporarily stabilized her injuries. You little brat, you're looking for death. Beside her, the slender hunter saw Lu Yuan actually injure one of their members and couldn't help but explode in rage, drawing his bow and shooting an arrow at her. Ding! A giant jawworm beside Lu Yuan stepped forward, easily blocking the incoming arrow. This made the 3 people watch with wide eyes. This worm is so tough. They knew that all of them were around level 20 after their first promotion, with average attributes around 400, which was considered quite high. The hunter who shot the arrow had over 500 in strength, and attacking a level 3 summoned creature should have resulted in an instant kill. Who would have thought that such an attack would leave no noticeable mark? On the knight's side, he also collided with the 3 giant jawworms. Boom! Upon colliding with the approaching giant jaw worm, the knight felt as if he had crashed into a large truck, leaving him stunned. Such great strength. He had no time to be astonished, as a giant jaw worm was already opening its huge pincers ready to bite down on him. The knight immediately raised his shield to block, and the giant jaw worm's pincers clamped down hard against the shield with a loud bang. Crack! The giant jaw worm bit down on the shield with great force, causing intense sparks to erupt as the thick pincers scraped against the shield. However, there was not just one giant jaw worm. At that moment, two others charged in to sandwich the shield, attacking it twice. After the attack, the knight's shield had 3 deep cracks, nearly rendering it useless. The 3 giant jaw worms had almost shattered the knight's prideful shield. What the hell? What is this thing? The 5 stared at their captain, the knight renowned for his strong defense, whose shield was about to break after just 1 round of combat, all letting out strange cries. After only 1 round of combat, the originally carefree 5 fell silent, their faces filled with shock. How is it possible to be this strong? Lu Yuan's strength exceeded their predictions, and Ren Jichin beside him was also internally shaken. I didn't expect Brother Lu's summoned creatures to be this much stronger than they appeared. Thinking back to how he had planned to deal with them just a moment ago, he felt a wave of fear. Thankfully, he had not made an enemy of Lu Yuan. The 3 giant jaw worms continued their assault, while the knight clutched his nearly ruined shield and barely defended with a longsword. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the nearby dense forest, and then 10 giant jaw worms and 10 spider monsters emerged from there. The previously scattered insects began to converge towards this point, with the first batch of giant jaw worms and spider monsters arriving. What? How can there be more? Seeing that Lu Yuan actually had more summoned creatures, the 5 felt a chill in their hearts. Wait, little brother, let's talk this over. The knight, sensing the situation was dire, began to plead for mercy. However, Lu Yuan remained unmoved, ignoring him as the swarm continued their assault. 13 giant jaw worms charged at them, while a large group of spider monsters sprayed webs towards them. The knight's face turned pale as he shouted loudly. Shield wall. He thrust his shield into the ground, activating a skill to create a massive protective barrier covering all 4 of them. This skill could protect their lives for a short time. Attack. Target the summoner first. Behind him, the other 3 yelled and launched various ranged attacks at Lu Yuan. However, their attacks were all blocked by the giant jaw worms in front of Lu Yuan. How could it be this tough? What kind of monster is this? Looking at the unharmed giant jaw worms, despair filled the eyes of the 4. Just then a disturbance occurred behind Lu Yuan, and a figure emerged charging straight at him. It was the rogue who had quietly disappeared at the start of the battle. Using a skill, he had circled around to Lu Yuan's back, and suddenly appeared to launch a sneak attack. Haha, well done, old 4. To deal with a summoner, you must target the body. Seeing the rogue suddenly appear, the 4 felt a surge of excitement. The image of Lu Yuan being pierced by a dagger had already appeared in their minds. Oomph. Seeing the rogue appear for a sneak attack, Lu Yuan let out a cold snort. From the very beginning of the battle, he had noticed the rogue's disappearance. So prepared in advance, he turned around and raised his hand to activate a skill. Pain whip. Yeah. The rogue let out a heart-wrenching scream as he rolled on the ground, dropping the dagger from his hand. He looked at the rolling rogue, then at the 4 who were being fiercely attacked by the 3 giant jaw worms, and an idea struck him. Just in time to test that skill, Aging Aura. As his mind focused, the aura took effect, an invisible wave enveloping the 5. In an instant, the originally youthful 5 members all turned frail and aged. The 5 members of the Blackstone gang initially had no awareness of the anomalies occurring within themselves. However, when they discovered that their once familiar weapons had suddenly become unbearably heavy, and that a companion nearby had suddenly aged drastically, they realized something was amiss. What is happening? What kind of skill is this? My face. The red-haired sorceress looked at her hands, now covered in wrinkles, with disbelief. As she fearfully touched her face and confirmed her most terrifying suspicion was true, she could no longer maintain her composure, crouching down and holding her head, completely losing her will to fight. The beauty and figure she once took pride in had vanished, and it felt worse than death itself. Not only was she affected, but those around her were also struggling. Why are my hands so stiff? I can't shoot. The hunter looked at his rough, rigid hands, finding it difficult even to hold a bow, let alone knock an arrow and shoot. Nearby, the priest had just raised his hand to cast a healing spell, but in the next moment, he let it drop, his expression bewildered. What was the incantation for the healing spell? The leader knight at the front was also just standing there, lost in thought. Is this the shield wall? When did I activate it? The knight found it hard to understand. Boom. At that moment, the shield wall barrier shattered under the assault of 13 giant mandibles. As the giant mandibles lunged towards him, the knight remained standing there in a daze. What should I do when a physical unit gets close to me? Wait, what am I doing? What is this creature approaching me? Why am I suspended in midair? Who am I? Where am I? The aging aura not only drastically reduced all his attributes, but also left him with senility. His deteriorating mind could no longer comprehend the situation before him. Crack! The knight was bitten in half by a giant mandible. As he fell, the 3 companions behind him lost their protection and were instantly slaughtered by the tide of oncoming giant mandibles. Then dozens of the creatures rushed towards the corpses of the few, initiating their devouring process, and in an instant blood and flesh flew everywhere. Seconds later the 5 individuals vanished without a trace, leaving not even a fragment of their cells. The Blackstone gang, once a tyrant in the nearby area and notorious for their misdeeds, was thus obliterated. Next to Lu Yuan, Ren Jichin, who had merely been a spectator with no chance to intervene, swallowed hard. Lu Yuan's insects were too powerful, far surpassing the metrics of detection techniques. Ren Jichin estimated that he couldn't defeat even a single giant mandible, let alone 8. Moreover, the skill that could turn people into old men was simply terrifying. Anyone affected by this skill in real combat would be completely at the mercy of their enemies. Looking at Lu Yuan beside him, the latter appeared calm and unperturbed, as if the destruction of the Blackstone gang was a trivial matter, nothing significant. However, deep down Lu Yuan was even more astonished. The effect of the aging aura greatly exceeded his expectations. It was truly formidable. This skill could directly force a target into an aging state, not only drastically reducing all attributes, but also affecting combat experience, awareness, and intelligence. The original effect of the aging aura allowed a person to rapidly age, and when combined with the effects of the master's skills, it led to a genuine state of old age. All attributes significantly reduced, and even clarity of thought began to wane. Lu Yuan had never heard of such a perverse skill. It was truly overpowering. With the painful lash of the aging aura and the formidable power of both skills combined with an army of 200 insects, one could only say that the Swarm Master was indeed a legendary profession. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward boldly, entering the light pillar to retrieve an item and store it in his personal space. Then he turned and smiled at Ren Jichin. Brother Ren, since the treasure is in hand, I won't linger here any longer. See you at the major exam. Ren Jichin finally came to his senses. I'll see you at the major exam. Sitting atop a spider creature, Lu Yuan walked away. Ren Jichin stared blankly at his departing figure for a long time before mumbling. This is no genius, he is clearly a monster. The swarm scattered and continued to push through while Lu Yuan sat on the spider creature, checking his personal storage space and counting his recent gains. The 5 members of the Blackstone gang had quite a few pieces of equipment on them which the insects did not consume, but instead brought back to him. Knight armor, the hunter's bow, and arrows, the sorcerer's staff, and more. There was no shortage. However, these pieces of equipment were not suitable for his profession and could not be used. He could sell them later when he returned to town for a profit. His gaze shifted to a corner of his storage space. Here an item was radiating dazzling light. The greatest harvest this time was the extraordinary treasure he had just. Indestructible giant hammer, platinum level, first transcendence level 10, equipment requirements, strength and constitution above 150 points, no profession restrictions, effects 100 to all attributes. This item is indestructible and never deteriorates. This was a giant hammer taller than a person, crafted from unknown metals, shining with a golden luster, clearly not an ordinary item. Equipment and skill potential are similarly graded into several rarities. From the most basic whiteboard equipment to black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and starry. This grading is akin to the grading of growth potential for skills. For the same level, the higher the rarity, the stronger the. Previously, Li Fei had received support from his father, and early on possessed a silver-level weapon, which made the students in Class 2 extremely envious. Silver-level weapons are already quite rare, let alone the higher-tier gold weapons. Now Lu Yuan had obtained this weapon, which was a platinum-level weapon higher than gold. It offered a total of 100 points in 4-dimensional attributes. This was simply extraordinary. One must understand that a typical awakened individual reaching first transcendence might only have attributes around 8,090 points. This weapon could directly double those attributes. Moreover, such a powerful weapon had no profession requirements. This meant it could be used by any profession. This elevated the value of the equipment even further. Such a platinum-level piece of gear would definitely cause a stir if brought to the trading post. However, encountering such a good item that he could equip, Lu Yuan decided to use it for himself first. If he truly had no money when he reached the second transcendence, he could consider selling it then. Looking back at the staff handed out by the school earlier, basic staff 1 to mental power increases mental recovery speed by 5, was simply a world apart. The entrance to the dilapidated fortress is located at the foot of a great mountain. A massive vortex emits a black glow. Looking up from here, one can see a grand castle built into the mountainside halfway up. As one approaches the entrance to the dungeon, the number of pedestrians gradually increases. Stalls and calls can be heard everywhere. Many teams preparing for the dungeon have set up tents nearby to rest and recover. A tank is needed for a 5-person team on normal difficulty with subsidies. Come and join if interested. A 10-person team on normal difficulty is recruiting 2 mages, experienced players only. Silver scale chest plate, bronze quality, 500 gold each. A rare silver staff just dropped from a boss. A private message me if interested. Unlike the novice dungeon, the dilapidated fortress is a serious dungeon. There are difficulty levels to choose from. Besides normal difficulty, there is also a hard difficulty. Monsters inside are of higher levels and stronger attributes. Hard difficulty generally requires an elite team at full level after the first promotion to clear. However, this dungeon has somewhat poor experience efficiency for awakeners of this level, so almost no teams opt for hard difficulty. Additionally, there is another feature of this dungeon: the more players that enter, the more monsters will spawn inside. Thus, one cannot rely on sheer numbers to push through, only by carefully selecting powerful teammates and achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts can one hope to clear it. Yuan stepped onto the main road leading to the entrance. At this point, he had already collected all his insects, leaving only 2 giant mandibles behind him. Crunch crunch. The enormous fearsome giant mandibles advanced, moving their long dagger-like legs. A pair of oversized pincers reflected a pitch-black glow, their hard exoskeleton covered in sharp spikes. The giant mandibles with their sinister appearance caused people to unconsciously clear a path for him. Most of those who came here were in groups, making Yuan, who was alone, quite conspicuous. Several detection spells were cast on the giant mandibles, causing Yuan to frown slightly. Level 2 after the first promotion. Hissing, this summoned creature has 176 strength and constitution, quite impressive. Looking at the attributes of the giant mandibles, people whispered among themselves. Although the level is a bit low, the attributes are sufficient. Someone approached to strike up a conversation. 120 constitution, huh? Young man, your summoned creature is quite tough, and you have 2 of them. Our team is currently lacking a tank. Would you like to join? Are you a summoner? Our team needs a mage, and you could also join. Others could only see the basic information of his giant mandibles. The enhancements and bonuses from the black iron level gear were completely invisible. However, even so, the excellent performance of the giant mandibles still attracted considerable attention. Yuan remained silent in response to these enticements, entirely ignoring them. Previously, the principal and others had used detection spells on him without hesitation, as they were considered family. But now in the wild, casually using detection spells on strangers held a different meaning. It was not a friendly signal. In extreme cases, it could even be seen as a declaration of war. Casting a cold glance at the approaching individuals, he turned to the entrance of the dungeon to check the dungeon information. Normal difficulty, hard difficulty. Then let's go with hard. To be honest, even the so-called normal difficulty isn't something one person can clear. However, having witnessed the power of the giant mandibles, Yuan had confidence in his abilities. He directly selected hard difficulty and entered the dungeon with the giant mandibles. Watching his figure disappear at the entrance, the crowd behind him erupted in discussion. Oof, he's going in alone without a team. Sigh, every month there are these overestimating youths who don't know that. Alright, disperse. He probably won't come out alive. Only one person. His skills are too one-sided, there's no way he can succeed. Why bother? We are all seeds of the human race's future. It's not bad for a young person to be reckless, but it would be a pity to lose his life because of it. The onlookers had mixed feelings, some gloating while others shook their heads in regret. However, they also had their own matters to attend to, and soon everyone forgot about Yuan, getting back to their own affairs. Passing through the entrance, Yuan stood before a sinister and dilapidated castle. It was the same castle that could only be viewed from below at the foot of the mountain. Legend has it that this was originally a military fortress from ancient times, cursed by the demon clan that attacked it, turning everyone inside into rotting corpses. As time passed, it transformed into a dungeon, attracting a large number of awakeners each year. Through the dungeon entrance at the foot of the mountain, he arrived directly at the main entrance of the castle. Here the once sturdy castle gate had long since decayed to mere wood shavings over the long years. Through the gate, countless rotting corpses could be seen wandering inside the castle. They were once humans, but had long lost their original appearance, their bodies highly decomposed, with skin and flesh bursting open and disgusting pus constantly dripping. These creatures were surrounded by a layer of black mist, the strong stench detectable from a distance. For ordinary people, just seeing these creatures from afar would send chills down their spines. Detection spell activated. Corrupted Zombie enhanced level, first promotion, level 5 strength, 300 constitution, 350 agility, 150 spirit, 50 skill frenzy. Seeing the attributes of the corrupted zombies, Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of a hard dungeon, these attributes and numbers are a bit exaggerated. Ordinary monsters at level 1 promotion level 5 generally have attributes around 120 or so. Even among stronger types, the average attribute is only around 150. Currently, this corrupted zombie in the hard dungeon had average attributes over 200. Not only that, through the gate, he could see countless corpses wandering around inside, their numbers extraordinary. As soon as he steps into the castle, these corpses would swarm him. At this moment, he was the only one who had entered the dungeon, and the number of corpses was already at a minimum. If a larger team were to enter, they would face even more enemies. For an ordinary team of awakeners, the strategy here was to approach from the periphery and find opportunities, pulling one at a time to eliminate slowly. Fearing that a careless move would provoke a massive onslaught of corpses which would spell doom. But Yuan didn't need to worry about that. Though these creatures had high attributes, they were still inferior to his giant mandibles. To others, this place was a den of demons, but to Yuan it was a treasure trove. Not only could he gain experience to level up, but he could also collect dropped materials and even let 400 insects feast to their heart's content. Was there a better place than this? He felt a surge of excitement and suddenly the area around him was filled with a swarm of insects, giant mandibles, and spider monsters. 200 giant mandibles and 200 spider monsters blocked the entrance to the castle, nearly filling it to capacity. Then these insects surged toward the gate. Behind the gate, the corpses immediately noticed the tidal wave of insects rushing in. They let out howls from their misshapen throats and charged toward the approaching giant mandibles. A corrupted corpse raised a claw with sharp nails and viciously struck down at the giant mandibles. The fierce attack whistled through the air. The giant mandibles did not dodge or evade, charging straight ahead. Just as the corrupted corpse's attack was about to take down a giant mandible, suddenly a thick white thread descended from the sky, perfectly entangling the corrupted corpse. The spider silk had extremely high stickiness and was toxic. The corrupted corpse howled and twisted its body, trying to break free, but awaited it was the enormous spiky pincers of the giant mandibles glinting coldly. With a crunch, the corrupted corpse was bisected. The swarm of insects coordinated perfectly. One giant mandible paired with one spider monster was nearly invincible. One spider monster spat a strand of spider silk from afar, wrapping around a corrupted corpse, which immediately became immobilized. Even the unevolved spider monsters could hold these corpses for a moment. That was more than enough. One giant mandible swiftly moved forward, opening its pincers to clamp down, inflicting serious injury on the completely defenseless corrupted corpse, then clamped down again, and the corpse was split in two. Even if the occasional corrupted corpse managed to strike a giant mandible, the 640 constitution was more than sufficient to completely negate the damage from the corpses. Killing a level 1 promotion level 3 corrupted zombie, gained 3,200 experience. Killed a level 1 promotion level 2 corrupted zombie, gained 3,400 experience. After killing the corpses, Yuan not only gained experience, but his storage space also acquired a lump of murky viscous black oil. This substance continually oozed from the corpses. Though it looked extremely disgusting, it was indeed a top-quality building material that could significantly enhance structural strength. Every 10 portions of black oil combined equals 1 standard unit. 1 unit of black oil could originally be exchanged for 5 gold at the trading post, but previously Principal Wang quoted him 10 gold. Though it seems little, the sheer number of corpses in the dungeon adds up to thousands. Thus a large number of awakeners come here year-round just to hunt for black oil to make money. The monsters here provide roughly double the experience than outside, and with high density and numbers they are easy to farm. With a total of 400 insects and the swarm of corpses engaged in fierce battle, Yuan's experience began to soar rapidly. In just 10 minutes his experience had increased by nearly 1/3. Seeing the experience bar, Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. This dungeon truly lives up to its reputation as the best choice for leveling. The experience efficiency is too high. He was gaining experience and his insects were also reaping the benefits. Each time a corrupted corpse was defeated, several insects would rush forward, quickly devouring the remains. At first Yuan was concerned that swallowing such a disgusting substance might upset the insects' stomachs. However, after using the devour skill, the insects stabilized and even seemed to improve slightly. It seemed his worries were unnecessary. The appetite of the swarm seems insatiable. Even a large number of corpses cannot satisfy them. Previously in the novice dungeon, Yuan had been cautious due to the gambling issue, so he didn't let them devour freely. Now the swarm has completely opened up to feed. Not only on corpses, but everything that the corpses pass by is reduced to nothingness. The bricks on the city wall, the collapsed buildings within the castle, and the remnants of walls are all devoured without exception. After sweeping through with 400 insects, the bare mountains and foundations were laid bare. If it weren't for the exam, the swarm probably wouldn't spare even these mountain stones. Through the main gate area, the next area is the cluster of buildings within the castle. Here various constructions are densely packed, and the streets are complex, filled with winding dark alleys. Perhaps around the corner a group of corpses could pounce unexpectedly. Or passing under a certain house, a corpse might suddenly fall from an upper window, catching you off guard. However, this complex terrain poses no challenge for the insects. They have many legs and are adept at climbing, whether scaling walls or crawling onto roofs. The corpses are humanoid beings, yet they possess low intelligence and sluggish movements. Thus this area, which would be challenging for an average awakened individual, becomes advantageous terrain for Yuan and his swarm. Are there zombies in the house? Eat. If there are no zombies in the house, still eat. Boom. A severely damaged house finally collapsed under the relentless gnawing of the giant-jawed insects and spider monsters, kicking up a large cloud of dust. A few corpses that had been hiding in the house were flung out high into the air. These corpses were quite miserable, becoming targets for the spider monsters below as several strands of silk shot toward them. The corpses in midair had no way to avoid it, and were instantly wrapped up like rice dumplings. When they landed, the approaching giant-jawed insects easily finished them off. Wherever the swarm passed, there were no remnants left. Whether it was houses, bricks, or wooden structures, or even the corpses inside, all were devoured equally and obliterated. Yuan sat atop a spider monster following behind. Generally speaking, as long as they are living beings, prolonged activity would lead to fatigue and the desire to rest. This is true for awakened individuals as well. Warriors need to replenish their stamina and maintain their weapons while mages need to restore their mental energy. It is impossible to fight continuously for long periods. But the swarm possessing the Devour skill is different. They thrive on battle, showing no signs of fatigue, pushing forward relentlessly without a break. This also means that as long as the swarm exists, Yuan can continue to fight. The energy needed for the first evolution is relatively small, and soon the spider monsters met this requirement. They evolved. Spider Monster Black Iron level 1 transition to level 2 Strength 440, 110 Constitution, 244 66, Agility 880 220, Spirit 176, 44, Skills Silk Binding Swarm Devour. After the evolution, the swarm continued to advance, finally arriving at the central square of this cluster of buildings. Here a gigantic corpse blocked the main road leading to the inner city. A detection spell was cast from a distance. Corrupted Butcher Boss level 1 transition to level 7 Strength 600 Constitution, 700 Agility, 350 Spirit, 200 Skills Berserk Meal Bell. This is an enormous, giant corpse, 3 times the height, and at least 10 times the width of other corpses. Holding a massive bone cleaver, it stood in the middle of the road. Unlike other corpses that wandered aimlessly, this mini-boss lay there sleeping soundly. As the swarm approached, the boss slowly opened its eyes. It stood up, scanned the swarm in front of it, and then slowly turned its gaze toward Yuan behind. Its bloodshot eyes were filled with madness. Staring fiercely at Yuan, he remained unfazed. If you have the ability, come through the layers of insects and confront me. Roar. It seemed that Yuan's disdain insulted the butcher, who let out an angry roar and charged over like an enraged bull. At this moment, the surrounding swarm also moved in unison. The spider monsters raised their abdomens, and in the next moment a barrage of silk shot toward the butcher from all directions. Even as a mini-boss in a difficult dungeon, the butcher had no means to counter the overwhelming silk. The gigantic butcher was instantly wrapped tightly in strands of silk resembling an ancient Egyptian mummy. The butcher roared and struggled wildly, constantly swinging the rusted great knife in its hand in an attempt to sever the silk. However, the silk spat out by the evolved Black Iron level spider monsters was even stronger. No matter how it struggled, the silk clung to it like a stubborn adhesive. Taking advantage of the moment the butcher was restrained, the surrounding giant-jawed insects surged forward. They had clear roles. The first to arrive opened their massive pincers to grip the butcher's thick legs, while the later giant-jawed insects stepped onto the backs of the insects in front, climbing onto the butcher's body. The spider monster's silk wouldn't stick to or poison their own kind, and the giant-jawed insects moved nimbly across the silk, adeptly crawling all over the butcher's body to find a suitable spot to bite down fiercely with their pincers. Soon more than a dozen giant-jawed insects clung to the butcher, biting down fiercely with their pincers, tearing away chunks of meat, emitting black gas, which fell to the ground with a splat, splattering a large area of filthy muck. The attacked butcher roared in anger, struggling madly in an attempt to fight back. However, with a layer of silk wrapped around it, and a swarm of giant-jawed insects hanging on it, could only exert all its effort to move. Just as it was about to collapse from being bitten to the bone and depleting its stamina, suddenly, the black mist swirling around it surged dramatically, and at the same time the butcher's strength increased significantly. Yuan observed this clearly and frowned. Is it berserk? It seems the attribute boost is considerable. Most of the previous corpses did not get the chance to use this skill before being devoured by the swarm. This mini-boss was the first to unleash this skill. With a powerful exertion, the berserk butcher finally tore through a layer of silk wrapped around it, and with its tremendous strength, it also flung off the giant-jawed insects on its body. Originally, its strength and constitution were already high, and now, with berserk activated, it surpassed both types of insects and attributes. Now free, the butcher was heavily injured with horrifying wounds all over its body, deep enough to see the bone and its innards hanging out. Yuan calmly looked at it, not urging the swarm to attack again, as he wanted to see what this creature would do next. Howl. The butcher stared with its blood-red eyes, raising its head high to let out a furious roar. After a brief silence, it continued to roar. Roar. As if in response to the butcher's roar, voices of howls echoed from all directions, chilling to the bone just to listen. Looking around, accompanied by the rising howls, numerous corpses began to swarm toward this location from all directions. The swarm advanced steadily, and where they passed had mostly turned into bare ground, but occasionally there would still be some fish that slipped through the net. From the undestroyed buildings in the distance, at the street corners, and in the ruins of houses, the figures of corpses appeared. They staggered forward, flowing toward this location. Watching the horde of decaying corpses converging on him, Yuan finally understood. So this is what the dinner bell means. As the tide of rotting bodies surged forward, instead of fear, he felt delight. This boss skill is truly remarkable. A smile spread across his face. Perfect timing. I wonder who's really serving as dinner. Earlier, the swarm of insects had conducted a carpet search, scouring every building to maximize the slaughter of the undead. For this, Yuan had willingly slowed his dungeon clearing pace. Even so, 100% clearance wasn't guaranteed. But now, with a single roar from the mini-boss, all those stragglers were being herded right to him. How could he not welcome this? They were all pure gleaming experience points. Dealing with the Butcher, a single rotting corpse, no matter how massive its form, couldn't possibly allow all 400 Jaw Crushers and Spider Fiends to gang up on it at once. Previously, a combination of 20 pairs of Jaw Crushers and Spider Fiends had been more than enough to handle this mini-boss. The rest had been idling around the periphery, occasionally spitting silk from a distance. The sudden appearance of so many targets gave these idle insects something productive to do. After its howl, the Butcher, now in a berserk state, once again fixed its deranged eyes on Lu Yuan. It seemed ready to lunge at him at any second to bite and crush him to pieces. Lu Yuan merely smiled at the sight. What does a berserk state matter? What does breaking free from the spider silk matter? Earlier, only 20 Spider Fiends had been spitting silk at it. With a wave of his hand, this time 40 Spider Fiends unleashed their silk upon it. Strand after strand of spider silk continuously bound the Butcher. At first, the Butcher could still rely on its frenzied brute strength to tear off the silk clinging to its body. But as more and more silk adhered to it, its movements grew slower and more labored. Eventually, it was once again wrapped up like a zongzi, completely immobilized. Then the Jaw Crushers swarmed in again. This time the mini-boss had no tricks left. It was swiftly toppled, dismembered, and devoured. Watching the scene, Lu Yuan shook his head. What mini-boss? Just a slightly larger chunk of meat. Around the battlefield, the rotting corpses summoned by its skill were also being rapidly cleared. In just 3 minutes, both the mini-boss and the surrounding undead were swept clean. Killed level 7 first turn Corrupted Butcher. Experienced 20,000, obtained Turbid Black Oil, 150, leveled up to first turn level 3. After eliminating the mini-boss and the horde of undead it had summoned, he finally leveled up. Name: Lu Yuan. Class: Swarm. Overlord. Unique legendary level first turn, level 3. Talents: Swarm, Overlord. Strength 640, 240, Constitution 640, 240, Agility 640, 240, Spirit 640, 240. Skills: Agony, Lash, Aura of Decay, Summon Jaw Crusher, Summon Spider Fiend, Swarm. Legendary talent: Summon unit capacity limit increased by 10 times. Overlord. Legendary talent: all skill effects are doubled for each summon unit existing. The summoner gains 1 point to all attributes. Agony Lash inflicts extreme spiritual burning on the target. Instant hit unavoidable. Aura of Decay accelerates the passage of time for hostile targets, causing them to enter a decaying state. Summon Iron Grade Jaw Crusher, summons 1 Iron Grade Jaw Crusher to fight for the caster. Summon limit 200200. Growth type skill potential legendary. Summon Iron Grade Spider Fiend, summons 1 Iron Grade Spider Fiend to fight for the caster. Summon limit 200200. Growth type skill potential legendary. With all summons fully deployed, the 400 creatures granted him an additional 400 attribute points. Currently, Lu Yuan's average attribute was a staggering 640 points. These 4-dimensional stats were actually higher than the mini-boss Butcher's. With such heaven-defying attributes, even if he didn't use the Swarm and fought slowly by himself, he could still clear this dungeon. After defeating the Butcher, Lu Yuan led his Swarm through the building complex and entered the inner city. This inner city was the castle's war zone, filled with numerous barracks, blacksmith shops, and warehouses. The entire inner city was in a state of advanced ruin, far more dilapidated than the outer areas, with rubble and collapsed walls everywhere. The stench of rot in the air was overwhelmingly thick. A single breath brought a heavy, nauseating odor that was almost suffocating. Here a large number of rotting corpses, once soldiers in life, roamed about. These undead were not only 2 or 3 levels higher than those outside, but also wore tattered armor and carried broken swords. Corrupted Soldier Elite, level first turn, level 7 strength, 350 constitution, 400 agility, 200 spirit, 80 skills. Berserk. They were higher level than the outside undead and equipped with gear. Such rotting corpses might have been a challenge for an average team of awakened. But for Lu Yuan's Swarm, this slight improvement was hardly impressive. The Swarm dispersed, each creature hunting on its own. These only slightly enhanced undead soldiers were still utterly helpless against the spider silk. The Swarm stuck to its old tactics. First the Spider Fiends would bind them with silk, then the Jaw Crushers would move in for the harvest. The process was no different from their operations outside. Killed level 7 first turn Corrupted Soldier. Experience 4500, obtained Turbid Black Oil, 4. Killed level 5 first turn Corrupted Soldier. Experience 4100, obtained Turbid Black Oil, 3. Killed level 6 first turn Corrupted Soldier. Experience 4300, obtained Turbid Black Oil, 3. A vast number of undead were slain and various notifications flooded in like a tidal wave. Soon the insect tide swept through most of the inner city, arriving at the Deep Commander's camp. Here, 20 undead soldiers stood in neat formation. Opposite them was a tall, rotting corpse. This creature was clad in exquisitely crafted plate armor and rode an undead warhorse. Though time had eroded the entire inner city to ruin, it had failed to corrode the plate armor on its body. Under the dim daylight, the armor emitted a faint, dull glow. This well-equipped knight was the dungeon's final boss, the Corrupted General. Lu Yuan cast a detection spell. Corrupted General boss, level first turn, level 10 strength, 700 constitution, 800 agility, 450 spirit, 500 skills. Berserk Legion's Call. Eliminating the undead in the military district had pushed Lu Yuan's experience bar, which had already leveled once, to 2/3 full. Now defeating the final boss and its undead troops right before him would grant him another level. The swarm's arrival had long since caught the attention of the corrupted general and its subordinates. The general raised its head, silently staring at Lu Yuan, while the undead soldiers turned to face the swarm. Compared to the undead outside, these soldier corpses were remarkably different. They didn't howl and lunge immediately upon spotting a target like the others. Instead, they silently watched the approaching swarm and Lu Yuan standing as still as disciplined soldiers. On Lu Yuan's side, the swarm under his command was equally unified, moving as one entity. The two armies stared at each other in silence for a moment. Then Lu Yuan's swarm moved in unison, surging like a tide towards the corrupted general and its soldiers. As if responding to the swarm's incursion, the undead soldiers drew their weapons in unison and pressed forward as one. But the first thing to meet them wasn't the jaw crushers. It was a barrage of spider silk from the sky. With a wave of Lu Yuan's hand, countless strands of silk rained down, instantly entangling the front 20 undead soldiers, completely immobilizing them. The corrupted general Lu Yuan did not neglect either, giving it special attention as 20 spiders sprayed silk at. Yet the warhorse beneath the general proved agile and swift, weaving through the dense web of silk threads, dodging most of them. Any silk that stuck to him was swiftly severed by the general's blade. With a leap, the corrupted general charged over the front ranks of rotting soldiers and giant-jawed insects, swinging his blade toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan sneered at the sight. This time 40 spiders raised their abdomens and blasted out a torrent of silk. Faced with such an overwhelming barrage, the corrupted general had no room to evade. No matter how he maneuvered his steed, a thick layer of silk clung to both him and the horse. Even while ensnared, the corrupted general pressed forward relentlessly. His warhorse neighed, veins bulging on its legs as it strained to drag the spiders at the other end of the silk. Remarkable strength, Lu Yuan mused in astonishment. He cast a detection spell on the warhorse. Corrupted warhorse chieftain, level 1st, tier 8 strength, 800 constitution, 400 agility, 700 spirit, 200 skills, frenzy rampage. So that was it. This creature was a mini-boss in its own right, boasting high strength and agility. The final boss itself was no slouch, and it came with a mini-boss and 20 rotting soldiers. Such a configuration made him sigh. No wonder the ruined fortress is so tough. He couldn't imagine what kind of party would be needed to clear this dungeon. Many dungeon guides were sold in the city, but they were expensive. Short on funds, he hadn't bought any. Thinking quickly, he ordered several giant-jawed insects to approach the spider that had caught the corrupted general. The insects clamped their jaws around the spider and began dragging it backward. Combined the strength of the giant-jawed insects and the spider finally restrained the corrupted general and his warhorse, severely slowing them down. Now it was manageable. More and more silk wrapped around the general and his steed. The spider split into two groups, one binding the general and the other the horse, then pulled in opposite directions. The corrupted general and his warhorse were forcibly separated. Both were dragged to the ground, and before they could rise, a swarm of giant-jawed insects rushed in, surrounding each and dividing them into two battlefields. The final boss battlefield now had 3 fronts: 40 pairs of giant-jawed insects and spiders against the corrupted general, 30 pairs against the warhorse, and 20 pairs locked in combat with the rotting soldiers. The overwhelming advantage of the giant-jawed insects and spiders quickly turned the tide, with all 3 fronts leaning decisively in their favor. Several giant-jawed insects clung to the corrupted general, relentlessly attacking until he was covered in wounds. The warhorse fared worse, all 4 legs bitten off as the insects feasted on it. As for the 20 rotting soldiers, they had already been devoured. Suddenly, the grievously wounded corrupted general let out a roar and raised his hand as if to act. But Lu Yuan raised his hand first from a distance. Hai was waiting for that. He had already witnessed the frenzy skill from the butcher and had no intention of letting the general showcase it again. Seeing the general about to activate frenzy, Lu Yuan acted swiftly. Painlash. The general shuddered, and the skill was interrupted. Pleased with the effect, Lu Yuan nodded. Good, it works on the undead too. Seizing the opening, several giant-jawed insects swarmed the corrupted general, climbing onto his body and attacking every reachable part. With a crunch, a giant-jawed insect bit off the general's already severely injured left arm. Thick, oily black liquid gushed from the wound, reeking of decay. Not just the arm. Every part of the general bore deep, bone-exposing wounds from the insect's bites. Unable to activate frenzy, missing an arm, and gravely wounded, even his formidable skills were useless. Within a minute, the corrupted general let out one final roar and collapsed. Killed corrupted general, first tier 7. Gained 500 EXP, level up to first tier 4. Obtained steel edge shield, bronze obtained, or staff black iron obtained, turbid black oil x 300. The final boss was defeated in under 5 minutes. Thus the hard mode dungeon was cleared, soloed entirely by Lu Yuan. Leaving the insects to devour the boss corpse, he reviewed his gains. In half an hour, he had leveled up twice from first tier 2 to first tier 4. Compared to leveling once every half day outside, this was over 10 times more efficient. Aside from the massive EXP, defeating the boss yielded 2 pieces of equipment. Steel edge shield, bronze, level 1st, tier 10 requirement, constitution 200, warrior or knight effect, strength 10, constitution 40. Obtained or staff black iron level 1st tier 10 requirement spirit 180, mage class effect spirit 15, increases spirit recovery rate by 10. Both were 1st tier 10 equipment 1 bronze and 1 black iron, but their stats paled in comparison to the indestructible giant hammer he had obtained earlier, also 1st tier 10. The indestructible giant hammer was platinum grade, boosting all stats by 100. These two pieces offered meager bonuses and were unusable by him. Soon losing interest, Yuan stored them with his previous loot from the Blackstone gang, planning to sell them in this. Another major material gain was the turbid black oil, which Principal Wang had offered to buy at double the price. Every rotting soldier dropped some. After one run, he had collected over 300 units of the oil. That translated to 30000 credits. It might seem insignificant compared to the 2 million from Chairman Lee's donation, but the key was that he could farm this dungeon repeatedly, earning the same amount each time. With a few runs, he'd have enough for his 2nd tier upgrade. But there's the cooldown, he sighed. Most dungeons couldn't be run back-to-back, and the Ruined Fortress was no exception. Every dungeon clear had a cooldown. For the Ruined Fortress, it was 6 hours. He had learned various ways to shorten cooldowns at school. Many items or treasures could reduce or even reset cooldowns, but all required vast sums of money, far beyond Yuan's reach. If only I could keep going, he mused, gazing at the barracks before shifting his eyes to the main tower behind it. The tower dominated the castle's center, soaring into the sky like a sword piercing the heavens. That was the Lord's Manor, the true heart of the castle. If he could enter, who knew how many rotting soldiers and treasures awaited? Regrettably, the main building within this dungeon was merely a backdrop, nothing but an illusion. No matter how far one walked toward it, they would never reach it. The content of the Ruined Fortress dungeon ended there, with no main city in sight. He shook his head. Forget it, it'll just grind monsters on the outskirts. Yuan maintained a positive attitude. He didn't force what he couldn't achieve, but strived to do his best in what he could. Looking at the insects, they had nearly devoured the boss while he was tallying his gains. Not only the boss, but the entire military district structures and the rotting corpses within were also almost completely consumed. During the boss fight, he had deployed a total of 90 pairs of giant mandible bugs and spider monsters. The remaining 110 pairs of giant mandible bugs and spider monsters had mostly been idle on the periphery. However, Yuan didn't let them slack off. Those idle insects dismantled the entire military district inside and out, devouring every rotting corpse within the buildings and the structures themselves until nothing remained. This too was a form of gain. As long as they consumed enough, the swarm could evolve again. However, the energy required for another evolution was dozens of times greater than the first, and they were still a ways off from reaching it. After vanquishing the rotting corpse general, a shimmering vortex appeared before him, through which he could directly exit. Just as Yuan was about to lead the swarm out of the dungeon, a sudden rumbling tremor struck. At first the shaking was barely perceptible, but within seconds the dungeon began to quake violently, as if struck by an earthquake. The entire dungeon space became unstable. The vortex before him flickered incessantly, like a failing light. Yuan steadied himself, raised his head to scan his surroundings, and frowned. What's happening? The dungeon has suddenly become unstable. He glanced at the insect beside him, which was clutching a beam, with its massive mandibles munching on it as it walked. At the sight, his brows shot up, forming a deep furrow. Could it be that the swarm's devouring has drained the dungeon too much? Neither the rotting flesh nor the building materials could be taken out of the dungeon. Aside from rewards like equipment and drops that directly entered the storage space, not a single blade of grass or tree from the dungeon could be brought out. But there was one exception. The energy consumed by the insects. After all, they didn't regress upon leaving the dungeon, proving that the swarm's enhancements from devouring were permanent. This meant that through their devouring ability, the swarm could extract energy from the dungeon. Energy was the foundation of a dungeon's existence. If a dungeon was repeatedly cleared, its energy would sharply decrease, leading to instability and even permanent collapse. This was also why dungeons had cooldown periods. Staying here wouldn't reveal the cause. Anyway, let's head out. And outside the dungeon, the scene had once been peaceful, with awakened ones going about their business. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble shook the earth and mountains. The entire mountain trembled violently, and rocks of all sizes rained down upon the human settlement, like hailstones, eliciting cries of alarm. The entrance vortex of the ruined fortress danced wildly, as if on the verge of exploding. The sudden anomaly sent a wave of shock through the crowd. What's happening? No idea. The dungeon's become extremely unstable. Did something happen inside? Soon a large group of awakened ones gathered at the entrance, chattering and speculating. People kept exiting prematurely due to the dungeon's tremors. Whenever someone emerged, others would swarm them with questions. Just then Yuan also came out. Another one's out. Isn't that the guy who soloed the dungeon earlier? Some recognized him as the reckless youth who had arrogantly attempted a solo run half an hour ago. Seeing that Yuan was still alive, many looked surprised. Soloing a dungeon and surviving this long is already impressive. Then someone noticed Yuan's level and exclaimed in shock. Wait, wasn't he just at tier 1 a level 2? Now he's tier 1 a level 4. How did he gain 2 levels in just half an hour? Did he solo it on hard? Impossible. How could a beginner at tier 1 solo a hard dungeon? And in just half an hour. Well, when you think about it, that does make sense. A stir ran through the crowd, and someone approached Lu Yuan. Hey, did you encounter anything unusual in there? Lu Yuan shook his head. No, I was just clearing the dungeon, when suddenly everything started shaking. It nearly got me killed. He spoke with an innocent expression. Ah, you don't know either. The person who had spoken didn't expect to glean any valuable information from Lu Yuan, and quickly moved on to question others who had emerged. Lu Yuan's 2-level gain in half an hour would normally have drawn a crowd, but now everyone's attention was captivated by the dungeon's anomaly. If you ask me, this is a sign that a rare treasure is about to appear in the dungeon, someone said mysteriously, and others nodded in agreement. That's right. I saw something similar in a dungeon near the East Sea. The dungeon's energy suddenly depleted rapidly, and then a gold-grade shield dropped inside. Every cloud has a silver lining. Look, the cooldown time has doubled. Hearing this, Lu Yuan checked the dungeon's information. He saw that the ruined fortress' original 6-hour cooldown had become 12 hours. By now he was certain that his 400 insects' voracious devouring had caused the severe energy loss leading to the recent phenomena. I should probably rein myself in a bit, he mused silently. If he devoured too aggressively and actually destroyed the dungeon, it would be troublesome. Not to mention how the people who relied on this dungeon for survival would react if they discovered he was the culprit. The authorities in the coastal city would likely set up an investigation team to look into the matter. With countless awakened abilities out there, some were bound to be able to identify him as the true perpetrator. Moreover, the energy required for the swarm's next evolution was dozens of times greater, and this was merely a small-scale dungeon with limited energy reserves. Even devouring this dungeon entirely would be futile. What mattered most now were his own level and collecting enough turbid black oil to exchange for money at the principals. Both of these relied on this dungeon for now, and killing the goose that laid the golden eggs was unwise. He decided to exercise some restraint in future dungeon runs. At the very least, he would stop scavenging terrain and structures beyond the monsters. With a 12-hour cooldown, he'll head into the wild to level up as much as possible. The dungeon had a cooldown originally 6 hours, but now for some unknown reason it had become 12 hours. Though Lu Yuan had a good idea why, he would never admit it. With 2 giant jaw worms in tow, Lu Yuan left the human gathering place at the entrance of the dungeon. Do you think the anomaly in the dungeon was caused by that guy, eh? One person turned to their companion as they watched him leave. How could he, being only a first transition level 4, have caused such a commotion? That's right, the idea of a dungeon treasure appearing seems more plausible. The person nodded, slightly glanced again at his departing figure, and then turned their attention away from the tall, slightly thin young man emerging from the dilapidated stronghold. After putting some distance between himself and the place, he released all the worms, leaving 5 pairs of giant jaw worms and spider monsters to guard around him. The rest were sent out to seek prey on their own. The monsters wandering around the dilapidated stronghold were mostly around first transition level 7. Wolfmen, goblins, packs of wolves, and wild boars all occupied their own territory in the vicinity of this dungeon. Although their levels were similar to the decayed corpses within the dungeon, the experience and monster density they offered were far inferior. Moreover, there were no double value drops. However, it was sufficient to feed the worms, and gaining experience and materials was still excellent. After releasing the swarm, Lu Yuan took out a tent from his storage space. This was one of the items he had purchased for 100 gold. The worms could find their targets and eliminate them without needing his constant supervision. He planned to take a nap. He had been leveling up intensely since awakening and hadn't had a proper rest. With 10 worms guarding him, he had no need to worry about his safety. After sleeping soundly until dawn, Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Feeling refreshed from a good sleep, he checked his experience bar. Nearly half the night had passed, yet he had gained less than 1/10. The cooldown time for the dungeon was still 6 hours. He then focused his attention on a giant jaw worm in the distance, which seemed to be encountering something that had awakened him from his slumber. Sensing the information relayed back from the giant jaw worm, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. Captured by someone. What happened? It seemed that this giant jaw worm had been imprisoned by someone. Lu Yuan could exchange simple information with his summoned creatures, such as attacking using skills, coming for help, finding food, or spotting treasures. However, the information transmitted by the giant jaw worm was also simple and vague. Words like battle, attack, spotted a person, discovered food, found treasure, were conveyed. Complex and precise information exchanges like human language were a bit too much for the worms. The messages sent were unable to describe intricate situations. He needed to go and see for himself. Let's go take a look first. No matter the reason, the imprisonment of his summoned creature made him furious. Attacking a summoned creature was tantamount to attacking the summoner himself. Though he did not know who the other party was, anyone who dared to lay hands on his summoned creature would certainly pay for it. He crawled out of the tent. Outside, he saw 10 worms tightly surrounding the tent, giving him a strong sense of security. He mounted one of the spider monsters and headed straight for the giant jaw worm that had sent the information. At the same time, he commanded all the outside giant jaw worms and spider monsters to rush to the scene. The evolved black iron-level spider monster was pitch black with a vibrant red patch on its carapace resembling a demon. With 8 long and thin spider legs, it moved at an incredible speed. When he arrived at the location indicated by the giant jaw worm, the other hunting giant jaw worms and spider monsters had already gathered. Dismounting from the spider monster, he stored all the worms back into the storage space, leaving only one giant jaw worm by his side. Since he had come to find the person who imprisoned his giant jaw worm, they might attack. Yuan did not plan to reveal his cards right away. He looked around. He was currently in a hilly area sparsely covered with low vegetation. This place was not far from the dilapidated stronghold, and he could see the castle standing halfway up the mountain. Standing at the top of the hill, he could see a lowlying area on the opposite side, where 7 or 8 people were gathered. This was a group of young men and women well-equipped wearing cloaks emblazoned with a unified emblem that prominently featured the character G. The G family was well known in Linhai City. The family head Ji Xian was the protector of Linhai City and the only level 5 powerhouse in the surrounding area. In terms of status, he was even higher than Principal Wang and President Li. Moreover, the Ji family had several level 4 elders and an army composed entirely of level 3 elites. Such a Ji family was the largest family in Linhai and served as a stabilizing force for the entire region. The Ji family enjoyed a high reputation in Linhai City, and their army was strict and disciplined with no violations. To flaunt this honor, members of the Ji family would wear white cloaks with the family emblem when going out, making them easily recognizable. Compared to such a gigantic entity as the Ji family, someone like Li Fei who had no real abilities was nothing at all. Seeing his imprisoned giant jaw worm, Yuan felt puzzled. Why are the Ji family members here? Why do they want to control my giant jaw worm? In the hilly depression, here gathered 9 young talents from the Ji family, all of whom were around 20 years old. Leading them was a paladin wielding a large sword and shield exuding an extraordinary aura and appearance. His name was Zhou Lingxing. He had just awakened last year, and had risen to level 2 in just 1 year, making him a leading figure in the younger generation of the Ji family. Zhou Lingxing, holding his great sword, spoke to a young girl before him. Miss, this worm is probably a summoned creature or pet of some awakener. If we control it, the owner will likely appear soon. The girl in front of him was named Ji Mingyu. Dressed in white, holding a staff, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, her skin was like cream, and her beauty was breathtaking. She looked at the captured worm with a reluctant expression. Zhou, do we really have to do this? After all, we are all of the human race. Oh, why must it be so? Seeing the girl's expression, Zhou Lingxing felt a stir in his heart and comforted her. Don't worry, we will definitely not harm it. However, this secret must be kept for now. This concerns your future, miss. You are an epic class profession and will soon reach level 3, achieving far greater accomplishments than I. Zhou Lingxing spoke fervently, but Ji Mingyu slightly shook her head and smiled. You are being too humble, Zhou. You are the most outstanding among the awakened of our Ji family this past year. Father considers you a right-hand man in training. Zhou Lingxing's eyes first flashed with joy before gently. How could I dare? My greatest dream is to reach level 3 as soon as possible, to be granted the family name by the head, and then join the Ji family army. Not to mention far-off matters, the most important thing right now is your level, miss. This worm and its owner are merely minor issues. He then seemed to remember something and frowned deeply. Why haven't Lao Mo and the others arrived yet? He beckoned to a thief. Lily, haven't Lao Mo and the others arrived yet? Time is running short. Hurry. The thief named Lily came closer to the two. Zhou, miss, Lao Mo and the others are already on their way here. He was a few years older than Zhou Lingxing, but still treated him with respect. There was no choice. After all, he had risen to level 2 in just a year. Although he had awakened a few years earlier, he was still stuck at level 1. Upon hearing Li's report, Zhou Lingxing became increasingly dissatisfied. Of course, I know they are heading this way, but when exactly will they arrive? Can't you figure out such a small detail? Li's face showed difficulty. But it's over 100 miles from the city, and there are monsters wandering along the way, or it's hard to estimate the exact time. Alright, I know this much already. Zhou Lingxing interrupted him impatiently. He understood without needing to be told. The transportation from Linhai to here was extremely inconvenient, with monsters obstructing the way. But at this moment they had no other choice but to hope that Lao Mo and the others would arrive safely and on time. Ji Mingyu slightly lowered her head, gripping her staff tightly. It was rare to encounter a secret realm dungeon. How could she let such a good opportunity slip away? The secret realm dungeons randomly appear in certain locations in the wild. Generally, they disappear after one completion and reappear after a while. These dungeons are significantly more challenging than regular ones. In return, the rewards can be immense. Not only can one obtain vast amounts of experience and materials, but clearing a secret realm dungeon may also yield extremely rare equipment or treasures. If one is fortunate enough to acquire highly rare equipment, it would greatly enhance their capabilities. Today the team, led by Zhou Lingxing, originally brought Ji Mingyu along to level up. However, their luck was overwhelming as they unexpectedly discovered an entrance to a secret realm dungeon. Before they could celebrate, they realized they could not enter the dungeon. This dungeon has a requirement for the number of entrants. At least 10 people are needed to enter. Since they only had 9, Zhou Lingxing urgently contacted the Ji family in the city to send someone over. Linhai is a bit far from here, and it will take some time for reinforcements to arrive, but this dungeon will disappear. Contact Lao Mo and the others again, and don't stop until you get a response. Zhou Lingxing urged Li Li. Li Li complied, and began repeatedly contacting the Ji family's reinforcements who should be on their way, but the other side seemed to be entangled with something and had not responded. As everyone grew increasingly anxious, Zhou Lingxing suddenly turned to look at a nearby dirt slope. Friend, since you are here, why not show yourself? However, after a long pause with no response, Zhou Lingxing called out loudly. We are from the Ji family. You can tell by our cloaks. As he spoke, he dramatically lifted his cloak, which bore a large embroidered character, Ji, shining brilliantly in the morning sunlight. I guarantee in the name of the Ji family that we will not harm you. After a moment, a young man descended from the dirt slope accompanied by a giant insect. Upon closer inspection, the young man was dressed in simple garments. Though somewhat slender, he was tall and well-featured, particularly his deep-set eyes, which captivated those who looked upon him. Allow me to introduce myself. Oh, I am Zhou Lingxing, the captain of the 9th Squad, directly under the Ji family. He smiled at the young man. In response to Zhou Lingxing's warmth, Lu Yuan merely Allow me to introduce myself. Oh, I am Zhou Lingxing, the captain of the 9th Squad, directly under the Ji family. He smiled at the young man. In response to Zhou Lingxing's warmth, Lu Yuan merely nodded before speaking coldly. I am indeed the owner of the insect. You have imprisoned my giant mandible beetle to lure me out, haven't you? Is the Ji family also planning to engage in nefarious activities? Zhou Lingxing smiled slightly at this. He thrust his great sword into the ground, releasing his grip to signal he bore no ill intent. How could that be? We do wish to meet you. As you can see, we have not harmed your insect, nor do we intend to. Oh. Lu Yuan squinted. Now that I am here, what do you want with me? Lu Yuan's attitude caused the surrounding Ji family members to frown. Zhou Lingxing spoke amiably, but this young man, despite seemingly being only a low-level first transition, was consistently aggressive, clearly showing disdain for the Ji family. Lu Yuan's lack of recognition began to wear on Zhou Lingxing's patience. Let me be direct. For the next 3 hours we need you to stay here and not go anywhere, and you are strictly prohibited from using any communication devices. Lu Yuan scoffed coldly. Why? The Ji family's affairs are not for you to question, Zhou Lingxing replied. For him, representing the Ji family was an unparalleled honor. Lu Yuan lowered his head and sighed softly before looking at the circle of Ji family members around him. Hey, you Ji family are quite overbearing. You attack my insect without cause, and not only do you not inform me of the reason, but you also want to imprison me here. Zhou Lingxing smiled. That is indeed the case, so what can you do about it? He felt that he had already been quite amiable toward Lu Yuan, a mere ordinary person. Yet Lu Yuan continued to press on aggressively. Did he really think he was a sick cat, just because the tiger did not roar? Lu Yuan chuckled coldly. How what if I refuse? Zhou Lingxing also sneered. How I have been speaking to you kindly, yet you are relentless. Do you think the Ji family is easy prey? Lu Yuan's words ignited his anger. What good words? You imprisoned my insect without cause, and now you want to restrict my freedom without distinguishing right from wrong. Who is being aggressive here? Is the Ji family so unreasonable? The so-called Ji family army that commits no wrongdoing is a joke. Zhou Lingxing was enraged. Impudence. How dare you defile the Ji family? He seized the sword from the ground, pointing the tip at Lu Yuan. Just as the two were at an impasse, a young girl suddenly intervened between them, blocking Lu Yuan and glaring at Zhou Lingxing. What are you doing? Put down your sword. Ji Mingyu commanded in an unquestionable tone. But miss, no buts. Have you forgotten what father said? Never attack others without cause. Zhou Lingxing reluctantly sheathed his sword. The sudden appearance of the girl surprised Lu Yuan slightly. He recognized her. Ji Mingyu. She was quite famous, a student from First High, and had awakened in the same batch this year. In the entire student circle of Linhai, Ji Mingyu was regarded by the vast majority as the only standout from First High, no, the only blossom in the entire third year of Linhai. Moreover, she held an even more remarkable identity as the only daughter of Ji Xian, the head of the Ji family. If merely being beautiful and of high status was not enough, she consistently ranked first in the entire city academically. In city rankings, even Lu Yuan, who was first and second high, was her defeated opponent. With such beauty and status, it was no wonder she drew countless admirers. It was said that before her awakening, suitors were already lining up at the Ji family's doorstep. Even young lords from major families and other provinces came to propose. After awakening 2 days ago, she became even more remarkable. She was the only one in Linhai to awaken into an epic-grade profession. It could be said that if it weren't for Lu Yuan's legendary profession this year, she would undoubtedly be the brightest star in Linhai. Ji Mingyu did not go to the novice dungeon, but was arranged by her family, who sent a team to level her up. Such luxury could only be afforded by a family like the Ji family. Looking at her aura, now she seemed to be just over level 20. This speed was already incredibly fast. At this rate, she might reach first transition in 2 or 3 days. Although Zhou Lingxing led this group, he seemed reluctant to oppose Ji Mingyu. Looking at Ji Mingyu before him, Lu Yuan's eyes shifted, and he quickly understood many things. I see this group is here to help her level up. That explains why they arbitrarily imprisoned my giant mandible beetle and are trying to restrict my freedom and block communication. The reason behind this. It was nothing more than discovering some benefit and being unable to take it away for the time being, so they could only wait for the right moment. An example would be the treasure that appeared after Lu Yuan cleared the Wolfman settlement. However, treasures make a significant commotion when they appear, and the area here was quiet, clearly not a sign of a treasure's emergence. The remaining possibilities are likely just a few kinds. He murmured softly to himself. Ji Mingyu, after finishing her reprimand of Zhou Lingxing, turned back to Lu Yuan and said earnestly, "Please rest assured, friend, the losses you incur because of this will certainly be compensated by the Ji family. I guarantee it in the name of the Ji family. However, we did not bring many valuable items today. If you are still concerned, I can sign a human contract with you. But right now, could you please refrain from using communication devices?" Lu Yuan nodded slightly, but then shook his head. "I believe you, but you cannot compensate for my losses. Achieving first transition within a day is unprecedented nationwide. With the big exam approaching, if this matter delays me, what kind of compensation could offset my future? Even if it is the Ji family, Lu Yuan does not believe they can provide a satisfactory compensation. What a joke. Are you made of gold? Do you think the Ji family can't compensate you?" Zhou Lingxing sneered disdainfully at Lu Yuan's words. Judging by this young man's attire, he was probably not from a wealthy family. How could a behemoth like the Ji family fail to compensate for the losses of someone like him? Utterly ridiculous. Lu Yuan cast him a cold glance, then suddenly curled his lips and spoke. "Let me guess why you're making such a big fuss. You imprisoned my insect to lure me here simply because you were afraid it might see something important that I would learn, right?" he said, looking around at his surroundings. "But what could be so secretive on such a barren plain? It's nothing more than stumbling upon a benefit and not wanting to make it public, fearing others would come to snatch it." Hearing this, Zhou Lingxing could no longer contain himself. Pointing at Lu Yuan, he warned, "Nonsense. I'm telling you, watch your mouth. There are only a few likely answers." Ignoring Zhou Lingxing's warning entirely, he stared the other man in the face and enunciated each word. "Let me guess. A rare treasure appearing. A new instance emerging. Or perhaps a world boss. A secret realm instance." When he mentioned the secret realm instance, Lu Yuan, who had been closely watching Zhou Lingxing's reaction, curved his lips into a smile. "Oh, I see. So it's a secret realm instance." Although this arrogant young man was a bit older than Lu Yuan, having lived 2 lives, Lu Yuan found this greenhorn far too inexperienced to compete with him. "Yuan, did we ever say there was a secret realm instance?" Zhou Lingxing stubbornly refused to admit it, but Lu Yuan ignored him and continued speaking to himself. "Since it's a secret realm instance, why are you all blocking the way here? Judging by your expressions, things haven't been going smoothly for you, have they? Why aren't you going in?" Saying this, he revealed a meaningful smile. "You haven't met the conditions to open the secret realm instance, have you?" Seeing he had been exposed, Zhou Lingxing decided to drop all pretense. He snorted coldly. "So what if you guessed it? That insect of yours must have told you." After discovering the secret realm instance, the group immediately hid the entrance. However, Lu Yuan's insects were numerous and spread out in a carpet formation, leaving no blind spots. Thus, the giant jaw insect that passed by at that time became the target for being silenced. In truth, the giant jaw insect hadn't seen anything, otherwise Lu Yuan would have known the full story long ago. The reason he blurted it out so directly was simply because he found Zhou Lingxing extremely irritating and wanted to provoke him to dampen the guy's arrogance. This guy was clearly someone who had been pampered since childhood and knew nothing of the world's hardships. Lu Yuan had taken a dislike to him the moment he saw him. Just as the two were locked in a war of words, a nearby thief suddenly scurried over to Zhou Lingxing in a panic and whispered a few words in his ear. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lingxing's face turned ashen. "A Knoll beast tied? How could this be?" It said that a Knoll stronghold over there was massively destroyed, so the various Knoll tribes united for revenge. "Brother Zhou, what's happened?" Ji Mingyu also moved closer. Seeing their expressions, her face changed as well, and she quickly asked. Old Mo and the others ran into a beast tied. Zhou Lingxing paused mid-sentence, glanced at Lu Yuan, then pulled Ji Mingyu aside and spoke in a low voice. "Some damned soul massively destroyed the Knoll strongholds. The Knolls retaliated, and Old Mo and the others were surrounded by a large-scale beast tied on their way here." Ji Mingyi's face darkened upon hearing this, and she asked anxiously, "How could this happen? Are they all right?" It said the family head has already dispatched the 3rd squad. Dealing with mere Knolls should be no problem. But Old Mo and the others? Zhou Lingxing implied that they wouldn't be coming. "I see." Ji Mingyu nodded, breathing a sigh of relief. "It's good that Brother Mo and the others are safe." She smiled somewhat helplessly. "My father always tells me that one must never force what is not meant to be, or retribution will surely follow. It seems this instance is not fated for us. Instead of wasting time here, it's better to just give up." At this moment, Lu Yuan, who had been watching coldly from a distance, spoke up with his arms crossed. "You all seem to be in a spot of trouble. My time is precious, so can I leave now? And how long do you intend to keep my He wore a gloating expression, infuriating Zhou Lingxing. When did I say you could leave? You Ji Mingyu raised her hand to stop Zhou Lingxing from speaking further and approached Lu Yuan. I apologize for wasting your time. I will definitely give you satisfactory compensation for all your losses so far. As she looked at Lu Yuan before her words slowed down, and then her eyes lit up. Actually, the situation has changed a bit. I have a deal here, are you interested? Oh, a deal. Lu Yuan smiled upon hearing this. Let me guess. You've been stuck here unable to enter simply because you haven't met the conditions to enter the opportunity instance. The common entry conditions for opportunity instances are just a few the number of people their level or that entrance must meet specific attributes. You didn't ask about my attributes or probe my specific level before proposing a deal, so. Lu Yuan looked up at the crowd before him. Could it be that you don't have enough people and need me to make up the numbers? There are 9 of you here, adding me makes 10. It seems the instance requires at least 10 people to enter. Although Zhou Lingxing disliked Lu Yuan, he was secretly astonished. This guy was really quite uncanny. Without being told anything, he had figured it all out just by standing there. Unlike Zhou Lingxing's look of disgust, Ji Mingyu smiled radiantly and nodded after hearing Lu Yuan's analysis. You're very clever. That's exactly it. This instance requires a minimum of 10 people, so your joining would solve everything. Do you accept my proposal? Hearing this, Zhou Lingxing was frantic. Miss, how can this be? He's not a member of the Ji family. How can we share the Ji family's resources with him? Looking at the anxious Zhou Lingxing, Ji Mingyu said calmly, so what if he's not from the Ji family? If he doesn't agree, this instance will vanish into thin air, benefiting no one. 2 million, that's 2. Before Zhou Lingxing could finish, Lu Yuan shook his head in refusal. Having guessed that the entry condition was the number of people 2 million, that's 2. Before Zhou Lingxing could finish, Lu Yuan shook his head in refusal. Having guessed that the entry condition was the number of people, he had already formed another idea. He looked at Ji Mingyu before him and spoke. I can agree, but I don't want money. No money. Then what do you want? Ji Mingyi's watery eyes widened slightly in surprise. I want to join your team and share the spoils equally as a team member. If you agree to my conditions, I'll let go of the matter of you unjustly imprisoning my insect. The moment Lu Yuan said this, Zhou Lingxing immediately objected vehemently. You're dreaming. This secret realm instance was discovered by the Ji family. An outsider like you wants a piece of the pie. This touched a nerve. Lu Yuan smiled faintly at him. Without me, this outsider, you can't even enter the instance. You. Zhou Lingxing seemed to think of something. Show us your level. Fine. At this point, Lu Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He operated his Awakener information panel and displayed his level to everyone. First Ascension level 4. 1 year, and you're only First Ascension level 4. The weakest in our Ji family is level 10. The displayed information couldn't be faked, and everyone saw that Lu Yuan was indeed just First Ascension level 4. In the current setting, his level was the lowest, only slightly higher than Ji Mingyu. Seeing Lu Yuan's level, Zhou Lingxing, who had been indignant and irritable, suddenly calmed down, and his expression gradually became smug. He pointed at the young men and women of the Ji family around him. Elites like us are all close to max level for the First Ascension. Are you sure you want to go through the instance with us, and then distribute based on contribution? With Lu Yuan's level so low, there was no fear of him stealing the credit. Even if they cleared the instance, what he could gain would be extremely limited. Reassured, he looked at Lu Yuan and felt a surge of contempt. 1 year to reach only First Ascension level 4. Someone so overestimating their abilities was a waste of social resources. Based on common sense in this world, no one present would possibly believe that Lu Yuan had only awakened the day before yesterday. They all assumed he had awakened last year. However, Zhou Lingxing suddenly had another thought. Wait, judging by this guy's shabby appearance, maybe he hadn't awakened last year, but the year before. He had been awakened for 2 years. Thinking this, his contempt for Lu Yuan deepened. He raised his chin and sneered. I was being petty to argue with a junior. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, looking Zhou Lingxing up and down as he suddenly adopted an air of superiority. Is that so? Should the strong always display the demeanor of a master? This guy, for some reason, had suddenly adopted a condescending attitude. Yes, the Ji family's ancestral teachings state that those in a superior position should maintain poise in any situation and be tolerant towards juniors. Lu Yuan nodded. Alright, I'll follow your Ji family's ancestral teachings today too. Seeing that Zhou Lingxing no longer objected, Ji Mingyu nodded at Lu Yuan. I accept your conditions. We'll be teammates in the instance from now on. How should I address you? My name is Lu Yuan. Ji Mingyu smiled. My name is Ji Mingyu. Since we seem to be around the same age, I'll call you Senior Lu. Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. Senior? Zhou Lingxing said arrogantly, Miss awakened this year, and is already level 21. Lu Yuan ignored Zhou Lingxing. He tilted his head, and looked at Ji Mingyu a little speechless. Miss, we're in the same batch, you know. You've always outranked me in the city rankings. Last month at the city's Outstanding Achievers ceremony, we were praised together by your father. Don't you remember me at all? But then he let it go. After all, she was a young lady from the clouds. How could she possibly remember a nobody like him? At that moment, a female mage from the Ji family team approached Lu Yuan and said, tell us your preferred weapon and fighting style, so we can coordinate better later. Yes, Senior Lu, what is your class? I've never seen these 2 insects of yours in any bestiary. Ji Mingyu was also preferred weapon. Lu Yuan thought for a moment, then took an item out of his storage space. This is my preferred weapon. What he took out was the indestructible giant hammer he had obtained earlier, the only piece of equipment he could currently use. Most ordinary summoners have frail bodies, so they can only hide behind their summons and cast skills. But he was different, blessed with the Dominator talent. When ordinary melee classes just reached the second ascension, their strength and constitution stats might be around 350 to 400. The stronger ones might have 450. His current strength and constitution were close to 700, rivaling high-rarity melee classes. With such stats and a suitable weapon, he could easily fight at the very front of the team. Initially, everyone had looked down on Lu Yuan because of his shabby clothes. But when he took out the giant hammer, everyone was impressed. The indestructible giant hammer radiated light and was made of extraordinary material, clearly not a cheap common item. A G-family priest muttered softly, "While looks quite extraordinary, must be at least silver grade." Seeing that everyone's opinion of Lu Yuan was changing, Zhou Lingxing said disdainfully, "A good weapon depends on who wields it. If you don't know how to use it, even the best weapon is just a fire poker." As he spoke, he raised his long sword and flourished it. The G family dominated Linhai, commanding immense resources. Hence, even ordinary disciples had luxurious equipment. The long sword in his hand was also silver grade. It was a gift personally handed to him by a fourth ascension elder of the family as a congratulatory gift when he reached the second ascension, and Zhou Lingxing had always been proud of it. Facing the taunt, Lu Yuan merely cast him a faint glance. "I have poise." Nearby, a female thief approached. She looked at the indestructible giant hammer, then at the pitch-black shell of the giant jaw insect, and asked curiously, "You're a melee class with 2 insect-type pets. Are you the rare class insect berserker?" "Yes, my class is the melee-type rare class insect berserker. These 2 insects are my pets." Since the G family were outsiders, he saw no reason to reveal his trump cards, so he went along with it. Zhou Lingxing shook his head disdainfully, interrupting his conversation with the others. "Enough. We're about to enter a top difficulty instance. Only those at max level for the first ascension are useful." He looked at Lu Yuan. "You're first ascension level 4, and completely useless. Our team can handle the opportunity instance on our own. If you want to earn contribution, be my guest, but don't expect us to clean up your mess. We won't be responsible for any problems you cause." Lu Yuan gave him a long, hard look. "All right." After reaching a consensus with the G family, the long-imprisoned giant jaw insect was finally set free. It approached Lu Yuan, emitting a series of grunts, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction with its unjust captivity. Lu Yuan patted its shell. "I apologize for the inconvenience. There will be something delicious later." After Lu Yuan joined the group, walked a few steps south along the hills, and arrived at a low bush. The mage stepped forward and lifted the illusion cast over the area. The surroundings shimmered, revealing the entrance to the secret realm's instance. It was a massive vortex, larger and darker than the one at the ruined city. The edges of the vortex spun rapidly, while the center remained eerily calm and still resembling a bottomless abyss. "So this is the entrance to the secret realm. This is my first time seeing it. It's indeed somewhat different from the usual instance." For a moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the entrance, unable to look away for a long time. Zhou Lingxing, noticing this, urged, "All right, let's all go in." Now that Lu Yuan had joined, they had met the entry requirements for the instance. Zhou Lingxing, wielding a sword in one hand and a giant shield in the other, was the first to enter the vortex. Then the others followed one by one into the vortex. Lu Yuan and Ji Mingyu were protected in the middle by the crowd entering the instance. The scenery around them changed. In the next moment, the group found themselves in a dimly lit room. It was a dilapidated space filled with scattered, decaying furniture, and the walls were smeared with dark, unidentifiable stains. Outside, faint sunlight slanted through a window that had long been lost, casting a slight glow in the room. The entire place appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. A strong stench of decay filled the air, causing the newcomers to cough uncontrollably. "Where are we?" As everyone looked around, someone from the G family blurted out the answer. "This is the main building of the ruined city." The familiar stench of decay hung heavily in the air. Especially for Lu Yuan, who had been immersed in this smell just hours ago, he felt as if his sense of smell was almost lost, making it impossible to forget. Upon entering the instance, he immediately began to survey the surroundings and quickly guessed where he was. I didn't expect there to be a sequel to the ruined city. His heart raced with excitement. He recalled how he had coveted this main building before, and now he was actually inside. Everyone's eyes sparkled with curiosity as they looked around. They were currently in the hall at the entrance of the main building, with a long corridor stretching ahead. The entire main building was silent, and there were no signs of decaying corpses wandering about. Zhou Lingxing turned to the group and said, "Be careful. The ruined city is of high difficulty, requiring a first transition high-level team to clear it. This should be similar." As the team leader, he was now fully focused, sword in one hand and shield in the other. Although Zhou Lingxing had an arrogant and proud personality, he was indeed capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the leading figure of the Ji family's youth. He had been entrusted with the responsibility of taking care of Ji Mingyu. Looking back, the black vortex had already vanished. This meant they had to clear the instance to exit. Now, with no way out, the group had no choice but to move forward. This instance is likely to be quite challenging. The seemingly aloof female, maid Xiao Zhao, appeared somewhat uneasy. Beside her the archer Xiao Li chimed in, "We've had bad luck encountering an instance that cannot be exited midway. There are clearly no instances of this type nearby for the first transition." Seeing the unease among the group, Zhou Lingxing spoke up to encourage them. "At this point we can only move forward." He then turned to a burly warrior beside him and said, "Xiao Zhan, you and I will take the front line, everyone else line up as usual. Make sure to protect the young lady." Upon hearing this, everyone glanced at Ji Mingyu, their previous unease replaced by a sense of responsibility. Protecting their young lady was the highest honor for this small team, and they would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for it. Zhou Lingxing cast a glance at Lu Yuan, but said nothing. The implication was clear: "You're on your own. Young lady, please help us buff our statuses." He spoke to Ji Mingyu. She nodded in response, raising her staff. Ji Mingyu was an epic class job, the Blessing Messenger. This class, besides being adept at using light-based offensive and healing spells like a typical priest, had the unique ability to grant powerful buffs to allies. Although Ji Mingyu was only in her 20s, her skills could already provide a 10 attribute boost to the entire team. Despite Lu Yuan and his insect having attributes that could multiply several times, he was a legendary class job, with 2 legendary talents which allowed for such effects. A 10 attribute boost was already an extraordinary enhancement in an ordinary team. It could be said that she truly deserved her title as an epic class job. Even though her level was far below the team's average, she could still make significant contributions. Her class would instantly attract countless invitations just by standing at the entrance of an instance. She sequentially applied buffs to everyone, and finally cast one on Lu Yuan as well. When Ji Mingyu buffed Lu Yuan, Zhou Lingxing cast an unhappy glance at him. "We don't expect you to help, just don't drag us down. Don't let the young lady waste her energy on you." It seemed Lu Yuan was blamed for making their young lady waste her mental energy. Before Lu Yuan could respond, Ji Mingyu had already rebutted Zhou Lingxing. "We are all part of the team. Since we have accepted Senior Lu into our team, we must share the corresponding responsibilities. Is there anything wrong with that?" The young lady has a point." Zhou Lingxing did not dare to directly refute his young lady's actions, and immediately fell silent after being reprimanded. The group formed a battle team, and began to cautiously and slowly explore the instance. Everyone opened their terminals and connected with each other, allowing for communication within a certain range, and enabling real-time recording of each person's performance in the instance for later contribution statistics. No signs of decaying corpses were visible around the entrance. The group advanced along the narrow corridor. Lu Yuan and Ji Mingyu were in the back of the team, surrounded by a crowd of high-level awakened individuals. "By the way, why didn't your reinforcements come?" "Oh, if it's a secret, then never mind." He asked Ji Mingyu through a female. He was somewhat curious, otherwise this opportunity wouldn't have come to him. Ji Mingyu listened, and shook her head with a smile. "It's not a secret, you know. I've heard that a beast tide has emerged on the outskirts of the city, apparently triggered by someone attacking the werewolf settlement, prompting a counterattack from them." At this point she sighed lightly. "I wonder who did it. Although destroying the werewolf settlement is beneficial for us humans, this batch of awakeners has just awakened this year, and there are many urgent matters to attend to. It's not the time to start a war." Lu Yuan paused, looking down at the indestructible giant hammer he was holding, then subtly changed the subject. "Aren't you nervous? You're only at level 20, and you're entering a dungeon that feels dangerous even for a fully leveled first transition." Around them a group of first and second transition players were tense and on guard for any potential danger, while the two with the lowest levels were unusually relaxed and even had the mood to chat. Lu Yuan was not nervous because he was confident in his strength. The 398 powerful attributes of the bugs in his storage space, along with his own attributes exceeding 700, gave him confidence. Ji Mingyu chuckled softly. "Nervousness is a great enemy. My father said that being nervous can distort one's actions, preventing one from showcasing their true power. So he trained me from a young age to maintain a calm heart in any situation." She shrugged her shoulders, her expression somewhat helpless. Besides, in the current situation, being nervous wouldn't help. At this point she curiously looked at Lu Yuan, saying, "I see you're not very nervous either." "Haha, someone like me at the bottom level rarely encounters any good fortune, or I've become accustomed to it." Through the female thief, he said to Ji Mingyu with a hint of self-mockery. Although due to the limitation in numbers, Lu Yuan had temporarily joined this team. But this did not mean they completely trusted each other. After all, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. A nimble assassin stood between him and Ji Mingyu. Ji Mingyu was friendly towards others, always greeting Lu Yuan with a smile, but that did not mean she was simply naive and sweet. At all times she maintained at least a 5-step distance from Lu Yuan, never moving any closer. While not undermining cooperation, both sides kept a minimal level of vigilance. This was quite normal. One must always be wary of others outside. This is something the teachers at school always emphasized. During their conversation, the group finally reached the end of the corridor. "According to the architectural structure of ancient castles, we should have entered the main building through the main entrance. Ahead should be the Lord's Hall." Looking at the heavy door in front, the female maid Zhao said. The group exchanged glances, and then Zhou Lingxing at the front reached out a hand and slowly pushed the door open. Creaking and groaning, the rusted door slowly opened, revealing the spacious Lord's Hall before them. My heaven! Seeing the scene inside, the group gasped in shock. The Lord's Hall was spacious, about the size of a basketball court. Then the entire Lord's Hall was packed tightly with rotting corpses. My goodness, how many are there? Someone exclaimed. As the rotting corpses appeared, several detection spells flew out simultaneously, striking the nearest corpse. Corrupted Zombie Nightmare, level 1st transition, level 5 strength, 400 constitution, 450 agility, 250 spirit, 150 skills. Frenzy Scream. This is a nightmare difficulty dungeon. The average attributes of the rotting corpses exceed 300. Seeing the monster's attributes, the hunter, Xiao Li, whispered in surprise. Dungeons are categorized by difficulty: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. The rotting corpses here are of the same level as those in previous dungeons, all being first transition level 5, but in the nightmare dungeon their average attributes reached over 300. Zhou Lingsheng's elite team had no problem passing through the hard difficulty of the usual ruined strongholds. However, this dungeon was of nightmare difficulty, one level above hard. A full level 10-person team at first transition would find it very strenuous here, especially with Lu Yuan and Ji Mingyu, two burdens present. We are not an ordinary first transition team, but the elite team of the Ji family. Everyone be careful, this difficulty is not something we can easily overcome. Zhou Lingsheng was the first to speak, encouraging the crowd. Let's draw them out slowly one by one from the outside. Xiao Li shoot an arrow to lure one over. He then said to the hunter Xiao Li, who gulped and nodded. Xiao Lu, holding a bow, cautiously looked for a stray rotting corpse and shot an arrow at it. However, his actions were doomed to fail from the start. The density of rotting corpses in the entire hall was too high. Any noise would attract the attention of all the corpses in the Lord's Hall. The arrow shot by Xiao Li accurately hit the forehead of the rotting corpse, which let out an angry roar. Then all the corpses in the hall stopped moving at once, turning their heads in unison, their frenzied red eyes glaring viciously at the group at the entrance. With so many rotting corpses staring at them, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, a cold wave rushing from their feet to the crown of their heads. Retreat! Everyone back into the corridor. Zhou Lingsheng shouted urgently upon seeing this. The hall was too spacious. If they fought here, they would be surrounded and attacked by the corpses from all sides. Before he could finish his words, all the rotting corpses in the hall rushed towards the group in a frenzy. Zhou Lingsheng shouted, stepping forward with heavy strides, sword and shield in hand, and crashed violently into several corpses that were pouncing at the front. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely, both being knocked back a few steps. The rotting corpses that regained their footing were about to roar and charge again when a cold glint flashed on their heads. Crack! Before the rotting corpses could charge again, Zhou Lingsheng's sword tip had already reached their heads. With a crack, several rotting corpses had deep gashes appear on their heads, and repulsive black liquid sprayed out, causing several corpses to tumble backward from the immense impact. However, with so many rotting corpses densely packed, as soon as the front few fell, the ones behind immediately surged forward, reaching out their hands to grab Zhou Lingsheng. Without pausing, Zhou Lingsheng pressed his shield against the pouncing corpses with one hand, lowering his body to swing his sword at the legs of the corpses. Several rotting corpses erupted with black goo and fell to the ground. At the same time, facing several corpses, he managed to hold his ground, which spoke volumes about Zhou Lingsheng's ferocity. As a rare profession, he had just reached the second transition with a strength of 500 and a constitution reaching 550, which was quite high. After gaining Ji Mingyi's attribute boost, his strength increased to 550 and his constitution to 605, far surpassing these nightmare-level rotting corpses. Moreover, his technique was exquisite. A left-hand shield, right-hand sword had become one, balancing offense and defense. Given some time, he could single-handedly take down these few corpses. As a frontline fighter who could both deal damage and withstand attacks, he truly had both offense and defense covered. With Zhou Lingsheng holding the front, the group slowly retreated back into the corridor. Xiaozhan, not a single one can get past. After toppling another rotting corpse with a swing of his sword, Zhou Lingsheng turned to the deputy tank, Xiaozhan, behind him. The two of them, one in front and one behind, had Knight, Zhou Lingsheng blocking most of the rotting corpses, while any that slipped by were handled by Xiaozhan. Xiaozhan specialized in defense, clad in steel plate armor, wielding a massive shield. Although he couldn't deal significant damage, he could engage several rotting corpses without being at a disadvantage. In the narrow corridor, the putrid corpses lunged forward, but the two people at the front held them back. Once the others steadied their positions, they finally began to exert their strength. The hunter drew his bow, and the arrow whistled sharply, striking true and embedding itself deep into the forehead of a decaying corpse. The mage chanted incantations, unleashing sharply pointed ice shards that shot forth, while fiery fireballs rained down in succession, creating massive explosions. Thick wrist-sized tendrils emerged from the floor, ensnaring and tripping the once staggering corpses. From the shadows, a rogue seized the opportunity to leap out and thrust his dagger into the vulnerable spot at the back of a corpse. With reliable tanks forming a barrier at the front, the group used the terrain to strike hard against the horde of corpses. Everyone was continuously receiving notifications for gaining experience and items. The number of corpses began to visibly decrease. However, the sheer volume in the entire hall was overwhelming. For every one they killed, another would immediately take its place. The group had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue fighting. After nearly half an hour of relentless battle, they finally exhausted the number of corpses in the entire hall. We held them off. We can do this. After slicing through the last corpse, Zhou Lingsheng let out a triumphant shout. My heavens, we finally killed them all. Hunter Xiao Li threw aside his dagger and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. That battle had nearly drained all his stamina. Nearby female mage Xiao Zhao also slumped to the ground and took out a potion to drink her energy, severely depleted from the intense combat. After the fight, everyone was nearly exhausted except for Zhou Lingsheng, with Lu Yuan and Ji Mingyu also still standing. The two had been at the back during the entire battle, merely observing, without any opportunities to strike. Not to mention Lu Yuan, even Ji Mingyu, at level 21, could hardly deal any significant damage, and it was better for her to conserve her energy to support the others. After a brief rest, the group moved through the hall and continued forward. At that moment, Lu Yuan, who had been observing the battle from the back, suddenly took a few large steps forward, moving to the front line. The Ji family, consisting of 9 members, shared items among themselves. However, for Lu Yuan, the principle of loot distribution in this dungeon was based on individual contributions. The more effort one put in, the more they would receive. If he remained at the back, he would end up with nothing but a small amount of experience and some black oil. Seeing Lu Yuan moving forward, Zhou Lingsheng glanced back at him sideways, but said nothing. Previously, they needed Lu Yuan to fill the ranks, but now that the group had entered the dungeon, whether Lu Yuan survived or perished was no longer of concern to him. If Lu Yuan fell into a crisis, Zhou Lingsheng would not only ignore him, but would also unhesitatingly sell him out. Lu Yuan, the attributes of these corpses are too high, your level is too low to handle them. Even for me, it is dangerous to be in close proximity to them. Ji Mingyu silently watched Lu Yuan move forward, and then cast a protective shield around him. Senior Lu, this is all I can do, please be careful. In response to the kindness from the two behind him, Lu Yuan smiled, and then moved to the front. Zhou Lingsheng frowned at the sight of Lu Yuan consuming the precious energy of his young lady, but still pointed towards the back of the vice tank. You stay behind, Xiaozhan. If any corpses come, you can deal with them yourself, but be careful not to interfere with us. Lu Yuan nodded and moved behind the vice tank. In the dungeon, everyone had to follow the captain's commands. Even if he found Zhou Lingsheng unpleasant, he had to obey him. Passing through the hall, the group advanced into the adjacent room. Structurally, this room had once been a dining hall. However, all the furniture had long been corroded beyond recognition, replaced instead by a massive number of corpses packed tightly within. Roar! As soon as the group stepped into the dining hall, the corpses detected the intruders and all began to howl and charge forward. Xiaozhan, let's go. Zhou Lingsheng waved his hand, and the two with the vice tank braced themselves at the front. With the two of them there, it would be difficult for the corpses to break through from the front. Even though they had reached the front line, Lu Yuan in the third position still had no opportunity to strike. Good, hold steady, let's wear them down like this. As Zhou Lingsheng shouted while swinging his sword, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom. Years of decay had rendered the surrounding walls crumbling. Under the immense pressure of the corpses, they collapsed, and a large group of corpses surged through the fallen wall, charging directly at the rear of the team. Caught off guard, the Ji family's rear was immediately thrown into chaos. The mages, hunters, and priests had no choice but to grab their melee weapons and engage in close combat with the corpses. Zhou Lingsheng turned back, seeing the situation behind him, and nearly jumping up in alarm. He shouted to the vice tank, Xiaozhan, hold this position for now. He prepared to leave the front line to extinguish the fire at the back. However, without their main tank, the front line would immediately show vulnerabilities. Xiao Lu, you two thieves assist Xiaozhan, and Lu Yuan, you two move up. We must hold until I return. He planned for the two thieves along with Lu Yuan to temporarily support the vice tank Xiaozhan while he went back to deal with the crisis. Although Lu Yuan was of a lower level, the situation was urgent, and it was sufficient for him to hold out until the corpses at the back were eliminated. The safety of the young lady was the most important. However, before Zhou Lingsheng could take a step, he suddenly heard a voice say, "No need, I will handle it." In a flash, Lu Yuan appeared in the rear, his presence ghostly. Vice tank Xiaozhan pushed away several corpses with his large shield, turning to see Lu Yuan suddenly appearing at the back, his expression somewhat surprised. How did he get back there? He's only level 1, and just a 4th tier, what can he do? Lu Yuan disregarded his orders and rushed back, causing Zhou Lingsheng to grind his teeth in frustration. This kid doesn't listen to commands. Oh, I will definitely kick him out of the team later. In the rear, faced with the sudden swarm of corpses, the mages and hunters had no other option but to engage in close combat with their staffs and daggers. Even Ji Mingyu took up a slender sword to join the fray. Why are you back? We can't afford to worry about you right now. The druid, covered in black filth, spoke to Lu Yuan. As Lu Yuan suddenly returned to the rear, the others were not only surprised by his speed, but also felt that even if he came back, he would be of no use. Only Ji Mingyu continued to greet him with a smile. Senior Lu, you're here. At that moment, she radiated a dazzling golden light, appearing incredibly divine. This was the manifestation of the bloodline. She activated within her a display of her greatly enhanced abilities for a short period of time. The Ji family possessed a bloodline inherited from ancient angels, giving them a natural affinity for light-based spells. After activating her bloodline, her attributes surged dramatically, allowing her to carve out a place for herself even in this nightmare-level dungeon. This bloodline was her trump card. She was about to call Lu Yuan to join the defense line when she suddenly noticed a change in his expression as he looked behind him. "Senior, be careful behind." Lu Yuan let out a breath, quickly turning around to raise his hammer and bringing it down with tremendous force. The strike was so quick that no one could catch it, and everyone only saw a flash before their eyes. Then with a resounding boom accompanied by a wave of explosive force, the corpses that charged forward were smashed into a... With just a single strike, Lu Yuan instantly obliterated the nightmare-level corpse. Silence. The battlefield fell into a hushed stillness. Lu Yuan's hammer seemed to have pressed the mute button for everyone in the main building. Everyone stood their jaws slightly agape, staring at him in bewilderment. How could a mere level 4 novice effortlessly smash a nightmare-level corpse that they seasoned players at level 30 found incredibly difficult to handle? Aren't you just a level 4 from the first transition? The displayed level information couldn't be false. He was indeed level 4 from the first transition. Yet everyone couldn't fathom how a level 4 could take down a nightmare-level corpse with a single blow. So have we level 30 from the first transition leveled up to mere pigs? What was unfolding before their eyes was far beyond their comprehension. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in everyone's mind. Am I dreaming? However, the situation at hand left them no time for dawdling. In reality, the silence lasted only a moment. After Lu Yuan dispatched a corpse with one hammer, a large number of corpses rushed toward him. Seeing the approaching corpses, Lu Yuan reacted swiftly. With both hands gripping the hammer, he swung it in a wide arc before bringing it down with tremendous force. Boom. Another explosive sound reverberated along with a shockwave. This time Lu Yuan's hammer struck among 3 corpses, blasting them apart, as if they were torn rags, sending them flying through the air. As the tide of corpses surged forth, Lu Yuan did not pause for a moment. After a sweeping arc with the massive hammer, he twisted his body, and with a dazzling golden glow swept the hammer horizontally towards the corpses. Boom. Several more corpses with their upper bodies smashed exploded outward, toppling a large number of corpses behind them. Each strike from Lu Yuan was akin to a miniature explosion. The tremendous vibrations caused nearby corpses to lose their footing and fall. Boom, boom, boom. Each time the giant hammer struck, it released a shockwave. Simultaneously, one or more corpses were reduced to a pulp. Lu Yuan's overall attributes were already close to 700, and with the unbreakable giant hammer's additional 100 points from the platinum weapon, it became 800. Coupled with Ji Minji's attribute enhancement, Lu Yuan's total attributes were on the verge of breaking 900. Facing corpses with barely over 400 in health, it truly was a case of one hammer per child. Lu Yuan single-handedly held the line, preventing the advancing corpses from crossing a single step. Seeing this scene, the rogue Xiao Lu gulped in disbelief. His agility. How high could it possibly be? It must be several times faster than mine. Beside him, Xiao Zhan's expression was complex. Not only that his strength is equally exaggerated, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to lift that giant hammer. These corpses had attributes similar to theirs. So if that hammer landed on them, wouldn't it also be a one-hit kill? The precarious situation was stabilized under Lu Yuan's sudden burst of power. The others finally found a secure environment to unleash their attacks. They fully supported Zhou Lingsheng's side. Because over here with Lu Yuan there was no need for any range fire support at all. With tremendous force behind each strike, corpses fell dead upon contact with the hammer. A large number of corpses were swiftly eliminated, and after nearly 10 minutes of fighting, all the corpses in the nearby rooms were cleared. Once the battle was over, everyone collapsed to the ground exhausted. I thought we were going to die. In fact, we were really on the brink of total annihilation. If it weren't for someone. The druid looked at Lu Yuan with a complicated expression. Level 4 from the first transition. Are you for real? Lu Yuan smiled faintly at that. I am no longer a level 4 from the first transition. After a slight pause, he continued. I am now level 5 from the first transition. Previously, while he slept, his bugs went out to fight monsters, earning him some experience, and he also gained a bit from the earlier battle. As the main force in the recent fight, he received even more experience. Now he had leveled up again, reaching level 5 from the first transition. It must be said that the leveling efficiency in nightmare-level dungeons was simply astonishing. After catching his breath, the aloof mage Xiao Zhao finally spoke to him. Regardless, we owe you for what just happened, otherwise we would have been in danger. At this moment, Zhou Lingsheng also approached him, clearly shaken by the battle, and no longer exuding his previous composure. His whole body was covered in sticky black grime, looking extremely fatigued. Yet his eyes sparkled, vigilantly fixed on Lu Yuan. Where did you come from? I've never heard of anyone like you in Linhai. His face was filled with suspicion. By right, someone of Lu Yuan's level and strength should have a certain level of notoriety. But he had never heard of a Lu Yuan in Linhai. Narrowing his eyes, he questioned him with an interrogative tone. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in approaching our Ji family and the young lady? Zhou Lingsheng treated Lu Yuan this way, and the female maid Xiao Zhao couldn't help but intervene. Zhou, don't say that. If it weren't for Lu Yuan, one of us might have died. Zhou Lingsheng disdainfully shook his head. Lu Yuan. How do we know if this guy's name is really Lu Yuan? At that moment the always smiling Jimengyu also approached Lu Yuan, her beautiful brows furrowed, as she skeptically scrutinized him from bottom to top. Seeing this, Zhou Lingsheng anxiously exclaimed, "Miss, it's dangerous, you can't get too close to this guy. His origins are unclear, and who knows what his intentions are in approaching us." However, Jimengyu ignored Zhou Lingsheng's warning and leaned in closer, fixating on Lu Yuan's face. "I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan." She muttered his name softly, then suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I remember now. You are the Lu Yuan from No. 2. I know you. By the way, we met at the Municipal Awards ceremony for outstanding students a while back." At this moment it seemed she had finally recalled something about Lu Yuan. Under their young lattice, some members of the Ji family also began to remember Lu Yuan. "So it's him, the legendary class Lu Yuan from No. 2. Some people in the Ji family who were unaware of Lu Yuan's reputation asked others. "Lu Yuan from No. 2. He's the one who awakened in Linhai this year as the legendary class. I heard he leveled up to 30 in just one day." "One day to level 30? My goodness. The legendary class that awakened this year is actually him." Only then did they realize that the seemingly unremarkable kid was in fact the monster who had leveled up to 30 in a single day. Legendary classes are rare, and everyone had heard of Lu Yuan's exploits to some extent. Now they finally matched the stories with the Lu Yuan standing before them. Wow, so he's from a legendary class. No wonder he's so strong. Aren't you a summoner? How can you be so strong in close combat? This is just too bizarre. Rogue Xiao Lu seemed to be struggling to keep up with the pace of the others, and turned to the druid. Wait, what were you all talking? He pointed at Lu Yuan, disbelief written all over his face. "Are you saying this guy awakened this year? Then is his level 4 from the first transition, no level 5 from the first transition fake?" The druid shook his head. "No, it's real." The female rogue added, "I heard previously that the legendary class summoner levels up to the first transition in just one day, and is it strange that he has reached level 5 from the first transition now?" Xiao Liu's expression was one of shattered beliefs. "My goodness, level 5 in just 2 days. You're kidding me." Previously he thought Lu Yuan had awakened last year, or even the year before. Now suddenly being told that he had actually awakened just the day before yesterday left the rogue dazed. However, the facts lay before him, forcing him to believe. The aloof maid Xiao Zhao looked at Lu Yuan with a smile. "Lu Yuan, you've hidden quite deeply, haven't you? What was it called? I remember your class is called the Swarm Dominator, right?" The female rogue also said to him with a, "I see you just awakened the day before yesterday. No wonder we hadn't heard about you before. With your strength, if you stayed in Linhai for a year, everyone would come to know you." Upon realizing Lu Yuan's background and understanding that he was a local, everyone immediately lowered their guard against him. Compared to those awakened individuals who came from who knows where, Lu Yuan was a local, making him familiar and trustworthy. Moreover, his academic performance was among the best in the city, even rivaling the young lady of their family, making him a model student with outstanding character and academics. The Ji family's attitude towards Lu Yuan underwent a complete turnaround, changing from indifference to warmth. Of course, this did not include Zhou Lingsheng, who had been opposing Lu Yuan from the very beginning. Isn't it just luck to awaken a legendary profession? He looked quite unconvinced. After all, before Lu Yuan's appearance, he was undoubtedly the core of the entire team. However, Lu Yuan's overwhelming performance just now made him, as the team leader, feel a sense of crisis. He couldn't let everyone feel at ease, but instead allowed an outsider to steal the spotlight. How could he accept this? In fact, it wasn't just him. Another person's attitude towards Lu Yuan had also changed. "Lu Senior Bei, you really surprised me. When I first saw you, I thought you looked a bit familiar. You deliberately concealed your strength. We were all stunned, weren't we?" "Lu Senior Bei," Jimengyu said with a smile, emphasizing Lu Yuan's name clearly each time she mentioned it. It seemed that although Lu Yuan was from the same cohort, as her being called senior by her felt like he was taking advantage of her. "But I really have to thank you for what you did just now, otherwise we would have been in real trouble." "Lu Senior Bei." She wore a smile, but her tone was full of discontent. "Haha, it's my first time going out too. One must always be a bit cautious, don't you think?" Facing Jimengyu's anger, Lu Yuan awkwardly scratched his nose. "Well, that's true." She looked like she wanted to say something more. "Alright, we should set off once we've recovered enough. It seems it's not wise to linger here." After a short rest, Zhou Lingsheng urged everyone again. Cough cough. "The air here seems to affect the body. The nightmare dungeon is truly not for humans to enter." She coughed violently a couple of times, rubbing her chest. Everyone's faces looked a bit wilted. This was due both to the exhaustion from earlier battles and other factors. In the nightmare difficulty, the heavy stench of decay in the air seemed harmful to people. Staying here for too long would make one weaker. "If we stay here like this, we won't turn into rotting corpses, will we?" Little Thief Lu joked. Despite the exhaustion from the second battle, everyone still forced themselves to stand up. Fortunately, the sudden emergence of Lu Yuan, a powerful force, greatly boosted their morale. The group marched forward in formation, with Lu Yuan leading the way, wielding a giant hammer. Through the previous battle, he had already proven his abilities. Now Lu Yuan stood side by side, with Zhou Lingsheng at the forefront of the team. "Aren't you a summoner? Why aren't your bugs out?" Zhou Lingsheng remarked sourly. In the previous battle, Lu Yuan had made a powerful impression, leaving everyone in awe. But everyone knew that his true profession was that of a summoner. This profession was supposed to rely on powerful summoned creatures for combat, not the summoner themselves. However, during his passionate battle, just now not even a shadow of his two summoned bugs was seen. In truth, whether before or now, those two bugs were quite busy. They were rapidly devouring the decaying corpses on the battlefield, their giant pincers moving like shadows, feasting wildly. After the group entered the dungeon and defeated the first wave of corpses, Lu Yuan's two bugs had thoroughly let loose, gorging themselves. After all, this was a secret dungeon, a one-time event, so there was no need to worry about the dungeon collapsing. How could they let such an opportunity pass? Thus, even when the Ji family's rear was in crisis, and Lu Yuan personally went to save them, the two bugs remained focused on devouring the corpses without a glance up. Crack crack. The sounds of crunching bones and tearing flesh made everyone's eyelids twitch. Zhou Lingxing looked at Lu Yuan in astonishment. How long have these bugs been hungry? Can they never get full? Lu Yuan shot him a glance. They have indeed been hungry for some time, another meal, and they will be satisfied. Zhou Lingxing's eyes widened upon hearing this. The druid quickly interjected. Everyone knows that raising summoned creatures is costly, it's rare to encounter such an opportunity, so let them eat. Behind them, Ji Mingyu, who had initially looked a bit sulky, seemed unable to resist her curiosity, and asked, if they eat those things, won't they get a stomachache? She glanced at the rotting, oozing corpses, which were enough to make anyone feel nauseous, let alone swallow. They won't, they are somewhat special. Lu Yuan shook his head, and said. Passing through the restaurant, the group moved along the castle corridor, clearing away scattered corpses along the way, arriving at what seemed to be the castle storeroom. Like the previous two rooms, this place was still filled with countless corpses. As the group delved deeper into the dungeon, the level of the corpses they encountered increased, and these creatures began to appear from any direction at any time. Around the corners of the corridor, from side wooden doors, or even breaking through walls and windows, they suddenly appeared before the group. Sometimes while walking, hordes of corpses would fall from the ceiling, catching everyone by surprise. However, unlike last time with Lu Yuan standing at the front line was as steady as a mountain. Even if a small number of corpses emerged from unexpected corners, Zhou Lingxing could retreat from the front line to defend at any time, because Lu Yuan was there. As the main force of the team, he received the vast majority of experience and dark oil, as well as some black iron and bronze level equipment. Boom. Lu Yuan smashed a corpse charging at the front with a hammer, then quickly planted his feet, twisting his body in a sweeping motion. With a bang, he sent several corpses flying, knocking down those behind them as well. His movements flowed seamlessly, causing everyone behind to hold their breath instinctively. His combat skills are impressive and quite refined. The hunter nodded in approval. Lu Yuan had graduated at the top of his martial arts class at school. Now, paired with his immense strength and agility along with platinum-level weapons, he demonstrated formidable combat power. Little Thief Lu, a melee expert, nodded at his movements. Aside from his absurd attributes, his fundamentals are exceptionally solid. This is the result of hard work and practice. The group, who had been fighting outside for over a year, now watched Lu Yuan's actions and felt there was nothing excessive about them. Mage Xiao Xiao couldn't help but sigh. For a summoner, his melee ability is so strong. Opportunities are indeed reserved for those who work hard and are prepared. With Lu Yuan at the forefront, the group steadily cleared all the corpses in the storeroom. Wiping the long sword in his hand, Zhou Lingxing frowned slightly. The stench of decay is becoming increasingly potent. The longer we delay, the lower our combat effectiveness. Currently, only he, Lu Yuan, and Xiao Zhan had high physical endurance. Ji Minjia's bloodline seemed to provide some resistance to the dungeon's decaying aura, appearing to be alright. The others clearly looked dispirited. Just dealing with the numerous high-tribute corpses was already quite challenging. The characteristic stench of decay in the ruined city turned into tangible environmental damage under nightmare difficulty, significantly weakening everyone's combat power. To be honest, the difficulty of this dungeon far exceeded everyone's expectations. But now they had no choice. Alright, no more delays. Let's move on. After a brief rest, the group continued forward, but Lu Yuan found himself rooted in place, staring intently at a giant jawworm before him. The creature was swinging its head, seemingly conveying some sort of message. Meanwhile, another worm approached a corner of the warehouse, incessantly banging its massive pincers against the wall. Are you saying there's something tasty here? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. The worms had a devouring skill, and were particularly sensitive to edible and delicious items. It seemed they had discovered a significant amount of energy behind the warehouse wall. After receiving a confirming response, Lu Yuan pondered briefly before the two worms opened their pincers and began tearing down the wall. Although the others were puzzled by his actions, they did not stop him. At this point, he was the mainstay of the team. Without him, they would be doomed in an instant. With Lu Yuan not moving, the others could not advance either. The two worms were not very fast at tearing down the wall, so Lu Yuan waved his hand, summoning 8 giant jawworms and 10 spider monsters out of thin air. They also joined the demolition effort. The sudden appearance of over a dozen worms caused another stir among the onlookers. He actually has so many. I wonder how strong these worms are. They probably aren't very powerful, otherwise why would the summoner be fighting while the summoned creatures are just standing by? Zhou Lingxing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Before long the worms dug out a large hole in one corner of the warehouse. A swarm of worms rushed in, and Lu Yuan followed suit without hesitation. The others exchanged glances. Let's go and take a look, Thief Xiao Lu suggested. They then followed Lu Yuan. On the other side of the wall the warehouse revealed an unexpected scene. Those who entered felt a wave of dizziness followed by severe coughing as they covered their noses. The stench of decay was overwhelming and the room was shrouded in a greenish mist. Cough cough, what is this place? The smell of rot is so strong. Maid Xiao Zhao covered his mouth and nose while surveying the surroundings. This was an exceedingly strange room, or rather it was downright eerie. The room was filled with piles of rotten flesh and bones exuding a nauseating odor. Due to the passage of time the source of the rotting flesh was indiscernible. However, the bones revealed a variety of creatures, monster skeletons, and even human bones. Beneath the rotting flesh and bones dark red patterns were intricately drawn on the floor. Together with the flesh and bones they formed a bizarre tableau. What is this place? The dilapidated fort used to be human territory, right? How could there be such a room in the main building? Maid Xiao Zhao furrowed his brows as he scrutinized the room. The sight before her resembled an evil ritual from the Middle Ages to summon dark gods, which made her extremely uncomfortable. Seeing the eerie appearance of the room, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This is probably not a good place, even the spirits in the air are trembling. This must be a room for some sort of desecration ritual, the druid and the priest remarked. Although they were somewhat curious about the situation, they were more concerned for their own safety and had no time to investigate further. Lu Yuan also had no interest in the room's purpose. Whatever evil desecration ritual, it was he hadn't forgotten that the worms had come here because of the abundant energy. In short, one word: devour. 20 worms lunged at the strange formation, activating their devouring skills. Within seconds the entire room was utterly destroyed. Both the strange formation and the rotting flesh and bones were swept clean. Although the room was bizarre, it was rich in energy, and the worms were quite satisfied. However, Zhou Lingxing was not satisfied. Don't waste our time, we must hurry. But before he could finish his sentence, a sudden gasp erupted from those around him. As the room was completely destroyed, the heavy stench of decay that had enveloped the area dissipated, and everyone felt a lightness in their bodies. So that's it. It seems this stench was produced by the formation. If we can destroy this place, the environmental effects of the dungeon will lessen. Zhou Lingxing's expression changed with excitement. This is the key to breaking through the dungeon. Everyone listen carefully. We must destroy all the hidden rooms along the way to minimize the impact of the corrupt air. This will help reduce the environmental effects, and I'm glad Senior Lu. Destroying the hidden rooms will lessen the impact of the corrupt air. This is a major discovery. This is all thanks to you, Senior. After completely demolishing the mysterious room, the group continued onward. As they delved deeper into the dungeon, they encountered more and stronger corrupted corpses, eventually facing corrupted soldiers that only appeared in the final area of the dilapidated fort. These soldiers were equipped far better than ordinary corrupted corpses. The Ji family found it quite challenging to deal with them, but fortunately Lu Yuan was at the forefront. Zhou Lingxing and the two thieves stayed in the back to protect the rear, leaving only Lu Yuan and the off-tank Xiao Zhan at the front. After summoning 10 pairs of worms and spider monsters, he did not dismiss them. However, they did not participate in the battle, but followed behind the group to clear the battlefield. Your summoned creatures, even if they are useless, can at least hold off the corrupted corpses. Why are they just slacking off? Zhou Lingxing voiced his concerns again, but Lu Yuan ignored him. Don't say that. Having Lu Yuan here is already a huge help. What more can you ask for? Maid Xiao Zhao rebutted him. Afterward, the worms discovered 3 more hidden rooms, all of which were destroyed. With each hidden room demolished, the concentration of the corrupt air visibly decreased. Surrounded by corrupted corpses, the group fought their way to the center of the main building. In the Lord's chamber, they encountered the final boss of this dungeon. It was a corrupted corpse clad in fine armor. Unlike other corrupted corpses that wandered aimlessly, it stood by the window looking down at the entire castle. Seeing the back of the boss, Lu Yuan suddenly felt a hint of melancholy from its figure. Before he could think further, a voice came from behind. We finally made it. This must be the final boss of this nightmare dungeon. Zhou Lingxing exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the boss. At this moment, apart from Lu Yuan, everyone else looked fatigued. The intense battles coupled with the dungeon environment's drain meant they had been in this dungeon for only a few hours, but their exhaustion was greater than when they tackled 2 difficult dungeons back to back. First, scan the boss attributes. Corrupted Lord Chief, level 1st transition, level 10 strength, 1000 constitution, 1100 agility, 650 spirit, 750 skills, berserk, reversal strike. Upon seeing the boss attributes, Thief Xiao Lu gasped. My heavens, attributes over 1000. Is this still a first transition dungeon? This boss is too strong. There's no way to defeat it normally. Even Zhou Lingxing, using pure physical strength, would likely be struck down in just a blow or 2. What to do? With these attributes, Lu Yuan probably can't handle it either. After destroying 4 hidden rooms, the corrupt air in the entire main building was already incredibly thin, yet it still lingered. This air was constantly weakening them. The longer they delayed, the lower their chances of winning became. Zhou Lingxing raised his weapon and turned to urge everyone. There's no time to hesitate. Use all skills and attack together. I'll activate maximum defense, take this opportunity to unleash all your power, and try to weaken this guy first. Xiao Zhan nodded in agreement. Alright, it's the only way. Zhou Lingxing then turned to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, follow me, and watch for a good opportunity to unleash all your attack skills. Lu Yuan looked at him in surprise. Are you sure? This is the time to strike, so I'll make my move now. You. Zhou Lingxing opened his mouth to say something, but before he could finish, Lu Yuan waved his hand. Then thick strands of spider silk shot over the heads of the group, catching the boss completely off guard as it was facing away from them. Finally, the summoned creatures that had been idly hanging back sprang into action. Lu Yuan, what are you doing? Zhou Lingxing shouted angrily, but Lu Yuan merely smiled slightly. Attack! Didn't you tell me to find the opportunity to strike? This is the best opportunity right now. After being struck, the boss abruptly turned around, scanning the group before locking its gaze onto Jiminyu. It lifted its massive greatsword, preparing to charge forward. Zhou Lingxing stepped forward to shield Jiminyu. This boss will target the weakest. Everyone be careful and protect the young lady. In the next moment, the boss took a step forward, ready to charge. However, the group was astonished to see that after being ensnared by the spider silk, the boss movements became extraordinarily sluggish, each action seeming to require immense effort, almost like being in slow motion. Everyone stared wide-eyed. The boss, with its extraordinary attributes, was surprisingly so easily bound. Then they realized. No, this was a result of Lu Yuan's spider's high attributes. Wow, this worm has attributes higher than ours. The druid exclaimed in shock. It was the giant jawworm that he had previously bound with its roots. He had sensed that the jawworm's strength was extraordinary, but now it seemed that the creature hadn't even used its full power. Otherwise, his skills would never have been able to bind it. The initial ambush was successful, effectively restraining the boss movements, but Lu Yuan did not let his guard down. More bugs, please. The boss had high attributes, and just 10 pairs of bugs were not enough. With a wave of his hand, 40 pairs of giant-jawed insects and spider monsters appeared beside him. A total of 50 pairs, which meant 100 insects, now filled the battlefield. Seeing the sheer number of summoned creatures, Lu Yuan had everyone was greatly astonished. My goodness, does he have even more? How many summons does he really have? These summons possess extremely high attributes, and in such numbers it's simply monstrous. The 50 spider monsters combined their strength, wrapping the not-so-large boss limbs, with webbing several times, rendering the boss completely immobile. Everyone focus fire on the boss. Zhou Lingxing glared at Lu Yuan, but did not miss the opportunity. The Ji family members utilized various methods to attack the helpless boss. The mage launched ice arrows while the rogue emerged from behind the boss, aiming directly at its heart. Under the concentrated assault, the boss struggled fiercely, but the spider silk had already bound it, making it seem like the crowd was just beating a punching bag. This feels just like shooting targets. Is the boss actually able to be attacked like this? Today has truly opened my eyes. The mage and hunter chatted casually while casting their skills, looking relaxed. On Lu Yuan's side, he stood aside without intervening, but as soon as the boss showed signs of activating a skill, he immediately struck with his pain whip to interrupt it. He also tried to activate the aging aura to affect the opponent, but against the undead corpse this skill had limited effectiveness. After all, it was a corpse that had lived for a long time and had no concept of lifespan. The aging aura was naturally ineffective against such monsters. However, his pain whip was still exceptionally effective, causing whoever was hit to scream in agony. The initial ambush with spider silk had decisively changed the pace of the battle. As long as enough spider silk ensnared the boss, even the strongest boss would become a target, standing there to be battered by everyone. This was the terrifying aspect of the spider monsters. After targeting the boss for over 20 minutes, the final boss of the nightmare level dungeon was defeated with great difficulty by the group. Defeated, the level 10 corrupted lord earned 0 experience points, gained 1000 murky black oil, leveled up to level 6. Gained Blackwood Bracers, silver level, gained Throat Cutter Dagger, silver level, gained Murky Headband, gold level, gained Blacklight Staff, platinum level. Looking at the fallen boss, the rogue Xiao Lu was in disbelief. What? We defeated it just like that? This boss battle was too easy. It's my first time pushing down a boss so easily. Is this really a nightmare dungeon? The druid was equally astonished, glancing at the boss lying on the ground, feeling as if he were dreaming. The spider monsters took the initiative to control, and the G family members rushed in to beat the boss down. The entire process was so effortless that everyone felt their worldview had been refreshed. So this is how easy it can be to run a dungeon. And it's a nightmare level 1. At this moment, if there was any dissenting voice, it was only Zhou Lingxing. He looked at Lu Yuan with a face full of resentment. Since you were so strong, why didn't you have your bugs come out to work earlier? Lu Yuan snorted in response. If I had let the bugs act earlier, what would be left for you in terms of loot from the dungeon? Even though Lu Yuan had restrained himself somewhat, he had still shouldered 90 of the credit for the previous battle. In the previous battle, Lu Yuan single-handedly held the front line, blocking the corpses, while also exterminating a large number of them. According to the group's terminal statistics and calculations, he accounted for nearly 80 of the overall contributions. If he had truly given his all, then the Ji family would not have gotten any equipment. I want to contribute more, but you are unhappy about it. What exactly do you want from me? Lu Yuan was somewhat speechless. At that moment, Ji Mingyu stepped between the two, looking at Zhou Lingxing. Brother Zhou, since we've cleared it, why don't you bring out the equipment dropped by the boss just now? After defeating the boss, the group obtained 4 pieces of equipment. They were all currently in the storage space of the team leader Zhou Lingxing. However, according to the rules, Lu Yuan had contributed 80 in this dungeon, so he was entitled to take away items worth 80 of the value. Zhou Lingxing gritted his teeth, took out the 4 pieces of equipment, laid them on the ground, and turned his head away. You can choose for yourself. Lu Yuan stepped closer to inspect. The boss had dropped a total of 4 pieces of equipment: bracers, dagger, headband, and staff. Blackwood bracers, silver level, first cycle level 10, equipment requirement constitution above 120, no class restriction effect, strength 10, constitution 90. Throat cutter dagger, silver level, first cycle level 10, equipment requirement agility above 200, rogue class effect agility 80, attacks inflict tearing damage. Murky headband, gold level, first cycle level 10, equipment requirement constitution above 120, spirit above 130, mage class effect spirit 150, increases spirit recovery speed by 30. Blacklight staff, platinum level, first cycle level 10, equipment requirement spirit above 280, healing class effect spirit 220, converts light attribute skills to dark attribute. The most valuable item from this dungeon was undoubtedly the blacklight staff of platinum level. This equipment not only increased spirit by over 200 points, but also converted light type skills into dark type. It was considered a good item. However, Lu Yuan could not use it. This equipment was meant for healers, and was also very suitable for Ji Mingyu. Looking at the blacklight staff, Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. This item was the most valuable in the dungeon, and although he couldn't use it, selling it at the trading post would fetch a good price. But doing so would be somewhat short-sighted. Though she hadn't said anything yet, she must be wanting this equipment deep down. After all, having this staff would give her additional dark-type capabilities. What if he kept the blacklight staff for her? First, she would be grateful, and the Ji family behind her would remember this favor. In the future, if he or his sister encountered any trouble, having this favor with the Ji family would mean additional avenues of support. Looking at the people around him, they all held their breath, silently observing his choice. The equipment dropped by the boss was at least of silver level. Among the Ji family members present, only Zhou Lingxing's weapon was of silver level. You could say that most of them entered this dungeon for this moment. After a moment's thought, Lu Yuan made his decision. He considered himself not a lofty person. He would naturally make good use of whatever he could. He stepped forward to pick up the blacklight staff, and just as Zhou Lingxing was about to say something, Lu Yuan raised his hand and tossed the staff, which arced through the air and landed in Ji Mingyu's hands. This is for you, the rest are mine. Lu Yuan suddenly tossed the staff over. Ji Mingyu was taken aback, instinctively catching it. She blinked, looking at the staff in her hands, and then at Lu Yuan. Thank you, Lu Yuan. We the Ji family will remember your kindness, she said sincerely. After distributing the equipment, everyone prepared to head home. Except for Ji Mingyu, although the others did not receive equipment, the experience and murky oil they gained from this trip were already quite substantial. Moreover, the most important thing was that this dungeon provided a very suitable platinum-level equipment for their young lady, and when they returned, the Ji family would surely reward them handsomely. Everyone felt relaxed, and smiles appeared on their faces without them realizing it. However, when they looked up to survey their surroundings, all expressions froze. At that moment, Lu Yuan also frowned. Zhou Lingxing's face darkened as he scanned the area. Why hasn't the exit vortex appeared yet? Logically, after defeating the final boss, the entrance vortex to exit the dungeon should appear quickly. Yet even though everyone had finished dividing the equipment, they still saw no sign of the exit appearing. Why does it feel like it's getting colder? The female rogue hugged her shoulders. The priest looked up and scanned the area. Indeed, and the atmosphere of the dungeon feels somewhat different from before. The previously pervasive stench had mysteriously vanished. In its place, the entire dungeon was quietly enveloped by a layer of crimson mist. The previous atmosphere was one of decay and disgust. Now, however, it felt eerie and bloody. The sudden change in the dungeon's environment gradually filled everyone with a sense of foreboding. Then, as if to confirm this unease, boom. With a loud explosion, a wall of the Lord's chamber suddenly burst open. From the breach, a large amount of crimson blood mist sprayed out, revealing a passage. At the same time, an angry roar echoed from the other end of the passage, reverberating throughout the dilapidated fortress. Who dares disrupt the transformation array I set up? Zhou Lingxing frowned, his face extremely grim. It seems that this dungeon has more to it. A new passage appeared, and everyone exchanged glances, seeing hesitation in each other's eyes. To be honest, if it weren't for Lu Yuan, they wouldn't have won the previous battle. Now that the dungeon still had further challenges, their uncertainty grew even more. Zhou Lingxing looked at the newly appeared passage and sighed helplessly. Everyone, prepare yourselves mentally. If we want to get out, we must move forward. After resting for a while, they set off. Once there was no way out, just as Zhou Lingxing said, since entering this dungeon, they had no retreat. To escape, they could only advance. The group remained alert as they passed through the passage. They found themselves on the rooftop of the main building. The space here was vast and high, offering an unobstructed view from the foot of the distant mountain to the main fortress nearby. In the center of the rooftop stood a woman. She was a stunning beauty with an alluring figure and dressed in magnificent attire resembling an ancient court noble. If they weren't in a dungeon at this moment, one would instinctively bow in respect. But the problem was that she was currently glaring fiercely at them, her silver teeth clicking audibly with a murderous aura evident in her brows and eyes. Her furious roar just moments ago seemed to have come from her. Detecting. Lady Lord Annie Morningstar, boss level, 1st Transcendence, level 10 strength, 1400 constitution, 1500 agility, 1100 spirit, 1000 skills, flame, art, sonic scream, death, finger. This beautiful woman was indeed a boss. But the focus wasn't here. It wasn't uncommon for human monsters to appear in dungeons. The real issue was her attributes, which were significantly higher than the previous lords. Seeing this boss attributes, everyone gasped in shock. My heavens. 1st Transcendence, level 10, with average attributes close to 1300. This is hell level difficulty. The dungeon's difficulty has escalated. Such attributes only appeared in hell. After detecting the boss attributes, Xiao Lu looked utterly hopeless. It's over. What kind of karma have we created to encounter such an absurd boss? At this moment, although Xiao Zhao's face was pale, he still looked at Lu Yuan with hope. We still have Lu Yuan. The priest seemed uncertain upon hearing this. Even if Lu Yuan is extraordinary, it's impossible for him to defeat a hell-level boss alone, right? Saying this, everyone turned their gaze toward him. In the strangely broken-down fortress dungeon, there was only one monster. She was probably the final boss of this series of dungeons. As long as they could defeat her, they would be able to exit the dungeon. Under the hopeful gazes of the others, Lu Yuan frowned. 50 spider monsters. That might be a bit difficult to bind this one. Although everyone looked disappointed upon hearing this, they weren't too surprised. After all, Lu Yuan was only at 1st Transcendence, level 5. No matter how strong he was, there were limits. Expecting him to handle a hell-level boss at 1st Transcendence, level 10 was quite unreasonable. It's over. This is really the end. The gap in attributes is so vast, there's no way to fight this. Going in would be suicide. Even the usually strong Zhou Lingxing turned pale. This boss was truly beyond his capability. If he went in, he would be killed instantly. He had extensive combat experience, so he could quickly assess the current situation. Because of this, he understood very clearly at this moment that the gap between them was so wide that it could not be bridged by skill or strategy. Once the battle started, they would all die. Seeing that the others had lost their fighting spirit before the battle began, they all began to droop their heads. Ji Mingyu, trying to lift their spirits, spoke up. Everyone, don't panic. Right now we have no way out. Regardless, we must face her in battle. Fortunately, since we haven't attacked, it seems the boss won't attack us either. Let's think of a way. There may still be a glimmer of hope. But if we give up, it will truly be over. The young lady has a point. They had lost their courage before even fighting, which unexpectedly encouraged the youngest lady, making the Ji family members feel somewhat ashamed. The druid paused and spoke up. This boss is in human form and relatively small. First we can use vines to trap her, then let Lu Yuan's insects bind her, and then everyone can attack with all their might. How does that sound? The hunter also chimed in. Do the thieves have traps? Why don't we set some traps first? The group began to discuss, each suggesting ideas to come up with a feasible battle plan. At that moment, the boss on the opposite side stared at them and suddenly spoke. Who is it? Who disrupted my configured transformation array? Her beautiful eyes were filled with bloodshot veins as she twisted her neck, scanning the group. Under her fierce gaze, Xiao Zhao swallowed hard. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. She is not a living person and has no consciousness. This is just a residual shadow generated by the dungeon, repeating the actions of the true self. As long as we don't move, she shouldn't attack us. She patted her chest, as if reassuring herself. Hearing the boss muttering about some arrays, the priest seemed to recall something. Did she mention an array? Could it be those evil arrays in the secret chambers? The druid replied. What else could it be besides those things? Thief Xiao Lu suddenly clapped his hands. Oh, I understand. It seems that destroying all those arrays is the condition for summoning this boss. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. It must be like that. Those 4 mysterious rooms were likely the key to triggering a hidden quest. Once all were destroyed, and they cleared the dungeon, they could unlock this hidden quest. Having analyzed this, Zhou Lingxing jumped up, pointing at Lu Yuan in exasperation. It's all your fault. Now we're really in trouble. They could have exited, but Lu Yuan destroyed the secret chamber and triggered some hidden quest, resulting in the emergence of a hell-level boss. Now all of them were going to die here. He was practically seething with hatred for Lu Yuan. Ignoring the squabbling among the others, the boss on the rooftop looked troubled. She lowered her head alone, her expression frantic, as she muttered to herself. Without the array, my mission will fail. Before the arrival of the demon lord, I must neutralize the entire fortress. Now all of them were going to die here. He was practically seething with hatred. It seemed that the demon race promised her benefits in exchange for her dealing with the broken fortress from within. All living beings in the fortress were targets, including her husband, the lord of the fortress. She arranged the array as instructed by the demon god and offered sacrifices. Once the array took effect, everyone in the fortress except for her turned into rotting corpses. What she received from the demon race was a method to remain youthful forever. Xiao Lu was somewhat puzzled. Strange, I heard that the people of the broken fortress turned into rotting corpses due to a curse placed by the attacking demon race. But it now seemed that this was the doing of the Lady Lord. Zhou Lingxing pondered for a moment, and said, "You are still only at first transcendence. Your permission level is too low to see much useful information." According to the Ji family records, the broken fortress was breached overnight, and the people inside suddenly turned into rotting corpses without warning. Originally I thought it was the demon race's doing, but it now seems that there were human traitors acting from within. At this point he was fairly certain that the transformation of the people of the broken fortress into rotting corpses overnight was the work of this Lady Lord. In order to obtain a method to remain youthful from the demon race, she betrayed the entire fortress and her own husband. She secretly arranged the array taught by the demon race, transforming all the people in the fortress into rotting corpses. She was a true human traitor. Xiao Zhao glared at her coldly. I see for her selfish gain she betrayed all of humanity, and even her own husband. How wicked. The female thief also looked disgusted. Traitors of the human race, despicable. Back then the broken fortress was an important stronghold in the area. If the demon race wanted to further encroach upon human territory, they had to remove this thorn. However, the broken fortress was easy to defend but hard to attack. After a prolonged siege they resorted to the transformation array. Regardless of the schemes the demon race employed at that time, they ultimately failed to achieve their goal of invading human territory. After all, Lu Yuan and the others were currently living in Linhai, which was solid evidence. The last recorded activity of the demon race near Linhai was over 100 years ago. The Lady Lord before them was merely a residual image generated within the dungeon. The real her had long since turned to dust in the river of time. Ji Mingyu looked at the Lady Lord, her expression sorrowful as she shook her head. So many have sacrificed their lives to protect their homeland, yet she turned out like this. Ignoring the disdainful gazes of the others nearby, the Lady Lord continued to mumble to herself. You will never understand their methods. They promised me eternal youth, eternal beauty. At this point she raised her head, looking at the group with utter, but now it has all been ruined by you. At the same time a gigantic scythe appeared in her hand, and upon seeing this everyone instinctively took a step back. Zhou Lingxing felt a chill run down his spine. This is bad, but seems she is about to make her move. The boss suddenly assumed a combat stance, and everyone felt the tension rise. Lu Yuan's swarm of insects took the initiative to attack. 50 thick strands of spider silk shot toward the boss from all directions. If caught in such a mass of silk, even a hell-level boss with extraordinary attributes couldn't withstand it. But the boss wasn't a wooden post, it wouldn't just stand there and let you strike. On the contrary, they were mostly quick to react and highly skilled. Upon seeing the spider silk approaching, the Lady of the Lord swiftly turned sideways, avoiding most of the strands. With her enormous scythe flicking back and forth, she severed the majority of the approaching strands. Even if a few ended up sticking to her, she could still tear them off with sheer strength. Everyone was taken aback by this. The boss attributes were extremely high and it handled the numerous strands with ease. This was going to be a problem. This won't do, there aren't enough strands, and the boss dodged them all. After dispatching the strands, the Lady of the Lord looked back at them. With her blood-red eyes sweeping over Hunter, Xiao Lu turned pale. What do we do? She's about to charge. Even a casual hit from such a boss could crush them. It's over, it's really over. I said we shouldn't be too greedy. The group was frightened by the boss attributes, and no one dared to move forward. Perhaps the only thing keeping them from fleeing was the Ji family cloak on their backs, their last shred of belief. But once the boss truly charged, and that certainty would vanish. We can't retreat. Brother Zhou, activate maximum defense. As the boss was about to charge, and the others hesitated, Ji Mingyu activated her bloodline power once more and intended to lead the charge. However, the next moment, she stopped, her eyes widening in disbelief. At this moment, not only she but everyone present was staring in astonishment. Because beside Lu Yuan, exactly 100 insects appeared in perfect alignment. 50 giant jaw worms and 50 spider monsters moved in unison, appearing like divine soldiers to the onlookers, giving them a glimmer of hope. Including the previous 100 that had already been summoned, Lu Yuan had now called forth a total of 200 insects. 200 summoned creatures. How is this possible? Xiao Lu rubbed his eyes vigorously, muttering to himself. It was one thing for Lu Yuan's insects to be strong. The critical point was the sheer number. They had already been enduring a lot. But now Lu Yuan suddenly produced an equal number of insects again. At that moment, everyone present had the same question in their minds. How many insects does he actually have? What is his limit? Ji Mingyu was the first to regain her senses, thinking about what she should do most right now. Lu Yuan will help you. She stepped forward, radiating a holy aura. Then she waved her hand, casting a strengthening skill toward Lu Yuan. Blessing of the holy word. Lu Yuan was enveloped in holy light, and his attributes soared rapidly. After Ji Mingyu used this skill, his overall attributes increased by 50. It seemed this was her hidden trump card. Normally, she could grant everyone a 10 attribute boost. By activating her bloodline at a critical moment and focusing the skill solely on him, she could directly enhance all of his attributes by 50. Lu Yuan's original attributes were already close to 700, With the 50 increase, his overall attributes surpassed 1,000. Coupled with the equipment bonuses, he was now able to wrestle with the boss Hedon. In the next moment, the Lady of the Lord transformed into an afterimage, rushing to the front of the crowd in the blink of an eye. Boom. The enhanced Yuan raised his hammer like lightning, colliding fiercely with the scythe swung by the boss. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the violent impact kicked up a cloud of dust, leaving everyone unable to open their eyes, staggering under the shock. The residual force from Yuan's clash with the boss was enough to knock them over. This is insane, simply insane. Xiao Lu struggled to steady himself, rubbing his eyes and shouting. Although Yuan was significantly enhanced, his attributes were still slightly lower than the boss. However, he had a massive army of insects to assist him. Seizing the brief moment he had drawn the boss' attention, a torrent of spider silk launched itself toward her without restraint. This time the Lady of the Lord could no longer evade. The sticky white strands clung to her more and more, slowing her movements. They grant me eternal youth. Weak humans, what do you understand? Taste this. The boss roared madly, then raised her hand, and the strands binding her suddenly ignited. Seeing that the spider silk was about to burn through, Yuan raised his hand to interrupt with his skill. Pain whip. Up. The beautiful lady let out a heart-wrenching scream after being hit by the pain whip. After feeling the pain, she glared at Yuan with her blood-red eyes filled with hatred. You have no idea what their methods are. They will annihilate humanity, destroy everything. As the boss continued to attack, while raving madly, Yuan couldn't help but think to himself. This creature talks too much, completely different from a mindless corpse. At that moment, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, this isn't a corpse. Well then, this is easy. He waved his hand, activating the aging aura. The originally vibrant and beautiful lady aged dramatically in an instant. What happened? My face. My skin. What kind of skill is this? Seeing her skin turn extremely old in an instant, she first touched her face, then completely broke down. Although it was just an afterimage, this entity seemed to retain the thought process of its original form. Witnessing her once proud beauty vanish, the boss went completely insane. She wildly swung her scythe without any strategy. The terrifying effect of the aging aura left the onlooking G family members frightened. What is this skill? His skill that interrupts the boss actions was already strong enough, but this skill is even more outrageous. Yuan seized the opportunity as the boss went berserk, and the surrounding spider monsters continuously spat strands, quickly wrapping the boss up like a dumpling. Several giant jaw worms pounced and opened their pincers to attack, while Yuan himself stood in front of the boss, with the hammer delivering steady blows to the immobilized lady. He executed a jumping slash, the golden hammer crashing down on the boss' head. 80. Another strike. 80. The mummified boss was still struggling madly. No, I don't want this. Return my youth, my beauty. She screamed hysterically, but with each blow from Yuan her cries grew weaker. Finally, defeated level 10 Lord Lady experience gained 3500, obtained murky black oil, 5000 level up to level 7. Obtained Heart of the Poisonous Woman platinum level. Defeated the hell level dungeon boss. Until being swallowed by the insects, she still appeared old and withered. This Lady of the Lord, who betrayed humanity and her husband for the sake of her own appearance, had met an ending that suited. As the boss was defeated, a massive vortex shimmering with light appeared in one corner of the rooftop, which was the exit of this dungeon. Everyone was overjoyed, some even teary-eyed. My goodness, we actually cleared a hell-level dungeon. It was Yuan who cleared it, not us. After defeating the boss, Yuan approached Zhou Lingsheng and raised his hand. Hand it over. The boss was nearly killed by Yuan alone, so naturally the loot should belong to him. There was no doubt about it. Zhou Lingsheng gritted his teeth, appearing pained, and after a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly took out the items under the urging of their young lady. Seeing what Zhou Lingsheng produced, the G family members were in an uproar. This is the raw material for the boss accessories. My goodness, and it's from a hell-level boss. The reward for defeating the final boss was just one item, a platinum-level material named Heart of the Poisonous Woman. Although it seemed few, its value might far exceed the total that everyone else had obtained in the dungeon. The items can be processed into boss-level accessories. Although they are also platinum level, the value of boss accessories is far greater than that of the ordinary great hammer. They are truly rare. Whether for personal use or selling, they could fetch sky-high prices. These boss-level accessories often provide significant bonuses and extremely powerful effects. The Blood Demon necklace that Li Lacun gave to Li Fei was also a boss accessory, regarded as a treasure by the Seeing Yuan acquire a boss accessory, and a hell level 1 at that, everyone looked on with envy. But they also understood very well that only with this level of strength could one obtain matching loot. Pursuing items mismatched to oneself would only lead to disaster. After obtaining the raw materials for the boss accessory, Yuan examined them for a moment before putting them away. Then he took out the muddy headband from his storage space. This was the golden grade equipment obtained after defeating the Lord Boss moments ago. He threw the headband to Jimingyu. Thanks to your support earlier, you were a great help. She also deserved credit for defeating this hell-level boss. Without her support, he truly wouldn't have been able to face the Lady of the Lord directly. It would take more effort to defeat this boss later. However, with only one raw material that couldn't be divided, Lu Yuan decided to give her a piece of golden grade equipment as compensation. Then I won't be polite. Ji Mingyu smiled slightly as she looked at the equipment Lu Yuan tossed, and then put the head. Seeing that they had divided the gains, Zhou Lingxing weakly said from the side, "Alright everyone, let's go out. Finally we can leave this place." As the group walked towards the exit, Lu Yuan however stood still. "You all go out first," he said to everyone. "Huh, why?" Zhou Lingxing asked curiously. Now that the dungeon was cleared, what did he want to stay here for? Did he have something to hide? Lu Yuan, seeing this, replied with annoyance, "The air here is fresh, can't I breathe it in for a while?" Zhou Lingxing looked up at the crimson sky above, and the air in the dungeon still carried a hint of rot. He was about to say something, but was pulled away by the secondary tank Xiaozhan. The Ji family members streamed out through the dungeon exit. Although they were curious about what Lu Yuan wanted to do inside, his display of absolute strength earlier had left them speechless. Lu Yuan's power had already been enough to dominate someone like Zhou Lingxing, who had just advanced to the second transformation even at the mid-level. The problem was that he was still at the beginner stage of the first transformation, which was truly abnormal. Ji Mingyu also seemed a bit curious about what Lu Yuan wanted to do, but she only glanced at him curiously before following the others out. Seeing everyone exit, Lu Yuan rubbed his hands and looked at the dark swarms of insects around him. Alright, now comes the physical labor. Since the dungeon was cleared and there was no one else around, he felt free to act. With a wave of his hand, another 200 insects appeared. Since this is a secret realm dungeon, it shouldn't matter if I damage a few things right. It was a rare opportunity, and he didn't plan to hold back. He let the massive swarm of insects feast. From the rooftop floor to the walls, they devoured everything in their path. They even cleaned up the corrupted corpses that hadn't been cleared away during the battle. In less than 10 minutes, 400 insects had leveled the entire dilapidated Lord's Tower. Outside the dungeon, Lu Yuan appeared in a flash. He now moved lightly, his face filled with joy. As expected of a secret realm dungeon, the rewards this time are truly immense. After going through the dungeon, he had obtained several pieces of equipment. Fighting scattered corrupted corpses occasionally yielded some black iron and bronze grade gear, accumulating over a dozen pieces. Although this level of equipment wouldn't sell for much, the quantity made up for it. The boss rewards were quite generous. The equipment dropped by the two bosses was at least silver grade. Even though he gave a golden grade piece of equipment to Ji Mingyu, there were still plenty of other items that could fetch a good price. He could also use some of the bracers himself. As for the last hidden boss, although it only dropped one material, in terms of value the previous gear combined couldn't compare. One could say that Lu Yuan's second biggest gain from this trip was the raw materials for the boss level accessory, Poisonous Woman's Heart. Once he took it to the city, he could process it into an accessory. At that point, whether for personal use or selling it would be extremely beneficial. Aside from the equipment, the other gains included a substantial amount of murky black oil and experience. In this trip, he collected over 600 black oil, which equated to 600 in currency, more than 20 times what he earned in previous difficult dungeons. Moreover, after this dungeon, he leveled up 3 times. He had now reached level 7 of the first transformation. To level up 3 times in one dungeon is something most people wouldn't even dare to dream of. For most people, the rewards from this secret realm dungeon would likely stop here. But Lu Yuan was different. The greatest gain from this dungeon for him was that after completely devouring everything in the secret realm dungeon, his giant jaw worm and spider monster evolved once again. The secret realm dungeon itself wasn't very large, and after the swarm consumed the entire main tower, it was equivalent to absorbing most of the energy of the secret realm dungeon. It was estimated that this secret realm dungeon wouldn't reappear for quite some time. Giant jaw worm, bronze grade level, first transformation, level 7, strength 1632, 272, constitution 1632, 272, agility 408, 68, spirit 408, 68, skills giant jaw clamp, swarm, devour. Spider monster, bronze grade level, first transformation, level 7, strength 1020, 170, constitution 612, 102, agility 2040, 340, spirit 408, 68, skills spider, silkbind, swarm, devour. After advancing to bronze grade, both types of insects had their attributes doubled again, now reaching astronomical levels. The giant jawworm's strength and agility had both reached 1600 points, while the spider monster's agility had surpassed 2000 points. Lu Yuan estimated that if the boss battle were to happen again, he wouldn't need to take action this time. The 200 insects would swiftly take down the boss. For him, the ability for both types of insects to evolve again was the greatest reward from this secret realm dungeon. Equipment and resources are ultimately just external things. Only one's own strength is truly solid. Outside, the Ji family members were resting in place. They had expended too much during the previous dungeon. The maid Xiao Zhao was sitting on the ground with her long legs hugged, looking at the distant entrance vortex with a sigh. The ruined stronghold was said to be an important bastion against the demon race back in the day. The demon army couldn't breach it despite several attacks. In the end, it was destroyed by traitors. The priest nodded upon hearing this. I never expected the ruined stronghold to have such hidden secrets. Sighing, he added, are regardless of the past or present how many soldiers have spilled their blood for humanity. That Lady of the Lord was selfish and shameless to such an extent. Zhou Lingxing, filled with righteous indignation, announced to everyone, "What happened just now is a significant discovery. We will report this matter once we return." Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The two alien races were always eyeing humanity, and resisting them was a consensus among all humans. The Lady of the Lord's heinous actions made everyone extremely indignant. At this moment, Lu Yuan emerged from the exit and walked up to the group. Ji Mingyu immediately came up to him. "Lu Yuan, you're out. Thank you so much this time. You truly are our savior," she said sincerely. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head upon hearing this. "You're being too kind. We are all partners going through the dungeon together. Helping each other is what we should do." He then asked Ji Mingyu, "What are your plans next?" "I plan to continue going through dungeons and level up as much as possible before the big test. Brother Zhou and the others plan to take me to the ruined stronghold to level up. But as you can see, our current state isn't great, so we plan to rest for a day at a nearby human stronghold before heading." She then looked at Lu Yuan. "What about you, Lu Yuan?" "I plan to head straight to the ruined stronghold." Lu Yuan had hardly exhausted his stamina. After the previous battle, his clothes were a bit dirty, but he could just change. Then, he was about to say goodbye, but suddenly stopped midway, looking at Ji Mingyu again. Looking at her, although she was now covered in blood and dirt from the dungeon, which made her appear somewhat disheveled, it couldn't hide her noble aura. Speaking of which, she was the top lady of the coastal region. She must be fully prepared for dungeon runs, maximizing. She wouldn't be restricted by any dungeon cooldowns, as she could run dungeons as she pleased. Cough cough. Lu Yuan, is there something on my face? Feeling somewhat unnatural under the scrutiny, Ji Mingyu coughed twice and asked. Lu Yuan finally snapped back to reality upon her words. "By the way, do you have any cooldown items for the dungeon?" He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. "I do," Ji Mingyu said, taking out a rune that glowed with a blue hue. It was an item that could directly reset the dungeon cooldown time. If Lu Yuan had asked her to take this out before they entered the dungeon, she definitely wouldn't have done so. After all, this item was worth a fortune and extremely rare. But after experiencing a dungeon together, things were different. With his astonishing performance in the dungeon, he had already gained the trust of the Ji family. Seeing the cooldown rune, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly, the Ji family was impressive, able to acquire such a rare item. He took the cooldown rune from Ji Mingyu and examined it for a moment before looking up to speak. "I have a proposal, or rather a trade. I wonder if you might be interested." "Oh, let me guess." Ji Mingyu smiled slightly at his words, looking down at the cooldown rune in her hand, and then back at Lu Yuan. "Are you suggesting we team up to clear the dungeon using my reset rune? You provide the combat power, and I provide the cooldown rune. This way we can level up efficiently, right?" Lu Yuan, "Exactly." She rested a finger on her chin, pondering. "With you leading the dungeon runs, I doubt anyone in Linhai could match your efficiency." Seeing that their young lady seemed somewhat tempted, Zhou Lingxing grew anxious. "What? How can this be allowed? It's one thing for an emergency in the secret realm, but how can you be with an outsider for so long?" Ji Mingyu scoffed at this reasoning, glancing at Zhou Lingxing. If Lu Yuan had any malicious intentions toward us, he would have had countless opportunities to strike before. Not to mention, just the fact that he brought out those 200 bugs means we would be completely at his mercy. Wouldn't you agree? Zhou Lingxing was at a loss for words, but still stubbornly persisted. "Well, at least let me accompany you and the young lady." Lu Yuan, who had been nearby, sneered. "How, you've already reached the second transition. Do you want to team up with us who just awakened this year, because you think we level up too slowly? Don't forget we have a major exam coming up." But, that. Despite Zhou Lingxing's countless objections, Ji Mingyu ultimately agreed to team up with Lu Yuan to enter the dungeon. After all, Lu Yuan had 200 bugs, and his leveling speed was indeed fast. She had no real reason to. Ignoring the Ji family's members still recuperating, Lu Yuan directly set out with Ji Mingyu, and the two arrived at the entrance of the ruined stronghold. The entrance to the secret realm was not far from the ruined stronghold, and they arrived quickly. Here a large crowd was gathered around the entrance vortex. After a night, the news that an otherworldly treasure was about to emerge from the ruined stronghold had spread, attracting several full-level, first transition teams. At the entrance, a swarm of eager onlookers surrounded anyone who emerged from the dungeon, excitedly asking what treasures they had found, as if anticipating something. Ji Mingyu stared wide-eyed at them curiously before turning back to Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, what are they doing?" Hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes flickered as he looked up at the sky. "They are chasing a dream that is far." Ji Mingyu noticed Lu Yuan's obvious discomfort, and then glanced at the frenzied crowd at the entrance, her head filled with a big question mark. As the two approached the dungeon entrance, they drew no attention. After all, they appeared to be on the cusp of their first transition, with one not even having reached that yet. What could such individuals do in the ruined stronghold? Moreover, the attention of the onlookers was focused elsewhere, leaving no time to care about the two youngsters. At the entrance, Lu Yuan checked his cooldown time. Having spent about half a day with the Ji family members in the secret realm, his dungeon cooldown time was still 1 hour. After receiving the cooldown rune from Ji Mingyu, he directly reset the hour to 0, and the two stepped into the swirling entrance. The next moment, he and Ji Mingyu appeared at the main entrance of the ruined stronghold. Looking around, Ji Mingyu let out a light breath. Ah, this familiar scent again, I thought I wouldn't smell it for a while. However, she quickly shook her head and self-deprecatingly laughed. Haha, that's a good thing. She raised her hand preparing to cast a buff on Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan shook his hand stopping her motion. No need, this time I don't plan to take action, so don't waste your mental energy. He already knew the difficult dungeon inside, and had no need to intervene. Moreover, the bugs were considered summoned creatures and were not affected by Ji Mingyu's enhancement skills, so it was unnecessary for her to waste mental energy. Alright, she nodded saying nothing more. Instead, she turned to look at the corpses behind the door, casually casting a detection spell. Oh, indeed it's a difficult difficulty. Seeing that Lu Yuan had chosen the difficult difficulty, she slightly opened her mouth, not too surprised. After all, Lu Yuan could even solo the hell difficulty, so it was not strange for him to solo the difficult one. She looked at Lu Yuan, revealing a meaningful expression. It seems like everyone outside is looking forward to the team clearing the difficult difficulty. If they knew you could solo the difficult difficulty, I wonder what their expressions would be. Lu Yuan chuckled at this, but did not respond. He extended his hand, and suddenly 200 bugs appeared out of nowhere around him. 100 giant mandible insects, and 100 spider monsters. After the second evolution, the appearance of both types of bugs changed again. Their shells became jet black and shiny with spikes growing all over. They looked more formidable and terrifying. Seeing the bugs that Lu Yuan had just summoned, Ji Mingyu's expression shifted. Huh, why do these bugs seem a bit different from before? Lu Yuan smiled, but said nothing. Ji Mingyu wisely did not press for more details. This was the cultivation of a young lady from a prominent family. Her demeanor was calm and serene, yet she was very perceptive, knowing what to ask and what not to. The next moment, Lu Yuan waved his hand, and the army of bugs surged forward all at once. They poured into the entrance like a tide, and any corpses blocking their path were swiftly dealt with by the giant mandible insects. After their evolution, the giant mandible insect's strength and physique approached 1600, making it truly a piece of cake to take down corpses with only 300 or 400 in physique. The giant mandible insects easily dispatched the corpses, surprising Ji Mingyu. How come even this bug has such high attributes? Previously, the giant mandible insects hadn't shown their power in the secret realm. Now she was only seeing a glimpse of the giant mandible insect's true strength. Stop dawdling, hurry, and catch up. Lu Yuan called out to Ji Mingyu, who was momentarily stunned by witnessing the power of the giant mandible insects. While she was lost and thought the swarm of bugs had already pushed ahead a considerable distance. If she stayed here any longer, she would be left behind. Oh, okay. Only then did she regain her senses and hurried to catch up. The two followed behind the swarm of bugs, heading straight for the plaza in the outer city where the butcher mini-boss was located. The swarm of bugs continued to advance without pause, only dealing with any corpses that blocked their path through the giant mandible insects. Aren't you going to clear the corpses in the outer city? Ji Mingyu was very aware of her role in this dungeon to provide the cooldown rune, while leaving all combat to Lu. However, Lu Yuan's behavior was quite peculiar at the moment, prompting her to speak up. After all, their goal in the dungeon was to kill the corpses to gain experience. The giant mandible insects could take down a corpse in one bite. Clearing this area would surely not be a difficult task for Lu Yuan, but he seemed completely uninterested in the corpses, avoiding them whenever possible. In response to her question, Lu Yuan simply replied, to improve efficiency. Oh, I see. She nodded, generally understanding what Lu Yuan intended to do. He wanted to quickly clear the two bosses, and then exit to reset the dungeon. The bosses provided the most experience, and with the swarm of bugs, killing them would not be laborious. If we were to use a meal metaphor, it was like eating only the tastiest parts and discarding the rest. Alright. She nodded in acceptance. This was indeed a method, though a bit extravagant. She glanced at the cooldown rune in her hand, which was surrounded by a layer of blue light, indicating that the internal energy was still quite sufficient. They could use it many times. When she originally set out, she had filled the cooldown rune in advance. After all, this item was supposed to be used for Zhou Lingsheng's entire team and herself. Even with Lu Yuan's method of clearing, it should last for a while. After entering the dungeon for barely 2 minutes, following behind the swarm of bugs, the two reached the plaza. Here the butcher mini-boss, resembling a small hill, was sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. Upon seeing the butcher mini-boss, a dozen spider monsters directly shot their silk from a distance, easily stripping the boss of its ability to move. However, the next moment Ji Mingyu stood frozen, her eyes widening slightly. Because the swarm did not proceed to kill the boss as she had anticipated. The spiders dragged the butcher away, running off directly. Now she was completely baffled. Why weren't they attacking the boss? What on earth did he intend to do? Just as Ji Mingyu was in a daze, Lu Yuan suddenly turned to her and urged, "Run quickly later, and make sure not to stray from the main group." "Ah, run? Why do we need to run?" She tilted her head, unable to comprehend. Why must they flee when they were doing so well fighting the monsters? Weren't they supposed to be quickly defeating the boss? But in the next moment she understood why. She saw several giant jaw worms climbing onto the butcher boss body, opening their mouths to bite fiercely, tearing off large chunks of flesh, causing blood to spray wildly from the butcher. Roar! The butcher, heavily injured by the giant jaw worms, let out a deafening roar. The butcher activated the skill Dinner Bell. In response to the butcher's roar, piercing cries echoed from all directions. Ji Mingyu turned her head and saw that behind them on both sides a massive horde of corpses was charging towards them like a flood. They hadn't cleared the corpses in the dungeon before coming here, so once the butcher activated his skill, all the corpses from the outer city began to chase them. What do we do now? Ji Minjia's face turned pale, and even though she was usually unflappable, her heart raced. In the previous secret dungeon, they had always faced waves of enemies. Although this was a hard dungeon, even if Lu Yuan was powerful, it was impossible for him to deal with all the corpses at once, right? However, there was no time for her to think further. Looking ahead, Lu Yuan had already sprinted away. Ji Mingyu gritted her teeth and could only force herself to follow. At the forefront of the swarm, several spider monsters led the way, dragging the butcher boss along as they ran. Behind them was an endless sea of corpses following closely. The two of them, along with the swarm, dragged the butcher boss straight into the inner city. Ji Mingyu pushed herself to catch up with Lu Yuan and shouted at him. Hey, what are we doing? Aren't you going to fight the boss? Lu Yuan didn't seem to have any intention of explaining. Fight. Now is not the time. You'll understand soon enough. Huff. Alright. She shot Lu Yuan an angry glare, but didn't say more. There was no choice, since her level was too low. She was just a bystander now. All she could do was keep running behind the army of bugs. Although she temporarily suppressed her doubts, she still muttered inwardly. It was the first time she had seen someone tackle a dungeon like this. Aren't they going to fight the boss? What on earth was he planning? Roar, roar, roar. After entering the inner city, the butcher continuously activated the Dinner Bell skill, as if it were a massive taunting device. A large number of corpses surged towards them from all directions. Facing the relentless onslaught of corpses, the swarm only made minimal contact. They charged forward, eliminating any obstacles in their way. The swarm surged ahead, and the two of them followed closely behind, charging onward. Charge! 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 They ran all the way to the military camp in the inner city, where the final boss, the corpse general, was located. By now behind them was an endless sea of corpses. My god, there are so many. Ji Mingyu was stunned by the sight before her. At this moment, she finally understood what Lu Yuan was trying to accomplish. He intended to gather all the corpses in one place, and then take them all out at once. She looked at Lu Yuan, her arms crossed, feeling a bit uneasy. Lu Yuan, is this really alright? Can you handle all of this at once? She pointed at the horde of corpses rapidly approaching them. As you wished, all the monsters in the dungeon are now gathered right in front of us. But what happens next? If Lu Yuan couldn't handle it, then they would both end up as food for the corpses. In response to Ji Minjia's doubts, Lu Yuan merely smiled slightly, and then demonstrated with action. With a wave of his hand, 100 spider monsters simultaneously sprayed silk, creating a web maze on various structures within the military camp. All the spider monsters exerted their strength, quickly constructing a massive web trap, transforming the entire military camp into a gigantic trap. In the next moment, the horde of corpses, surging like a tide, plunged into the web. After evolving again, the spider's silk had become thicker, and despite the massive number of corpses sticking to it, there was no sign of it being torn apart. On the silk, the spider monsters and giant jaw worms stood ready, attacking the corpses that were stuck in the silk and unable to move. One giant jaw worm bit down on a corpse stuck in the silk, splitting it in two. The giant jaw worm lifted its head, and the upper half of the corpse flew through the air, landing in the mouth of the giant jaw worm. Nearby, a spider monster bit down on the lower half of the corpse and swallowed it in a few bites. The two insects had distinct roles, one swallowing the lower half, and the other the upper half, all in under a second. Then they set their sights on another corpse. The giant jaw worms and spider monsters continued to attack the corpses stuck in the silk, devouring them. Just as one corpse was swallowed, another rushed in immediately afterward, getting stuck in the silk, unable to move, and was then killed and consumed by the insects. Under the efficient operation of 200 insects, the number of corpses was visibly decreasing. The corpses stuck in the silk couldn't even move, let alone pose a threat to the insects. Ji Minjia's mouth slightly agape. She stared in disbelief at everything happening. This was simply a one-sided massacre. The spider monster's silk had turned the entire military camp into a massive slaughterhouse. The corpses, surging in like a tide, were being slaughtered in a tidal wave. This? She gaped, looking around, and then at Lu Yuan himself. Even though she had known that Lu Yuan's abilities were astounding, she never would have imagined that a dungeon could be cleared like this. Watching the swarm devour the corpses as if they were snacks, she felt a jolt of electricity shoot from her feet to the top of her head, leaving her completely stunned. Previously in the secret dungeon, she had already been astonished by Lu Yuan. But now she was shocked once again. She glanced at Lu Yuan, who was expressionless as he observed the astonishing scene before him, seemingly lost in thought. In the next moment, Lu Yuan unexpectedly bent down and bowed to the corpses. Watching Lu Yuan like this, Ji Mingyu was completely confused. Lu Yuan, what are you doing now? After bowing deeply, Lu Yuan straightened up and slowly spoke as he looked ahead. They fought for humanity and life, dedicating themselves only to die from the treachery of small-minded people. But this is not the end. Now they are also contributing to humanity, helping awakeners like us by providing experience and aiding our growth. I didn't know this before, but now that I do, I must show at least a minimum level of respect. Ji Mingyu listened, looking at Lu Yuan as if he were a strange person. This dungeon is merely a projection of the ruined stronghold. These corpses are not the people from the stronghold back then. You really are quite peculiar. Then she also respectfully bowed to the corpses, and once finished she raised her head and smiled slightly at Lu Yuan. However, I don't dislike it. Lu Yuan smiled back at her, and then turned his head. Alright, next up are them. The two of them bowed to the corpse general. Then Lu Yuan waved his hand, and several groups of giant jaw worms and spider monsters lunged towards them. In this dungeon, since there were 2 people entering the final boss lineup, had also become stronger. The 20 corpse soldiers that were originally in front of the corpse general had now turned into 40. Normally even 40, let alone 20 plus the corpse general and his mount wouldn't be something an average awakener but this lineup was no match for the re-evolved swarm. Lu Yuan only sent 20 pairs of bugs to deal with this. The remaining 80 pairs focused entirely on exterminating the corpse horde. The 20 pairs of insects swiftly approached the boss group, ensnaring them in silk before the corpses could react, and then the giant jaw worms moved in to bite. One giant jaw worm bit down on the boss. With just one bite, it pierced through the armor, ripping off a large chunk of flesh along with the armor, inflicting immense damage on the boss. Before the giant jaw worm, the final boss of the ruined stronghold resembled a large steamed bun with thin skin and plenty of filling. Ji Mingyu could only watch this scene in a daze. Even the final boss can be easily breached. This power is truly overwhelming. She glanced at Lu Yuan beside her. Although they stood shoulder to shoulder, the distance between them felt like a vast chasm, making her feel like she could only look up at him. Lu Yuan's profession was simply too strong. With the spider monsters having tremendous control and speed, and the giant jaw worms boasting formidable attack power, there seemed to be no weaknesses at all. She couldn't help but marvel at the vast differences between awakeners of the same level. In fact, when she first awakened to an epic profession, she felt a bit pleased. She thought she would be the first among the awakeners in Lehigh City. Later, when she heard that someone had actually become a legendary profession in the second round, she felt a bit dissatisfied. However, that dissatisfaction completely vanished when she met Lu Yuan and realized he was that legendary awakener. If the gap between them wasn't significant, she might have felt a bit of competitive spirit. But Lu Yuan repeatedly broke through her expectations, showcasing their vast difference, leaving her with no desire to compete with him. Under the efficient extermination of the swarm, everything was settled in just a few minutes. The entire dungeon's corpses, including the final boss, were completely devoured by the swarm. Ji Mingyu looked at the now seemingly empty dungeon, and then at the time, feeling as if she were dreaming. 5 minutes. Is it really over? She whispered, then seemed a bit incredulous and repeated, 5 minutes, and we cleared the hard dungeon. Previously, she knew that the fastest clear record for a team was over 20 minutes. And that was with a team that had already undergone their second transition. At this moment, Lu Yuan was single-handedly tackling 2 monsters, and in just 5 minutes, he had cleared the stage. Is this even human? Even Ji Mingyu, with her calm demeanor, felt a chill run down her spine. After exiting the instance, Ji Mingyu took a deep breath. The experience just now left her feeling a bit lightheaded, as if she were still dreaming. Throughout the entire process, they had been sprinting, and just as they stopped to catch their breath, who would have thought it would end so quickly? This is too fast. She rubbed her chest, feeling her heart still pounding. Having shed her conspicuous Ji family cloak after the previous Secret Realm instance, Ji Mingyu now wore loose clothing, yet her impressive figure still showcased a prominent silhouette. Ji Mingyu was tall and slender, standing at 1.7 meters. Her figure resembled that of a model, with her long legs taking up most of her height, perfectly accentuating her curves. At this moment, her actions were truly a feast for the eyes. Lu Yuan forced himself not to look down, teasing her. Isn't it bad to be too fast? Then should I slow down next time? Ji Mingyu threw Lu Yuan an eye roll. Absolutely not. I prefer it fast, the faster the better. Lu Yuan's method of clearing the instance was indeed beyond her expectations. It was fast, incredibly fast. No wonder he had already reached the first promotion in just 1 day. This leveling efficiency was simply monstrous. At this rate, she would definitely achieve a high level by the time of the major exam. Her face was flushed, not just from running through the entire instance, but also from excitement. After catching her breath, she immediately said, Lu Yuan, let's go again. Of course. Then she cast a blessing spell on both herself and Lu Yuan, enhancing all their attributes. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. What are you doing? This way we can run faster. Hearing this, Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Alright, let's speed run the hard mode today, and see how fast we can go. They used cooldown runes to reset the instance, and stepped back in. As the two entered and exited the instance, they didn't attract much attention. Wasn't there something that just came out and went back in? It looked like 2 people. I saw that too. Their levels aren't high. Oh, I wonder where that little brat came from. Just trying their luck at farming rare treasures, huh? Dream on. But hey, that girl is really beautiful, and I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Forget about them. Considering the time the Thunder team is about to come out, they are farming a hard mode instance after all. Inside the ruined city instance, Ji Mingyu looked ahead, her eyes sparkling with excitement. We're back again. Oh, I wonder how long it will take this time. With Lu Yuan's command, the two once again sprinted crazily behind the swarm of insects. The second time felt even more familiar than before. They tried to avoid battles along the way and quickly reached the butcher's position. Before the lying mini-boss could stand up, a massive amount of spider silk hit their faces, and several spider monsters dragged the butcher away while sprinting. So fast. So fast. This is really too fast. Haha, it's my first time realizing that instances can be done this way. Ji Mengyu exclaimed joyfully while sprinting. In her impression, entering an instance always required caution, where one couldn't afford to make a single mistake. How could one run around recklessly attracting all the monsters in the instance only to eliminate them together at the end? Soon the two along with the swarm reached the military camp again. The spider monsters were skillfully weaving webs with a small portion dealing with the boss, while the rest efficiently cleared out the corpses. Within a few minutes the entire instance was completely cleared. 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Ji Mengyu stared wide-eyed at the time. She looked at her awakener information in amazement, unable to close her mouth. I have leveled up. Previously when she entered the Secret Realm instance, she gained some experience and leveled up once. She thought leveling up again would be far off, but unexpectedly she achieved it in less than 10 minutes in this instance. Because Lu Yuan was the absolute main force, the experience she could gain was minimal. If Lu Yuan was devouring the meat, she could only sip a small bowl of soup. Yet even so, due to Lu Yuan's extraordinarily fast instance clearing speed, the efficiency was several times higher than when she was with Zhou Lingxing and the others. Calculating, it took her only about 10 minutes to level up. Sigh, but at this rate the gap between us will only grow. Looking at Lu Yuan's profile beside her, an unusual emotion quietly surged within her. Once she was the admired prodigy, held in high regard, the unrivaled genius, the top talent of Linhai. This kind of adoration reached its peak after she awakened to an epic-level profession. However, after meeting Lu Yuan, her pride was shattered before it even surfaced, leaving not a trace. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan remained calm, seemingly unaware of what a remarkable feat it was to solo a hard instance in just 5 minutes. The ruined city had dynamic difficulty. The more people entered, the greater the number of monsters inside. That he could achieve such an outrageous record while bringing along a burden like her was simply insane. Ignoring Ji Mengjia's complex gaze, Lu Yuan waved his hand. Continue. The two exited the inn. Looking around, more and more people were gathering at the ruined city. The news of the rare treasure about to emerge attracted a large crowd of onlookers. At this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Huh, it's him. He saw Ren Zhiqin standing not far away carrying 2 giant hammers. The tall man, over 2 meters in height, stood out, even in the crowd. Lu Yuan walked over and patted his shoulder, smiling. Brother Ren, you came to clear the instance too. Ren Zhiqin turned around, and upon seeing Lu Yuan was initially surprised, then his expression changed to one of realization. He enthusiastically patted Lu Yuan's shoulder. Brother Lu, we meet again. Oh, we really are fated. He looked Lu Yuan up and down, his mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Wow, it hasn't been long, and it feels like you've leveled up several times. Lu Yuan laughed heartily. Just normal instance clearing. Brother Ren, your gains must be good too. He glanced behind Ren Zhiqin, but found no one else. Seeing that Ren Zhiqin was alone, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Haven't you found a team yet, Brother Ren? Ren Zhiqin forced a smile at his words. Sigh, Brother Lu, to be honest, after we parted ways I came here to clear the instance. But my level is a bit low, and the team, I finally found a team, and we started slowly clearing the instance. But suddenly, everyone started spreading rumors about a rare treasure about to appear, and they all went mad, rushing to clear the instance like crazy. My team heard about this, and decided to speed run the instance, so they found a higher level melee fighter, and kicked me out. Sigh, it seems my level is still a bit low here. He shook his head, looking quite helpless. Lu Yuan felt a bit awkward, scratching his head. He hadn't expected that his soloing the instance had inadvertently caused rumors that led to Ren Zhiqin's predicament. He invited Ren Zhiqin, saying, just in time, we're also clearing the instance, but we are a bit short on people. If you don't mind, Brother Ren, come along with us. Previously, when facing the Blackstone gang in the wild, Ren Zhiqin had extended a helping hand to this chance acquaintance. This left a good impression on Lu Yuan. Now that the opportunity presented itself, he opened his mouth to invite Ren Zhiqin to join them in the instance. Actually, for the ruined city instance, the more people in the team, the more monsters there would be inside, which meant each person's average experience gained would also increase. This was very advantageous for Lu Yuan, the absolute main force, as more people actually meant faster leveling for him. But not just anyone could join, he needed to find someone trustworthy who wouldn't cause conflicts. You want to clear the instance with us? Ren Zhiqin raised his eyebrows, and then saw Ji Mengyu smiling behind Lu Yuan, instantly wide-eyed in surprise. Wow, isn't that the eldest lady of the Ji family? Ren Zhiqin exclaimed in shock, glancing back and forth between Lu Yuan and Ji Mengyu. Hello, I am Ji Mengyu. Ren Zhiqin was taken aback upon seeing Ji Mengyu, then quickly pulled Lu Yuan aside and whispered, Damn, Brother Lu, you really have some skill. The eldest lady of the Ji family actually got swept off her feet by you. Lu Yuan chuckled. Haha, we're friends, just teaming up for a dungeon. Don't think too much about it. He turned to Ji Mengyu. Ji Mengyu, can your cooldown rune be used for Brother Ren as well? Ji Mengyu smiled and nodded. No problem, since you're Lu Yuan's friend you are my friend too. However, Ren Jichin quickly shook his head. Brother Lu, I appreciate the thought, but at my level I don't want to hold you back. He said, I'm a big man with arms and legs, so I can't accept your charity. Lu Yuan laughed and said, Brother Ren, you are mistaken. It's not charity. With more people the efficiency of experience gain increases. He added, you've seen my abilities before, the more people there are the better it is for me. They'll take the majority of the experience. He continued, did you not help me when we first met? Now that I'm returning the favor, if you still act polite, it would be pretentious. Ren Jichin was also a straightforward person. Seeing Lu Yuan say this, he nodded and stopped refusing, smilingly saying, alright then, I'll rely on you this time, Brother Lu. After Ren Jichin joined, the three were about to head into the dungeon when he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, there are quite a few familiar faces today. He walked over and patted the shoulder of a tall, thin person. He gulped. It's only been a few days since the awakening ceremony, and he looks like he's only in his teens. This level dares to come brush a first-turn dungeon. It seems he wants to take a shortcut. He Galpong turned around and saw Lu Yuan slightly raising his eyebrows. Lu Yuan, you are indeed here too. This person spoke with his usual haughty demeanor, appearing somewhat aloof. Having attended the same high school for 3 years, Lu Yuan knew that although this guy was arrogant, he had a good heart. Although he came from a prestigious family, he always relied on himself, unlike Li Fei, who flaunted his father's name to deceive others. However, his personality was not well suited for this environment, and at the moment he was alone. He Galpong, are you by join my team to enter the dungeon together? Lu Yuan invited. However, he Galpong responded with a displeased snort. Lu Yuan, what do you take me for? He raised his proud chin, showing disdain. I don't want to accept your charity. Lu Yuan chuckled. It's not charity. Experience and resources are distributed based on contribution. The more work you do, the more experience you gain. He added, and with you the team will share more experience. It's beneficial for everyone. Do you still want to refuse? He patiently explained. He Galpong thought for, oh, if that's the case, then it's not impossible. Enough with the chit-chat. Lu Yuan decisively pulled him over to Ji Mingyu and the others. Wow, it's Ji Mingyu. Upon seeing Ji Mingyu, he Jiapeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked back and forth between her and Lu Yuan. After a moment, he regained his composure and pointed at Lu Yuan, asking, what is your relationship? Why does this guy seem just like Ren Jichin from before? Lu Yuan replied irritably, what relationship? The same as having one head, 2 eyes, 2 ears, 1 nose. After a moment, he regained his composure and pointed at Lu Yuan, asking, what is your relationship? Why does this guy seem just like Ren Jichin from before? Lady of the Ji family. He Galpong slightly bowed, neither servile nor overbearing. Ji Mingyu looked at him as if recalling something. He Galpong, are you from the He family? Yes, I am. Before he could finish, Lu Yuan interrupted. Alright, let's save the small talk for later after we go in. He urged everyone to enter the dungeon. However, Ren Jichin and He Galpong looked around, raising their heads. Hey, Lu Yuan, where are your other teammates? Haven't they arrived yet? Normally there should be several high-level experts to lead them. This was also the reason why the two initially refused. They didn't want to be a burden trailing behind and receiving charity. Their levels were simply too low and their contributions were limited. Yet as they were about to enter the dungeon, they still saw no one, which puzzled them. However, looking at them, Lu Yuan gave a wicked smile. No, it's just the two of us. He couldn't be bothered to explain to them, and after saying this he shoved both of them into the dungeon and followed Ji Mingyu in. Inside the dungeon, the two who were suddenly pushed and looked at the swirling vortex behind them, and then at the calm Lu Yuan and Ji Mingyu beside them, their expressions bewildered. What, just 4 people? He Galpong widened his eyes at Lu Yuan. Is this lineup really going to raid the ruins of despair? He glanced at the 4 of them, finally fixing his gaze on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, what level are you? First turn level 7. He Galpong gasped. Damn, that's really but that's still not enough. He then asked Ren Jichin, how about you, brother? What level are you? I'm first turn level 9. He Galpong laughed upon hearing this. Hey, I'm level 17. Not first turn level 17, but simply level 17. He said while brushing his bangs aside, then shouted, what the hell kind of dungeon is this? Are we here to die? One is level 9, one is level 7. Then there's Ji Mingyu, over 20 levels, and he himself is level 17. With this lineup they expect to conquer the ruins of despair. It's simply a dream. Ren Jichin was pondering, glancing at Lu Yuan. The levels are a bit low. Even if Brother Lu's strength is astonishing, it might be difficult. He looked at Ji Mingyu. Does the eldest lady of the Ji family have a way to lower the difficulty of the dungeon? Actually, are they entering on easy mode? Their expressions changed while Ji Mingyu beside them smiled quietly, watching. It seemed she was determined to watch them make fools of themselves. Lu Yuan looked at Ji Mingyu and felt she had a bit of it. At this moment, Ren Jichin raised his head and cast a detection spell at the rotting corpse at the opposite entrance. After taking a look, he was startled and jumped up. Oh my, this is difficult mode. Ren Jichin's exclamation startled He Galpong, who quickly cast a detection spell too. When he saw the attributes of the rotting corpse, he didn't say a word and turned to try to run outside. Lu Yuan was quick to react, grabbing the back of his neck, while He Galpong struggled desperately. Lu Yuan, are you trying to get us killed? Don't drag us down with you. I can't handle difficult mode. You 4 think you can clear difficult mode? He thought Lu Yuan was insane. This was difficult mode. It required a full-level elite team of 10 for first turn working in perfect coordination to clear it. And now they were only 4 people, 2 of whom were not even first turn. Thinking they could conquer difficult mode with this lineup was utterly ridiculous. However, Lu Yuan had no intention of explaining. He, after all, showing them was faster than any words. He gave Ji Mingyu a glance, and she understood, quickly buffing the 2 of them with 2 status effects. Then Lu Yuan waved his hand. Let's begin. He Gaopeng hurriedly raised his hand to stop them. No, wait, at least discuss the strategy first. Seeing Lu Yuan was serious, he was so scared that his voice trembled. Seeing the massive giant jaw worms and spider monsters that appeared out of nowhere, the newly joined members Ren Jiqin and He Gaopeng were both astonished. My goodness, these are all summoned creatures of Lu Yuan. There are just too many of them. However, what surprised them even more was yet to come. They watched as Lu Yuan's swarm of insects surged through the doorway, with the leading worm opening its terrifying pincers to crush a rotting corpse that lunged at them. Crunch crunch. The giant jaw worms were instantly killing the rotting corpses, 1 bite per corpse. The scene left He Gaopeng utterly dumbfounded. This. He turned to look at Lu Yuan, pointing at the distant giant jaw worm, while his mouth formed a big O, unable to speak. In contrast, Ren Jiqin remained relatively calm. After all, he had witnessed Lu Yuan's capabilities and the giant jaw worms before. Yet even he slightly opened his mouth, glancing back and forth between the giant jaw worms and Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan merely smiled lightly at the 2. Don't ask anything for now, you will know soon enough. Just make sure to keep up and not fall behind. Saying this, he and Ji Mingyu followed closely behind the swiftly advancing swarm of insects, leaving Ren Jiqin and He Gaopeng to watch as they ran off. The 2 left behind exchanged hesitant glances and finally took a deep breath, sprinting in the direction where Lu Yuan had gone. Seeing the 2 catch up, Lu Yuan smiled faintly and urged the swarm to accelerate. After evolving, the swarm greatly enhanced both its speed and attack power. As they progressed, any rotting corpses they encountered were swiftly dealt with 1 bite at a time. This left Ren Jiqin and He Gaopeng wide-eyed. In less than a minute after entering the instance, they were already approaching the mini-boss, the Butcher. The swarm charged ahead, slaughtering any rotting corpses in their path. They ignored the growing army of rotting corpses surrounding them. Watching the increasing number of corpses, both of their faces turned pale, resembling Ji Mingyu from earlier. The latter was now smiling brightly at the 2 of them. The more their faces paled, the more radiant Ji Mingyu's smile became. Finally, He Gaopeng, who had been silent, could no longer hold back. Lu Yuan, I see your worms are ridiculously strong now. But there are thousands of rotting corpses in this instance, it's too many to handle. Usually before facing the mini-boss Butcher, one must clear out the surrounding rotting corpses. Otherwise, fighting that Butcher boss will be very troublesome. He glanced around at the massive number of rotting corpses attracted by the commotion of battle, his expression filled with concern. Ren Jiqin remained silent, observing the calm Lu Yuan, deep in thought. Could it be that Lu Yuan still has a trick up his sleeve? Having previously witnessed Lu Yuan's abilities, he noticed the confidence on Lu Yuan's face and felt less worried than He Gaopeng. However, the next moment, he could no longer remain calm. As the swarm reached the Butcher boss, rather than quickly defeating the boss, several spiders were dragging it away with their webs. Lu Yuan, what on earth are you trying to do? Ren Jiqin finally lost his composure, becoming alarmed. He certainly knew the Butcher boss skills. The most troublesome one was the dinner bell. Once this skill was activated, all nearby rotting corpses would rush over. And they had charged through without clearing any corpses along the way. This meant that an exceptionally high number of rotting corpses would be drawn in. He looked at the dense swarm of rotting corpses in the distance, feeling sweat trickle down his palms. If these corpses were attracted by the boss skill, the 4 of them would be left with nothing. Moreover, wasn't the boss supposed to be killed right there? Did he expect to carry this thing out of the instance? In the next moment, his worries became a reality. Lu Yuan seemed to be impatient with the boss skill activation, sending several giant jaw worms to gnaw on the Butcher boss. The giant jaw worms, with a strength of 1,600, quickly bit through the dinner bell skill. Roar! With a loud roar from the Butcher, all the rotting corpses in the instance began to chase after them. Ren Jiqin and He Gaopeng, their faces pale, ran desperately behind the swarm. Yet Lu Yuan remained unfazed, directing the swarm deeper into the instance. What is he trying to do? Ugh, I must have been out of my mind to agree to enter the instance with him. The 2 began to doubt their earlier decision. They now regretted it deeply. They should have turned back and exited immediately. But now it was too late to regret. Looking up, they saw the massive number of rotting corpses forming a wall that was slowly closing in on them, and there was no way to escape. Once they left the protection of the swarm, it would mean death. Now, they could only follow Lu Yuan and charge forward. After a while, the swarm army entered the depths of the inner city. Lu Yuan, why aren't you going to the checkpoint? If you don't go now, there will be no chance later. Seeing Lu Yuan still focused on charging ahead, He Gaopeng, unable to hold back any longer, shouted at him. As he shouted, he pressed his hand against his chest, unsure if it was exhaustion or fear. Lu Yuan, not understanding what he was saying, turned to look at him. Checkpoint. What is a checkpoint? He Gaopeng looked incredulous. You don't even know what a checkpoint is. How do you even clear instances? Next to them, Ren Jiqin smiled wryly and explained, Lu Yuan, isn't there a large group of elite-level rotting corpse soldiers in front of the corpse general? One of the general's skills interacts with these rotting corpse soldiers. When fighting, if there are these soldiers around, it becomes nearly impossible to win. If you attack the checkpoints first, these soldiers will come to assist. After taking down a few checkpoints, you can draw away all the rotting corpse soldiers around the general. As he said this, he looked at Lu Yuan with some surprise. You didn't know this. How did you clear instances before? The two looked at Lu Yuan, their expressions filled with disbelief. Lu Yuan scratched his head, having cleared instances directly, without much thought, not realizing it was supposed to be difficult. With so many rotting corpses, we might not even have time to take down the checkpoints. But you must definitely go take down the stable. Otherwise we'll really be doomed during the boss fight. He Gaoping, who was running beside him, immediately raised both hands in agreement. Yes, the horse of the final boss is also a mini-boss. We can't deal with both at the same time. If his legs weren't so busy right now, he might have lifted his feet to emphasize his point. Lu Yuan was still confused. What's a stable, eh? Ren Zikan's mouth fell open in disbelief. You don't even know this. So you didn't prepare any poison. How are we supposed to fight? After a moment of shock, he resigned himself and explained to Lu Yuan. The stable is a building near the boss specifically used to deal with the mini-boss horse under the general's command. The awakened team needs to go to the trough in the stable to poison it before facing the final boss. After some time, that warhorse will come to graze. Once it eats the poison feed, it will significantly weaken its combat ability. Lu Yuan listened in a daze. So that's how it is. He had been somewhat puzzled earlier. With such a strong boss lineup, how would an ordinary team tackle this dungeon? It seems that the normal procedure for this dungeon is to attack the checkpoints one by one, drawing the minions away from the boss, and then drugging the cavalry to render them unable to fight. Otherwise, a regular team simply wouldn't be able to deal with the final boss while handling an additional minor boss and a swarm of elite soldiers. However, he did not care about these things. The necessary procedures were for others. His swarm army was powerful enough to charge straight through without the hassle. Why not simply push through the boss directly? While running, he Gaopeng pointed to an intersection ahead and shouted, Lu Yuan, there's a checkpoint if we turn left up ahead. Let's hurry over. Your swarm is so strong it won't take much time at all, Ren Ziqin added anxiously. If we don't change our route soon, it'll be too late. Do you really want to face the full boss lineup directly? Jia Mingyu, who had been smiling while listening to the three converse, looked at the frantic Ren Ziqin, and he Gaopeng and couldn't help but cover her mouth, stifling a laugh. What expressions would they have if they knew that Lu Yuan planned not only to skip the normal boss fighting process, but also to face all the undead in this dungeon at the same time? Ignoring the suggestions of the two, the swarm charged straight towards the final boss. Seeing Lu Yuan not only ignoring the boss, but also dragging the massive taunting device, the butcher, straight towards the final boss, the two were nearly scared out of their wits. Lu Yuan, don't be reckless at such a young age. Brother Lu, are you really going to challenge the fully equipped undead general with just 4 people, eh? However, at this point, they were already firmly bound to Lu Yuan's war chariot, unable to do anything but move forward together. Ignoring their cries, the swarm charged straight into the military camp. Boom. The leading giant jawworm smashed through the military camp's gate. Behind the gate, a perfectly organized general and his soldiers all lifted their heads in unison to look at the intruders. The two were filled with despair upon seeing this. My heavens. The entire dungeon's undead, along with the elite squad under the undead general, the undead cavalry, and the general himself. These 3 combined shouldn't be manageable, right? It's over, it's really over. I should quickly leave a message at the terminal. Ignoring the mutterings of the two beside him, Lu Yuan commanded the spider monsters to weave webs using the camp's buildings. Is this a spider web? Is he planning to confront the enemy here? Seeing the spider monsters weaving webs made the two feel somewhat confused, but before they could ask, the incoming horde of undead had already charged in. Then their expressions froze. The web had an extremely high tensile strength and stickiness. Once an undead was ensnared, it could not escape. The insects slaughtered these immobilized undead as easily as butchering chickens. The giant jawworms opened their massive pincers, devouring one after another. Whenever an undead was bitten to death, several insects would rush in to swallow it whole. A tidal wave of undead was being systematically and mercilessly slaughtered by the swarm. Yes, it was slaughtering. Watching the swarm butcher the undead, he Gaopeng inexplicably felt that the scene before him was strikingly similar to what he had seen during a factory visit in the past. The insects moved methodically as if working on an assembly line in a factory. One undead after another was easily killed, dismembered, and then devoured. Beside him, Ren Ziqin rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking that his vision was playing tricks on him. Am I dreaming? Can this still be called running a dungeon? He Gaopeng now couldn't utter a single word. He slightly parted his lips, staring blankly at everything before him. Just by looking, he could tell that any random undead could kill him in an instant. However, these undead were now like meat on a chopping board, only awaiting slaughter. He turned his head to look back. Their 20 pairs of giant jaw worms and spider monsters were engaged with the final boss. A mere 20 pairs of insects facing the undead general and his cavalry, along with nearly 100 elite undead soldiers, were actually exhibiting a crushing advantage. In just a few moments, they had routed the boss team. The monsters in the entire dungeon were being consumed at an astonishing rate. Just by watching the experience of the two was starting to skyrocket. He Gaopeng leveled up first. He stared incredulously at his level for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence. My heavens. Did I just level up? That was too fast. Before entering the dungeon his experience bar was only about 10, and he didn't expect to level up so soon after entering. Lu Yuan's insects were simply too strong, and their attributes were extremely abnormal. Moreover, throughout the entire process they didn't have to lift a finger, they just stood by while Lu Yuan handled everything. Lu Yuan smiled at the two who were gaping in astonishment. Ever since they charged into the military camp the two had maintained this expression of wide-open mouths and bulging eyes, hardly changing at all. So do you still think 4 people can't challenge the final boss? He Gaopeng looked at him, his mouth moving a couple of times without being able to say anything. But in his heart he was grumbling. It's not that 4 people are weak, it's that you're the one doing all the heavy lifting. We were just running around and acting as spectators the entire time. While they were talking, the undead general let out a mournful cry and was then toppled by several giant jaw worms. Watching this scene made the two's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Wait, did we just defeat the final boss? Is this even something a person can do? Lu Yuan turned to them and pointed at the few remaining undead that had been killed. So how about it? This is how my team runs dungeons. Rather than explaining it verbally, seeing it in action is much quicker. Look, it's only been 6 minutes. The number of undead had increased with the addition of 2 more people, which actually slowed down the time it took to complete. The two, upon hearing this, unconsciously lowered their heads to check the time. During the previous dungeon run, they had been on edge the entire time, feeling as if time had dragged on for years. They had no mood to check the time. Now after Lu Yuan mentioned it, they snapped back to reality. After confirming that only 6 minutes had passed, they raised their heads and exchanged glances, seeing resignation in each other's eyes. They truly didn't know what expression to wear at this point. They had been shocked so many times along the way that they had grown numb. He Gaopeng licked his dry lips and forced out a laugh from his throat. Has 6 minutes for a challenging dungeon run. Who would believe that? Ren Jichin sighed deeply. Not to mention it was all done by one person, we were just tagging along. After clearing the dungeon the exit vortex appeared, and Lu Yuan waved to the two. Wanna go again? Time is precious, if you're coming make it quick. After saying that, he and Ji Mingyu exited the dungeon first. As they left the two looked at each other. After their initial shock their eyes were now filled with excitement. Yes. They responded in unison, stepping forward to catch up. After that the 4 of them began to go back and forth in the dungeon, repeatedly farming. Because of the previous abnormal phenomena in the dungeon, Lu Yuan had become very restrained. Now he neither leveled the ground nor demolished buildings. He only consumed a few undead. He believed the dungeon couldn't be so fragile as to be ruined by a few consumed undead. Lu Yuan's speed in clearing the dungeon was extremely fast, taking about 6 minutes for each run. After repeating this several times, Lu Yuan reached level 10 of the first promotion. However, as the levels increased, the speed of leveling up became increasingly difficult, and after level 10, he noticeably slowed down. Even so, Lu Yuan was confident that his leveling speed would rank among the best in the entire history of the Great Sea. After completing a run, the 4 of them exited to reset the dungeon, using Ji Mingyi's cooldown ability, and then re-entered. Their levels began to soar. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the big exam. At the entrance of the dilapidated fortress, days have passed, and it has now regained its former appearance. No longer are there crowds surrounding the entrance, nor are there anyone with bloodshot copper bell-like eyes chasing after others to ask if goods have arrived. Those who came from afar due to the rumors have not gained anything significant in these days, causing the rumors to crumble on them. Currently, the order of the entire instance has returned to normal, with occasional teams entering the vortex or emerging from within. Nearby vendors at the stalls are half-laying on the ground, napping occasionally, lifting their heads to glance at the passing awakeners. At this moment, the vortex at the entrance suddenly swayed, and 4 figures appeared. It was Lu Yuan and Ji Mingyu along with 2 others. After several days they now looked somewhat haggard, covered in dirt, and their clothes were tattered. Yet their eyes sparkled with vitality, and they appeared refreshed. After exiting the instance, Lu Yuan first. Name Lu Yuan. Occupation Swarm Overlord, Unique Legend. Level First Transfer, Level 37. Talent Swarm Overlord. Strength 1340-940. Constitution 1340-940. Agility 1340-940. Spirit 1340-940. Skills: Pain Whip. Weakness: Aura Summon Giant Mandible Bug Summon Spider Monster. Swarm Legendary Talent increases the upper limit of summoned creatures by 10 times. Overlord Legendary Talent doubles the effects of all skills. For every summoned creature, the summoner's attributes increase by 1 point. Pain Whip inflicts intense mental burning damage to the target. Instant hit unavoidable. Weakness: Aura accelerates the passage of time for hostile targets, putting them into a state of aging. Summon Bronze Giant Mandible Bug summons a Bronze Giant Mandible Bug to fight for oneself. Summon limit 200,200. Growth type skill potential legendary. Summon Bronze Spider Monster summons a Bronze Spider Monster to fight for oneself. Summon limit 200,200. Growth type skill potential legendary. In just a few days his level has been rapidly climbing. He is now only 3 levels away from the maximum level of 4. His attributes are now close to 1,000, and with the Overlord talents bonus they exceed 1,300. Generally Awakeners usually only have one primary attribute that is high, but Lu Yuan has all 4 attributes elevated. In comparable situations his 4 attributes far surpass any primary attribute of an ordinary Awakener. Simply put, his strength surpasses that of a warrior, his constitution exceeds that of a knight, his agility is higher than that of a rogue, and his spirit is greater than that of a mage. With such high base attributes, he has come to realize the formidable nature of the Swarm Overlord. Even without the talent bonus, just the high base attributes alone allow him to outpace other professions significantly. Yet even so he still feels somewhat unsatisfied. Checking the time, Lu Yuan sighed. There's not enough time. It seems I won't be able to reach second transfer before the major exam. He had initially hoped to achieve second transfer before the exam. Now although he is only 3 levels away, the higher the level the more difficult it becomes to level up, and the remaining time is simply not enough for him to reach second transfer. He can only give up. Seeing that Lu Yuan was not satisfied with his level, Ren Jichin could only smile ruefully. Wow, brother Lu, you are already quite high. First transfer, level 37. Just saying that could scare someone. And you're still not satisfied. He galloping walking beside them also wore a helpless expression. I've never heard of anyone reaching second transfer before the major exam. After criticizing Lu Yuan, he glanced at his own level, his expression shifting. I'm already at first transfer level 9. Currently among the 4, he had the lowest level. In these days, other than occasional breaks, they had been continuously engaged in the instance. Only he, Gaoping, and Ji Mengyu had interrupted their progress to return to the city for the first transfer after reaching the maximum level. Additionally, Ji Mengyu had to return to recharge her cooldown runes. In the remaining time, all 4 had been continuously engaged in the instance. Over these past few days their levels had experienced a qualitative leap. He, Gaoping, had the lowest at first transfer level 9. Ji Mengyu was at first transfer level 15. Ren Jichin was at first transfer level 21. Lu Yuan had surpassed Ren Jichin, who previously had the highest level, reaching first transfer level 37, becoming the highest leveled among the 4. Let's head back to participate in the major exam, Lu Yuan said. After finishing the instance, the next significant event every Awakener must experience lay before them. With Ji Mengyu having contacted ahead, the Ji family sent a special vehicle, and Lu Yuan and the others managed to hitch a ride back to Linhai City without much trouble. Stepping out of the vehicle, the 4 bid each other farewell. Brother Lu, we shall see each other later. Lu Yuan, it's time for the major exam soon. Let's cheer each other on. The major exam is not just about levels, I won't lose to you. Waving them off, Lu Yuan headed to the trading market in the city center to sell off the various gains from this outing for money. He sold off equipment obtained from the Blackstone gang, as well as various items acquired during the instance, and the secret realm packaging, and selling everything he couldn't use. A pile of black iron and bronze equipment along with various materials sold for 2 million, which was quite a decent haul. He kept 1 million for renting a stone tablet during the second transfer. He also outfitted himself with a full set of equipment. Upon exiting the trading market, he was now clad in shiny armor. He realized that the Swarm Overlord profession leaned towards melee combat. Most mage-type equipment was unusable for him, but he could use plate armor and weapons suited for warriors and knights. The entire set of shiny and new armor was at least of bronze grade, which was already quite high, paired with a visibly high-quality indestructible giant hammer. Now no one would doubt that he was a melee profession. As for the boss accessory he had gained from the previous secret realm instance, Ji Mengyu had helped him craft it days ago. This item had now been transformed into equipment and returned to him. Heart of the Poisonous Woman, Platinum grade. Level first transfer, level 20. Equipment requirement, level first transfer 20 and above, all attributes above 600. Effect increases all attributes by 300. Attacking the wearer of this equipment will temporarily decrease the attacker's all attributes by 10. This boss level accessory has quite high requirements. Besides needing to meet the level requirement, all attributes must also be above 600. Many professions can meet the primary attribute requirements, but they may not excel in other attributes. However, Lu Yuan's profession has no such issues. All his attributes are nearing 1000. The stringent requirements yield substantial returns. All attributes increase by 300. The indestructible giant hammer at first transfer level 10 only increases by 100 attributes, while this accessory boosts by 300. A few bronze armors also provide some bonuses, and when factoring in the indestructible giant hammer and the heart of the poisonous woman, his total attributes have already approached 1900. This is already an incredibly astonishing number. Moreover, aside from the attribute bonuses, this accessory possesses an incredible ability. If you attack me, your attributes will drop by 10. Imagine if combined with his weakness, aura, the enemy would age first, then lose another 10 of their attributes. These two weakening effects stacked together would leave the opponent unable to even cry. After finishing his errands and finding a place to bathe and change, he checked the time. There are 2 hours left until the major exam begins. I should go check on Xiao Yao. Since awakening, he had been focused on leveling up. Although he had been keeping an eye on his sister, he had not yet visited her. He arrived at the inpatient department of the city hospital, finding his sister's ward in a corner on the 3rd floor. Entering, he was greeted by a room that was not wide, but was clean and tidy. On one side against the wall stood a hospital bed. On it lay a girl who bore a 70 resemblance to Lu Yuan, gazing out the window in a daze. She had fair skin and large bright dark round eyes. Although long-term confinement indoors made her appear somewhat thin and pale, it could not hide her innate beauty. She was a little beauty in the making. It was Lu Yuan's sister Lu Yao. Looking at her, Lu Yuan smiled slightly, and then covered her eyes from behind. Guess who has come? The girl initially startled, then turned her head. Upon realizing it was Lu Yuan, her fair face broke into a radiant smile. Brother, you're here. Lu Yao, seeing her brother behind her, excitedly bounced up from her hospital bed, and gave Lu Yuan. Alright. Lu Yuan patted his sister's back as he gently removed her from himself, and placed her back on the bed. If you keep bouncing around like that, Dr. Zhang will scold you again. Lu Yao chuckled nonchalantly. It's fine. I've been feeling great lately, full of energy. She reached out, and pulled Lu Yuan to sit on the edge of the bed. Bro, tell me everything about what happened after you awakened. What class did you get? Was the novice dungeon scary? Start from the very beginning, and don't leave out a single detail. I've been holding back from asking because I didn't want to bother you, but it's been so hard. She hugged her pillow, and looked at him expectantly. Lu Yuan smiled, paused, and then put on a serious expression. Actually I awakened. But before he could finish, Lu Yao suddenly remembered something, and sat up with a start. Alright bro. The biggest news this year happened at your school, didn't it? I heard someone got a legendary class, and leveled up to 30 in just one day. The girl's attention shifted quickly, and sometimes Lu Yuan could barely keep up with her pace. Bro, do you know that person? What are they like? Male or female? Good looking? No matter what, they're bound to become a huge celebrity. As she spoke, her big eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement. The news of Lu Yuan reaching level 30 in a day had spread like wildfire throughout the city. Now everyone knew that someone from No. 2 High School had a legendary class and reached level 30 in a single day. However, thanks to Principal Wang's confidentiality measures, all information about Lu Yuan's name and appearance remained hidden. Ordinary people knew such a person existed, but they didn't know the finer details. That was exactly Lu Yao's situation. She knew there was such a figure, but she had no idea who they were. Hearing his sister's question, Lu Yuan curled his lips, his eyes twinkling as he nodded. Oh, I know him pretty well. Really? She covered her mouth, her eyes widening slightly in surprise, then asked tentatively, then, can you get me the— Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at that. Hey, if I do say so myself, I'm the one who knows him best in the whole school. Who needs some lousy autograph? They'll have him treat you to dinner another day. At his words, Lu Yao rolled her eyes so hard they nearly disappeared. Hi, you're just bragging. I believe you know him, but getting him to treat me to dinner. If I believe that I'm a dog. Lu Yuan grinned. Don't doubt me. We're thick as thieves, practically sharing the same pants. If I say he'll treat you, then he definitely will. Lu Yao pouted, clearly unconvinced. But then a thought crossed her mind. What if it was true? She immediately looked at Lu Yuan with a serious tone. Bro, if you really have a good connection with him, you'd better cherish it. That's a legendary class after all. They're bound to soar to great heights. I'm not expecting someone like that to do us any, but if we ever fall on hard times, even a little help from them could be a lifeline. Sitting on the hospital bed, she wagged her finger and lectured her brother with all seriousness. Seeing his sister so spirited, Lu Yuan's previously anxious heart relaxed. He reached out and ruffled her hair, changing the subject. How about you? Feeling any better lately? Lu Yao nodded. MMDR. Zhang said I've been stable recently. After a bit more observation, maybe they'll let me go out for a walk. Looking closely at his sister's face, she had a good complexion now. Compared to her worst condition, she was already very— After the outstanding medical bills were cleared and treatment resumed, her condition had improved significantly. You know about my illness, bro? Once you covered the medical expenses, there wasn't much of a problem. As she said this, Lu Yao lowered her head slightly. Months ago, she had fallen ill without warning, suddenly slipping into a severe anemic state. If Lu Yuan hadn't reacted quickly and rushed her to the hospital, she might have died on the spot. After arriving at the hospital, various tests were conducted, but the cause remained unknown. Over the past few months, she would periodically fall unconscious due to extreme anemia. With no clear cause, there was no targeted treatment, so she could only rely on blood transfusions to survive. According to her attending physician, to find the root cause, or even cure her, they would need a high-tier healing type awakener. In Linhai City, when it came to healing, the Ji family with their angel bloodline was paramount. If a member of the Ji family, especially Ji Xian himself, the strongest in Linhai City, and its leader, were to examine Lu Yao any difficult ailment, if a member of the Ji family, especially Ji Xian himself, the strongest in Linhai City, and its leader, were to examine Lu Yao any difficult ailment, could likely be cured instantly. This was one reason Lu Yuan had previously done a favor for Ji Mingyu. But to get Ji Xian, a 5th-tier awakener, to treat his sister, the favor from the secret realm dungeon alone wasn't enough. However, an opportunity now lay before Lu Yuan, the upcoming major exam. If he could make a stunning performance and achieve excellent results, things would change. If he could enter the nation's top institution backed by a provincial top score, or even better, then inviting Ji Xian himself to see his sister wouldn't be just a dream. Of course Lu Yuan wasn't blindly optimistic. Even if he underperformed, he could ask Ji Mingyu to find a way, spend some money to get a 3-retire awakener with Ji family bloodline to take a look. But then he might not have enough funds on hand. In any case, to be safe, he needed to think of more ways to make money. As Lu Yuan pondered with his head down, Lu Yao, who had been watching his expression, suddenly dropped her smile and spoke, "Bro, the medical bills must have cost a lot, right? Even if you don't tell me, I know it was a huge sum. And you've been a bit too generous, haven't you? The allowance you gave me before, 100, would last us over." She glared at Lu Yuan with reproachful eyes, staring up at him intently. "Bro, you're just a student. Where did you get all that?" "That was from before I..." Just as Lu Yuan was about to explain, a female doctor in a white coat entered the ward and smiled upon seeing him. "Oh, Lu Yuan, you're here." This was Dr. Zhang, his sister's attending physician. "Dr. Zhang, I hope Xiao Yao hasn't been too much trouble. This girl is naturally restless. She can't stand being idle for a day." Seeing his sister's doctor arrive, Lu Yuan quickly stood up to greet her. Dr. Zhang chuckled. "Not at all. It's good for girls to be lively. It keeps me happy too." She then looked at Lu Yao. "Lu Yao, I need to borrow your brother for a chat. He'll return him soon, okay?" Lu Yao smiled lightly. "Sister Zhang, you don't actually have to return him. I don't mind." Hearing his sister's remark, Lu Yuan could only shake his head with a wry smile. Dr. Zhang turned to Lu Yuan with a smile. "Lu Yuan, shall we step out for a talk?" "Sure." Lu Yuan nodded, and the two of them left. Once they were a distance away from the ward, Dr. Zhang turned around, her face beaming. "Congratulations. A legendary class. That's incredible. The whole city is buzzing about it." Lu Yuan rubbed his nose. "Haha, just luck. You flatter me, Dr. Zhang. There is no such thing. Since you have already awakened to your corresponding profession, that is your strength." Saying this, she sighed. "Unlike me, I will probably only reach level 2 at most in this lifetime." "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else, and I haven't said anything to your sister either," Dr. Zhang said rapidly. She seemed very enthusiastic towards Lu Yuan. But she wasn't like this before. Lu Yuan's previous impression of Dr. Zhang was responsible yet indifferent. She was dutiful to her sister, but never did anything extra or said any unnecessary words. She always had a stern face, and her conversations with Lu Yuan were brief, after which she would turn and leave immediately. But now she seemed like a different person in front of Lu Yuan. Not only had she become more talkative, but upon closer inspection, the once unadorned female doctor now had permed hair and wore exquisite makeup. She was completely transformed compared to before. Lu Yuan was very clear about why she had changed. All of this was thanks to his awakening to a legendary profession. For some reason, Principal Wang seemed to have told Dr. Zhang that he was the one with the legendary profession. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was the change brought about by power. Even though he had not yet become a true powerhouse, those around him had already begun to see him as a potential asset, and their attitudes were starting to shift. This world is like this. Oh, with power one can gain respect. After some small talk, Lu Yuan asked her, "Dr. Zhang, how is my sister's condition?" Hearing this, the elegantly made-up Dr. Zhang slightly frowned, and then sighed softly. "Your sister's condition remains unchanged with no significant developments. Fortunately, as long as blood transfusions are given, she is currently not in any danger. However, I cannot guarantee that her condition won't suddenly change in the future. I'm afraid our hospital's capabilities are limited, and we cannot determine the cause of the illness. I estimate that to figure it out, or even cure it, we would need at least a level 3 awakener." Saying this, she shook her head apologetically. "Unfortunately, given our hospital's authority, we can only summon a level 2 healer at most. We are truly powerless to help." "No, Dr. Zhang has been very responsible," Lu Yuan said, to which Dr. Zhang quickly shook her hand. No, Lu Yuan, please don't flatter me. I can't handle praise." After chatting with Dr. Zhang for a while, Lu Yuan returned to his sister's hospital room. Checking the time, it was almost time to head to the examination room. However, as soon as he entered the ward, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. He saw his sister Lu Yao sitting on the bed with her head down, completely lacking the previous vitality. Xiao Yao, what's wrong?" he asked as he sat beside her bed. Seeing Lu Yuan approach, Lu Yao spoke softly. "Brother, I don't want to treat this illness anymore." She had changed from her previous lively self and appeared very despondent. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression became serious as he straightened his body to face her and asked, "What happened?" Lu Yao looked up at Lu Yuan and then lowered her head again. "Earlier, Dr. Zhang asked you to step outside to discuss medical expenses, right? Brother, you've already suffered too much to gather money for my treatment." She looked up at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with concern. Lu Yuan's frame was already slimmer than others his age. Since his sister fell ill, he had taken on several additional jobs, and he had noticeably lost weight. However, since awakening, he had started to gain some muscle these days. Otherwise, he would be even thinner now. Lu Yao kept her head down and spoke softly. "I still don't know what caused this illness," she said. "It's like a bottomless pit no matter how hard you try, brother. You can't fill it up." She continued, "You just awakened, and this is clearly the time when you need money the most." She looked up again, her eyes red as she spoke. "Instead of dragging you down like this to survive, I won't treat it anymore." Lu Yuan sighed softly upon hearing this, and rubbed her head, pausing for a moment before saying, "Didn't you ask me what my profession was before?" He said, Hey, let me tell you, actually, I am the one with the legendary profession. Lu Yao frowned at this statement. Brother, don't lie to me. With so many people at your school, how could you be the one with the legendary profession? What are the odds of that? Seeing her disbelief, Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Haha, you don't believe me. Then let me show you something impressive, he said as he displayed his awakener information. Name Lu Yuan, profession Swarm Master, unique legendary level, first transition, level 37. The information clearly showed Lu Yuan's current level and profession, including the rarity of the profession. Seeing Lu Yuan's information, Lu Yao gasped and covered her mouth, her eyes wide open. You really have a legendary profession. And you're already level 1 transition 37. How many days has it been since your awakening, and you're already level 1 transition 37? She looked at Lu Yuan again, her eyes round as saucers filled with disbelief. Although she had not yet awakened, she still knew some common knowledge. For instance, the information displayed by an awakener could not be fabricated. Generally, it was already considered lucky for an awakener to reach level 1 before the major examination. Brother, did you really awaken to a legendary profession? She widened her eyes and asked again in disbelief. Lu Yuan smiled and patted his chest for assurance. Even if you don't believe the information of the profession, can you not trust your brother? Have I ever lied to you? At this point, Lu Yao finally stopped doubting. I believe you. She stared at Lu Yuan for a while, and after a moment she murmured, Brother, that's great. Really great. As she spoke, tears suddenly streamed down her face, and she rushed over to hug Lu Yuan and cried loudly. This time Lu Yuan did not push her away. After she cried for a while, Lu Yuan showed her his bank balance. It now showed nearly 3 million. Look, most of this money was earned by me in the past few days. While it can't compare to the wealthy, it's still a considerable, so you don't have to worry about money at all. Just focus on getting better. Once my level is higher, I'll find a level 3 healer to have a look at you, and I guarantee it will be cured right away. Still with red eyes, Lu Yao broke into a smile. Lu Yuan stood up to leave, and Lu Yao waved her hand vigorously. Brother, you better do well in the big exam. After leaving the hospital, he arrived at his alma mater No. 2 high school. There was a passageway here leading to the examination room. Entering the school, he could see a black vortex hovering over the playground, somewhat resembling a dungeon entrance. This was the entrance to the major examination space. Stepping into the vortex would allow entry. Around him, a large number of teachers from the school were on guard at various positions to prevent suspicious individuals from sneaking in. As Lu Yuan approached, a teacher from class 1 froze and widened his eyes slightly. But he quickly snapped back to reality and said to Lu Yuan is here, hurry and go in, the exam is about to start. Lu Yuan nodded, looking around, but did not see Principal Wang or his homeroom teacher. Perhaps the two were on duty elsewhere. Originally, he intended to find Principal Wang to exchange the murky black oil they had previously discussed. He had been going back and forth through dungeons lately, accumulating a lot, and he believed Principal Wang would be very pleased upon seeing it. But it seemed he would have to wait. He did not delay any longer and stepped into the vortex. The scene before him changed, and he entered an extremely vast space with no boundaries in sight. Here there was a solid gray floor, and a huge light cluster hung above as illumination. This was a temporary dungeon specially prepared for the major examination. In front of him were densely packed students of the same age. They stood in their designated positions from their respective schools, chatting in groups of 2 or 3. Not only were students from Linhai City present, but those from nearby towns and settlements had also gathered in this space. The great examination is about to begin, and Lu Yuan has arrived rather late. The entire venue has designated areas for each school where students are gathered. He found the location of his school and walked over while glancing around. It seems that some kind of restriction has been set up within the examination instance, preventing the viewing of others' levels or sensing their aura. After looking around, he spotted 2 familiar figures near the crowd and walked over. Oh, Lu, you finally made it. You almost missed it, or I thought you were going to skip the exam. Here Ren Jichin and He Gaopeng were gathered together discussing something, and upon seeing Lu Yuan they both spoke up. Ren Jichin looked Lu Yuan up and down, focusing on his armor with an expression of surprise. Lu, this armor of yours is quite impressive. The others can't even tell you're a summoner. Seeing Lu Yuan trading in his old gear for heavy armor, He Gaopeng looked conflicted. You're clearly a summoner, and yet you can equip heavy armor. Is there any justice in this? Lu Yuan chuckled in response. Hey, don't underestimate it. This gear is quite heavy and uncomfortable. If I had the choice, I'd rather wear light clothing. As he casually bragged, he knocked on his armor. The thick armor produced a dull sound, showcasing its formidable defensive capabilities. The two looked at Lu Yuan in exasperation. They had been running instances together for the past few days and had grown quite familiar with each other. Lu Yuan glanced at the two of them. During their time apart, they had each updated their gear or changed their weapons. By the way, Lu, which school are you planning to attend? Ren Jichin asked him. He Gaopeng chimed in. I think I can aim for the Imperial Capital University now. I had no expectations at first, but since you've brought me to this level, I can now try for the Imperial Capital University. Just then Ji Mingyu, who was over at the other side, came over. Lu, you're here. Ji Mingyu greeted him with a warm smile. Seeing her approach, Ren Jichin waved at her. Oh, Miss Ji, your timing is perfect. We were just discussing which school to attend. Both he and I are heading to the Imperial Capital University. Are you planning to go there as well? Ji Mingyu nodded. That's right, the Imperial Capital University is the best. She turned to Lu Yuan. Lu, where do you plan to go? Lu Yuan had an answer ready. I also plan to go to the Imperial Capital University. The territory of the Great Xia Kingdom is roughly 10 times larger than in my past life, with a population that is similarly vast. Each year as many as 100 million students participate in the Great Examination. However, the most prestigious universities only enroll about 3,000 to 4,000 new students annually. Although the competition is extremely fierce, if one is to rise, they naturally must attend the best institutions. Achieving the first transition before the examination qualifies them to compete for the top academies in the Great Xia. To enter the top 10 universities, one may need to reach level 3 of the first transition. Among all of the academies in the Great Xia Kingdom, the Imperial Capital University is the most prestigious. Based on historical data, the entrance threshold for this school is at least level 5 of the first transition. Currently all 4 of them have passed the first transition, with even the lowest he galloping at level 9, making them all qualified to attempt entry into the top school. Ren Jichin laughed heartily. Haha, if the 4 of us can all get in, that would be interesting. Although we've been running instances together for the past few days, honestly, I still feel I haven't had enough time with you guys. Of course, if we can run instances together again, I can't keep mooching off of you, Lu. The 3 smiled at his remark. Ji Mingyu looked at Lu Yuan with a smile, then spoke in a rather mysterious tone. Lu, while the Imperial Capital University is the best, do you know that within the same university, there are also elite colleges and top mentors? Lu Yuan's interest was piqued. Oh, please tell me more about it. This was information he rarely encountered, and it was wonderful to have Ji Mingyu share it with him. She smiled slightly before. Though the overall level of the Imperial Capital University is extremely high, even the lowest ranked college here far exceeds the top colleges of other schools, since all who can enter the Imperial Capital University are the chosen ones who wouldn't want to advance further into the best colleges and seek the best mentors. She began to count off on her fingers. The Imperial Capital University has a total of 5 colleges: the Xinyu College, the Chuangzhou College, the Qianjin College, the Guanghui College, and the Tiangong College. Xinyu College, as its name suggests, is focused on practical combat. Its entire training system is designed to cultivate the most battle-ready talents. Chuangzhou College gathers the brightest minds from across the nation. They research the structure of the world day and night and uncover its secrets. The students here may not excel in combat, but their understanding of skills, dungeons, alien races, and even their own abilities is unparalleled compared to other colleges. Qianjin College possesses the richest resources and the most comprehensive dungeons. Entering this college allows one to level up at the highest efficiency, making it the best choice for those wanting to become high transitioners quickly. Guanghui College is a sanctuary for healing-type awakened ones, gathering the nation's top healers. By the way, my father graduated from this college too. Tiangong College has a nickname, the Great Logistics College. It covers equipment, forging material, refining formations, the latest technologies, and more. All the tangible and intangible support that awakened ones need can be found in this college. Ji Mingyu paused here, glancing at the 3 who were listening intently, then nodded and continued. The best among the 5 colleges is undoubtedly Xinyu College. However, its admission standards are extremely strict. It is said that each year only a very few new students can enter here. Of course, besides, the college's mentors are also an important choice. Some may not be the best when they enroll, but if they are fortunate enough to be noticed by an outstanding mentor and accepted as their disciple, they can soar to great heights. The good news is this year we have good luck. The dean of Xinyu College, Kong Feng, just graduated a batch of students, so his disciple slots have opened up. This means that if we can enter the Imperial Capital University, we have a chance to become his disciple. By the way, Dean Kong is a level 7 expert. He Jiapeng's eyes widened in shock. What? Level 7? Although he is also a young master, this was the first time he had heard such news. Lu Yuan felt a jolt in his heart as well. Level 7 is the peak that awakened humans can achieve. It is said that there are only about 40 known level 7 awakened ones in the entire Great Xia. One could say that level 7 is the pinnacle and backbone of the entire Great Xia. Being able to take such a person as a mentor will undoubtedly lead to limitless potential. Ji Mingyu nodded. That's right, a level 7 expert. Among the mentors assigned to our class this year, he is recognized as the best. Even when considering other schools, there is no better option. In fact, even if we wait until next year, we probably won't have such an opportunity again. So if we don't perform well this time and have to retake the exam next year, it will be very hard to encounter a chance to study under a level 7 mentor. Although my father graduated from the Radiant Academy, I wish to enter the Divine Martial Academy. Haha, thinking about this now is a bit premature. Our immediate goal is to gain admission to the Imperial Capital University, and everything starts from there. The 3 nodded in agreement. Just as the 4 were chatting together, a voice suddenly came from nearby. Oh, isn't that the eldest daughter of the Ji family? Who is she with? The one beside her is from the He family, and the other is Ren Jichin. Ren Jichin, he was a repeat student from last year. His original profession was not impressive, but after his first advancement, he seemed to have obtained a good skill and suddenly soared. In recent months, his level has skyrocketed, and I've heard he is now over level 20 after his first advancement. Wow, level 20 after the first advancement. That's incredible. The four appeared to be chatting closely together, and with Ji Mingyu the only idol among the awakened students of Linhai this year, naturally drew countless gazes. Ren Zikan's robust figure was also quite conspicuous. Although he Gaoping usually seemed unremarkable, many people actually knew him. As for Lu Yuan, who was the last one? Does anyone recognize him? These people did not hide their voices at all, and Lu Yuan could hear them clearly. I don't know him. I don't know him. Oh, that's Lu Yuan. Why is he wearing armor? Many people shook their heads, but some still recognized Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Who is this person? It's understandable that you don't know. His information was kept confidential and cannot be disclosed. Have you heard of the legendary profession that advances in just one day? That's him. I see a legendary profession that advances in one day is truly remarkable. It's a pity we can't see others' levels in the examination hall, so we don't know how high he is now. At this point someone shook their head. Sigh, but no matter how talented he is, he can't compare to those at the second advancement, right? This statement immediately received agreement from those around. That's right, this year's top scholar of Linhai province will definitely be Zhao Qiming. Upon hearing this, someone showed a look of discontent. That's true, but it's unfair to have someone at the second advancement take the big exam with us. If you think it's unfair, you could wait another year to come back. At this moment someone suddenly remembered that Lu Yuan was actually— Wait a minute, I remember that legendary profession is a summoner. How could he force himself to wear armor? This person said loudly. The people around turned their attention to Lu Yuan. When they saw Lu Yuan, a summoner, actually wearing armor, they were first taken aback, then each one displayed a Haha, a summoner wearing armor would probably find it hard to move. How foolish. Tisk equipping gear that doesn't suit him for a bit of defense is the most brainless thing to do. It seems he just got lucky with a good profession. Ooh, I could do it too. The onlookers continued to murmur, and Ji Mingyu could no longer tolerate it, turning to them. Excuse me, classmates, do you have any business with us? If so, please come over and clarify in person. With her cold gaze, the few students were frightened out of their wits. Nothing, miss, please continue your conversation. Nearby students quickly ran away. Ji Mingyu turned to look. Lu Yuan, they don't know your level, but we do. However, even so, you still have competitors in this exam. Lu Yuan smiled and shrugged. Awakened individuals have varying abilities, each with their own uniqueness. I've never felt like I lacked competitors. That's good. She nodded in satisfaction, and then pointed not far away. Lu Yuan followed her gaze, and saw a young man in white light armor surrounded by a group of people. Do you see that person? Ji Mingyu said to him. His name is Zhao Qiming, a repeat student who awakened last year. He was already level 11 after his second advancement last month, and who knows how high he is now. To be honest, he is the biggest favorite in this major exam for our Linhai province. After Ji Mingju's words, Lu Yuan had not yet spoken, and beside him, He Gaopeng began to murmur. Really letting us compete with those who awakened last year is too unfair. Ji Mingyu smiled upon hearing this. This issue has been discussed many times. However, no matter how much people protest, the repeat examination system remains in place. He was still unhappy. Sigh, what's wrong with the higher-ups? Why implement it this way? Regardless of He Jiapeng's complaints, Ren Ziqin also turned to Lu Yuan. Zhao Qiming is in the same cohort as I am and awakened an epic profession. He was already known as a genius back then, and what's more remarkable is that, like Miss, he also possesses a special bloodline, and no one knows how strong he can be when he unleashes his full power. But he performed poorly in last year's major exam, so he chose to retake it this year. Lu, your level in my opinion is enough to compete for the top spot in Linhai, but Zhao Qiming cannot be underestimated. Lu Yuan nodded upon hearing this. Ever since he encountered Ren Ziqin in the wild, he realized that with such a repeat student present, this major exam would not be easy. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. Ren Ziqin has already become a model of a comeback, but there are even more exaggerated cases. Zhao Qiming has a handsome appearance and is wearing expensive-looking gear surrounded by a crowd, making him look quite. However, it's impossible to see the opponent's level and attributes in the dungeon, so just judging by appearances doesn't determine his strength. Speaking of which, Zhou Lingsheng and he both awakened last year, right? Lu Yuan asked Ji Mingyu. That's right, he and Brother Zhou are from the same cohort, but his level is 10 levels higher than Brother Zhou's. A month ago, he was already level 11 after his second advancement, which is nearly 10 levels higher than Zhou Lingsheng. Although both are at their second advancement, the newly advanced Zhou Lingsheng and the already level 11 Zhao Qiming are completely different concepts. After entering the second advancement, the leveling speed becomes slower, but the attribute increase with each level up is also greater. Moreover, Zhao Qiming also possesses bloodline power, far surpassing someone like Zhou Lingsheng. While the four were discussing Zhao Qiming, it seemed that he had noticed their gaze. Or rather, he had already been paying attention to Ji Mingyu, and had been quietly observing. When Zhao Qiming saw Lu Yuan and the others looking over, his eyes lit up upon catching sight of Ji Mingyu, and he immediately stepped out from the crowd and walked over. Isn't this the eldest daughter of the Ji family? Congratulations on awakening to an epic profession. Your awakening has become a beautiful tale in our Linhai city. I've long wanted to congratulate you in person, but have been lacking the opportunity. The other party said enthusiastically. Hello Zhao Qiming, the last time we met was at my father's birthday banquet. Ji Mingyu replied with a slight smile, but her tone was somewhat lukewarm. Zhao Qiming did not mind. He indicated the group of well-dressed young men and women behind him. Today is a rare opportunity to meet the eldest daughter. Why not come over to our side, and I can introduce you to everyone. However, Ji Mingyu shook her head. No need, I still need to talk with my friends. Zhao Qiming showed surprise when Ji Mingyu rejected him. He glanced at the three people beside her, as if he had just noticed. Miss, I don't know who these people are. Ji Mingyu frowned at his words. They are my friends. Is there a problem? Oh no. Seeing that Ji Mingyu had no intention of making introductions, Zhao Qiming began to size up the three individuals himself. He first noticed the most eye-catching Ren Jiqin. After staring at him for a moment, he raised his eyebrows, as if recalling something, and the tension in his previously taut face eased. You are Ren Jiqin, right? I remember you. We awakened together. I heard you gained a pretty good skill. Ren Jiqin, that's right. Knowing the eldest daughter of the Ji family is a good fortune for you. You should cherish it. He spoke like an elder, then patted Ren Ziqin's shoulder and shifted his gaze to the next person. That would be He Gaoping, who stood beside him. Upon seeing him, Zhao Qiming's expression slightly changed, then he smiled. Isn't this Gaoping? You rascal, you actually managed to get close to the eldest daughter of the Ji family without realizing it. He affectionately patted He Jiaping's shoulder. Oh brother Zhao, long time no see. He Gaoping replied briefly. Zhao Qiming nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to the last person, Lu Yuan. He meticulously examined Lu Yuan from head to toe, first looking at the armor he wore, then staring at the massive hammer on his back for a while. Finally his gaze locked onto the areas not covered by the armor. Underneath the armor, Lu Yuan was wearing ordinary clothes he usually donned. Noticing that Lu Yuan wore no inner lining beneath his armor, but rather very cheap plain clothing, a hint of disdain flickered in Zhao Qiming's eyes. He seemed to want to say something to Lu Yuan, but decided it was unnecessary after sizing him up, and looked past him, focusing again on Ji Mingyu. Miss, the big exam is coming up soon, so I won't disturb you any longer. I wish you good results in advance. With that he returned to his previous group. After Zhao Qiming left, Ji Mingyu sighed lightly and rubbed her face. Beside her, Ren Jiqin laughed. It seems like he is a suitor of the eldest daughter. It was obvious that Zhao Qiming was pursuing Ji Mingyu. When he saw her chatting intimately with several boys, he naturally became anxious and wanted to come over to take a look. He seemed to regard both Ren Jiqin and He Gaoping as rivals in love. But upon closer inspection, he found that neither posed any real threat, allowing him to relax. As for Lu Yuan, he was completely ignored, treated as if he were invisible. Ji Mingyu smiled wryly and shook her head. Sai, he is really annoying. You haven't heard him recounting the achievements of his ancestors. He can go on for 2 hours. She glanced at Lu Yuan as she said this. His family is quite influential in other provinces, so I can't afford to neglect him. Ren Jiqin said, looking at Lu Yuan with a smile. But it seems he has overlooked the most threatening person. He Gaoping also looked at Lu Yuan, grinning maliciously. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes at the two. These two clearly had ulterior motives. He straightened his face and lifted his foot, giving each of them a kick to their behinds. The four of them laughed and chatted while in the distance a pair of jealous eyes were fixed on Lu Yuan. It was Li Fei who had spotted Lu Yuan from afar long ago. In the past few days he had successfully passed the novice dungeon and advanced to the first transition. Li Lacun had spared no expense to equip him with a set of extremely powerful gear. Lu Yuan, you are a summoner. I don't believe that without resources you can maintain your strength after the first transition. Seeing Lu Yuan in armor, his eyes were filled with mockery. Hey, clearly a summoner, yet wearing armor. It seems the defense isn't keeping up, forcing you to do so. He glanced at himself, confident in both level and equipment. He was itching to find Lu Yuan to regain some face. However, seeing that he was next to the eldest daughter of the Ji family, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble even if he had 10 times the courage. What kind of luck does Lu Yuan have to get involved with the eldest daughter of the Ji family? Watching him chat and laugh with Ji Mingyu, Li Fei's eyes were burning with jealousy. He had also tried various ways to get close to Ji Mingyu, but had always struggled to find the right opportunity. Now that this guy Lu Yuan dared to be the first to establish a connection with Ji Mingyu, it made him seethe with anger. Lu Yuan, I will definitely stomp you underfoot in this big exam. He vowed silently. On one side of the exam space, there was an invisible wall separating the space. On one side of the wall, students could see the other side, while those on the other side could not see this side. This was the audience seating for the big exam. Various notable figures from Linhai City and surrounding areas were in different rooms here observing the big exam. In one of the rooms, several principals from different high schools in Linhai City were gathered. They sat at a table, leisurely. Old Wang, who do you think is the favorite in this big exam? Principal Mo from School 3 asked Principal Wang from school. Principal Wang pondered for a moment and said slowly, in terms of level, only Zhao Qiming stands out. As soon as these words were spoken, someone nearby immediately disagreed. That's a bit absolute, Lu Yuan can. Principal Wang shook his head and sighed. Lu Yuan has astonishing talent, I agree. But he is still a year behind. The gap in time is too significant. If he had one more month, I would definitely favor Lu Yuan. Principal Mo nodded in agreement. Moreover, Zhao Qiming has bloodline advantages while Lu Yuan lacks in that regard. The elderly people in the room shook their heads and sighed upon hearing this. Sigh, it's a pity Lu Yuan has to face Zhao Qiming this time. I don't know what those above are thinking. A while I'll repeat, students. By the way, where is Lu Yuan now? The exam is about to start. Why hasn't he arrived yet? As the principals were discussing Lu Yuan, a slightly thin figure appeared in the examination area. Seeing Lu Yuan enter, Principal Wang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone in the room immediately focused their attention on Lu Yuan. What level is he at now? Sigh, this troublesome dungeon is targeting me, the detection skill can't be used. It's not targeting you, it's targeting everyone. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the square. Not only is the detection skill unusable, but other skills are too. Old Wang, how many levels do you think he has? Principal Wang asked. Principal Wang, having worked with him for many years, knew he was a scatterbrain. Hearing Principal Wang's question, Principal Wang scratched his head in frustration. Sigh, forget it, we'll be able to see his performance in a bit. In a spacious room at the top of the audience area, this was the examination official area. Here 3 examiners from the imperial capital were gathered. One was the main examiner, Mr. Zheng, along with 2 deputy examiners, Mr. Yang and Mr. Un. Although all 3 were at the 4th transition, they were lower than Ji Xian, who was at the 5th transition. However, when it came to matters of the big exam, they had the final say, and even the top person from Linhai couldn't interject. Among the 3 examiners, Mr. Zheng was the leader. Mr. Zheng, I have compiled a list of students who need to be focused on in this big exam. Mr. Yang handed over a set of materials to Mr. Zheng's personal terminal. Mr. Zheng opened it, glanced at it, and nodded in satisfaction. Examiner Zheng fixed his gaze on Lu Yuan's profile, then looked at Examiner Yang's resolute expression and asked for confirmation once more. Really? Absolutely. The latter nodded, and Examiner Zheng took out a cloth, wiping the table while muttering, "What a freak. Truly a freak. I've been in this job for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen someone reach this level in just 7 days." Putting away the cloth, he examined Lu Yuan's profile more closely, only to find ordinary information, such as Lu Yuan's name and date of birth. As for his profession, skills, and potential, such details required a high level of access to view. Oh, access level set to level 6. I can't see any more detailed information. It seems Lu Yuan's teachers have quite a bit of confidence in him. Initially surprised, Examiner Zheng thought it over, and found it quite reasonable. Indeed, reaching level 37 in just 7 days is enough to make them proud. The female examiner surnamed and remarked. Examiner Zheng pondered for a moment before speaking to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, report Lu Yuan's data to the main control room. Xiaoyang looked puzzled. What do you mean? It's rare to find such an interesting little guy. I'll let those old folks take a look. Their access should be sufficient to view this kid's profile. What if someone takes a liking to him and snatches him away? Through the examiner's office, he looked down and quickly spotted Lu Yuan. Although the young man appeared somewhat frail, his eyes were bright and resolute. Examiner Zheng nodded and sighed lightly. Lu Yuan is a good seedling. It's just a pity he has to face Zhao Qiming this year. Little One looked up in surprise at Examiner Zheng. Does Examiner Zheng also think highly of Zhao Qiming? Indeed, the gap in levels is too great. A level difference translates to a difference in attributes, and when the disparity becomes too significant, no amount of skill or experience can bridge it. Moreover, in terms of skill and experience, Lu Yuan, who just awakened this year, is still not a match for Zhao Qiming. Xiaoyang nodded and sighed. How can someone awaken this year compare to a level 15 of the 2nd transition? The gap is too immense, it's a pity. Examiner Zheng shot a disapproving glance at Xiaoyang and said sternly to the two. As an examiner, you should know why the higher-ups insist on maintaining the tradition of retesting students. He shook his head. While we can see his actual performance soon, this major exam will be worth watching. As Examiner Zheng stood up, the other 2 quickly followed suit. Alright, it seems it's about time, let's head out. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded. In the next moment, the 3 appeared above the crowd of students. Everyone quiet. Examiner Zheng stood in the air, his expression solemn, and looked down at the students. His voice, amplified, resounded throughout the space like thunder. The major exam officially begins. From now on, anyone who violates my orders will immediately lose their eligibility to take the exam. The strict discipline required during the major exam had already been emphasized repeatedly by the teachers. At this moment, there would be no fool jumping out to make trouble. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Examiner Zheng spoke. We will now begin the first test. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of enormous black whirlpools appeared in front of the students. Examiner Zheng pointed at the whirlpools. This is the entrance to the examination space. Passing through here will allow you to enter your personal examination space. Each person's space is independent and will not be disturbed by the outside world. Once you enter, specific monsters will be generated based on your profession and level for you to battle. Your equipped gear and items can be freely used, but during the major exam your communication devices and storage spaces will be disabled. At this point he paused, looking serious. Attention! The damage from the monsters is real. We will do our utmost to ensure your safety, but nothing is absolute. If you feel you can't hold on any longer, shouting "give up" will allow you to be teleported out. Of course, if you exit partway, your points will also suffer corresponding penalties, and you will be unable to participate in the subsequent examination projects. Additionally, he continued, raising his hand, and another entrance appeared at the farthest end from the crowd. Unlike the previous black whirlpools, this new whirlpool was golden. As soon as the golden entrance appeared, all the students turned their gazes toward it. Unlike the usual entrance for the major exam, this is the entrance to the advanced area. The tests in the advanced area will be more difficult and dangerous, but of course the points to be earned will also be greater. However, be warned, if your own strength is lacking and you challenge it recklessly, the points you earn may be lower than those in the regular area. Only those of level 1 and above are qualified to enter the advanced area. If you are confident in your strength, feel free to challenge it. Examiner Zheng paused here and glanced down. Among the crowd, Lu Yuan stirred. Did that examiner just look at him? Ignoring Lu Yuan's question, Examiner Zheng continued. Alright, the first test begins now. Everyone enter immediately, without delay. All the students complied, beginning to enter silently and in an orderly manner. At this time, not only was the major exam taking place in Linhai province, but similar scenes were unfolding across the nation. As the crowd moved forward, 10 people stepped out from the crowd, heading toward the golden whirlpool. Immediately, all the students turned their gazes toward these 10 individuals, their expressions filled with various emotions: envy, jealousy, resentment, and longing. As the 10 entered the advanced area through the golden whirlpool, one by one, they disappeared into the entrance. However, an incident suddenly occurred with the 5th person. As soon as that person touched the entrance, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a violent explosion. That individual was forcefully ejected. At the same time, a loud voice declared, "Candidate ID NO301237296153 does not meet the conditions to enter the advanced area, disqualified from the exam." Then a beam of light descended, and the candidate who hadn't reached level 1 but attempted to sneak into the advanced area. Seeing this scene, some students were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape, about to say something, but were gently nudged by someone else. Only then did they remember the examiner's warning, realizing they had almost lost their exam eligibility, and quickly covered their mouths. After the brief incident, the students continued to move forward in a steady stream. Among the 10 heading to the golden area, there were now 9, including of course Lu Yuan. Without entering the advanced area, he wouldn't even qualify to compete for a place in the top-tier academies. Behind him were Ji Mengyu, Ren Jichin, and He Gaoping following closely. Crossing through the golden whirlpool, he arrived in another space. After waiting a moment, a voice sounded around him. All candidates have entered. The first test in the advanced area is about to begin. Please defeat the monster before you within 10 minutes. Exceeding the time will be considered a failure. Monsters are about to appear. Candidates, prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, a miniature vortex appeared before Lu Yuan, and a monster leaped out from the whirlpool. It was a humanoid creature standing 3 meters tall with the head of a bull and a pair of sharp horns adorning its skull. It was a minotaur, its body exaggeratedly muscular, wielding a massive axe taller than a person. The moment the minotaur appeared, Lu Yuan, fully focused, immediately cast a detection spell at it, summoning 2 giant jaw worms. Bonehorn Minotaur, leader level 1st Transcendence, level 37 Strength, 950 Constitution, 1050 Agility, 430 Spirit, 300 Skills, Fearless Charge, War Trample, Mountain Cleaver. Seeing the monster's information, Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. It was actually a leader level monster. This is totally a boss battle right from the start. Lu Yuan couldn't help but complain. Truly, this was an advanced area. From the moment the Minotaur appeared to Lu Yuan, detecting it, the entire process took less than a second. As he cast the detection spell, the 2 giant jaw worms had already darted out like lightning, reaching the Minotaur's side. They opened their massive pincers and clamped down. With a crack, the Minotaur was instantly crushed into 3 pieces. Kill Bonehorn Minotaur. Instant kill. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. After Lu Yuan reached 1st Transcendence level 37, the giant jaw worms also leveled up to 1st Transcendence level 37. Giant jaw worm bronze level 1st Transcendence level 37, Strength 4512, 752, Constitution 4512, 752, Agility 1128, 188, Spirit 1128, 188, Skills Giant Jaw Clamp, Swarm Devour. After reaching 1st Transcendence level 37, the giant jaw worm's strength and constitution reached an astonishing 4,512 points, and even their previously weak agility broke the 1,000 mark. Facing a boss with just over 1,000 in constitution was truly a piece of cake. After the instant kill, Lu Yuan stroked his chin. Not bad, but it doesn't give experience points. Although he smoothly killed the boss monsters in the examination space, neither granted experience nor dropped items, which left him somewhat disappointed. Speaking of which, this boss attributes seem a bit low. He noticed that this boss attributes were significantly weaker than those of other bosses at the same level. The title of leader next to the Minotaur's name, while intimidating, indicated that its actual strength was only slightly higher than that of a regular wild monster of the same level. With about 10 minutes, most people could defeat it with a little effort. Furthermore, Lu Yuan noticed that this monster was at the same level as himself. It seemed that the first round of testing in the advanced area involved monsters of the same level as the other examinees. That makes sense. If the attributes were the same as the bosses outside, 99 of the people would have no chance to fight them. As Lu Yuan instantaneously killed the first testing monster in the examiner's room, the 3 examiners returned after all the students had entered, activating the surveillance equipment to watch the students' performances in real time. The focus of the 3 examiners was naturally on the 9 who had entered the advanced area. Examiner Zheng first looked at Zhao Kaiming's testing situation. In the space, Zhao Qiming was wielding a long knife, battling a well-equipped second Transcendence werewolf. He moved swiftly, dodging left and right, occasionally unleashing fierce slashes. He was an epic-class blade saint with high speed, strong power, and solid defense. He was practically a profession without weaknesses. With his excellent equipment and a platinum-grade weapon, he completely overwhelmed the same-level monster. By the time Examiner Zheng saw him, the battle was nearing its end. The werewolf was heavily wounded and soon fell victim to Zhao Kaiming's precise strike, beheaded in one blow. Examiner Zheng looked at the time. 29 seconds. That's impressive. Isn't it too difficult to set a boss for the first round? Little Yang said beside him. Examiner Zheng shot him a glare. What's difficult about it? This round is meant to weed out those who only have levels. Having wealth and background, having a good profession, and having someone to help level up is one thing. But if someone just has a level without any real combat ability, raising such waste is pure resource wastage. The nation doesn't need that. After watching Zhao Qiming, Examiner Zheng turned his attention to Lu Yuan. However, when he saw the situation in Lu Yuan's examination space, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why hasn't Lu Yuan spawned any monsters yet? He noticed that Lu Yuan's space was completely empty, and at that moment Lu Yuan was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, flanked by two black worms, presumably his summoned creatures. Seeing this, Examiner Zheng looked at Little Yang with a reproachful tone. Little Yang was responsible for monitoring Lu Yuan's situation in real time. If there was a problem in his space, he should have informed him immediately. However, Little Yang turned back with an innocent expression. No, his room has spawned monsters. Examiner Zheng couldn't help but get angry. You're still being stubborn. Spawned. Where are the monsters? He pointed at the empty room. Killed. Hearing this, Examiner Zheng was both amused and angered. He suppressed his fury and leaned in to question him. Not to mention, even if you killed it, where's the corpse? A boss that big, where's the body? Ate it. Examiner Zheng. He took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, wearily sighed, and then put his glasses back on to look. What do you mean it ate it? It just ate it. His summoned creatures are ridiculously strong. They instantly killed the boss. Then the two summoned creatures went up and devoured the boss. After hearing Little Yang's explanation, Examiner Zheng pondered for a moment and then waved his hand at Little Yang. Show me the replay of Lu Yuan's battle just now. Little Yang made a move and the surveillance began replaying the scene of Lu Yuan's arrival. Examiner Zheng watched intently, while Little and Little Yang also leaned in to watch. After the countdown ended, a massive minotaur appeared in Lu Yuan's room. It's a minotaur. Little N exclaimed. Lu Yuan is in trouble. This creature may be slow, but its strength and constitution are high. It would be tough to kill it within 10 minutes. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yuan summoned two worms, instantly killing the boss. The timer displayed 2 seconds. Looking at the scene before them, the three examiners were momentarily speechless. This monster's level was exactly the same as Lu Yuan's, both at first Transcendence level 37. Although it was weakened, it was still a boss. Its attributes were certainly much higher than those of ordinary monsters. Yet the boss hadn't even taken a step before being killed. Little N was utterly astonished. This is insane. It's ridiculously strong. No wonder it leveled up to first Transcendence level 37 in just 7 days. Little Yang nodded in agreement. At that moment, Examiner Zheng also realized he might have underestimated Lu Yuan, but then he shook his head. However, the exam has just begun, and the testing involves more than just attack power. It's too early to say anything now. Yet in his heart, his focus on Lu Yuan began to surpass that of Zhao Qiming. On Lu Yuan's side, defeating the boss went smoothly, but he was startled when the two worms casually consumed the earlier scene of the worms devouring, affecting the ruined fortress was still fresh in his mind. If his worms accidentally caused any issues in the examination dungeon, that would be troublesome. He murmured softly. Thankfully, consuming just a weakened boss shouldn't cause too much. In any case, no more consuming monster corpses during the exam period. He issued a stern order to the worms. Having eliminated the boss early, Lu Yuan sat on the ground waiting. 10 minutes later, an exit appeared before him. As he stepped through, he found himself back in front of the golden vortex. Here, those who had entered earlier were returning one by one from their respective examination spaces. Some individuals appeared relaxed, but most looked as though they had gone through a fierce battle, their expressions weary. In the crowd ahead, he spotted Ren Jiqin and Ji Mingyu. Looking at them, he noticed that both were as spotless as Lu Yuan, their faces at ease. It seemed the first test had not posed much trouble for them. At that moment, Ren Jiqin and Ji Mingyu also noticed Lu Yuan's emergence. They glanced at him, and the three exchanged knowing smiles, words unspoken. Just then, another figure appeared at the entrance behind Lu Yuan. It was He Gaopeng. He looked somewhat disheveled with bloodstains on his arm, suggesting he had been scratched by a monster. At this time, Examiner Zheng reappeared and announced to everyone, the first test is over. There will be a 10-minute break before the second test begins. You may use any means to adjust your condition. Hearing this, the students quickly took out various items to heal themselves or regain their strength. Some brought out mental potions to drink, while others took out shining bandages to wrap their injuries. He Gaopeng also took out a hemostatic potion, preparing to apply it to his arm. Ji Mingyu approached him, raising her hand, as if to cast a healing spell. He Gaoping, not wanting her to waste her spiritual energy, quickly waved his hand to signal her not to. However, Ji Mingyu said, "It's alright, treating such minor injuries doesn't even count as a consumption of energy. Using items means one less item, we should conserve as much as possible." Her words startled He Gaoping. "You can't talk. That could disqualify you from the exam," he whispered to Ji Mingyu. At this moment Lu Yuan also leaned in, looking at the injury on He Gaoping's arm. Just a minor injury, a scratch. Let Ji Mingyu heal you, he suggested. He Gaoping looked at the two in disbelief, seemingly questioning how they dared to speak. Seeing this, Lu Yuan smiled slightly, pointing at Examiner Zheng in the air. The examiner did mention earlier that violating his orders would result in disqualification from the exam. But think about what his order actually stated. Did it include the prohibition of speaking? He Gaoping looked up and saw the examiner gazing sternly down at the exam room, yet he ignored the quiet conversation here, showing no intention of punishing them. He Gaoping realized, so that's how it is. Any means naturally includes leveraging the strength of others. He wouldn't restrict student communication. Those who first perceive this could gain more advantages in the subsequent tests. In the higher region, many candidates had already gathered to discuss and exchange the items they held. Looking at the ordinary region, some candidates had also realized this crucial point and began to whisper to each other. After all, the limited items they carried might not necessarily resolve their issues. At this moment, exchanging became essential. Some were even seeking others to heal their injuries. Compared to using items for recovery, the healing methods of awakened ones were much more effective and immediate. However, healing others meant consuming the healer's spiritual energy, which could potentially affect their scores in the subsequent tests. It all depended on one's negotiation skills. In the exam room, direct force could not be used to coerce others. But aside from that, any means were permissible. Currency could work, persuasion could work, normal transactions could work, and even exchanges of benefits outside the exam room. These were things that Examiner Zheng wouldn't interfere with and couldn't control. Simply put, it was all a matter of mutual consent. In other words, even if you could deceive others into exhausting their spiritual energy to heal you, that would still be your skill. Watching this scene, Lu Yuan slightly squinted, feeling he had begun to grasp some essence of this grand examination. After a while, Examiner Zheng spoke up again. According to statistics, there were 35612 participants in the first test in the ordinary region, with 33579 passing. In the higher region, there were 9 participants, all of whom passed. Now I will announce the scoring rankings for the first test. As he finished speaking, rows of candidate numbers began to materialize above the vortex in front of the students. This was the ranking of students who participated in the ordinary examination. Over here at the golden vortex, a string of candidate numbers also appeared. Zhao Qiming stared eagerly at the emerging numbers. For the first test, I only used 29 seconds. I must be first. Several of his friends gathered around him. Haha, Zhao Ge, you must be first this time. That's for sure. Zhao Ge has already advanced twice. However, when Zhao Qiming saw the numbers, his expression froze. First place, candidate ID NO3012312911211, score 2 seconds, 500 points. Lu Yuan. Second place, candidate ID NO3012312811202, score 29 seconds, 500 points. Zhao Qiming. Third place, candidate ID NO3012312811123, score 56 seconds, 450 points. Ren Jiqing. Fourth place, candidate ID NO3012312811362, score 1 minute 49 seconds, 400 points. Yao Yin. Fifth place, candidate ID NO3012312911101, score 2 minutes 3 seconds, 350 points. Ji Mingyu. Sixth place, candidate ID NO3012312935575, score 4 minutes 37 seconds, 200 points. Ling Tian. Seventh place, candidate ID NO3012312912225, score 6 minutes 46 seconds, 150 points. Li Fei. Eighth place, candidate ID NO3012312911287, score 6 minutes 57 seconds, 150 points. He Gaoping. Ninth place, candidate ID NO3012312922301, score 8 minutes 7 seconds, 30 points. Fong Yuan. What appeared before the students was only the candidate numbers, so unless one knew others' candidate numbers, they could not understand the rankings. Otherwise, most people could only know their own ranking. The candidate number 91211 belongs to Lu Yuan, and he ranked first with a score of 2 seconds, earning 500 points. Zhao Qiming, following Lu Yuan, took 29 seconds and also earned 500 points. It seemed that the top tier of the first test was within 30 seconds. As long as one defeated the boss within 30 seconds, they could earn the full 500 points. The third place was Ren Jiqing. By the way, after Lu Yuan, the second, third, and fourth places were all repeat examinees. Ji Mingyu ranked 5th, He Gaoping ranked 8th, while Li Fei ranked 7th. Seeing the exaggerated scores of the first in the higher region, the entire examination room buzzed with chatter. My goodness, 2 seconds. That monster took me 9 minutes, and I almost couldn't defeat it. A student from the ordinary region exclaimed in shock, but others shook their heads in response. That's the higher region, the monsters there must be stronger. So how did he eliminate the monster in 2 seconds? How is that even possible? The only one capable of achieving 2 seconds is Zhao Qiming. Only he having advanced twice could produce such an insane score. By the way, all 9 in the higher region passed the first test. Ooh, our Lin Hai is going to shine this time. The students in the higher region also displayed various expressions upon seeing the rankings. How is this possible? How could I only be 7th? Li Fei stared at his candidate number, repeatedly murmuring, unable to accept this score. One Lu Yuan was already enough, but how could so many others step on him? Wait, maybe Lu Yuan is the one at the bottom. Haha, Lu Yuan, you finally have your day. He thought of this possibility and felt his mood lift immediately. At this moment, there was someone whose mood was even more complicated than Li Fei's, and that was Zhao Qiming. Exam number 91,211. Who is he or she? He stared wide-eyed, scanning the people around him, first looking at Ren Jiqin, then glancing at a female student nearby, who was also a repeater. In his heart, he felt that the two who were also repeaters were the most likely candidates. But there was no way to be certain. Just by looking one couldn't tell. Just as Zhao Qiming was feeling frustrated, people around him gathered surrounding him with eager expressions. Brother Zhao is incredible. He actually passed the high-level area in just 2 seconds. No wonder he's Brother Zhao. He has completely surpassed my imagination. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around echoed in agreement. Yeah, from today onwards, Brother Zhao is my idol. The provincial champion of this major exam must be Brother Zhao. Everyone around believed that the one who set the record of 2 seconds was him. Aha! Faced with such a situation, Zhao Qiming could only force a stiff smile. After barely handling it, he looked up at the ranking suspended above the golden whirlpool, clenching his fist slightly, and making a silent determination. In the same tier, I have no difference in points compared to the first place. In the first test, everyone faced monsters of the same level, so my level advantage couldn't be showcased. But the next test will be different. Everyone will face monsters of the same level, and I will be able to catch up immediately. He fixed his gaze on Ren Jiqin, secretly vowing. It seemed he was taking Ren Jiqin as that first place. Meanwhile, on Lu Yuan's side, after Ji Mingyu healed He Jiaping's injuries, she looked at Lu Yuan and pointed to the ranking above. Lu Yuan understood and signaled her with a finger. Ji Mingyi's expression immediately showed that she had guessed correctly. What about you two? Lu Yuan looked at Ren Jiqin and He Jiaping. The four of them exchanged gestures to confirm each other's rankings. I encountered a boss wolf. That thing not only has high speed, but also high resistance, making it a great counter to me. But I will definitely catch up in the subsequent projects. He Jiaping said stubbornly. Outside the examination room, a group of principals saw the rankings and were so excited they looked ready to fly. They pointed at the candidate number that took 2 seconds for first place and shouted, "That's Lu Yuan. My goodness, he killed a boss of the same level in just 2 seconds. As principals, they certainly knew each candidate's exam number. Seeing Lu Yuan rank first, and that he only took 2 seconds for the first test, a group of elderly men and women turned red with excitement. Alright, everyone calm down. In the first test, everyone faced monsters of the same level, so Zhao Qiming's level advantage couldn't be showcased. The key is in the subsequent tests. Principal Wang said, but as he spoke he kept stroking his beard, his chin almost rising to the sky. His pride was evident. On the examination side, as the 10-minute mark passed, Officer Zheng in the sky announced loudly, "Time's up." Everyone immediately ceased all healing actions and refrained from making any noise. Now we will begin the second test. This test will spawn monsters at regular intervals. Everyone will face the same number, type, and level of monsters. However, the general testing area and the advanced testing area will have differences. Attention! In this test, using any attacking methods is prohibited. You can only evade or use passive defense. Surviving for 30 minutes under the onslaught of monsters is considered passing. The automatic scoring system will comprehensively assess your actual performance. If you feel your life is in danger, you can use attacking methods or give up. But using any attacking methods will be regarded as an active forfeit. Lu Yuan listened thoughtfully. Candidates were not allowed to attack, only to evade or withstand. It seemed that the second test primarily assessed survival ability. If the first test was meant to give all students a warning while eliminating those whose levels were severely disconnected from their abilities, namely the pampered young masters and ladies who had been carried by others' levels, then the second test would be the real examination. Regardless of profession or position, even with astonishing abilities, one must first have life in order to showcase them. It wasn't necessary to be as tough as those front row tanks, but one must at least possess basic survival and self-defense capabilities. The second test focused on examining this point. Everyone entered the arena immediately. They had already become familiar with the process. The students filed into the arena. All candidates have entered. The second test in the advanced area is about to begin. Please survive for 30 minutes under the monster's attacks. Any attacking behavior will result in failure. Monsters are about to appear. Please prepare. 3, 2, 1. This time let's summon 4 at once. As the countdown ended, Lu Yuan immediately raised his hand to summon 4 giant jawworms. At the same time, a small whirlpool appeared in front from which a giant wolf 2 meters long jumped out. Silverman Wolf level 1st transition, level 1 strength, 90 constitution, 110 agility, 130 spirit, 50 skill. Lu Yuan had already killed quite a few of these monsters in the wild before. This monster was characterized by its high speed and agility, but its attack power was not particularly high. The one appearing before Lu Yuan was only level 1st transition, level 1, with strength not even reaching 100. In comparison, the giant jaw worm had a constitution of up to 4,500. If it were to bite the giant jaw worm's shell, it would probably break its teeth. In fact, even without the protection of the giant jaw worms, Lu Yuan's own constitution attributes were close to 2,000, and a Silverman Wolf with only 100 strength couldn't break through his defenses at all. Roar! The newly emerged Silverman Wolf let out a loud roar upon seeing Lu Yuan and lunged straight at him. Bang! A giant jaw worm blocked in front of Lu Yuan, and the Silverman Wolf bit down, leaving not even a tooth mark. Instead, the Silverman Wolf was shocked by the immense recoil, spitting out blood and its teeth going askew. Lu Yuan glanced at the Silverman Wolf and frowned. Too weak. If it weren't for the restrictions of the rules, he could have killed it in an instant. But the second test assessed survival ability. So roar. The Silverman Wolf continued to attack, while the giant jaw worm stood in front of him as a shield, enduring the attacks for 1 minute. During this time, the damage it inflicted on Lu Yuan and the giant jaw worm was completely zero. As the minute passed, another massive scorpion spawned nearby. Also at level 1st transition level 1, its attributes could only be described as mediocre. Neither the scorpion's pincers nor its stinger could inflict any damage on the giant jaw worm. Protected by 2 worms behind him, Lu Yuan yawned. The 2 monsters posed no threat to him at all, and since this test prohibited attacks, he could only passively endure, making him feel a bit bored. However, such difficulty was actually the normal level of the major exam. For other candidates, this level was already more than sufficient. The purpose of the exam was to select talented individuals, not to eliminate them. Feeling that it was too easy was merely a reflection of Lu Yuan's exceptional abilities. Another minute passed, and a werewolf spawned. Well, rather than just waiting here, why not? So far, the monsters that had appeared posed absolutely no threat to him. It was purely an attribute crush. Following this trend, the subsequent monsters would almost certainly not be able to inflict any damage on the giant jaw worms. Lu Yuan thought for a moment, and had the 4 giant jaw worms stack on top of each other to surround him. The 4 giant jaw worms cleverly overlapped, leaving no gaps on the outside. The space left inside by the overlapping giant jaw worms was a narrow area. Lu Yuan took off his outer jacket and placed it underneath, lying sideways. Then he, zzz. Bang bang bang. Howl. Roar. Outside, 3 monsters kept roaring and used various means to attack. But their attributes were simply too low to leave even a mark on the giant jaw worm's shell. Since the awakening, Lu Yuan has been in a state of high tension, striving to upgrade with maximum efficiency. He either tackled difficult dungeons or ventured into nightmare and hell dungeons. The attributes of the monsters he faced were increasingly exaggerated. In contrast, the imminent major exam felt far too simple for him. Since he couldn't counterattack, waiting idly seemed pointless, so he might as well make good use of the situation. In any case, even if some unexpected variables arose, the giant mandible worm would wake him up in time. In the examiner's room, 3 examiners surrounded Lu Yuan's monitor, watching him sleep soundly at such a critical moment, all speechless. Is he really just sleeping like that? Isn't he using a rather unique defensive skill, eh? Watching Lu Yuan snore, Xiaoan and Xiao Yang exchanged a few words through clenched teeth. Examiner Zheng looked at Lu Yuan, who was sleeping under the strict protection of the giant mandible worm, not knowing what to say. This kid must be incredibly bold. Or perhaps overly confident in his own strength. He glanced at the scenes in other areas. As time went on, the frequency of monster spawns increased. Moreover, monsters with various characteristics began to appear. Some excelled in attacks, others in speed, and some were skilled in reconnaissance. The participants in the higher level area showcased their abilities, exhausting various methods to deal with the monsters. Zhao Qiming relied on his extremely high speed to maintain a distance from the monsters, circling them like a kite. On Ji Minji's side, a dazzling shield surrounded her, capable of blocking all harm. With the shield, she easily maneuvered between the monsters. He Gaoping, an advanced elemental mage, continuously generated thick layers of ice around himself to fend off monster attacks. Being attacked by 1 or 2 monsters wasn't a big deal, but facing a dozen at once became quite challenging. None of the participants were holding back. In stark contrast, Lu Yuan was effortlessly lounging, encircled by his summoned creatures. He lay down without moving, even snoring. Forget it, this kid is truly dull. Let's check the regular area instead. Examiner Zheng waved his hand and turned to observe the situation in the regular area. Compared to the higher level area where the monsters were all first transformation, the regular area spawned monsters at level 15. Even so, many students struggled significantly. Level 15 monsters weren't particularly high in level, and a single one posed minimal threat. As long as they focused on defense, a few monsters shouldn't be a problem. However, as the exam progressed, the speed of monster spawns increased, and the participants' stamina and mental strength dwindled by the second, causing ordinary awakeners to struggle increasingly. As the final moments approached, the pressure intensified. Faced with an onslaught of nearly 100 monsters, the level disparity among students began to show. Even fellow level 15 awakeners found themselves at a loss. Many students began to falter, opting to give up. I give up. Help. A large number of exam takers were teleported out of the dungeon, thus eliminated. Those who exited with regret would have to wait until the following year to retake the exam. This was far from an easy test. Only those at level 20 or above could barely survive. After 29 minutes of the second test in the space where Yuan resided, the sound of boom, boom, boom echoed as nearly 100 monsters surrounded 4 giant mandible worms, launching frenzied attacks, while ranged and spell monsters continuously assaulted. Various fireballs and arrows struck the shell of the giant mandible worm, but they barely even tickled it. Outside, the storm raged, while inside, thunderous snoring emanated from Yuan. The 3 examiners glanced at Yuan, who was sleeping comfortably, and then at the others fighting desperately. The contrast was simply staggering. As the last second of the 30-minute mark arrived, all the monsters besieging the exam suddenly vanished. All exams are over, please exit the examination room. Oh, is that it, eh? Only then did Yuan lazily wake up, stretch, and rub his eyes as he walked out. Looking at the surrounding crowd, he found that everyone else appeared considerably more disheveled. The rule of being unable to fight back while just taking hits left them mentally and physically exhausted. The final moments of being besieged by a horde of monsters placed immense pressure on all exam takers. Many couldn't hold on any longer. According to the statistics announced by Examiner Zheng, there were 33579 participants in the regular area, with 24927 passing. In the higher level area, there were 9 participants, all of whom passed. This meant that just from this test, over 8000 students were eliminated with an elimination rate close to a quarter. Fortunately, most prioritized their survival, and those who couldn't keep going simply gave up and were teleported out. As for those who lost consciousness or fell into a dire situation, without time to cry out, they were automatically deemed unable to continue the exam and were directly teleported out. Thus, there were no fatalities. However, many were severely injured and carried out of the dungeon. This was the situation in the regular area, while the higher level area fared better with no students eliminated, though many were still injured. Currently, they were all using their own methods to recover from their injuries and adjust their states. Yuan and his 3 companions gathered together again. "I'm all good now." Ren Jichin moved his shoulder, having sustained a small tear on his right shoulder when he exited earlier. It wasn't even considered a flesh wound, and under Ji Minji's treatment, it instantly healed. "Ha, I must have embarrassed everyone this time. The second test was a bit challenging for me." Ren Jichin scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. As a melee class, his speed was not fast, and he lacked defensive skills. Thus, even though his level was already first transformation at level 21, he still found it somewhat difficult facing a horde of monsters. Soon the score results of the second test were released. Zhao Qiming stared intensely at the numbers above the vortex with wide eyes. How many points will it be this time? Even after the second test, he remained spotless. His Blade Saint class's mobility combined with his overwhelming level attributes meant that most monsters couldn't catch up to him. After the whole test, he had only slightly exhausted his stamina. Such performance instilled him with ample confidence to achieve high scores in this round. However, as soon as the score was announced, he was left dumbfounded. First place, candidate No 301231291211, score 1000 points, total score 1500 points. Yuan. Second place, candidate No 301231281202, score 800 points, total score 1300 points. Zhao Qiming. Fourth place, candidate No 301231281362, score 750 points, total score 1150 points. Yao Yin. Third place, candidate No 301231281123, score 550 points, total score 1000 points. Ren Jichin. Fifth place, candidate No 301231291101, score 600 points, total score 950 points. Ji Minyu. Eighth place, candidate No 301231291287, score 750 points, total score 900 points. He Gaoping. Sixth place, candidate No 301231293575, score 600 points, total score 800 points. Ling Tian. Seventh place, candidate No 301231291225, score 400 points, total score 550 points. Li Fei. Ninth place, candidate No 301231292301, score 500 points, total score 530 points. Fang Yuan. The overall rankings underwent a subtle change. He Gaoping achieved a rather impressive score, climbing up 2 places. Ren Zikin's score was relatively low, causing him to drop 1 position. Yuan and Ji Minji's ranks remained unchanged. As for Li Fei, he dropped another place, becoming the second to last. His profession as a berserker with high attack but low defense made this test, which prohibited attacks, a torment for him. However, at this moment, he was smiling, watching the last place with gritted teeth. It's confirmed the bottom place must be Yuan. Just like in the last round, he is again in last place. Only he, this underdeveloped summoner, could achieve such a terrible score. Ha, I can't compare with those gifted ones, but come on, not even you. In fact, at this moment, if anyone's expression could be described as gritted teeth, it would be Zhao Qiming. He was staring at the rankings with a face that showed he simply couldn't accept it. How is this possible? What on earth happened? I lost again in the second test. What level is that person and how did he take the exam? He couldn't understand no matter how hard he thought. Clearly his performance was perfect, yet why was it not better than Lu Yuan's? The results of this test were scored by the automatic evaluation system within the instance. When faced with monster attacks, the candidates demonstrated stronger survival abilities, and the higher their performance, the higher. Lu Yuan, having not lost a single hair, and sleeping soundly throughout the instance, exhibited an extraordinary level of survival ability, thus receiving the highest evaluation, which was 1,000 points. There must be some foul play. After much contemplation, Zhao Qiming could only arrive at this conclusion. If he knew that Lu Yuan had slept through the entire exam round, wouldn't he be so furious he'd spit blood? After a 10-minute break, the third test began. Examiner Zheng appeared again to briefly explain the third test. To everyone's relief, the third test had no harsh rules, and everyone could unleash their attacks freely. Monsters would automatically spawn in each person's space. For every monster killed, another would immediately appear. The faster the monsters were eliminated, the quicker they would spawn. Within 30 minutes, candidates would earn points based on the number of monsters killed. In general areas, every 100 monsters killed would earn 50 points, while in higher level areas, every 25 monsters killed would yield 50 points. In summary, the faster you kill, the faster they spawn. The more you kill, the higher your score. This was a project specifically designed to test the candidates' output capabilities. After hearing this, Lu Yuan's spirits lifted. The third test was the best opportunity for most output professions, including himself, to score high. It seems I need to give my all in this test. There's no need to hide anything. Only by fully demonstrating one's strength can one attract the corresponding attention and investment. The upper limit of points for the previous two tests was relatively low. No matter how strong your abilities, you could only score full points, which wouldn't create a significant gap with others. But this project was different. As long as you killed fast, and in large numbers, you could earn corresponding points. Lu Yuan finally had the opportunity to unleash his full potential. In the space of the third test, Zhao Qiming held a long knife, effortlessly cleaving a black-furred hyena-like monster. This creature was only at level 5 of the first transition, and facing him, who was at level 15 of the second transition, he easily killed the first monster in just 2 seconds. Haha, I'm also at 2 seconds now. After killing the first monster, he let out a long breath. Just now Lu Yuan set the record at 2 seconds, and Zhao Qiming managed to match that time. Timing-wise, he was neck and neck with the leader, which greatly boosted his confidence. Both of us took 2 seconds. It seems the same, but it's actually different. Because my stats are higher and my stamina is more abundant. That leader might maintain this speed for the start, but what about as time drags on? If he performed well enough, then in this round alone, he could catch up to the previous gap, or even surpass it. With this thought, the provincial champion must be me. Zhao Qiming believed that with his higher level and greater stamina, he could definitely win against that mysterious leader in the third test. Meanwhile, Ji Mengyu was holding a staff in one hand and a western rapier in the other. Healing spell. She raised her staff chanting the healing spell, but a murky black ray shot out instead. This black light pierced effortlessly through the head of the monster in front of her. Blacklight Staff Platinum level effect increases spirit by 220, converts light attribute skills into dark attribute. With the dark attribute staff she obtained from Lu Yuan, she possessed impressive output capabilities. Originally skilled in healing with this staff, her healing spells instantly transformed into powerful offensive. On Ren Zikan's side, he wielded 2 heavy copper hammers launching powerful attacks. Bang! Bang! The solid copper hammers struck the monster's head twice, instantly reducing it to mush. Unlike when he was besieged, he displayed extraordinary output capabilities while being able to attack freely. On Lu Yuan's side, the third test in the high-level area is about to begin. Please eliminate as many monsters as possible within 30 minutes. Monsters are about to appear. Candidates, please get ready. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended and Lu Yuan immediately summoned 10 giant jawworms. At the same time, a monster leaped out of a small vortex in front of him. Shadow Beast level first transition, level 5. With a swish. Seeing the monster emerge, he instinctively threw a detection spell. However, before he could see the opponent's attributes, the 10 worms rushed in and overwhelmed it. The Shadow Beast, despite its strength, was torn to shreds without a sound. At the moment the Shadow Beast was shredded, another small vortex appeared not far away, and another mantis-like monster emerged. Lu Yuan nodded upon seeing this. I see. It seems that for every monster killed, another will spawn randomly nearby. In the next moment, the 10 worms pounced and effortlessly tore the mantis apart. It took 5 seconds. Watching this scene, regardless of the monster that appeared in the opposite direction, Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. The key to the third test lay in how to kill as many monsters as possible in the limited time. Is 5 seconds fast? It's fast enough. It's even quicker than the 2 seconds he took to kill the boss in the first test. Lu Yuan could be certain that this speed surpassed 99 of the candidates. But that wasn't enough. To gain more in the third test, he couldn't be satisfied with this speed. He needed to be faster. The time the worms spent killing the monsters was mostly consumed in getting close to them. Conversely, as long as he could approach the monsters given the current level of the exam, no matter what appeared, the giant jaw worms could instantly take them down. As he pondered this, the third monster was torn apart. The fourth one appeared, and the insects turned, quickly approaching, then shredded it into several pieces. It took only 2 seconds. A single giant mandible bug could easily eliminate a monster in an instant, making it unnecessary to focus a large number of insects on the attack. With this in mind, Yuan raised his hand, and suddenly 80 insects appeared in the surrounding space. A total of 100 giant mandible bugs spread out, centered around Yuan, evenly dispersed throughout the area. The effect was almost instantaneous. Splash! A mantis-like monster had just jumped out of a small vortex and had not even touched the ground before a nearby giant mandible bug dashed forward and tore it apart. The moment this monster was eliminated, another one jumped out of the opposite space. However, it was immediately pounced upon and killed by another prepared giant mandible bug. 2 monsters were killed in total, taking just 0.7 seconds. The numerous and dispersed giant mandible bugs were not too far apart, allowing the nearest one to respond almost immediately to any monster's appearance. This efficiency was more than 4 times faster than before, allowing for instant kills of any appearing monsters in the blink of an eye. After swiftly eliminating a monster, the giant mandible bugs returned to their original positions, continuing their vigil for the next monster. Puff, 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 splash, crack. A copious amount of bodily fluid splattered and dismembered limbs flew everywhere. The 100 scattered giant mandible bugs attacked anything that appeared instantly. The area around Yuan transformed into a highly efficient killing zone. He nodded in satisfaction at this. Indeed, although the monsters spawned randomly, they all concentrated within a 300-meter radius around him. As long as this area was thoroughly controlled, the killing efficiency could be maximized. While he observed, dozens of monsters had already been sliced in half by the giant mandible bugs. Monsters that showed their heads were instantly killed, turning the surroundings into a scene of carnage. It made no difference whether the emerging monsters were werewolves, wild boars, or orcs. The outcome was always the same. Most monsters barely touched the ground before meeting their end. On average, nearly 3 monsters per second fell to the jaws of the giant mandible bugs, and his killing speed had nearly reached the upper limit of the spawning speed of monsters in the examination space. Moreover, the total of 100 bugs had firmly controlled the surrounding area, capable of instantly killing any monster that appeared. Summoning more would be pointless. Inside the examiner's room, witnessing the scene unfolding in Yuan's examination space, the 3 examiners were left dumbfounded. Although Yuan's previous performances had already been impressive, the current scene still left them feeling as though their worldview had been refreshed once again. Is he summoning too many creatures? Is there room for anyone else to play? Exclaimed Xiao Yang as he looked at the dense swarm of insects surrounding Yuan. With so many summoned beings, Yuan must be a summoner. High attack, strong defense, and crucially such a large... Xiao and the examiner calmly analyzed. Seeing Yuan showcase a glimpse of the bug's power, Examiner Zheng also wore a look of astonishment. A summoner with so many summoned creatures, no wonder it's a legendary profession. However, as he thought about it, he revealed the upcoming tests are going to be quite a spectacle. On the square within the dungeon, the scoring for the major examination was rapidly increasing. The third item's scoring was updated in real time. As students participating in the major exam killed enough monsters, their corresponding exam numbers would gain the respective points. At this time, Yuan's exam number jumped nearly every 8 seconds, gaining 50 points. This meant he could kill nearly 3 monsters per second. In the audience section within the box of the principals, the scene was chaotic. Yuan's previous 2 first-place finishes had already excited them beyond measure. But now, seeing Yuan's score rocket upwards like a rocket, the elderly could no longer remain seated. Is this for real? It's only been less than 3 minutes since the test started, and he already has 1,000 points. Just as they were about to express their excitement, someone pointed at the score and shouted, "Wow, it's 2,000 points. It's only been 7 minutes. 5,000 points. 7,000 points. There's still plenty of time. Could it be that Yuan's score might break 1,000?" As time passed, a group of elderly folks eagerly watched the score change, filled with anticipation. Although the third test was a gap-opening project in the history of Linhai, no student had ever surpassed 1,000 points here. At the 28-minute mark, Yuan's score finally broke the 1,000 mark. My goodness, it's really 1,000 points. The principals were first left dumbfounded, and then each one became as joyous as children several hundred years old. Although Yuan was not a student of their school, having such a top-tier genius emerge in Linhai still brought them great pride. After 30 minutes, the third test concluded, and Yuan's final score settled at 1,000 points, firmly securing first place and widening the gap from second place. In contrast, even second place, Zhao Qiming only managed to score 800 points in this project. In fact, that score was already quite high. After 30 minutes relying on his superior level, Zhao Qiming's monster-killing efficiency was extremely high. However, as time passed and his stamina waned, his movements became slower, ultimately settling at 800 points. Inside the principal's office, a group of elderly folks had yet to recover from the shock they just experienced. My goodness, scoring 11000 points in the third test. Old Wong, have you ever seen anything like this? The third test primarily assesses the candidate's attacking power range, frequency, accuracy, and endurance. Scoring this high indicates that Lu Yuan excels in all these aspects. Even as a summoner without needing to get his hands dirty, this score is just absurd. Killing monsters with maximum efficiency throughout. Is he a robot or something? All examinations have concluded. Please exit the examination room. After coming out of the testing space, Lu Yuan turned back to look at his score, instantly breaking into a grin. First place, candidate no. 301231291211 score, 11,000 points total score, 12500 points. Lu Yuan second place, candidate no. 301231281202 score, 800 points total score, 2,100 points. Zhao Qiming third place, candidate no. 301231281123 score, 1,000 points total score, 2,000 points. Rin Jiqin fourth place, candidate no. 301231291101 score, 600 points total score, 1,750 points. Jiminyu fifth place, candidate no. 301231281362 score, 500 points total score, 1,650 points. Yao Yin sixth place, candidate no. 301231291287 score, 650 points total score, 1,550 points. He Gaoping seventh place, candidate no. 301231293575 score, 600 points total score, 1,400 points. Ling Tian eighth place, candidate no. 301231292301 score, 700 points total score, 1,230 points. Fong Yuan ninth place, candidate no. 301231291225 score, 500 points total score, 1,050 points. Li Fei. After the third test, Lu Yuan completely distanced himself from the others with a score of 11000. This score is outrageous. So it has come to this, huh? I can still catch up. Seeing Lu Yuan's insane score, Rin Jiqin and the others were momentarily stunned, then exchanged speechless glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and resignation. After the third test, the score differences among the remaining candidates, except for Lu Yuan, were surprisingly small. Zhao Qiming, who had been highly anticipated before the exam, now had a total score of 210, only 100 points more than the third-place Rin Jiqin. Rin Jiqin performed excellently in the third test, even scoring 200 points more than Zhao Qiming. Jiminyu also secured fourth place, surpassing the re-exam candidate Yao Yin. Yao Yin was a petite girl with a round face, dressed in tight-fitting clothes. Her looks not bad, and she should have attracted some attention at this moment. However, everyone's attention was drawn elsewhere as they raised their heads to look at the score rankings, each expression filled with astonishment. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's score in the third test, Zhao Qiming, who had been confident, felt as if struck by lightning. How is this possible? 11000 points. How did he achieve this? There must be foul play. No one could possibly score such an outrageous number. At this moment, he could barely hold himself together. His pale face and trembling hands showed his disbelief, muttering to himself incessantly. Originally, his friends were about to come over and cheer for Zhao Gu with a 666, but upon seeing Zhao Qiming's expression, they slowed their steps, displaying looks of confusion. They glanced at Zhao Qiming, then looked up at the top score one by one, withdrawing their smiles, as if they understood something. Once Lu Yuan's explosive score was revealed, the general area seemed to explode. 11000 points. My goodness. The first in the advanced area must have gone insane. How could someone score over 10000? That means you have to kill 3 monsters every second. Even being single for 1,000 years wouldn't allow for such speed. Heck, just having speed isn't enough. A strength, endurance, and toughness must also meet the standards. How on earth did Zhao Gu achieve such an outrageous score? Initially, many thought Zhao Qiming was the one who scored it, but some noticed the anomaly. His expression doesn't look right. Could it not be him? Everyone turned to look at Zhao Qiming, whose face was now ashen, trembling uncontrollably, his demeanor frantic. A single glance made it clear that the record setter was definitely not Zhao Qiming. In the third test, since candidates only had to face one monster, the intensity was not high, resulting in only over 200 being eliminated. Moreover, most of these eliminations were due to injuries sustained in the previous second test. They had pushed through, but ultimately couldn't hold on, leading to their disqualification. Candidates who completed the test generally sustained minor injuries, and after treatment were no longer in serious condition. Thus, most had ample energy to concern themselves with others. It definitely wasn't Zhao Qiming. Just look at him. Does he look like someone who scored over 1000? If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Yeah, Rin Jiqin. Or the other 2 re-exam candidates. Their professions don't seem capable of achieving such an outrageous score, right? Could it be the young lady? But although she has an epic profession, it's said to be a support type, which doesn't quite fit. Wasn't there a legendary profession this year? Do you think it could be him? Someone timidly suggested, but this conjecture was immediately met with opposition from those around. Come on, Lu Yuan is indeed a summoner. But we all know this profession burns through resources. Once he advances to the first transfer, without resources his strength will be greatly limited. A group of people argued animatedly, not lacking in reasoned speculations about the identity of the top scorer. However, no matter how logical their arguments were, they were merely conjectures, and after much discussion, no conclusion was reached. After the customary 10-minute break, Examiner Zheng announced the start of the exam once more. Hey, another great opportunity. After hearing Examiner Zheng read the content of the fourth test, Lu Yuan broke into a broad grin. The previous tests did not differentiate by profession, everyone faced the same test content. But starting from the fourth test, it would be specialized tests tailored to each profession. For example, the knight profession would further test defensive and survival abilities, while the healer profession would test healing capabilities. As for an offensive summoner like Lu Yuan, it would further assess his damage output. The specific content of the test, if the third test was about the efficiency of killing a single target, in the fourth test Lu Yuan would face the challenge of killing a large group of monsters. Although the content varied by profession, after thousands of years of repeated adjustments and validations of difficulty, the final scores would maintain a commonality. Even if different professions were ranked together, fairness would not be lost. Unlike the previous tests, this specialized test offered 4 difficulty levels to choose from. Depending on the chosen difficulty, the number of monsters in each wave would vary. Normal 10 monsters. Difficult 30 monsters. Nightmare 100 monsters. Hell 1000 monsters. The monster level in the advanced area is fixed at first transfer level 1. If one can kill 1000 monsters within 30 minutes, another batch will be immediately spawned. As with the previous scoring rules, each kill of 25 monsters in the advanced area grants 50 points. Normal difficult nightmare hell, each choose a difficulty and wait at the corresponding entrance to enter. With a wave of his hand, Examiner Zheng tripled the number of giant whirlpools before the students. In the advanced area, the originally single golden whirlpool transformed into 4. Lu Yuan glanced at the farthest whirlpool. That was the entrance to the hell difficulty. Dealing with 10 monsters in batches is entirely different from facing 10 monsters simultaneously. Choosing an appropriate number of monsters for oneself in this segment is the key to achieving a high score. After a brief consideration, Lu Yuan and the others each headed towards different whirlpools. Only first transfer level 1 monsters. I should have no problem taking on 30 of them. Haha, it's finally my turn. Group monsters. Just wait for my ice storm and fire rain. Ren Jichin stood at the entrance to the difficulty. As an elemental mage, He Gaopeng seems ready to pull something big directly, choosing nightmare difficulty. Among the 4 except for Jimingyu, the 3 men are all damage-dealing professions. As for me, I'll stick with the difficulty. On Jiminji's side, she is a combination of a support and healing profession, but before the exam she registered as a support profession, so the test content will align with that. After some consideration, she chose the difficulty. As for Lu Yuan, without a second thought, he chose the highest hell difficulty, preparing to face 1-0 monster. Continuously battling a large group of monsters for 30 minutes is a severe test of stamina, but Lu Yuan is different. The energy of the bugs is nearly limitless, and with high attack power, he can directly choose the hardest level. Are you also going to attempt the hell difficulty? Standing before the entrance to hell difficulty, there was already a person there. Looking up, it was Zhao Qiming. After the initial shock, he finally managed to catch his breath and suppress his emotions with great difficulty. Originally, Zhao Qiming had planned to challenge the nightmare difficulty in the 4th round. But upon seeing the gap in scores between himself and the first place, he gritted his teeth and chose the hell difficulty. Seeing Lu Yuan come up behind him, waiting to line up for the same hell difficulty, Zhao Qiming furrowed his brow in displeasure and sized him up. Even facing monsters of the first level, the sheer number was overwhelming. Even he had no confidence. How dare this person step forward? Zhao Qiming endured for a while, but ultimately said nothing, disdainfully turning his head away, though internally, he couldn't help but sigh. Why do all sorts of people dare to challenge the highest difficulty? This was simply lowering the standards of this major examination. However, he suddenly thought of something and turned back sharply. Could it be? He suspiciously glanced at the rankings above, then at Lu Yuan, and then at Lu Yuan's exceedingly unprofessional armor combination. How is that possible? I must be overthinking it. Zhao Qiming shook his head self-deprecatingly. The actions of the people in the higher tier constantly stirred the hearts of the candidates in the general tier. Especially the challenge of hell difficulty, which in previous years no one would attempt, now suddenly had 2 candidates naturally drawing attention. Zhao Qiming has chosen hell difficulty. Isn't he a bit overzealous? To deal with 1000 monsters at once, even at the 2nd level, it must be tough. Not just him, this year many people have opted for high difficulty. Wow, even Lu Yuan has chosen hell difficulty. Exactly, doesn't he only have a few summon creatures? Facing so many monsters, wouldn't he just be crushed? Among the audience, many imposing middle-aged men and women were seated. Many people, upon seeing Zhao Qiming and Lu Yuan's choices, couldn't help but exclaim. This year 2 people have chosen hell difficulty. Regardless of whether they score highly, such courage is commendable. Speaking of which, the current first place is that legendary profession, Lu Yuan, right? These influential figures by the sea gazed at Lu Yuan with great interest. Quite intriguing. I wonder what kind of surprises he will bring us next. After the major examination, perhaps we could oh come on. Talents at his level are bound for top-tier academies. Originally Lu Yuan had some recognition as a legendary profession, but now with such high scores, even those who didn't know him before now knew of his existence. Everyone enter. With a command from the examiner Zheng, everyone filed in. The fourth test for the higher tier is about to begin. Please eliminate as many monsters as possible within 30 minutes. Held difficulty. The first wave is about to spawn. Candidates prepare. 3, 2, 1. With the countdown ending, a massive vortex appeared in the front area. Subsequently, a large horde of monsters surged out. These monsters varied in type: beasts, insects, humanoid creatures, and all kinds, but all were at the first level of the first transition. The total number was exactly 1,000. As soon as these monsters emerged from the vortex, they all rushed straight towards Lu Yuan. Just in time. With a wave of his hand, 200 giant mandible worms instantly appeared in an orderly formation. Just this move caused the 3 examiners who had been paying attention here to exclaim in shock. My goodness, he actually has 200. This is no longer suspenseful. 200 summoned creatures, each with astonishing attributes. This profession is simply outrageous. The mixed horde of 1,000 monsters rushed forward like a tsunami. This is no longer suspenseful. 200 summoned creatures, each with astonishing attributes. This profession is simply outrageous. The mixed horde of 1,000 monsters rushed forward like a tsunami. Monsters would be, however, facing an army of monsters all at the first level of the first transition, and with average attributes, 200 giant mandible worms were simply a bit too much to handle. The giant mandible worms formed a long line and, undeterred by the 5-fold numerical disadvantage, charged straight ahead. Bang! The swarm of insects collided with the monster army, instantly turning the scene into a bloody melee. The giant mandible worms with a physique of 4,500 points were incredibly formidable. Just by charging, they smashed the front rows of monsters into smithereens. Smash crack. As both sides entered close combat, they began to engage in a brutal melee. The giant mandible worms with their massive and powerful pincers could easily slice the monsters before them in half. Moreover, since the monsters were all tightly packed together, a single attack from the giant mandible worms often resulted in 2 or even 3 monsters being killed. On the other side, werewolves, zombies, beasts, skeletons, and various monsters were also frantically attacking the giant mandible worms in their own ways. However, their attacks were completely ineffective, posing no threat whatsoever. In just a few seconds, the ground was flooded with their blood. In the past, the giant mandible worms needed spider monsters to assist in controlling the monsters for easier kills due to their speed disadvantage. But now the monsters were running towards them, voluntarily charging into the line of fire, which was incredibly convenient. The giant mandible worms welcomed it, saying, "Bring more, I can handle it." There were no surprises. In less than a minute, all 1,000 monsters had been slaughtered. 2,000 points earned. Compared to the previous third round where he earned 1,000 points in about 3 minutes, the efficiency had increased nearly 6-fold. Lu Yuan glanced around. What a pity there's no cover in this space, so the webbing of the spider monsters can't be utilized. The surrounding space was barren without any terrain to take advantage of. Moreover, since the monsters were actively charging forward, there was no need to control them with webs. The spider monster's ability to control was limited in this scenario. Thus he didn't summon them at all. If the terrain was similar to that of a ruined city or military camp, as long as the spider monsters spun webs waiting for the monsters to walk into the traps, the efficiency of killing would truly soar. However, even with this efficiency, it was enough to leave the onlookers utterly astounded. In the principals area, the principals were dumbfounded. The surprises Lu Yuan brought them were simply one after another. In less than a minute since the test began, his score skyrocketed by 2,000 points, nearly 6 times faster than before. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? In less than a minute, he earned another 2,000 points, which means he has already cleared the first wave of monsters. No, this is even faster than before. Lu Yuan truly exceeds our expectations. In the previous project, he only faced 1 monster at a time. Now facing 1,000 monsters at once, his efficiency is even greater. I truly don't know how he managed to do it. As the last of the 1,000 monsters were eliminated, the previous vortex swayed, and a large batch of monsters jumped out, signaling the appearance of the second wave. The swarm of insects immediately charged towards the newly appeared group of monsters. In close combat, once again, another massacre ensued. Compared to the third test where the monster spawn locations were random, this time the spawn location was fixed, coming from that massive vortex. That made things simpler. The giant mandible worm swarm quickly swam upstream, all the way to the vortex where the monsters were spawning. They blocked the entrance and began their slaughter. The attribute suppression ensured that there was no suspense in the battle. 1 would be killed upon arrival, and 2 would be killed if 2 came. The killing efficiency of the insect swarm had reached the limit of the monster spawn speed in this major examination space. As long as monsters appeared, they would be instantly torn to pieces by the thick mandibles. If it weren't for the fact that the monster's severed limbs would disappear in a short time, the corpses alone could block the monster spawn entrance. In the examination room, Xiao Yang looked as though he had seen it all. This, charging against the monstrous army directly blocking the spawn point. This is hell-level difficulty with 1,000 monsters. Today has truly been an eye-opener. Xiao nodded in agreement upon hearing this. It seems that even at the hell level with 1,000 monsters one cannot ascertain his upper limit of strength. After the initial shock, Examiner Zheng let out a sigh. After the 4th test, there will be the final 5th test. If Lu Yuan can pass smoothly, his score will certainly qualify him for the genius test. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. The genius test. The one said to truly test the limits of genius far exceeding hell-level difficulty. Indeed, reaching a certain score in the standard tests allows entry into the mysterious genius test, which is no secret in the examiner's circle. That's correct. Examiner Zheng nodded, continuing. In previous years, all the top scorers of the national examination have excelled in the final genius test, where every point matters. However, it has been many years since Linhai has produced a candidate capable of entering the genius test. He shook his head regretfully at this point. Unfortunately, the genius test is directly evaluated by the big shots from the association, and with my authority, I cannot observe the specific process. But it is said that last year there was an outstanding performance in the genius test, and a major figure of the 7th level directly accepted a disciple on the spot. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's eyes widened again. My heavens, a 7th level expert. Even at this level it was a being beyond the clouds, and Xiao Yang and Xiao couldn't help but feel their hearts race. Through the monitor in the examination room, watching Lu Yuan rampaging through the monsters, Examiner Zheng couldn't help but speak. If Lu Yuan can seize this opportunity, he will truly soar to great heights. In just 30 minutes, Lu Yuan's final score was set at 32 waves of monsters. Returning to the square, and looking up, he was astonished to see that he had earned an incredible 63500 points in the 4th test. Adding his previous points, his total score had reached 76000, far surpassing the other candidates from higher regions. Even if the scores of the next 8 candidates were combined, they would still fall far short of his. My heavens, it's actually 6 times more than last time. Is this even human? 60000 points. Just now I only got 100 points in that test. At this moment, everyone in the examination hall looked at Lu Yuan with expressions of disbelief. After 2 consecutive standout performances, most people had already concluded that this score belonged to Lu Yuan. As for Zhao Qiming, he now wore a pale expression, looking at Lu Yuan with 5 parts disbelief, 3 parts conflict, 2 parts resentment, and 1 part anger. It was clear to any astute observer that if someone could achieve such a sky-high score, Zhao Qiming could not possibly be wearing that expression. Thus only Lu Yuan, who had also entered the hell-level dungeon, could potentially achieve such an outrageous score. You are the one who came first. Zhao Qiming exclaimed, pointing at Lu Yuan. He never expected that the one who had always overshadowed him, and who had recently scored beyond his comprehension, would be this unremarkable kid next to Ji Mingyu. Lu Yuan looked at him noncommittal. Impossible 6000. How could anyone score that much? Zhao Qiming gritted his teeth, unable to maintain his previous composure. The successive blows had completely shattered his mentality. I am clearly an epic class, the chosen one among millions. How could I possibly be outdone by a kid who just awakened? He glared at Lu Yuan with hatred. How could you surpass me? There must be something wrong. You must be up to something. He could not accept that the previously overlooked transparent character could surpass him in points. At this moment, Examiner Zheng appeared between the two. The crowd had already been paying close attention to Lu Yuan, and Zhao Qiming's loud accusations drew even more eyes to the scene. Regarding the events happening in the examination room, Examiner Zheng generally refrained from intervening. However, seeing that more and more students were gathering affecting the order of the upcoming exam, he felt compelled to step in. Silence immediately. No loud noises in the examination room. Examiner Zheng sternly warned the loud Zhao Qiming. However, in his agitated state, Zhao Qiming paid no heed and shouted at Examiner Zheng. Examiner, I formally lodge a complaint. He pointed at Lu Yuan. This person cheated during the examination. Examiner Zheng's expression turned cold upon hearing this, and before he could say anything, another person suddenly jumped out, pointing at Lu Yuan. Examiner, I also testify that Lu Yuan cheated on the exam. It was Li Fei. He now obviously recognized that Lu Yuan was the one who came first. While he couldn't accept it, he also felt deep, because besides Lu Yuan there were not only He Gaopeng, but also the acknowledged expert Ren Jiqin, and Ji Mingyu was present. Although he was filled with hatred, he was not foolish enough to lose his mind. In this situation, causing trouble for Lu Yuan would be akin to smashing an egg against a stone. However, Zhao Qiming's accusations opened up a new avenue for him. Li Fei reacted swiftly, realizing this was an opportunity, and jumped out to align with Zhao Qiming. Faced with the sudden accusations from the two. Is this person's head okay? On Lu Yuan's side, Zhao Qiming suddenly accused him angrily, leaving Lu Yuan utterly baffled, feeling that this person was insane. He gestured to stop Ren Jiqin and the others next to him from saying anything in indignation. There was no need to. Have you heard of the self-incrimination trap? Speaking at this time would only fall into the opponent's rhythm. He had no obligation to prove his innocence. If Zhao Qiming and Li Fei claimed he had issues, then let them provide evidence. However, Examiner Zheng's method of handling the situation was unexpectedly simple and direct. He narrowed his eyes looking at Lu Yuan, then at Zhao Qiming and Li Fei. Is that what you claim? Do you have any basis for it? No, but his score is extremely abnormal. There must be an issue. I implore the examiner to investigate thoroughly. Zhao Qiming declared loudly. Yes, that's right. Please examine it closely, examiner. Li Fei immediately echoed beside him. Upon hearing this, Examiner Zheng couldn't help but laugh in anger, looking at Zhao Qiming and Li Fei with a knowing gaze. Zhao Qiming, throughout the entire examination process, our examiner team has been monitoring with higher-ups verifying at any time. Are you questioning my capabilities or the capabilities of the entire Daxiao organization? Faced with the imposing gaze of a fourth-level expert, Li Fei immediately shrank back. I dare not. But Zhao Qiming remained defiant. I am a repeat examinee. My level attributes far exceed his. He pointed at Lu Yuan. How could he possibly surpass me by so much? His score must have issues. Hearing this, Examiner Zheng couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Zhao Qiming, it seems you have misunderstood something. Let me tell you, being a repeat examinee does not grant you the right to bully the weak just because you've practiced for another year. The only purpose of you repeat examinees is to sharpen this year's geniuses. At this point, Examiner Zheng paused and took a closer look at Zhao Qiming. Zhao Qiming, last year you awakened your epic profession and were hailed as a genius. Why did you still fail the major exam? Was it not because you were defeated by true geniuses from the same batch, leading to a psychological collapse that prevented you from participating in the subsequent exams? Zhao Qiming seemed to be struck at a painful spot, his face turning pale. A stir arose among the crowd. I said Zhao Qiming has a background and his profession is so good, how could he still fail the major exam? It turns out he collapses at the slightest provocation. He clearly looks handsome, but now that illusion is shattered. He is just a fragile heart. No matter how good a profession he gets, how much can he truly leverage it? Examiner Zheng ignored the murmurs around him and the increasingly pale Zhao Qiming, continuing to speak. Losing your sanity over a minor setback means that even if you obtain the strongest profession, you won't be able to unleash even 1/10 of its power in your hands. In that case, it would be better to make use of the worthless to temper this year's candidates. He turned to look at Lu Yuan and then at the other candidates. And you, those who can withstand the trials and achieve good results, are truly worthy of enjoying the nation's top-tier treatment. If you can't even surpass these who have already failed once, then you have no qualification to enjoy the top-tier resources for cultivation. He glanced at Ren Jichin and another female candidate, both of whom were retaking the exam. If you still have a spark of determination and feel dissatisfied with what I said, feeling unwilling to be a mere supporting character, then perform well in the final discussion test. Impress me and the higher-ups behind me. If you can't achieve that, then you will live your life as an ordinary person leading a stable existence. With that, he waved his hand. All right, everyone disperse and prepare for the upcoming exam. Examiner Zheng spoke, and the crowd dared not disobey, immediately scattering to tend to their own affairs. Only Zhao Qiming remained mumbling to himself. How could this be? I'm just a tool to assist others in their growth. Although deeply impacted, he instinctively knew what was most important at this moment, the imminent final round of testing. He lowered his head, preparing to walk towards the vortex. However, facing such a Zhao Qiming, Examiner Zheng suddenly called out to him. Zhao Qiming, I just asked you to be silent, didn't you? Speak up. I. Before he could finish, Examiner Zheng's expression turned solemn as he sternly said, have I not told you that violating my orders will result in immediate disqualification from the exam? Zhao Qiming was taken aback, wanting to argue. However, Examiner Zheng had no intention of listening, pointing at Zhao Qiming and shouting, you are disqualified. As his words fell, a beam of light immediately appeared, enveloping Zhao Qiming. A moment later, the light disappeared along with Zhao Qiming himself. Last year's genius, who had been holding second place in the advanced area, was expelled from the exam just like that. Even though he had previously accumulated a lot of points, being expelled meant those points were rendered void. For him, the path to entering a higher education institution had been completely blocked. Being expelled from the exam midway was a lifelong stain. No major power would ever employ him again. The choices laid out before him were either to align with some minor forces and become their thug, or to live as an ordinary person engaged in the most menial professions for the rest of his life. In short, the upward path was completely closed off for him. Zhao Qiming, regarded as the strongest contender for the provincial champion, had been disqualified in such a manner for breaking exam rules, leaving the crowd in disbelief. In the end, it all boiled down to his poor psychological resilience. Or rather, he had been too accustomed to a smooth sailing life since childhood and couldn't withstand even the slightest setback. For someone like him, even if he obtained the strongest profession, he wouldn't be able to leverage it effectively. From this perspective, bringing in a batch of retakers to temper everyone truly reflects a thoughtful intention and is indeed quite necessary. At least losing composure during an exam poses no threat to life, but losing composure on the battlefield means not only suffering oneself, but potentially dragging others down as well. After expelling Zhao Qiming, Examiner Zheng shot a warning glance at Li Fei before leaving. Li Fei was drenched in cold sweat. I wasn't expelled too. Luckily, I didn't confront the examiner directly. For everyone, what just happened was merely a minor episode. The final test of the major exam, the fifth test, The final exam is the most perilous. Historically, the casualty rate in this project far exceeds that of the second survival test. Now you have already passed 4 rounds, and some of you have achieved satisfactory scores sufficient to enter an institution for further study. If you wish to give up, now is the time. Examiner Zheng warned the crowd with a serious expression. The 5th test, like the previous ones, is also a specialized test tailored for various professions. However, the content is drastically different from before. Simply put, it's a test of how much ability an awakener retains when their professional skills cannot be utilized. For example, mages are not allowed to use any skills throughout the whole process and must kill monsters through close combat. Knights specialized in defense will be tested on their output capability, rescue ability, and reconnaissance skills. For Lu Yuan, a summoner focused on offense, the challenge in the 5th test will be to measure his combat strength without the use of summons. If the 4th test was meant to assess the upper limits of a profession, then the last one, the 5th test, serves to test its lower limits. Under such harsh conditions, a significant number of casualties are bound to occur. You want me, a mage, to swing a stick at monsters? I think I'll withdraw. You're better off. I'm a thief. Taking hits as a tank is one thing, but now they want to test my first aid skills. I'm out. Under Examiner Zhang's warning, a large number of students chose to withdraw. In fact, many students had already exited right after completing the 4th test. As long as they were not expelled by the examiner midway, their points earned up to this point would still count. Moreover, if they performed well in the first 4 tests, it was already sufficient to enter a higher level institution. The 5th test is too dangerous. Rather than forcing themselves to take the exam and risking severe injury or even death, it would be better to withdraw voluntarily. After a large number of students withdrew, less than 100 remained in the entire examination hall. Compared to the over 300 at the start of the exam, those who made it this far were less than a third. However, in the advanced area, aside from the disqualified, Zhao Qiming, all 8 others were still alive. The 5th test is ridiculous. I can't use any skills and have to fight in close combat, as if I were Gandalf. He Gaopeng said, indignantly glancing at Lu Yuan. Right, Lu Yuan, you're a summoner. Our tasks are quite similar. We both have to fight monsters hand-to-hand. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's shining armor, he suddenly looked disdainful. Haha, it seems you were well prepared. You really are something. In response, Lu Yuan smiled slightly. He wore armor simply because his profession allowed it, not specifically to deal with the final test. Alas, like you all, I can only engage in melee combat. Jiminyu frowned. As a support class, she too had to face monsters hidden with a melee weapon. This type of test, which targeted one's weaknesses, left even her with an epic class feeling uncertain. Don't worry. The final test is just to assess our emergency response in adversity. It certainly won't be as difficult as the last one. Your melee skills are more than enough to handle it. Lu Yuan had confidence in her. Earlier in the secret realm, Jiminyu had fought fiercely against a horde of rotting corpses. Back then, a swarm of decaying corpses had suddenly appeared, charging straight at the backline. Jiminyu, wielding a rapier with practiced skill, left a deep impression on Lu Yuan. This is the final test. Our points are already high. If we just ace this last one, the top colleges of Imperial Capital University won't be just a dream for us. Lu Yuan and the others said, and the 3 of them smiled in response. Reaching 2,400 points meant they had a shot at Imperial Capital University. For those determined to strive for better schools, the points from the 5th test were a must. Their current standings were as follows. First candidate NL. 30123 129 1211, score 6 3500, total 76,000 Lu Yuan. Second candidate NL. 3012312 score 650, total 2650 Rinjichin. Third candidate NL. 301231291 score 1000, total 2550 Higaoping. Fourth candidate NL. 30123129101, score 700, total 2450 Jiminyu. Fifth candidate NL. 30123128132, score 400, total 2050 Yao Yen. Sixth candidate NL. 3012312937575, score 600, total 2000 Ling Tian. Seventh candidate NL. 30123129230, score 700, total 1930 Fong Yuan. Eighth candidate NL. 30123129125, score 350, total 1400 Li Fei. After 4 rounds of tests, with Zhao Qiming eliminated, Lu Yuan's group of 4 had firmly taken the top 4 spot. This was partly due to Lu Yuan leveling them up, but it was also inseparable from their own high overall competence and outstanding comprehensive abilities. He Gaopeng performed brilliantly in the last round, directly earning 1,000 points. Even Jiminyu, the lowest among the 4 now, had 2,450 points. And this was with 1 test remaining. It could be said that as long as they completed the final test and earned another 100 or 200 points, getting into Imperial Capital University was practically guaranteed. But the higher the points, the better the treatment upon entry and the greater the chance of entering a good college. Moreover, after entering the academy, the exam points would directly convert into points within that academy for exchanging resources. Therefore securing a high score was definitely beneficial. If their physical condition allowed, and they still had energy left, trying to strive for more was also an option. Like the fourth test, this one also had selectable difficulty, and the monster level remained at Tier 1, a level 1. However, compared to the previous event, the number of monsters was reduced tenfold. Like the fourth test, this one also had selectable difficulty, and the monster level remained at Tier 1, a level 1. However, compared to the previous event, the number of monsters was reduced. In the high difficulty zone, each monster killed awarded 50 points. It could be said that the fifth test was the riskiest, but also an opportunity for all those determined to aim for high scores. Everyone see you at Imperial Capital University. With these words, the four each chose their difficulty. He Gaopeng unhesitatingly selected the lowest normal difficulty. Even though he was already Tier 1, a level 9, if skills were prohibited, he wasn't a professional melee mage, his combat effectiveness was reduced to almost nothing. His strength and physique weren't as high as the Tier 1, a level 1 monsters. He could proudly declare that in a brawl with a Tier 1, level 1 monster, he could go 50-50. Ren Jichin followed him, also choosing normal. Ji Mingyu thought for a moment, and chose hard. Not just the three of them, but most others in the high difficulty zone also chose normal, with only a few picking hard. Even though the test content itself had become simpler compared to the previous round, almost everyone except a very few chose a lower difficulty. The reason was simple: they couldn't leverage their class specialties, and the test content was specifically designed to target their weaknesses, so most opted for a conservative approach. As for Lu Yuan, am I seeing things? Does he dare choose hell difficulty? A summoner without summons is useless. Does he plan to brawl 100 monsters alone? Hey, look at that armor he's wearing. Seems he came prepared. Let's wait and see. Watching Lu Yuan, candidates from the general area whispered among themselves. The reason was that Lu Yuan stood alone before the entrance to hell difficulty. Almost everyone in the high difficulty zone was concentrated on normal or hard, with no one even choosing nightmare. Daring to pick hell difficulty made Lu Yuan the only one in all of Linhai City to do so. Lu Yuan chose hell difficulty again. He Gaopeng said with a somewhat helpless tone. Brother Lu's strength is unfathomable. Since he chose it, he must be confident. Ren Jichin nodded, seemingly unsurprised. Then the two turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes locking onto Li Fei behind them. They were both queuing at the normal difficulty entrance, waiting for the test to begin. He Gaopeng threw a meaningful glance at Ren Jichin. This guy goes to the same school as me and Lu Yuan. He's trash and keeps finding ways to cause trouble for Lu Yuan. Ren Jichin smiled knowingly upon hearing this. So that's why he jumped out to make things difficult for brother Lu earlier. But fighting is prohibited inside the exam grounds, so we can't do anything to him. As he spoke, he gripped his bronze hammer tightly. However, outside the grounds it's a different story. Just as the two were eyeing Li Fei maliciously, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared, and He Gaopeng found himself with an enhanced status. Edge. He Gaopeng exclaimed, turning around to see Ji Mingyu, who had somehow come up behind him, raising her staff to cast a strengthening buff on him. He Gaopeng was greatly surprised. Miss, the test is about to start. Your strengthening skills are very costly. Don't waste your mental energy. Seeing He Gaopeng's reaction, Ji Mingyu nodded with satisfaction. Seems like no problem. She gave him a smile, then actively removed the strengthening state from him before raising her hand to cast it again. Ignoring his bewildered expression, she then raised her hand to cast a strengthening buff on Ren Jichin as well. Since skills are banned in the upcoming test, and I can only melee, I might as well strengthen you all now. Ji Mingyu said, appearing to be in a good mood. Indeed. Then we are grateful for your care, miss. Ren Jichin didn't refuse further, and He Gaopeng quickly thanked her as well. After buffing the two, she then went down the line, casting a strengthening state on everyone in the high difficulty zone. Thank you, miss. Truly you're an angel. Ji Mingyi's selfless act drew widespread praise, and everyone cast grateful glances her way. Don't mention it. We're all valuable talents of Linhai. If we all get good results, it brings honor to us all outside. Then she came before Li Fei. Classmate, you don't look well. Maybe you shouldn't push yourself. Li Fei had performed the worst in the high difficulty zone. He was dead last by a large margin. Even if he completed the fifth test, his chances of entering a top academy were, in truth, reaching his current level was largely due to his father's willingness to spare no expense in providing various items and resources to boost him. But now with his storage space sealed, the items he could carry were limited, and many had been destroyed in fierce battles. After several rounds of testing, he had not only consumed a great deal of stamina, but also suffered many injuries. It was obvious to any observer that he was very close to his limit. Being addressed by Ji Mingyu, Li Fei was flattered beyond measure. Miss. Thank you for your concern, miss. I'm fine, I can still go on. Ji Mingyu heard this and smiled radiantly. You're very strong. Let me give you a more powerful enhancement. As she spoke, she raised her staff and cast an all-attribute enhancement on Li Fei. Before the ecstatic Li Fei could react, she spoke again. You're injured. Let me add a continuous heal for you. Ji Mingyu said, raising her staff again to cast a continuous healing spell on him. This skill could slowly heal injuries. Do your best in the final test. Leaving these words, Ji Mingyu, no one noticed the faint, almost imperceptible streak of light that trailed from her jet black staff. Looking at the departing Ji Mengyu, Li Fei half opened his mouth feeling as if he were dreaming. He had wanted to strike up a conversation with Ji Mengyu for quite some time, but he had always found himself at a loss for the right moment. Unexpectedly today the goddess took the initiative to approach him, and even granted him her signature enhancement skill. This treatment had Li Fei nearly floating with joy. Ji Mengjia's selfless act drew envious gazes from the students in the general area. Since the young lady enhanced everyone, will she also provide a round for us in the general area? Oh please. With so many people, how long will it take her? Besides, as someone from the general area, how can you have the face to consume the young lad's mental energy? That's great. I wish I could go to the advanced area too. After enhancing those in the ordinary difficulty, Ji Mengyu proceeded to offer enhancements to those in the difficult difficulty, finally rushing over to the hell difficulty side to enhance Lu Yuan. Thanks. Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude. One must admit that Ji Mengjia's professional skills were remarkably effective. A boost of 10 to all attributes that could last for 6 hours was more than enough to get through this major exam. With this layer of enhancement, he felt more confident about the upcoming test. However, Lu Yuan glanced at Ji Mengyu, who had returned to the group, then met the gazes of He Gaopeng and Ren Jiqin. The three exchanged puzzled glances. Although Ji Mengyu was well-mannered and behaved appropriately, she was a lady of high society. But that didn't mean she was the type to be kind to others for no reason. Why would someone like her without any hassle thoughtfully provide everyone with a buff? Could it be Ren Jiqin and He Gaopeng simultaneously thought of something and exchanged a knowing glance. Setting aside the confusion of Lu Yuan and the others, soon the final test began. Inside the examination room, 3 examiners gathered together, closely watching the space where Lu Yuan was. It wasn't the baseless accusation from Zhao Qiming that had made them wary of Lu Yuan, but rather Lu Yuan's astonishing performance in the previous tests, which made the other candidates seem rather unimpressive by comparison. Lu Yuan is a summoner, and it is well known that a summoner's combat power relies on their summoned creatures. Once the summoned creatures are gone, the combat capability of this profession is 0. Summoners themselves are extremely fragile. Even a low-level monster could pose a life-threatening risk to them. So what could Lu Yuan achieve in the 5th test without being able to use his skills? Xiao Yang said with great interest while Xiaoan shot him a glance. You're an examiner, not here to watch a show. However, she still spoke up. Lu Yuan must have prepared ahead. Ooh, just look at that armor he's wearing. Speaking of which, how can a summoner wear armor? Xiaoan looked over to Examiner Zheng for assistance, while Xiao Yang also directed his gaze towards him. Among the 3, Zheng was the oldest and most knowledgeable, so he should understand Lu Yuan's current situation. He looked at Lu Yuan, who was clad in full-plate armor and wielding a massive hammer resembling a knight. With a thoughtful expression, he seemed to grasp something, and a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. Then he addressed the 2, saying, "If you ask me, who should I ask? The final test in the advanced area is about to begin. Please eliminate as many monsters as possible within 30 minutes. Please note no skills are allowed during this test. Hell difficulty, the first wave is about to spawn. Please prepare. 3, 2, 1. The final test begins." Just like last time, as soon as the countdown ended, a massive vortex appeared out of nowhere. In the next moment, 100 level 1 monsters emerged from the vortex, rushing towards Lu Yuan in a swarm. Watching the tide of monsters approaching, Lu Yuan appeared unfazed. He stretched his body slightly, took down the indestructible giant hammer from his back, and grinned. Hey, it's my stage again. No skills allowed. If it were an ordinary summoner, they might indeed feel helpless. At most, they would choose an ordinary difficulty and slowly dance around a single monster, trying to score as many points as possible. But as the master of the swarm, he was different. Not only could he wear heavy armor, he also had a tremendous advantage that no other profession possessed. At this moment, the vanguard of the monsters had closed in on him, each raising their weapons or revealing sharp fangs glinting ominously. Lu Yuan raised the giant hammer high above his head and brought it crashing down fiercely onto the charging monsters. Boom. With a single blow, the monster that was struck Hedon was instantly smashed into a pulp. One hit, one kill. Not only that, but the power of Lu Yuan's swing was immense. The shockwave that erupted from the impact obliterated the nearest 2 monsters, and even the surrounding creatures were shaken. With one swing, he killed 3 and injured a large number. Without pausing, Lu Yuan twisted his body and swung the hammer in a sweeping arc. With a whoosh and a crack, the indestructible giant hammer swept through, reducing 5 monsters to debris in an instant. As the master of the swarm, he possessed overwhelming attribute advantages. Name: Lu Yuan. Profession: Swarm Master. Unique legend. Level 1st transition, level 37. Talent: Swarm Master. Strength: 1910, 940. Constitution: 1910, 940. Agility: 1910, 940. Spirit: 1910, 940. With the dual boost of his professional talent and equipment effects, his total attributes had already reached 1910. Furthermore, with Ji Mengjia's 10 enhancement skill, his total attributes had soared to 2,101 points. Previously, when he was at level 5 in his first transition, he could one-shot level 300 zombies in the Hell difficulty dungeon. Not to mention now, at level 37 in his first transition, facing monsters with average attributes of less than 100. let alone hitting them directly. Even being near them and caught in the shockwave of his hammer would easily kill those monsters. Boom boom boom. Lu Yuan swung the giant hammer, leaving afterimages in its wake. Each swing was accompanied by explosive sounds of air being ruptured. One swing could kill 3 monsters, and a sweeping arc took out 5. With 2,000 agility, he possessed extremely high speed and attack speed along with agile positioning. As long as he was near, the indestructible giant hammer monsters would either die or be severely injured. Every strike Lu Yuan landed burst forth with a cloud of blood mist and severed limbs. Yet the monster's claws raked against him or rusty swords struck his shoulders, failing to penetrate his defenses. The 100 monsters in his hands could not stir a single ripple. They were only destined for slaughter. Boom. After taking out the last 3 monsters with a single hammer, he glanced at the time. 2 minutes and 21 seconds. In less than 2.5 minutes, 100 monsters were wiped out. At the same time, he scored 5,000 points. Just considering the efficiency of points earned, it even exceeded the previous round of 200 giant jaw worms battling 1,000 monsters. So this is the Swarm Master. Even he found the result somewhat unbelievable. Who said the summoner was weak? Even without the ability to use summoned creatures, he still possessed formidable combat power. No, this was not just formidable combat power, this was essentially a one-man army. After defeating the last monster of the first wave, the second wave immediately appeared. Lu Yuan looked up at the enormous vortex not far away. Just like last time, this monster spawn point was also fixed. Moreover, as soon as one wave was defeated, the next would appear instantly, leaving no time for respite. In fact, for the 5th test, which specifically targeted people's weaknesses, he had no complaints. Instead, he could feel the thoughtful design behind it. The first part of the exam served as a warning, also conveying the message that mere levels without corresponding strength would lead to elimination. The second part tested survival ability, and it was clear that placing this test here meant that even the most talented must be able to stand firm and survive. As for the rest time, it allowed students to communicate, exchange items and information, and tend to each other's wounds. They even deliberately turned a blind eye to some outrageous behaviors, aiming to test the candidates' communication skills, coordination abilities, and their wariness of others. At this stage, it was better for those who helped others at the cost of their own weaknesses, or who were misled, to be eliminated, honestly living as ordinary people for a lifetime rather than being deceived and losing their lives. The third part assessed the most basic output capabilities. After all, regardless of the profession, even support or production roles might encounter battles. While not seeking excessive combat power, there had to be at least some. The 4th and 5th parts would test the upper and lower limits of the Awakener's abilities in various ways. These alone were not enough. A group of last year's top performers was specially arranged to sharpen those geniuses who had become arrogant due to their powerful professions. After all, facing setbacks in the exam was far better than dying from enemies outside. This arrangement also provided a chance for those retaking the exam. All these designs reflected great thoughtfulness. It could be said that from the moment one stepped into the examination hall, the great exam had already begun. Those who couldn't perceive this would only be bookworms who could manage exams, but would never amount to anything no matter how high their scores in the great exam. Even if they entered prestigious institutions, they would not be taken seriously. After a brief thought, the second wave of monsters rushed toward Lu Yuan. He wielded a large hammer and stepped forward to confront them. Boom. Relying on his exceptional physique, he charged straight into the horde of monsters. With Lu Yuan's strength exceeding 2,000, the monster group was instantly thrown into chaos. Taking advantage of their momentary confusion, Lu Yuan swung his massive hammer, creating a cloud of blood mist with each sweep. He fought upstream, ultimately blocking the monster spawn point. As each monster emerged, he smashed it with a hammer. When 3 came out at once, he executed a sweeping strike. With his single strength, he reenacted the earlier feat of blocking 200 giant jaw bugs. Meanwhile, the examiner's room was in shock. This is insane, truly insane. Even the usually composed examiner Zheng couldn't help but curse. Lu Yuan single-handedly surrounded 100 monsters at the entrance. Shouldn't a summoner be hiding behind? If I didn't know better, I would think he was a damage-dealing knight. Little One said in surprise. Who knew there was such a profession? It's one thing for the summons to be powerful, but how could he be this strong himself? Is he even allowing anyone else to play? Little Yang scoffed, then suddenly realized no wonder his teacher set Lu Yuan's profession viewing permission to level 6. Level 6. Examiner Zheng scoffed. That's conservative. I think level 7 would be fine. Not only the examiners, but even Lu Yuan's familiar teachers and principals never expected that the already insane Lu Yuan could become even more extraordinary. Is it me, or am I just getting old? Why does it seem like Lu Yuan's scoring speed in the 5th test is faster than in the previous one? Principal Wang looked as if he had seen a ghost, while Principal Mo smiled wryly beside him. That's right, you're getting old. Even I'm getting old. Otherwise, this doesn't make sense at all. How could the 5th test score fast? While the summons are strong, the 5th test forbids summoners from using their summons, or any skills, which indicates that his combat power is also extremely While the summons are strong, the 5th test forbids summoners from using their summons, or any skills, which indicates that his combat power is also extremely strong. Hey, who would have thought that as a summoner after being prohibited from using summons his speed of gaining points would actually be faster? It's simply outrageous. Some people were rapidly accumulating points while others were not having such good progress. Why? Why is this happening? Li Fei was covered in blood struggling against an approaching puppet monster. As a berserker with strong attack but weak defense, he faced a small team of monsters in the 5th test. Just enduring for 30 minutes was difficult, but it wasn't impossible. The problem was that behind him stood a massive crystal tower. He had to protect his own life while ensuring the crystal tower wasn't attacked by the monsters. Once the crystal tower was completely destroyed, he would fail the exam. The attacking monsters were all targeting the crystal tower, and Li Fei had to use his body to block them. This was already quite challenging, but Li Fei didn't expect that an unexpected turn of events awaited him. 1 minute into the exam, the healing and enhancement states provided by Ji Mingyu suddenly turned into negative effects. The originally continuous healing effect became continuous damage, and all attribute enhancements turned into reductions. Coincidentally, he was entangled in battle with the monsters, and the fight had been relatively even. The sudden change in status threw him into disarray, causing him to expose flaws and suffer severe injuries from the monsters. At this point, he had no doubt who had plotted against him. Ji Mingyu, you BTCH, you set me up? Li Fei yelled, drenched in blood and with red eyes. The enhancement effects could be cancelled by Li Fei's own will. However, once Ji Minji's state turned into negative effects, he could no longer remove these effects based on his will. Li Fei racked his brain but couldn't understand why the originally beneficial attribute enhancements and healing spells would suddenly reverse. However, the current situation left him no time for further thought. After barely holding on for another minute, he could no longer sustain himself, letting out a roar before being overwhelmed by the approaching monsters. 30 minutes quickly passed, and thus the great exam concluded. A large number of students emerged from their respective testing spaces. All tests are concluded. You may exit this space through the southeast exit. Please do not crowd and exit in an orderly manner. In the center of the square, Examiner Zheng announced to everyone. A group of students exited through the other side of the square, returning to the entrances where they had entered this great exam instance. Ren Jichin, He Gaoping, and Ji Mingyu finished their tests and came out. They looked up at the scoreboards above and were momentarily stunned at the scores that occupied the top position. Regaining his senses from Lu Yuan's shock, Ren Jichin and the others exchanged glances, smiling at one another. In this round, all three of them had achieved commendable scores. One could say that entering the Dijing University was almost a certainty. They arrived at the entrance of the hellishly difficult vortex, preparing to wait for Lu Yuan to emerge so they could leave together. However, after waiting for a while, as the surrounding students began to leave, Lu Yuan still had not come out. At this moment, Ji Mingyu noticed Examiner Zheng in the center of the square and moved toward him. Seeing this, Ren Jichin and He Gaopeng hurriedly followed. Examiner, has the test ended for so long, and yet there are still candidates who haven't come out? Ji Mingyu spoke up. Examiner Zheng turned his head at the sound, sizing her up. The previously stern lines of his face softened slightly. You must be the daughter of the Ji family, right? Ji Mingyu slightly bowed her head in greeting. Yes, Ji Xian is my father. Ji Mingyu has met Examiner Zheng. Examiner Zheng nodded and smiled at the three of them. Speaking of which, you three, who ranked among the top 4 in the Lehigh Grade exam, seem to have a good relationship. That's wonderful. Examiner Zheng looked at the three. If you are looking for Lu Yuan, he is currently undergoing a special test. You need. Upon hearing this, the three widened their eyes. They had not heard of any special tests in the grade exam. Seeing their expressions, Examiner Zheng smiled slightly. It's normal that you haven't heard of it, as Lu Yuan is the first candidate in Lehigh City in nearly a decade to qualify for the special test. Speaking of which, at the center of attention, Lu Yuan was currently in a dense forest, looking somewhat bewildered. In the 5th test, he managed to defeat a total of 14 waves of monsters within 30 minutes, earning 66500 points, bringing his total score to 145200 points. After the test ended, he crossed over the emerging exit, hoping to return to the square. However, as the surrounding scenery changed, he realized he had arrived in a completely unfamiliar place. Looking around, he found himself in a dense forest not far from what appeared to be an ancient ruin that had long since been abandoned, with the dilapidated buildings covered in thick vegetation. At this moment, he was not alone. There were more than 30 young boys and girls around him. Some looked as bewildered as Lu Yuan, while others had expressions of excitement, unable to suppress their elation. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. I can't use detection techniques, nor can I use any other skills. Could it be that I'm still in the examination area? He glanced at the young boys and girls around him, noticing that they were all about the same age as him, dressed in various styles, some showcasing strong regional characteristics. This wouldn't normally be a problem, but as far as Lu Yuan knew, those dressed in such attire should be living on the far side of Xia country, over 100,000 miles away. These people are not from the higher tier of the square earlier. Some even seem to come from over 100,000 miles away from Lehigh. What could be going on? Before he could ponder further, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the air above the crowd. Everyone quiet down. I am the chief examiner of the genius test, Xinyang. I believe many of you are completely unaware of the current situation. As he spoke, he flashed a smile at the crowd. First, I want to congratulate you. Your presence here means you qualify for the upcoming Genius Test, standing out among the 130 million candidates in this year's great exam. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted. Genius Test. Regardless of whether the students below displayed shock or anticipation, Xinyang continued to speak from above. The Genius Test is specially designed for candidates whose true strength could not be assessed in the previous projects. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and 4 vortex entrances appeared in front of everyone. Examiner Shun pointed at the vortices. This is the entrance to the Genius Test instance with a level of 1 to 20. This instance is specially created for this Genius Test, and its content is highly confidential. No one has ever entered it. The content of the Genius Test is to clear this instance within 3 hours. The score will be based on the quantity and quality of the monsters defeated. This instance can be cleared repeatedly. As long as you defeat the final boss, you can reset the instance and challenge it again. As Xinyang finished speaking, the candidates erupted in discussion. Are you kidding? A completely unknown level 1 to 20 instance cleared solo in 3 hours. Hey, I could probably do it in 2 hours. This difficulty is absurd, but I like it. So in this year's DCA candidates, I can already consider myself a genius. Great. I indeed entered the Genius Test. This is a tremendous opportunity that must not be wasted. Most people in the crowd reacted quickly, understanding the situation in no time. Of course, those of you who are here must have some skills. If you think clearing a level 1 to 20 instance solo is not, Xinyang pointed at the 4 vortex entrances. Normal, difficult, nightmare, hell. Choose as you wish. Upon hearing this, the geniuses could hardly contain themselves. What? There's a hell difficulty. I think I can manage the difficult one, but hell difficulty. Forget it, I'm out. Clearing a level 1 to 20 hell difficulty instance alone with a time limit. Can any human actually do that? As the crowd quieted down, Xinyang continued speaking. This year there are a total of 32 main combat profession candidates entering the Genius Test phase. By participating in the Genius Test, you will have opportunities to earn extra points. The more times you clear the instance within 3 hours, the more points you will earn, of course. I believe the importance of points doesn't need much explanation, right? But be aware, if you choose to participate in the Genius Test, but fail to clear at least once on time, it will be considered a failure in this great exam, and any points previously earned will be reset to 0. If anyone wishes to withdraw, you may leave now. Opting out of the Genius Test will not affect your points earned so far. With that, he raised his hand, and a vortex appeared beside everyone. Alright, decide to enter or retreat within 1 minute. After a moment, no one showed any intention of leaving. Of course, being here is an incredible opportunity. These 30 people in front of him are all geniuses among their peers, each not to be trifled with. Out of more than 100 million candidates nationwide, these 30 are the creme de la creme. All are highly ambitious individuals, and no one would give up. Seeing this, Xinyang nodded in satisfaction. Well, since you all have no objections, I hereby declare that the Genius Test of this year's great exam begins. Before anyone could step into the instance, Xinyang suddenly smiled slightly. However, before entering the instance, you can first take a look at the ranking of points from the 5 tests leading to this Genius Test. Gauging your standing among this year's candidates will help in selecting the difficulty later. As he spoke, he pointed, and a row of golden letters gradually appeared above the 4 vortices. Lu Yuan looked up, fixating on the appearing text. He saw. First place. Lu Yuan 14520 points. Second place. Xiaqing 128,350 points. Third place. Song Nanshan 113750 points. Fourth place. Liwen 51950 points. I am number 1. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted. His name prominently ranked first. The top 3 displayed a staggering lead, while the score gap among those from 4th place onwards diminished. Even the one with the lowest score had over 20,000 points. Previously in the Linhai examination venue, the second place Rin Jiqin achieving over 3,000 points was already impressive. However, among the 32 individuals present here, even the one at the bottom had over 20,000 points, clearly illustrating the disparity. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, the great Xia is brimming with talent. The scores of the second and third places were not far behind him, indicating the vastness and hidden prowess of the great Xia. Even though he was already in a legendary profession, he could not underestimate the young heroes of the world. As soon as the leaderboard was announced, a buzzing sound erupted around. Wow, 140,000 points. 5 items scored 140,000. That's a bit exaggerated. Who is Lu Yuan? Everyone looked around, eager to identify the one called Lu Yuan who ranked first. Seeing this, Lu Yuan quickly lowered his head. Why should he stick his neck out for something that offered no benefit? Although it was impossible to fight here, the Genius Test was imminent, better to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, contrary to his wishes, Xinyang smiled slightly and pointed at Lu Yuan. Let me introduce you, he is Lu Yuan, currently ranked first on the leaderboard. Immediately all eyes turned to him. He is Lu Yuan. It seems he is a melee profession, but his armor and outfit look amateurish. How could he score 140,000 points? Could there be some hidden meaning? Regardless, I will definitely surpass him in the next test. Interesting, there wasn't a single capable fighter on my side during the previous test, yet there are so many stronger than me here. Afterward, Xinyang pointed out the second Xiaqing and the third Song Nanshan. The second was a youthful and beautiful girl dressed lightly with no visible weapons. Compared to the well-equipped crowd, she stood out. The third was a serious-looking young man, with an ancient-style greatsword on his back. Lu Yuan could roughly understand Xinyang's intentions. By publicly revealing the top three, he aimed to stimulate the competitive spirit of the others. However, merely pointing out the top three was not enough. Xinyang continued to fan the flames. The previous tests might have been too simple for everyone, failing to reflect your true abilities. Therefore the leaderboard is sure. Lu Yuan completely agreed. As long as the skill level reached a certain point, the points earned across the 5 tests wouldn't differ too much. After all, the scoring ceiling was set. For instance, in the 4th test, even if those monsters were 10 or 20 times stronger, killing a giant jawworm would still be instantaneous. However, the reality was that no matter how strong the giant jawworm was, killing 25 monsters could only yield 50 points, meaning such scoring rules could not reflect the true combat power of the giant jawworm. Once you enter the instance, you can view the leaderboard's points in real time. By the way, if anyone achieves a good ranking and high score in this test, there might be additional rewards depending on the situation. Upon hearing this, the eager candidate's eyes lit up even more. Seeing that he had thoroughly stirred the fighting spirit of the crowd, Xinyang nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Now, having reached level 37 with his first advancement, both he and his summons had undergone a qualitative leap in combat power. Clearing a hell difficulty instance would serve. There were a few for the nightmare level. As for Lu Yuan, he naturally chose the hell difficulty. Previously, in the Ruined Citadel Secret Realm, he had already faced a hell difficulty boss. Now, having reached level 37 with his first advancement, both he and his summons had undergone a qualitative leap in combat power. Clearing a hell difficulty instance would certainly pose no problem. Arriving at the hell difficulty entrance, there was already one person there. Upon closer inspection, it was the second place. The girl noticed Lu Yuan approaching, turned back with a charming smile, then slightly raised her chin, her eyes sparkling with a challenge. It seemed she was somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Yuan being first. Not only her, but the third-place Song Nanshan was also at the nightmare difficulty entrance, closely watching Lu Yuan. In fact, most people were focused on Lu Yuan and the others at the hell difficulty entrance. Choosing a difficulty suitable for oneself is key. Do not be greedy for achievements and recklessly choose a high difficulty. Exactly blindly pursuing high difficulty could result in failing to clear the instance, which would be disastrous. After all, instances can be cleared multiple times. The one that suits your strength is the best. Hey, he is the first. Does it really give you the right to criticize? What first? When the test begins, I will surpass him within half an hour. It was evident that many regarded Lu Yuan as a rival. Those who could appear here were all prodigies. Each held a sense of pride. Who could submit to whom? Lu Yuan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then opened them to survey the crowd. Just in time. He also wanted to see what he could achieve against the true talents of the great Xia. In a hidden room above the examination venue filled with numerous surveillance devices, Lu Yuan's confident expression was displayed on one of the monitors. In the center of the room, 3 middle-aged men were intently focused on the screen. These 3 exuded a terrifying aura, their powerful presence even distorting the surrounding space. This year's candidates are of remarkable quality. In previous years, having one candidate with over 100 points in the 5 tests was exceptional, yet today, 3 have emerged. Speaking of which, Lao Kong, who do you favor this year? One of them was indeed Kong Feng, a 7th-tier expert with available spots among this year's disciples, specifically pointed out by Ji Minyu. Kong Feng smiled slightly, saying, who else could it be? There are indeed many good seedlings this year, but if they face the Xia family's girl, they can only say they have bad luck. The 2 men beside him spoke to Kong Feng on equal terms. They too were 7th-tier, one surnamed Li and the other Shun. All 3 were the highest authorities for this year's major examination. The genius test was the last and most important part of their work. Upon hearing Kong Feng's words, the elderly slightly shook his head. It seems the Xia girl has found a rival. Take a look at this person's information. Elderly said as he handed a document to Kong Feng, who raised his eyebrows upon seeing it. Oh, this was specially sent by the local examiner. It seems they have high hopes for this student. Kong Feng opened it to find Lu Yuan's information. Level 37 with first advancement. Quite impressive. A summoner. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze, finding Lu Yuan in the monitor. Tisk. I didn't expect someone aside from the Xia girl to dare challenge the hell difficulty. This is interesting. Yet he changed his tone. However, I still favor the Xia girl. After all, her lineage is undeniable. The 2 beside him nodded slightly, speaking in a tone tinged with regret. Lu Yuan, he is a good seedling, but unfortunately this year, he encountered the Xia girl. The national champion is beyond his reach. Elderly scrutinized Lu Yuan's information once more, then glanced at Lu Yuan in the examination venue, pondering for a moment. Let's observe Lu Yuan's performance later. If he holds up well, when I have time I can take him under my wing. Just as the 3 big shots were discussing, Xinyang below issued the command, and the 33 candidates stepped into the instance. The genius test begins. Stepping into the whirlpool, the surroundings shifted, and Lu Yuan arrived at the entrance of the ruins. As he gazed around, he found remnants of walls and shattered structures everywhere. Numerous plants grew along the ruins, creating a scene of unique beauty. Yet this place was not unclaimed. A multitude of ogres had set up camp here. He tossed a detection spell from a distance. Cracked Skull, Ogre Hell. Level 1st, Transition 20. Strength 2,300. Constitution 1,700. Agility 1,700. Spirit 600. Skills Headhunter Strike Bloodthirst. Ogres are a type of humanoid monster with green skin and tusks, typically standing around 2.5 meters tall, their strong physiques rippling with muscle. Each ogre is a formidable warrior skilled in wielding swords, spears, and various weapons. Attack. Without wasting a moment, Yuan waved his hand, and 400 insects swiftly appeared, surging into the ruins like a tide. The ogres who had been resting in the ruins instantly noticed the swarm of insects invading their territory. They quickly grabbed their weapons to confront the unwelcome guests. One ogre brandished a long spear, taking several steps to cover dozens of meters, and lunged at the leading jawworm with a thrust. The jawworm did not dodge. The spear tip struck its head with a thunk. However, the jawworm's shell was incredibly hard, causing the spear to slide off, without leaving a mark. No damage. Taking advantage of the brief moment after the ogre's attack, the jawworm quickly closed the distance, and snapped its large pincers at the ogre. If it could successfully capture its opponent with the jawworm's strength of 4,512, a single pinch would leave the ogre gravely injured. However, the ogre reacted swiftly, lowering its center of gravity, slightly rolling to the side, to evade the jawworm's pincers. Yuan, observing from behind, squinted his eyes. Oh, there's something here. The hell-level ogres not only had high attributes, but were also extremely skilled in combat. Even if the jawworm's strength and constitution were overwhelming, it could still entangle for a while. After dodging, the ogre regained its stance, twisting its wrist as it spun the spear behind its back, switching it from its left hand to its right, and thrusting it straight toward the jawworm's face. However, the jawworm was not the only insect fighting. Before the ogre's spear could reach the jawworm, a strand of spider silk suddenly shot over from the side, sticking to the ogre. Then an immense force pulled, and the ogre was dragged to the ground. The nearby jawworm did not miss this opportunity, opening its pincers to bite the ogre around the waist, lifting it off the ground. Jaw pincers. The two pincers, harder than steel and lined with sharp teeth, easily tore the ogre in two. Nearby, several other ogres were also entangled with the insects, and soon the dust settled. The jawworm engaged while the spider monsters opportunistically shot out strands of silk. Once ensnared, the ogres had no chance of survival. Before long, the ogres in the entrance area were completely cleared out. The jawworms and spider monsters coordinated effectively, continuing to dominate in this hell difficulty dungeon. Scatter and find your prey. The entire ruins were vast, and the interior was labyrinthine and complex. The ogre tribe relied on the remnants of the ruins to establish a scattered network of small strongholds. Each stronghold typically housed several to dozens of ogres. Pairs of jawworms and spider monsters formed groups, systematically eliminating these strongholds one by one. As the insects advanced step by step, besieging the strongholds, Yuan gradually mapped out the layout in his mind. He was able to monitor the insects' positions at any time, and by observing where they had passed and lingered, he could roughly grasp the layout of this dungeon. In the center of the ruins stood a massive pyramid. According to information relayed by nearby insects, there were numerous ogres inside the pyramid. Yuan led the main force of insects directly toward it. At the entrance of the pyramid, there was a unique ogre dressed in a flamboyant outfit adorned with feathers, holding a detection spell. Cracked Skull, Ogre Shaman Elite. Level 1st, Transition 20. Strength 1,000. Constitution 2,100. Agility 1,800. Spirit 3,100. Skills Chain Lightning, Healing Totem, Bloodthirst. Is a mini-boss. There's not much to say, just deploy the insects to encircle it. Several pairs of insects will deal with the minions surrounding the mini-boss, while 5 pairs of jawworms and spider monsters charge at the Ogre Shaman. The Ogre Shaman reacted quickly, seeing the insects rushing over it, raised its hand to cast a spell. A powerful current shot out from the Ogre Shaman's staff, striking one jawworm, then bouncing to another nearby jawworm, passing between several jawworms before dissipating. Just a single chain lightning caused considerable damage to the leading jawworm, creating shallow cracks on its shell. Yuan furrowed his brow. Spell attacks. This was the first time since awakening as the master of the swarm that one of his summons had been injured by a monster's attack. High Constitution brings strong physical defense, but it is powerless against magical damage. Fortunately, the High Constitution also has some benefits. The vitality is robust, so even a minor injury won't threaten life, and has little overall impact. Aging Aura. Seeing that the Ogre Shaman was a tough nut to crack, Yuan decided to take action himself. Once the Aging Aura was unleashed, the Ogre Shaman's originally green skin visibly turned gray and numerous wrinkles appeared. Under the influence of the aging effect, the Ogre Shaman, which had been surrounded by crackling electricity, suddenly weakened in momentum, and its movements became sluggish. As long as it wasn't facing undead monsters like corpses or skeletons, the Aging Aura would have a significant effect. Pain Whip. Aiming at the aged Ogre Shaman, he cast another skill. After being hit by the Pain Whip, the Ogre Shaman hunched over, appearing in great distress. Pain Whip. Aiming at the aged Ogre Shaman, he cast another skill. After being hit by the pain whip, the ogre shaman hunched over, appearing in great distress. The jawworms clamped onto various parts of the shaman and pulled with force, tearing the mini-boss into several pieces. Within a minute of the battle starting, the ogre shaman was defeated. Without their leader, the surrounding ogre warriors were quickly eliminated under the attack of the swarm. At this point, Yuan let out a long breath. Only then did he glance at the scoreboard on his terminal. First place, Yuan 176750 points. Second place, Xiaqing 135500 points. Third place, Osong Nanshan 123700 points. Fourth place, Liwen 53600 points. Seeing the real-time rankings, Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, I've opened up quite a gap. Up to this point, he had earned over 300 points, while Xiaqing in second place had only accumulated around 300 during this time. Meanwhile, Song Nanshan in third place had already scored 1000 points. Not only Yuan, but other candidates were also closely watching the changes in the score leaderboard. This Yuan levels up so quickly. A momentary difference doesn't indicate much, perhaps someone is hiding a big move. At this moment, Xiaqing, ranked second, raised an eyebrow upon seeing Yuan's score. Oh, this Yuan is quite impressive. It seems I need to step up my game a little. She employed a beheading strategy, charging straight for the boss after entering the instance. After defeating the final boss, she would reset the instance and repeat the cycle. She had already reached the final boss. As long as she defeated it, she was confident she could turn the scores around. At the same time, inside the examiner's room, Yuan was defeating the minor boss. Oh, Yuan is not bad. Even the summoner himself has such strong combat power. And what skill did he just use? It seems to be a combination of life and time-based skills. That interruption skill is also quite good. Oh, I can sense the fluctuations of soul-type skills. Seeing Yuan cast the aging aura and pain whip, the three big shots brightened up and discussed Yuan again. Oh, Yuan is not bad. Even the summoner himself has such strong combat power. And the bugs were extremely energetic. After one battle, they could rush straight to the next target without needing to rest. If only they could devour monster corpses, their recovery speed would be even faster. However, during the major exam, it was better to stay low-key. Following behind the swarm, Yuan thought silently. The entrance behind the minor boss shaman was a long corridor, and the swarm surged in. The corridor was filled with traps, spikes, poison, arrows, flames. These tickling attacks were ignored by the swarm as they charged forward. Boom. The swarm charged through the traps and crashed through the stone door at the end of the corridor. Behind the door was an immensely vast hall. Inside, a massive number of trolls turned their heads in unison to look at the invading group. In the midst of the trolls, a particularly large and muscular troll was surrounded by a throng of others like a star among planets. A detection spell was silently cast. Cracked Skull Troll Chief Leader, level 1 Transcendence, level 20 Strength, 3000 Constitution, 2800 Agility, 2500 Spirit, 700 Skills, Thunderstrike, Weak Point Strike, Bloodthirst. This is the final boss of the instance. Oh, as long as we defeat it, the instance can be reset. Yuan had no intention of exploring any strategies against this boss. There should be some. With careful observation and spending some time to thoroughly understand this instance, he should be able to formulate a strategy to defeat the boss. However, Yuan had not considered this method at all. It was too time-consuming. The thought process occurred in a flash and did not take much time. The standoff between the two sides lasted only a moment. Roar. Upon seeing the swarm in their home, the horde of trolls was first stunned, then they reacted, roaring angrily as they charged forward. When two opposing forces met in the instance, the outcome was inevitable. Battle. Yuan sent part of the bugs to deal with the small monsters around the boss, while the other part surrounded the boss. Originally, there were a large number of trolls guarding the boss, but soon one after another was pulled away by Spider Silk. The boss wielded two battle axes, swinging them widely at the massive jaw bug. The troll chief had high strength, constitution, and agility, and was quite nimble. It would always manage to get behind the massive jaw bug, attacking its weak points behind the shell. With skill enhancements, the axes struck quickly and fiercely. Even with the massive jaw bug's high constitution, taking several hits in a short time caused cracks to appear on its shell. Yuan frowned. It seems to be a combination of weak point strike and thunder strike, and that attack speed must be bolstered by bloodthirst. At the start of the boss battle, the boss unleashed all three skills, simultaneously showcasing overwhelming melee capabilities. It could be said that if it weren't for the massive jaw bug's extraordinary constitution, it would have never been able to withstand it. If an ordinary team faced this boss, the boss would likely shatter their entire defense system with just a few axe strikes. No wonder it is a hell difficulty boss. Both the previous shaman and the current boss could pose a threat to the massive jaw bug. Yuan also joined the battle wielding an indestructible giant hammer. Aging Aura. Pain Whip. Upon being hit by Yuan's two skills, the boss movements gradually slowed. While the front line fought, the Spider Silk in the back continuously reinforced the troll chief. As time passed, the amount of Spider Silk on the boss finally reached a critical point, controlling its movements. Dozens of massive jaw bugs immediately climbed onto its body, eagerly snapping at it with their pincers. At this point, the battle had no suspense. The trolls in the hall were being rapidly cleared out. During the battle, other bugs that had been sweeping through other areas also gradually joined the battlefield, having cleared out all the trolls they could find. In the end, Kill 1 Transcendence level 20 Cracked Skull Troll Chief defeated the final boss. Moreover, the vast swarm had nearly swept clean all the monsters in the entire instance. It's a pity that the monsters in the Genius instance yield no experience or drops. At this level and difficulty, Yuan was somewhat regretful about not knowing what good items might drop. However, having points is already quite good. Oh, what more could he ask for? Checking the time and points, it took 12 minutes to complete this instance. 1,000 points gained. At this moment, Yuan realized he had returned from second place to first position. First place, Yuan 24810 points. Second place, Xia Qing 199350 points. Third place, Song Nanshan 157350 points. Fourth place, Liwen 65570 points. That's right, during the time it took Yuan to defeat the shaman, and then the final boss Xia Qing, who was originally second, had briefly surpassed him to become first. But after pushing through the instance and defeating the final boss, he had caught up again. Moreover, the gap between them was still considerable. After Yuan defeated the boss, Xia Qing also nearly defeated her boss at the same time. This was already her second time defeating the final boss. I was overtaken. This Yuan is quite capable, but I won't lose. The competition continued as both Yuan and Xia Qing reset the instance and returned to the starting point to begin the next round. They both further improved efficiency based on the information they had previously gathered. With the experience from the first time, Yuan optimized the swarm's route. He directly abandoned some remote outposts with fewer points, and since he already had the map of the instance, it reduced the exploration step further, increasing monster killing efficiency. Compared to the previous time of 12 minutes to complete the instance, the second time took only 11 minutes, and the third time only took 10 minutes to defeat the final boss. In terms of points, there was basically no change. He could earn 1,000 points each time. On Xia Qing's side, she specifically targeted the minor bosses and the final boss. In 10 minutes, she could complete 2 rounds, earning over 5,000 points. But with just that, she could no longer surpass Yuan. Unless she had some efficiency-boosting trump card, the ranking result was already set. After defeating the final boss for the 6th time, Xia Qing looked at the score leaderboard, her eyes wide in disbelief. Another 5,000 points difference. I can't catch up, this guy is really strong. Stepping on the giant troll boss head, she stomped her foot in frustration. Not only her, but at this moment the examiners in the examination room also showed expressions of surprise. No, at this rate Yuan might actually win against Xia Yadu. Not just win, but win by a large margin. It seems we have all underestimated Yuan. Kong Feng looked at Yuan, his expression full of admiration. This kid is truly remarkable, with strong offense and defense and a balanced attribute with no weaknesses. He has the spirit of our divine martial academy. Old Li, who was nearby, was displeased upon hearing this. Hey, old Kong, what are you doing? Yuan was the first one I noticed. In response to old Li's protest, Kong Feng scoffed. Hey, it's not like we're marrying a wife and having kids. Oh, what does it matter who noticed him first? Besides, if I remember correctly, your quota for disciples is already full. Old Li's face darkened upon hearing this. If it's just one quota, I can easily kill a 7th-tier demon on the battlefield and earn it back in no time. While the two were bickering, the rarely speaking old Shun quietly interjected. Gentleman, Yuan is a summoner. As far as I know, your resources are not abundant, right? How much support can you provide him? Following me would be his best choice. Upon hearing this, the two looked at old Shun and shook their heads in unison. What optimal choice? Have you ever heard Yuan's own opinion? Maybe he wishes to join our divine martial academy. That statement is misguided. As a summoner, what Yuan needs most is solid economic support. You are not Yuan. Oh, how do you know what he needs? Ignoring the scheming of the 3 main examiners, Yuan repeatedly reset the dungeon, finishing a round before immediately starting the next without a moment's rest. The swarm pushed forward relentlessly, annihilating any trolls in an instant. Along the way, he could allocate just the right amount of troops to deal with each stronghold, wasting not a single bit of power. With such meticulous calculations, he could complete a round in just 10 minutes while encompassing most of the monsters. As a result, Yuan's score jumped nearly every 10 minutes, and it seemed as if his stamina was boundless. This rate of increase showed no signs of slowing down. His score surged to first place with a widening gap from the others, leaving the other students in the exam hall dumbfounded. A jump of 1,000,000. Is this even fair? Is he made of iron? Does he have no stamina bar? Won't this rhythm of defeating monsters make him out of breath? My heavens, that's 1,000 points already. In less than 90 minutes since the genius test began, Yuan's score had reached 1,000 points. It seems that no top scorer in previous years has ever reached this score. I originally thought I was a freak, but now it seems compared to a real freak, I am nothing at all. Just as Yuan's score quietly reached 1,000. In a corner of the dungeon, strands of purple energy slowly seeped out from the space, entwining and swirling, ultimately condensing into a blood-red eyeball. I have been awakened. It seems a genius has emerged in the human exam. The eyeball muttered to itself, scanning the examination hall with its bloodshot gaze. It first directed its gaze towards the dungeon where Song Nanshan was located. The eyeball had penetrating vision, easily passing through the dungeon barrier, directly peering into the scene within. Here Song Nanshan was wielding a great sword, battling a group of trolls. His great sword sliced through iron like mud, and wherever it passed the trolls were cut in half. In less than a minute he had slain the entire group of trolls. Nightmare difficulty. A bit of talent, but that's about it. The eyeball withdrew its gaze from Song Nanshan's dungeon and scanned the surroundings. Oh, there are actually 2 people challenging hell difficulty. The eyeball blinked, seemingly surprised. It then focused on one of the hell difficulty dungeons. Here Xiaqing was wreaking havoc. She was enveloped in a layer of green mist which under her control acted like sharp blades and armor. With both offense and defense her power was immense. A single wave from afar turned the trolls blocking her path into mush, leaving even the final boss in her presence to only suffer blows. The trolls' attacks on her were completely blocked by the mist, posing no threat, like a cow sinking into the sea. The eyeball widened in amazement. So strong, so strong. This girl continues down this path. She might just achieve 7th tier in the future. But then the eyeball shifted again. However, if it's only like this, it's not worth my effort. Finally, it turned its gaze towards Lu Yuan. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's score, the eyeball's pupils slightly contracted. What the hell? This is only halfway through the exam, and he already has 0 points. This is bad, this is bad. Though the cost is not small, it seems I must take action. As the eyeball appeared, the 3 people in the monitoring room immediately sensed something and raised their heads to look towards the direction of the eyeball. Something unclean has emerged. It's an invasion by alien races. To appear directly in the examination hall. Go. In the next moment, the 3 figures vanished from the examination room and appeared in the corner where the eyeball was. Upon seeing the eyeball, the 3 spoke not a word of nonsense and unleashed their full power. Demon race. Come to your death. Humans and demons have been fighting for thousands of years. The hatred between the 2 sides cannot simply be described as a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Whenever they meet, it is a fight to the death. Not to mention that the demon race has now appeared in the human realm, especially in such a sensitive location as the Genius Test Dungeon. The 3 7th tier individuals had no intention of capturing demons alive to extract information. The appearance of a demon in the examination hall already indicated the severity of the situation. Historically, there have been instances where demons caused significant casualties during the major exams. After learning from the bloody lesson, the Great Xia has spared no effort in ensuring security for the major exams. The entire examination process takes place in specially crafted dungeons, which are heavily protected. To enter the dungeon, one must pass through multiple layers of inspection. The dungeon itself is also imbued with various effects. For example, it prohibits internal personnel from using skills, prohibits mutual attacks, restricts unrelated personnel from moving freely, and limits the exertion of immense power. Those with high-level permissions have great control over the entire dungeon. Without lifting a finger, they can forcefully expel anyone with a mere thought. Even 7th tier individuals cannot resist. As for the Genius Test, every detail is tightly monitored. The location of the Genius Test dungeon is highly classified, and there are 3 7th tier officials stationed, all possessing the highest level of authority, making them completely unafraid even if 10 7th tier demons came. As long as one is inside the dungeon, even if one possesses incredible abilities, they cannot be utilized. The 3 7th tier officials wielded their power, changing the color of the heavens and the earth. In just one round, they brought the eyeball to the brink of disintegration. No wonder they are 7th tier, so terrifying, so terrifying. It's a pity that in this dungeon, no matter how strong you are, it won't make any difference. However, the shattered eyeball appeared unperturbed. The 3 frowned upon hearing this. The other party clearly seemed unafraid, which made them instinctively feel something was. Before the 3 7th Transcendence experts could act, a voice suddenly thundered at them. You are expelled. Their faces instantly changed dramatically. In an instant, 3 white beams of light enveloped them, and the next moment their figures vanished without a trace. The 3 7th Transcendence examiners were stripped of their authority and forcefully expelled from the instance. Not just them, at this very moment other examiners within the instance were also expelled in the blink of an eye. At the same time as several examiners were expelled from the instance, Lu Yuan, who had been fighting monsters, suddenly felt the surrounding space twist, and the ogre in front of him vanished, replaced by a young man who appeared beside him. Hey, isn't this my instance? How did you get in here? The young man was startled to see Lu Yuan. Upon a closer look, he recognized the person as Song Nanshan, currently ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. Ignoring Song Nanshan's surprise, Lu Yuan glanced around and saw several boys and girls standing not far away, all looking bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. Lu Yuan frowned. It seems that the originally independent instance spaces have disappeared, and the students have all returned to the same space. No, they were driven back here. I wonder what issue arose during the exam that caused them to be ejected from their individual instance spaces and returned to the layer where everyone had gathered before. What happened? Why are we out? Hey, what's going on? I was just about to defeat the final boss. Despite being confused, the 30 boys and girls were not ordinary people and quickly gathered in front of the pyramid to exchange information. The exam was suddenly interrupted. Why hasn't Examiner Shin appeared? This feels ominous. Oh, everyone be careful. Yuan blended into the crowd, realizing that the situation was unclear and it was best to act with the team until they figured out what was going on. The sudden anomaly during the exam combined with the absence of Examiner Shin Yang made everyone instinctively feel that something was wrong. At that moment, everyone erupted in chaos, and Yuan also felt his pupils constrict. The restriction on skill usage has been lifted. This restriction was originally intended to protect the students in the instance. Now at a time when the exams suddenly encountered problems, this restriction was lifted, revealing an unmistakable malice underlying the situation. Yuan's uneasy feeling intensified. He waved his hand, summoning a swarm of insects to surround himself. No one objected to Yuan's actions, as everyone else also assumed a defensive posture. Look, what is that? Someone pointed into the distance, and they saw a mass of dark figures. Numerous ogres were appearing from all directions, closing in on them. These ogres each had dark skin and red bloodshot eyes, appearing quite abnormal. As if that wasn't enough, the problem was that they were all glaring at the crowd with unmistakable hostility. He cast a detection spell on them. Cleft Skull Ogre Chaos Level 1st Transcendence Level 20 Strength 30, 200 Constitution, 3000 Agility, 2700 Spirit, 1000 Skills Chaos Strike Frenzy. Upon seeing the attributes of these creatures, everyone was horrified. The attributes of a single ogre were even higher than those of the hell-level ogre leaders from before. Moreover, it wasn't just one ogre, there were thousands. Yuan suspected that such attributes might have reached the limit that this instance could sustain. Countless ogres charged aggressively toward the crowd, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Outside the genius instance, Kong Feng's face was ashen. This demon clan actually holds the highest authority. He Jin, you are truly damned. The expressions of the three became serious. The appearance of this situation could only mean one thing. The head of the Creation Academy, He Jin, was the mastermind behind this instance. He must have left a backdoor. Old Li gritted his teeth and said. Old Shen beside him sighed. Those damned demons have infiltrated to this extent. Kong Feng said to the two. Issue the highest level arrest warrant for He Jin on the charge of crimes against humanity. Have Old Zhao and the technical department hurry over. We must reclaim the instance authority first. Old Li immediately nodded. It's already been done. Old Zhao and the others are on their way. He looked at Kong Feng. Gathering a hunting team will take considerable time. By then the person will have long fled. Should we go and capture He Jin ourselves? Old Shen shook his head. Since he dared to do this, he must have made preparations. Going alone is not safe. If two go, the remaining one here cannot handle this mess. No matter what, we must reclaim the authority of the instance first. Due to the emergence of the traitor, the fortress that was originally meant to protect the students had turned into a cage, and the 3 7th Transcendence experts could not enter. Though they were anxious, they currently had no authority and could do nothing. Kong Feng cursed under his breath. Damn it, I even had drinks with that guy. Just as the three of them were feeling apprehensive, a large hand suddenly reached out from the side and unexpectedly slapped Kong Feng on the head. With a smack, it actually caused this 7th Transcendence expert to stagger. The three were immediately startled. Who is it? They were all 7th Transcendence experts, yet someone had approached them silently and even touched them at close range. The implications of this fact sent chills down their spines. Turning around, they saw a man in his 50s stand. The man was dressed in gray, slightly older than the three present, with messy gray hair draped over his back, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. His eyes were deep as the sea, frowning as he stared at the three. There was not a hint of awakened power emanating from him. If it weren't for the bloody head he was holding, they might have mistaken him for an ordinary passerby. Old Li and Old Shen's expressions changed repeatedly as they assumed a defensive posture, fixating their gaze on the man. Who are you? The situation is urgent. Oi, please quickly inform us of your intentions. Otherwise. However, the newcomer ignored Old Li's warning, instead looking at them with a frown, his expression somewhat displeased. As 7th Transcendence experts, you should be the role models for all humanity during critical moments. How can you easily display your emotions? Who are you? Just as Old Li and Old Shen hesitated, Kong Feng stepped forward to greet the newcomer, bowing deeply. I am Kong Feng, I have met Yi Shen. Kong Feng's expression transformed from anxiety to excitement, looking as if he had met an idol, completely losing the demeanor of a 7th Transcendence expert. The other two immediately reacted, staring wide-eyed at the newcomer. Yi Shen? It's actually Yi Shen. Yi Shen, a 7th Transcendence expert, at level 100. His strength is among the very top, even in the entirety of the Great Xia No in the whole Blue Star. He is the pillar of support for the Great Xia. Yi Shen has fought countless battles in his lifetime, his name infamous. He has slaughtered more than 100 7th Transcendence demon gods and beast gods, and even in a fit of rage he once single-handedly destroyed a small nation. Although the three of them are 7th Transcendence, they are just beginning. Compared to a level 107th Transcendence expert like Yi Shen, the gap is as vast as that between a child and an adult. Even for them, Yi Shen is a living legend. However, Yi Shen usually keeps a low profile, and among the 7th Transcendence experts, only a few high-ranking individuals have met him. Kong Feng had a chance encounter with Yi Shun in a secret realm years ago. He never expected that this incident would actually attract Yi Shun's attention. The arrival of Lord Yi. I apologize for my rudeness. Upon realizing it was Lord Yi, Old Li and Old Shun hurriedly expressed their apologies. With the sudden appearance of the demon tribe invading the genius testing grounds, the arrival of Lord Yi was as stabilizing as a divine anchor, instantly calming the hearts of the three. Upon closer inspection of the head, Lord Yi held their pupils constricted. It was because of this head that they had just insulted. What does this mean, He Yijian? Old Shun exclaimed in surprise. Lord Yi was holding a human head, which belonged to He Yijian, whom they had just discussed. The entire incident had not even taken 3 minutes. They issued a warning and declared He Yijian guilty of crimes against humanity in just 2 minutes. The traitor He Yijian had already met his end. Such efficiency was chilling to behold. He Yijian, being the head of the Creation Academy, was naturally of the 7th tier. Yet before Lord Yi, he had not even lasted a minute. Lord Yi raised his eyes to look at Kong Feng as if recalling something. Are you Kong Feng? Kong Feng hurriedly nodded. Senior remembers, I am indeed Kong Feng. Tell me what the situation is now. Yes, the demon tribe suddenly appeared in the genius testing grounds. Kong Feng did not dare be negligent, and immediately relayed all the information he had to Lord Yi. After finishing his words, Kong Feng quickly added, Lord Yi, the students in the genius test are invaluable treasures of our great Xia. I implore you to take action. Otherwise the students will surely face grave danger. However, Lord Yi shook his head. The main purpose of the test dungeons was designed to resist external enemies as much as possible, especially the genius dungeons. For now we must first regain control. But you need not be anxious. Lord Yi said, looking into the dungeon, his gaze pierced through the invisible barriers of the dungeon, directly locking onto Lu Yuan among the 30 students. Lord Yi smiled slightly. Not bad, quite interesting. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Kong Feng before him. Although the authority has been seized, it will not be so easy for the demon tribe to kill our geniuses in the dungeons specially prepared for our human race. Meanwhile, the students inside the dungeon were suddenly besieged by a large number of obviously abnormal. Thousands of giant demons, each with attributes comparable to hell-level bosses, weighed heavily on everyone. At that moment, a voice echoed throughout the venue. Students, I am Yu Wujing. Demons have appeared in the genius test, colluding with traitors, seriously disrupting the order of this test. The officials responsible for maintaining the safety of the testing grounds have all been expelled from the dungeon. Next, the demons will be targeting you. We will need some time to regain control of the dungeons. Before that, if you wish to survive, you must rely on yourselves. Historically, the demon and beast tribes have repeatedly attempted to exterminate our human race. But regardless of what schemes they employ to this day, the demon and beast tribes have never taken even an inch of our land. Our human race still stands tall upon this land. The human race is not weak. And your presence in the genius test signifies that you are the pride of our race. You are even stronger. Survive for 30 minutes. We will regain control. To survive is your duty as talents of our great Xia. Hearing Lord Yi's voice, most students looked excited. Yu Wujing, it's really Lord Yi. My goodness, Lord Yi has arrived. If someone like Kong Feng, being at the 7th tier, was within reach for some with effort, then the top tier like Lord Yi was already a legend in people's minds. The mere appearance of such a person was akin to a legend stepping into reality. Moreover, having received encouragement directly from him, everyone was filled with excitement. This is Lord Yi's voice. I can brag about this for a lifetime. Listen to Lord Yi. Isn't it just demons? I'll chop off their heads right now. Exactly the only option now. At worst we die, let those demons see the spirit of our human race. After Lord Yi's words, the originally wavering crowd immediately regained their morale. Lu Yuan, what are your thoughts? Suddenly someone stood beside Lu Yuan and asked him, turning his head. It was the second-ranked Xia Qing. Her large eyes showed no signs of darkness, fixating on Lu Yuan. Nearby Song Nanshan also approached. Lu Yuan, those chaotic giant demons are about to rush over. It's best for everyone to unite to get through this crisis. The top 3 ranked individuals gathered while others also circled around, subtly forming a posture led by the 3 strongest. As soon as Xia Qing and Song Nanshan spoke, everyone focused their attention on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, then opened his terminal to point out 3 positions. We are currently in ruins. This is our opportunity. There are 3 entrances to the ruins: the main gate, the side door, and the back door. The entrances are narrow and complex. They are easy to defend, but hard to attack. As long as we hold these 3 entrances, even if those giant demons come, we can hold on for a while and minimize casualties. Conversely, if we let the giant demons rush into the ruins regardless of their number or attributes, they will easily crush us, and it will be difficult to deal with them then. Other listeners widened their eyes at this. No wonder you are the first. How did you explore the ruins map in such a short time? However, not everyone agreed with Lu Yuan's statement. Someone pointed to the pyramid behind them. Can't we just defend this pyramid? There's only one entrance here. There's no safer place than this. While it's true that the pyramid has only one entrance, making it easy to defend, if we fail to hold it, we won't have a retreat. Song Nanshan chimed in. How about this? Let's first try to defend the entrances to the ruins. If we lose the entrance, we will retreat to the main hall. This compromise plan was accepted by everyone. Seeing no one objecting, Song Nanshan continued, Xia, Qing, Lu Yuan, and I, the three of us, will defend the main gate, while the rest will split to guard the side and back doors. There's no need to say the main gate is the widest, and facing the giant demons here is the most dangerous. The three strongest, Lu Yuan and the others, naturally had to set an example, while the others. I'll go. Since it's about dealing with the demon tribe, it's our duty. I'll also defend the main gate. After Song Nanshan spoke, 6 others stood up in response. The problem was the remaining people looked at each other, and no one else stood up. Song Nanshan's eyes flashed with helplessness. Those who could come here were all prodigies, and it was only because the situation was urgent that they barely formed a united front. In a different situation, who could command whom? But the giant demons were about to attack. There was no time to elect a leader or argue among themselves. They could not force others to fight either. Such a situation would not only lead to others being unproductive in battle, but it could also lead to backstabbing. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, and spoke, how about this? I alone am sufficient for the main gate. He looked at Xia Qing and Song Nanshan. You two take people to guard the back and side doors. As soon as he said this, everyone couldn't help but gasp, and many looked at him with skepticism. It was not that Lu Yuan was arrogant. Having experienced a boss battle, he knew how troublesome high-attribute skilled giant demons could be. He said this with confidence. It is best to have Xia Qing and Song Nanshan, the two strongest individuals apart from himself, guard the side and back entrances. Lu Yuan did not want to have to worry about what was behind him while fighting. Moreover, ever since he encountered the mutated giant troll, another thought had begun to sprout in his mind. Are you really sure? Xia Qing looked at him, and Lu Yuan nodded firmly. I have my own methods, I will definitely hold the line. She exchanged a glance with Song Nanshan and nodded. All right, then we are relying on you. The giant troll was approaching, leaving no time for argument. It was impossible to align everyone's actions in such a short time. Their only feasible option was to trust Lu Yuan. Furthermore, Lu Yuan's previous performance was indeed impressive. Someone who could take the top spot in the genius test would not be a mediocre individual. As for the others, even if they wanted to voice doubts, Lu Yuan's glaring 100 points of contribution were displayed right before them. Furthermore, Lu Yuan's previous performance was indeed impressive. Someone who could take the top spot in the genius test would not be a mediocre individual. As for the others, even if they wanted to voice doubts, Lu Yuan's glaring 100. Lu Yuan rode on a spider monster and quickly arrived at the front entrance. He surveyed the area and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, this terrain is perfect for the spider monsters to weave their webs. This was the confidence behind Lu Yuan's claim that he could guard the front entrance alone. The surroundings of the front entrance were filled with large architectural debris, which was extremely suitable for the spider monsters to utilize their web-spinning advantages. Spider webs are not suitable for offense, but when used for defense, they can have an astonishing effect. Lu Yuan had experienced this deeply when he had used webs to swiftly conquer the ruined fortress. Let's build the defenses here. He waved his hand, and 200 spider monsters scattered in all directions, quickly spinning webs around the buildings. Just as the spider monsters were finishing their web spinning, suddenly 2 individuals appeared breathlessly behind Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, we are coming with you. It's too dangerous for you to guard the front alone. Oh, we want to help you. They claimed to want to assist Lu Yuan, but in reality they thought that Lu Yuan, acting out of character by guarding the main entrance alone, must have some kind of backing or information that others did not. In that case, staying at the main entrance would actually be safer. Lu Yuan looked coldly at the two. When Song Nanshan had spoken earlier, they had not stepped forward. Now, instead of joining the others in defense, they wanted to run over to his side, which was evident in their intentions. They simply wanted to ride on his coattails and preserve their own lives. Lu Yuan naturally would not treat such opportunists kindly. This place does not need you. Go help Xia Qing and Song Nanshan. Lu Yuan said coldly to the two. Upon hearing this, they shook their heads. Oh, Lu Yuan, you are too confident, right? It's too dangerous for you alone. With us here, we can lend you a hand in times of crisis. Lu Yuan squinted at them. I did not ask for your opinion. If you want to go, then go. If not, find a cool place to hide. But I tell you, when the battle starts, anyone who comes within 100 steps of me will die. After saying this, 2 spider monsters turned around, fiercely raising their abdomens in a posture that warned of imminent attack if they approached. Lu Yuan felt that such opportunists were more suited for cultivating immortality. With a frown, he retreated behind the crowd. A dead friend does not impede a poor Taoist. However, the current situation was that if everyone did not unite and fight, they would all perish together. Because once someone hesitated, others would think, why can he not fight while I have to go to my death? Ultimately, this would lead to one result: everyone would shrink back in fear and be easily slaughtered by the chaotic giant trolls. Others understood this point, so even if they had objections to the battle plan, they still followed the crowd. But these two kept thinking of pushing others to charge forward, unaware that such behavior fundamentally corrupted the spirit of teamwork and could easily lead to collapse. This behavior was either foolish or malicious. Unfortunately, strength was not linked to character, making it impossible to prevent these garbage individuals from entering the genius test. Alright, Lu Yuan, don't get angry. the two left with a disgruntled expression waving their hands. It was unclear whether they truly joined the main group or went elsewhere. While he was tussling with the two, the spider monsters had turned the entire front entrance into a massive web trap. Above, the giant-jawed insects and spider monsters were already in position ready for battle. Almost the moment Lu Yuan was prepared, a rumble sounded. The ground began to tremble slightly as countless trolls surged in like a tide, each wielding weapons and charging through the front entrance. However, waiting for them was a labyrinthine web trap. As soon as the trolls stepped inside, they were immediately entangled by several strands of web. However, their attributes were extremely high, allowing them still to move, even when entangled by 1 or 2 strands. But as the trolls continued forward, the number of webs on them increased, and soon they could no longer move. Seeing the webs take effect, the giant-jawed insects swiftly moved forward and viciously bit at the immobilized chaotic trolls with their large pincers. Soon enough, kill first level 20 cracked skull troll chaos experience gained 250. With the first chaotic troll killed, a continuous stream of kill notifications began to pop up. Kill first level 21 cracked skull troll chaos experience gained 250. Kill first level 18 cracked skull troll chaos experience gained 2000. A large number of chaotic trolls were killed, while the allied forces suffered no harm. It could only be said that once the spider webs were set up, the advantage they brought was immense. Not only points, but also experience. He was surprised to discover that killing these monsters not only resulted in points, but also granted experience. Each troll yielded over 2000 experience and 500 points. In terms of points, these chaotic trolls provided far more than ordinary trolls, but still fell short compared to bosses. However, currently Lu Yuan was facing countless trolls from the Demon Mountain and Demon Sea. Just how many points could he gain if he harvested them all? The reason Lu Yuan suggested guarding the main entrance alone was that he thought he might still earn some points. After all, these points could be used at advanced academies. Because of the chaos caused by the demon race, the exam had to be interrupted, and Lu Yuan felt a bit regretful. But he did not expect that an unexpected harvest would come, not only points, but also experience. A glint of excitement flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. With this many, how many points and experience will I gain? It seems that guarding this place alone was indeed the right decision. Countless trolls charged and roaring angrily as they squeezed through the main entrance, desperately rushing into the ruins. However, the width of the main entrance was limited, and with traps everywhere behind it, the chaotic trolls that managed to squeeze through immediately turned and got caught in the webs, leaving them defenseless against the giant-jawed insects. The giant-jawed insects were responsible for offense, while the spider monsters provided support, simultaneously repairing the broken webs. Information about experience and points flooded in as a large number of chaotic trolls were slain. No matter how they charged, they could not advance even a step into the ruins. Just a few hundred insects held off the assault of thousands of trolls with attributes that could be considered boss level. The battle had only lasted for a little over 5 minutes. Level up to first level 38. Lu Yuan leveled up and his points reached over 2 million. Seeing his points, Lu Yuan couldn't help but be astonished. In such a short time, I've accumulated 1 million points, and I've leveled up as well. Previously, during the genius test, it took him an hour and a half to earn 1 million points. Now in just 5 minutes, he has earned another 1 million. Moreover, he has leveled up. Even he found this efficiency unbelievable. The main reason was the assistance of the spider web, and the chaotic trolls came right to him, making it incredibly easy to slay them. While that Lu Yuan is truly a freak. Killing chaotic trolls not only gives experience, but also points. We must go, we can't let Lu Yuan monopolize everything. The two opportunists had not gone far, instead they hid in a nearby corner, secretly watching the battle. Seeing the opportunity in killing the chaotic trolls, they immediately hatched the idea to come and claim a share. However, before they could get close, swoosh. 2 strands of spider silk shot towards them. The two rolled to the side in a panic, narrowly avoiding it. They had witnessed the power of this thing. Not only was it highly adhesive, but it was also poisonous. Generally, if someone got stuck, even if they could struggle out, they would still suffer injuries. Seeing that Lu Yuan was indeed taking action, the two were terrified and fled in a hurry. Glancing at the direction they had escaped, Lu Yuan frowned as he looked at the large group of trolls ahead. Although having experience is great, why does it seem like all the trolls are gathering around me? There were exceptionally many trolls gathered at the main entrance, or rather in front of Lu Yuan, with over 90 of the trolls congregated before him. After everyone had concluded their discussion, they connected their terminals for easier communication. From the information provided, it was evident that the trolls behind and at the side entrances were far fewer than those here. Fortunately, the spiderweb maze was effective. No matter how many trolls there were, they couldn't break through, and instead they were being slaughtered unilaterally. This turned into points and experience. At the back entrance of the ruins, a group of students was working together to deal with a chaotic troll. The chaotic troll raised its enormous axe and struck down fiercely at the crowd. Clang! A knight raised his greatsword and bravely blocked the attack. Although the axe was blocked, the force of the blow was immense, leaving the knight's hands numbed and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This was still with several enhancement statuses on him. Without those enhancements, this blow could have severely injured him. Not far from the battlefield, a warrior lay unconscious, while others were providing him with treatment. He was the first to confront the chaotic troll, and in just one blow, he had been severely injured. Seeing the knight in peril, Song Nanshan stepped in, engaging the troll in battle. Ultimately, with everyone's combined efforts, they managed to slay it. After finally killing a troll, they realized that during this time Lu Yuan's points were skyrocketing. How come Lu Yuan is gaining points so quickly all by himself? Isn't it weird? The trolls have such high attributes. We were almost crushed here. How does he seem to be killing them effortlessly? Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. At the side entrance, only 2 trolls could enter side by side. One was being relentlessly beaten by Xia Qing, while the others focused fire on another. After a fierce assault, they finally managed to kill that troll. Exhausted from battle, everyone wore smiles. Although some were injured, the sweetness of victory overshadowed it. However, when they saw Lu Yuan's points, their expressions froze. No way, with so many of us, our output seems to barely match even a fraction of Lu Yuan's. Under the same conditions, the disparity was glaringly evident. Lu Yuan, Xia Qing, and Song Nanshan were far ahead in strength compared to the others. Among them, Lu Yuan was the most monstrous. At the same time, outside the dungeon, that Lu Yuan is really something. He faces dungeon monsters with attributes pushed to the limit as if they were mere chickens. Old Li's eyes widened. Although the 3 7th-turners couldn't enter, they could observe the situation inside the dungeon. The average attributes of over 2,500 for the chaotic trolls meant that Lu Yuan could deal with a large group at once, and it appeared he wasn't even using his full strength. Such a strong first-turner, this was the first time he had ever seen one. Around the 3 experts who had come to reclaim the dungeon's permissions were already taking action. Old Shun stroked his beard. According to the data, Lu Yuan's profession is Swarm Master. It appears that even at held difficulty, his strength limit cannot be measured. Next to him, Kong Feng had a relieved expression. With Lu Yuan's strength, it's certainly not so easy for the demon race to eliminate a genius. However, it seems that the demon race has gone to great lengths to create such a commotion just to deal with him. With 2 entrances securely defended, Lu Yuan was wreaking havoc. Just when the situation looked favorable, a grand and solemn voice echoed throughout the dungeon. Humans, abandon your resistance. Your fate is already sealed. Embrace the arrival of the demon god, for that is your only salvation. Everyone shook their heads, wearing expressions of derision. Do they really think we would give up just because of some verbal threats? This demon race is a bit naive. Everyone, don't listen to it. This guy is out of tricks. With no other options, he's resorted to words. However, the demon race was not merely about empty threats. With its declaration, the aura of the chaotic trolls surged, and their combat power suddenly increased significantly. Originally, these trolls moved in a very mechanical and clumsy manner, lacking the fighting spirit of ordinary trolls, and they weren't agile. Although their attributes on paper were higher than those of hell-level bosses, their actual combat power still fell short of the bosses. But now it seemed as if they had gained some intelligence and had begun to use skills. The pressure on everyone suddenly increased. At the main entrance, the chaotic trolls suddenly erupted, causing significant pressure on the spider monsters as well. The spider web traps were quickly consumed, and some areas were breached, while Lu Yuan was busy directing the spider monsters to make repairs. Help! Lu Yuan, come save me. The 2 ruffians, taking advantage of the troll's outbreak and the rapid consumption of the spider web, lured out a troll to attack. However, they vastly underestimated the troll's strength and overestimated their own. They were nearly killed, and now in the face of the troll's attacks, they were in grave danger and called out for Lu Yuan to save them. Faced with their cries, Lu Yuan showed no intention of responding. These 2 not only failed to contribute in battle, but also brought trouble upon themselves. Oh, why should he save them? Seeing that Lu Yuan ignored them, they steeled their hearts and threatened him. Lu Yuan, I am a member of the Lu family from Xijing. If you dare to abandon me in my time of need, you'll pay for it when I get out. Ignoring the 2 who were alternating between threats and cries of pain in the distance, Lu Yuan raised his hand near the main entrance. Aging aura. With the enhancement of his Dominion talent, all effects of the aging aura doubled, and its range also increased to twice the size. As soon as the aging aura activated, the chaotic trolls immediately weakened. The giant jaw worms and spider monsters seized the opportunity to slaughter, quickly killing a large number of trolls and repairing the spider web. The previously wavering battlefield situation stabilized once more. The tug-of-war continued. Every moment saw countless trolls meeting their end at the jaws of the spider monsters. Lu Yuan's points surged at an unprecedented speed. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. Finally, it approached the 5 million mark. The speed at which Lu Yuan's points increased matched the rapid consumption of the trolls in the arena. The once daunting horde of trolls from the Demon Mountain and Demon Sea ultimately could not withstand the depletion, visibly diminishing before the eyes. It wasn't due to the chaotic trolls being weak, but rather the overwhelming strength of the spider webs. Once a large number were set up, it truly became a matter of gods killing gods and Buddhas killing Buddhas. After dealing with the majority of the chaotic trolls, the remaining few suddenly lost all vigor. The onlookers rejoiced at the sight. These trolls are at their last gasp, everyone charging together. In one corner of the dungeon, the eyeball creature, its energy waning, twisted its body incessantly, appearing extremely anxious. How can this be? Over 10,000 chaotic trolls, and yet they can't even harm this kid in the slightest. How can such a being exist? What kind of profession is this? This is not an underestimation of Lu Yuan, but rather Lu Yuan and his swarm are simply too monstrous. I never expected this human to be so powerful. Perhaps they've exhausted their energy, and there's no time for me to linger. The eyeball creature sensed that the entire dungeon's authority was rapidly changing hands. The speed at which the human race reclaimed authority was much faster than the 30 minutes claimed by Yi Shun. It was a stealthy type inherently not good at combat with almost no offensive power. The last wave of attacks was already its final effort. Humans, remember your choice today. Oh, one day you will pay the price. Trust me, that day will come very soon. Leaving behind a harsh remark, the eyeball creature decided to retreat quickly. At this moment, Lu Yuan heard the threats from the demon race and smiled slightly. Oh, it seems the demon race wants to leave. Having sensed the energy response early, do you think you can escape? He waved his hand, dispatching dozens of giant mandibles to a corner of the ruins. The demon race, which had seized the dungeon's authority, had never shown its face. It must be hiding somewhere within. Although the opponent's hiding skills were superb, they were no match for the swarm's sensitivity to energy. Lu Yuan had long noticed the energy anomaly in a corner of the ruins. Now that the chaotic trolls had been mostly dealt with, he could finally free his hands to deal with this side. At this time, the eyeball creature also noticed the approaching giant mandibles, but it was unfazed. Jia, useless. This space is isolated by the dungeon's barrier. Even if you discover me, what can you do? No matter how strong your summoned creature's attack power is, can they harm the dungeon itself? Lu Yuan blinked. Is that so? It seemed he really could affect the dungeon itself. He waved his hand, and the insects charged forward to attack, discovering that their normal attacks indeed failed to make an impact. No matter how hard the giant mandibles tried, all their attacks fell into the sea like a cow, stirring not a single ripple. However, the insects were not limited to physical attacks. They possessed a signature skill that had not been utilized much in this grand test. Activate Devour. With his command, the giant mandibles used Devour against the dungeon barrier. The effect was immediate. The originally invisible barrier suddenly had a small corner missing, revealing the eyeball creature hidden behind. The latter was instantly alarmed. What skill is this that can devour dungeon energy? There was no time for it to be surprised. In an instant, the once isolating invisible barrier was destroyed by the giant mandibles. At this moment, Lu Yuan finally saw the true form of the demon race responsible for this attack. It was a monster shaped like an eyeball covered in blood vessels and extremely hideous. Charge! Without hesitation, he commanded, and the swarm of insects which had been waiting by the side all pounced towards the eyeball creature. The eyeball creature was furious. You dare to challenge me, a mere first tier? Seeking death. The eyeball creature widened its pupils and fixed its gaze firmly on Lu Yuan. Then a scorching beam shot out from its pupil, striking the approaching insects and heading straight for Lu Yuan. Boom. A nearby giant mandible reacted swiftly, blocking in front of Lu Yuan and taking the full brunt of the attack. After the smoke cleared, the giant mandible was left with a shell covered in cracks, seriously injured. The other giant mandibles that were caught in the beam's range were also injured to varying degrees. For a demon race that could infiltrate, even a casual strike posed a bit of danger to Lu Yuan. He hurriedly stored the injured giant mandible in his storage space. That last strike seemed to have been the eyeball's final reserve of power. After one attack, it did not pursue further, but charged out, floating in the air, appearing ready to flee. A mass of spider silk shot towards the eyeball creature, which nimbly darted left and right in midair, evading all the spider silk. Painful whip. Seeing that the spider silk was ineffective, Lu Yuan immediately unleashed his skill. The eyeball creature's form suddenly halted, but it quickly regained its composure, not looking back as it flew straight away. At this stage, Lu Yuan could only watch it leave. It could fly while the swarm had no means to exert their strength, leaving them only to watch in astonishment. Arriving at the edge of the dungeon, in the sky, the eyeball creature felt uneasy. This guy is truly terrifying. If I weren't at a higher level, I would have almost fallen for this kid's trap. It cast a resentful glance at Lu Yuan, shouting, "Human brat, don't think you've won just because of this. I've prepared a great gift for you, and you'll surely be satisfied later." At that moment, the entire dungeon suddenly roared. The eyeball creature was alarmed. Not good, there's little time left. I must leave immediately. Fortunately, it had been prepared for this, keeping a close watch on the progress of the humans reclaiming authority. The remaining time was sufficient for it to escape. As long as it left the dungeon, it was confident it could depart from the human world. The top-tier escape item given by the 7th-tier demon god was a one-time use, but extremely powerful. Taking advantage of still having authority, the eyeball creature quietly opened a passage just as it was about to dart out. Suddenly, an old man appeared before it. The old man reached out and easily grasped the eyeball creature in his hand. How can this be? I haven't completely lost authority. Oh, why can the outsiders come in? The eyeball creature was incredulous, struggling desperately. It panic-strickenly realized that none of its abilities could be used. In the old man's grip, it couldn't even self-destruct. Yishin looked at it coldly. You seem quite surprised. Why can I enter even though you still have authority? It's simple. The authority you currently possess is granted by me, and the true authority has long been reclaimed. We deliberately made the process of reclaiming authority appear slow, and you fell for it. Indeed, the demon race only knows how to play with flashy schemes with no other skills. As Yishin spoke, Kong Feng and others swiftly entered the dungeon one after another. In the blink of an eye they slaughtered all the remaining chaotic trolls. They carefully searched every corner to ensure that not a single fish escaped the net. Yishin looked at the eyeball creature. The dungeon was crafted by my human race. Even if you can temporarily seize control of the authority, how much of its true essence can you comprehend? You are merely flaunting your skills before the expert. He gazed at the eyeball creature, speaking impassively. Once it falls into Yishan's hands, its fate is undoubtedly sealed. After extracting all the information from it, the eyeball creature awaited death. Sealing the eyeball creature and storing it in his storage space, Yishan then glanced at the students below. Having experienced the fierce battle, many bore injuries, but their eyes shone brightly. Yishan nodded at the crowd, a hint of approval in his gaze. Indeed, these are the future pillars of our great Xia. Lu Yuan drew the attention of most of the Chaos Giants, easing the pressure on the rest. Despite many being injured, some gravely, in the face of the formidable giants, no fatalities occurred. The severely wounded were stabilized under the emergency treatment of several high-level awakened. Seeing this, Yishin announced to the crowd, everyone here receives an additional 5,000 points. Hurrah! Great! 5,000 points. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. As the cheers subsided, Yishin suddenly pointed. Of course, except he pointed at the two individuals who had been unwilling to contribute, yet sought credit, ultimately threatening Lu Yuan. Yishin had observed their behavior throughout the instance. They had tried to lure monsters amidst the chaos to farm points only to find themselves outmatched. After failing to get Lu Yuan's help, they were forced to face the Chaos Giants, barely escaping with their lives after exhausting all their trump cards. Though they survived, the cost was heavy, nearly all their precious items depleted. Yet Yishin had no intention of cowardly and opportunistic. People like you do not deserve further education. Yishan's words pronounced a death sentence on their futures. With a figure of Yishan's stature branding them, they were doomed to languish at the bottom for life, with no chance of rising. Yishan waved his hand, and the two were expelled from the instance. Having dealt with them, Yishan turned to the crowd, his expression stern. Offenses must be punished. Merits must be rewarded. Xiaqing Song Nanshan. You two performed outstandingly in this incident, leading the defense with distinction. An additional 1,000 points, as a reward. Xiaqing and Song Nanshan's eyes lit up, smiles spreading across their faces. Finally, Yishan's gaze fell upon Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, you stood alone as a bulwark, protecting the precious seeds of genius of our great Xia. This merit is immense. An additional 5,000 points, as a reward. Alright, everyone proceed to the final settlement of the genius test. At these words, Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Earlier examiner Xinyang had mentioned that outstanding performance in the genius test would yield additional rewards. He had thought the incident with the demons had dashed those hopes. He already had over 5,000 points. Now Yishin had generously granted him another 5,000, plus the 5,000 everyone received. That brought his total to over 107,000 points. From exchanging information with others, Lu Yuan knew that in past genius tests, exceeding 1,000 points was exceedingly rare, and he had over 107,000. The crowd looked at Lu Yuan, their eyes filled with envy. My god, 10 million points. Even the top scholar of previous exams didn't reach 1 million points, right? Lu Yuan has 10 million. So envious. Lu Yuan held his breath, his eyes brimming with anticipation. 10 million points, what reward? Soon a voice echoed in his ear. Genius test concluded. Beginning final score settlement. Ranking national first, total score, 1072550 points, evaluation exceptional. Beginning reward distribution. Reward 1, level 100 enhancement gem, level 100 enhancement gem embed and accessories, to increase all attributes by 100 points. Lu Yuan understood all too well the value of all attributes. His path of overwhelming force with his swarm relied on attribute superiority. He could never have too many attribute boosting items. Moreover, as an accessory embeddable item, it didn't conflict with his current equipment. The enhancement gem was just one. Soon the voice spoke again. Reward 2, Platinum Set Selection Voucher. Platinum Set Selection Voucher exchange at a designated Human Alliance military depot for a full set of equipment of platinum grade or lower. The second reward was an equipment voucher for a full platinum set. Platinum grade equipment was already rare, let alone a complete set. Currently, only his main weapon and accessory were platinum grade. Despite repeatedly clearing instances, he hadn't found a suitable platinum grade piece since. His current armor was only bronze quality at level 10 of First Ascension. He had planned to upgrade after reaching. The cost would have been astronomical, but with the voucher, everything was simpler. There were more rewards to come. Reward 3, 9-colored glazed rune stone. 9-colored glazed rune stone used during the Third Ascension to guarantee the activation of a new talent. Lu Yuan's eyes widened. Holy shit. The moment he saw it, his pupils constricted as he struggled to maintain a stoic expression. While an ordinary student would be overjoyed by the first two items, hosting a grand feast for 3 days and nights to celebrate, the last item would drive them to flee under cover of night, lying low until they could sell it or use it themselves. Simply put, its exposure would invite a bloodbath. Despite the city's strict laws, the final reward was simply priceless. Guaranteed talent activation at the 3rd ascension. What did that mean? Lu Yuan already possessed 2 talents, each of them extraordinary. His ability to dominate was due not only to the legendary Swarm Lord class, but also to his 2 legendary grades. During Ascension, there was an extremely low chance of activating an additional talent. Activation meant the talent existed in the class, but was dormant, requiring external force to be unlocked. If one's class had no dormant talents, using such an item would be a pure waste. As a legendary class, Swarm Lord already had 2 talents. Could there be a 3rd waiting to be activated? Lu Yuan thought it was not only possible, but highly likely. If he could awaken another, how powerful would he become? The probability of activating a talent through luck during Ascension was negligible. Another path was through wealth and power. This world held various rare items that increased the chance of talent activation during Ascension. These items were invariably exorbitantly priced, even rarer than those that improved skill quality. At best, they boosted the probability by 3 or 5. Yet people still clamored for them. Now he possessed a 100 guarantee item. Though usable only at the 3rd ascension, still some way off, he had already gained massive experience from slaying the Chaos Giants, leveling up 3 times to reach the max level of 40 at 1st ascension. As long as he returned to Linhai, Lu Yuan could immediately begin his 2nd transition. With the 2nd transition imminent, how far could the 3rd transition be? Lu Yuan couldn't imagine how powerful he would become with 3 talents. For an ordinary person, awakening a single talent would immediately mark them as a genius seed. It is said that even a 7th transition powerhouse would be considered remarkable with just 1 talent. This is also why those with talents are referred to as genius seeds. Having 1 talent could potentially lead to achieving a 7th transition in the future. Now he had 2 talents, both of legendary quality. If it weren't for the 3 transition limitation of this item, even 7th transition powerhouses would be eager to obtain it by any means necessary. Even if a 7th transition individual couldn't use it, they could pass it on to their descendants or disciples. If anyone found out Lu Yuan possessed this item as an ordinary person without much background, he would likely end up in a stinking gutter by the next day. Unless a top 7th transition like Yi Shun were to protect him, no one else would be effective. This item was simply that extraordinary. Lu Yuan was certain that if he hadn't accumulated 10 million points, he would never have gotten it. A tool that guarantees a 100 acquisition of a new talent is already worthy of being classified as a national treasure. He had never even heard of such a thing before. The 9-color glazed symbol stone might be extremely rare throughout the entire Great Xia, possibly even unique. The 3 rewards had quietly entered his storage space as the announcement rang out. Looking at the colorful symbol stone in his space, Lu Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, he must keep this secret well until he used it for his 3rd transition. There were a total of 3 physical rewards. Actually, in this genius test, he gained another reward, those 10 million points. Once he entered a higher education institution, they could be used for various expenditures. What does 10 million points signify? Even the top scorers from previous years might not reach 1 million points. Now he had increased it tenfold. He wondered what kinds of things he could purchase once he entered university. Thinking about this made Lu Yuan smile. The rewards from this genius test were extraordinarily rich, far exceeding his expectations. Speaking of which, his astonishing achievement of 10 million points was largely due to the chaotic intrusions of the I-Demon clan. Without so many chaotic giants, how could he have obtained such extraordinary points? If the Eye knew about this, it would surely be very pleased, right? Not just Lu Yuan, but everyone else's points also far exceeded the average levels of previous years, each receiving substantial rewards. After tallying the final rewards, Yi Shun scanned the crowd one last time. With a wave of his hand, all the students simultaneously disappeared from the instance, returning to the examination square. With a flash of white light, Lu Yuan returned to the examination square of Linhai. It was now eerily quiet, as the other candidates had long since left. However, Lu Yuan frowned, deeply lost in thought. This was because upon his exit, Yi Shun had secretly transmitted a message to him. After returning, you must prioritize your own life above all else. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the meaning behind Yi Shun's words. Could it be that the crisis has not been resolved? The words of the Eye still echoed in his ears. Prepared me a grand gift. Who will translate this for me? What is a grand gift? He looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing in front of him, seemingly waiting specifically for him. The man was over 30 with a calm demeanor, warm and jade-like. Anyone who looked at him would instantly feel a sense of goodwill. Lu Yuan widened his eyes slightly, and then bowed his head in greeting. Student Lu Yuan, greetings to Mayor Ji. Seeing Lu Yuan come out, Ji Xin smiled and nodded at him. Lu Yuan, you are quite impressive. The entire city takes pride in having produced such a talent like you. Recently, my daughter Mingyu has also been under your care. Thanks to you, her results in this examination greatly exceeded my expectations. Ooh, all of this is thanks to you. Lu Yuan smiled and waved his hand. Mayor Ji, you flatter me. The relationship between me and Miss is one of mutual cooperation. There is no question of care. After saying this, he looked at Ji Xian with some confusion. May I ask, Mayor Ji, is there something you need to discuss with me? He did not believe that the mayor of Linhai would be waiting here just to praise him. Even if there would be such a matter later, it would be in a public setting, not now. Ji Xian smiled, even more broadly looking at Lu Yuan with approval. You are quite perceptive. He withdrew his smile, his expression turning serious. 5 minutes ago, dozens of large monster settlements around Linhai suddenly exhibited unusual activity. They are forming a medium-scale beast tide which is expected to surge towards our city in about an hour. According to reconnaissance intelligence, these settlements have signs of demon clan activity. Our city has fully activated combat status in response to the beast tide assault. Lu Yuan slightly widened his eyes upon hearing this. It seems that Mayor Ji is personally translating for him. This must be what the eye referred to as a grand gift. Ji Xian continued. Yi Shun has personally sent instructions indicating that we must protect your safety at all costs. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel astonished. Me? Ji Xian nodded. That's right, it's you. Yi Shun has already informed me of some confidential information such as what happened during the genius test and your final score. Given your outstanding performance, the Demon Clan will naturally not let you go easily. Of course, we will spare no effort to protect a genius like you at all costs. Ji Xian paused before continuing. You don't need to worry too much. The 2 nearby major cities have dispatched 6 transition experts who are on their way. As long as we can hold out for a while, reinforcements will arrive soon. That's good. Hearing this, Lu Yuan felt after all, this was his hometown and many of his teachers and classmates lived here. If disaster were to strike, because of him, how could he face his teachers and classmates in the future? Then he became a bit worried. Mayor Ji, since the Demon Clan can appear at any time in our human territory, even if I survive this wave today, will I be hunted by the Demon Clan forever in the future? Mayor Ji smiled slightly upon hearing this. If the Demon Clan could come and go freely in human territory, we would have been exterminated long ago. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. That's true. I have heard that the Demon Clan cannot directly enter our human territory. How could they suddenly appear? Ji Xian's previously serious face softened. This time you have offended the Demon Clan severely. They are willing to pay a great price and spare no effort to eliminate you. The Demon Clan has used some means to appear directly around our city. I don't know the details, but this method should have significant limitations, allowing only a small number of demons to be sent, and their levels also have upper limits. This should be their trump card. They are willing to expose themselves just to eliminate you. Just revealing this means of transportation of the Demon Clan is already a significant achievement on your part. Rest assured, such methods certainly cannot be used frequently. If they use it too much, we will naturally be able to come up with countermeasures. Moreover, after some time, when you enter a higher education institution, their defenses are comparable to military fortresses, ensuring your safety without worry. Lu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He was not only worried about himself, but also concerned that his sister might become a target of the Demon Clan. Fortunately, the situation had not yet reached that point. After concluding his conversation with Ji Xian, he added, I will provide you with a dedicated refuge and guards. In short, until this matter is resolved, you should take some time away. Having said this, he prepared to return to oversee the defense work. Clearly, with the enemy at the gates, the city mayor personally coming to see him demonstrated Yi Shun's regard for him, and the other party accurately conveyed this regard to Ji Xian. However, Lu Yuan thought for a moment and shook his head. I am also from Linhai, especially since this incident arose because of me. If I hide in the back, I fear I would become a laughingstock in the future. Ji Xian seemed puzzled upon hearing this. I understand your feelings. However, even if you possess extraordinary talent, you are currently only at the first transition. If the first transition is a symbol of a novice, then the second transition represents the average person. Most individuals, unless they have some special talent, will likely remain at the second transition for their entire lives. In a city like Linhai, the second transition constitutes the backbone of the forces. The soldiers in the city, including those in Ji Xian's Ji family army, primarily consist of second transition individuals. In other words, once one reaches the second transition, they can be considered a member of the warriors of the Great Xia. Lu Yuan explained, I am already at full level for the first transition and can immediately undergo the ceremony to advance to the second transition. As soon as he uttered these words, even the composed Ji Xian showed a hint of surprise. You can advance to the second transition after just a week since your awakening. His mouth slightly agape, he stared blankly at Lu Yuan for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. Indeed, you are exceptionally gifted. It seems Yi Shun's high regard for you is well-founded. After a brief contemplation, Ji Xian nodded. Very well, let us set aside the question of whether you will join the battle. Advancing to the second transition provides a safeguard for your own safety. You should now proceed to the second transition hall for the ceremony. Do not worry about the fees, I will notify someone to prepare the transition stone tablet for you. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was an unexpected joy. The rental fee for the second transition stone tablet was 1 million. How many packs of instant noodles could he buy with that? Ji Xian turned to Ji Mingyu and said, Mingyu, you and Team 2 will follow Lu Yuan and ensure his safety. If necessary, even at the cost of your lives, you must protect Lu Yuan. Ji Mingyu nodded firmly. I understand, father. Lu Yuan then spoke to Ji Xian. My sister is still at the city hospital. I hope Mayor Ji can send her to the refuge. No problem. I will arrange for a team to ensure her safety right away. Ji Xian quickly agreed, and having relayed the necessary instructions departed without delay. Lu Yuan and Ji Mengyu returned to Linhai City through the vortex at one end of the square. Lu Yuan appeared at the entrance of the second transition. The place was in chaos. Teachers were moving swiftly, lining up on the playground, and then departing for unknown. The entire school was devoid of any student presence. Those who had not awakened were merely ordinary people without combat capabilities. Even the group that awakened this year had mostly not reached the first transition, yet far from the threshold to participate in this combat. They had all gone to the refuge. Currently Lu Yuan was the last to emerge. As soon as he stepped out, the vortex entrance behind him closed completely. A teacher who had been guarding the entrance nodded to Lu Yuan before hastily leaving. After contacting his sister, Lu Yuan waited at the school gate. The passage to the Great Examination instance could only go back to where it came from and did not possess teleportation capabilities. Ji Mengyu had entered the instance from the first transition, so Lu Yuan waited for a while at the school gate until they reunited. In the Ji family car, Ji Mengyu smiled at him. Lu Yuan, congratulations. You are entering the genius test. As a fellow Linhai person, I share in your glory. Lu Yuan replied. I only learned from my father that there is also a genius test in the Great Examination. Indeed. I was quite startled when I first entered. Who could have known there would be a hidden test after the 5 assessments? As she said this, Ji Mengju's expression slightly dimmed. Unfortunately, it seems something bad has happened during this genius test. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. That's right, the demon clan. Before he could finish, Ji Mengyu raised her hand to interrupt him. Don't say anymore. My father also didn't inform me of the specifics. I only know that something significant occurred during the genius instance, and now the entire Great Xia is in turmoil. Such matters at this level are not beneficial for me to know. Lu Yuan deeply agreed, and chose not to say more. During their conversation, the car had already arrived in front of the second transition hall. This place had the same function as the first transition hall, and the architectural style was almost identical. However, the second transition hall was slightly more grand. Whether it was due to the impending battle or some other reason, the atmosphere in front of the hall felt somewhat tense. A few individuals hurriedly entered and exited, seemingly trying to advance to the second transition before the battle began. At the main entrance of the hall, a well-dressed staff member was waiting. Upon seeing Lu Yuan and the others approach, the staff member immediately stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, "Greetings, miss." She then raised her head to look at Lu Yuan. "So you must be Lord Lu, right? Please enter. Mayor Ji has already informed us. The transition stone tablet is ready." Lu Yuan nodded. Indeed, the mayor's efficiency was impressive. Everything was already prepared. Following the staff member's guidance, the two arrived at a room deep within the hall. Nodding to Ji Mengyu, Lu Yuan pushed open the door and entered. Watching Lu Yuan's departing figure, Ji Mengyu stared blankly for a moment. This is the second transition. Lu Yuan advanced to the second transition at a speed worthy of being recorded in history. As a friend, she naturally felt elated. However, this meant that the gap between them would only grow larger. Upon entering the room, he saw the second transition stone tablet gently radiating a glow. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan placed his hand on the tablet, and a faint halo enveloped him. The process of the second transition was very smooth, and Lu Yuan was not particularly worried about any mishap occurring at this time. It was rarely heard of anyone failing the second transition. Regardless, he was a legendary profession and should not fail even the second transition. The disparity between professions only began to manifest from the third transition. Advancing to the third transition had a certain probability of failure. Those with some skill would try their best to obtain stone tablets that could improve their success rates. A special third transition stone tablet was something all second transition awakeners dreamed of. Only when absolutely necessary would they rent tablets from the third transition hall, which had low success rates, and was not cheap. Additionally, during the process of advancing to the third transition, one could add some extra items to further enhance the success rate, or help achieve further progress. The 9-colored glass talisman stone he had just obtained was the top tier among such auxiliary items. In any case, I need to find a better third transition stone tablet first. He had not even completed the second transition, and was already plotting for the third. How is it, Lu Yuan? It seems to have gone very smoothly. Ji Mengyu immediately approached him. That's right, I have successfully advanced to the second tier now. With his successful transition, he felt elated. He first checked the changes in his attributes. Name Lu Yuan. Occupation Swarm Dominator, Unique Legend. Level 2nd tier, Level 1. Talent Swarm Dominator. Strength 2170, 1200. Constitution 2170, 1200. Agility 2170, 1200. Spirit 2170, 1200. Skills: Pain Whip, Swarm Strike, Dominator's Guardian Weakness, Aura Summon, Giant Jaw Worm Summon Spider Monster. Swarm Legendary Talent increases the summon limit by 10 times. Dominator Legendary Talent doubles all skill effects. For each summoned creature, the summoner's attributes are increased by 1 point. Pain Whip inflicts intense spiritual burns on the target. Instant hit, unavoidable. Swarm Strike strikes the area in front of the user with attack strength dependent on the number of summoned creatures. Dominator's Guardian creates a shield around a designated target, granting immunity to all damage and negative effects while the shield is active with the shield strength, depending on the constitution of all summoned creatures. Weakness Aura accelerates the passage of time for hostile targets, inducing an aging state. Summon Bronze Giant Jawworm summons a Bronze Giant Jawworm to fight summon limit 200-1000, growth type skill potential legendary. Summon Bronze Spider Monster summons a Bronze Spider Monster to fight summon limit 200-1000, growth type skill potential legendary. Summon Bomb Worm summons a Bomb Worm to fight summon limit 0-10, growth type skill potential legendary. After advancing to the second tier, his attributes received a significant boost. At level 40 of the first tier, his total attributes were 1,000 points, which increased to 1,200 points after advancing to the second tier, receiving an additional 200 points in each attribute. Along with the extra 400 points provided by the Dominator talent and the attribute bonuses from his equipment, his total attributes have now reached 2,170 points. In addition to the attribute enhancements, the summon limits for the two types of bugs have also expanded from 200 to 1,000. This means that once he fully summons both types, he can gain an additional 2,000 points in attributes. 2,000 bugs, huh? Lu Yuan imagined the scene of 1,000 giant jawworms and 1,000 spider monsters totaling 2,000 bugs spreading out. This number is already quite considerable. If it weren't for his exceptionally large storage space, he might not even be able to accommodate so many bugs. After advancing to the second tier, his storage space has become even more immense, expanding from nearly 100 acres to 1,000 acres. In addition to the increased bug limit, he also gained 3 new skills. One of them is a summoning skill. With a thought, a bug suddenly appeared in his storage space. This is a bug the size of a melon with 6 pairs of tiny legs and a large abdomen. At first glance, it looks somewhat unremarkable. Through the bomb worm's large abdomen, one can see a faint red glow inside, flickering with the bomb worm's breathing. Bomb worm. Level 2nd tier, level 1. Strength, 2010. Constitution, 200-100. Agility, 200-100. Spirit, 200-100. Skills: Bloodbath, Descent, Destruction, Self-Destruct, Swarm, Devour. Looking at the attributes, this newly emerged bomb worm is significantly weaker than the giant jaw worm and spider monster. Its Constitution, Agility, and Spirit are merely 100 points, while its Strength is a pitiful 10 points. Even if it evolves to the bronze level later, it won't compensate for this bug's inherent weakness and attributes. Moreover, the maximum summon limit for this bug is only 10. This means that if it weren't for the Swarm talent multiplying the summon limit by 10, he could only summon one bomb worm at a time. However, Lu Yuan would not underestimate the bomb worm due to its low attributes and limited quantity. On the contrary, after all, this is a summoned creature that appears when a legendary profession reaches the second tier, and under normal circumstances one can only summon one. Could such a summoned creature be weak? Adding to this the 4 words, Destruction, Self-Destruct, in its skills, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. The bomb worm, huh? It's just the right time to test it out. With the beast tide approaching the seaside, he would soon have an opportunity for practical combat. In addition to the new summoned creature, he also gained 2 more skills. Swarm Strike and Dominator's Guardian. Swarm Strike is a physical attack ability characterized by the fact that the more bugs there are, the stronger the attack power. With the Swarm talent, that increases the summon limit by 10 times the power of Swarm Strike, will undoubtedly be astonishing. As for Dominator's Guardian, this shield effect is incredibly robust. While active, it can absorb damage and grant immunity to various negative effects. The amount of damage this shield can absorb depends on the constitution of all summoned creatures. With the Dominator talent, that doubles the constitution of the Swarm along with the thick-skinned giant jawworm, Lu Yuan is very much looking forward to the effect of Dominator's Guardian. These 2 skills, one offensive and one defensive, complement each other, greatly enhancing his capabilities on both fronts. After successfully advancing to the second tier and replenishing some consumables, Lu Yuan took Jimingyu to the southern city gate. Here a large number of fully armed awakeners were gathering, lining up to ascend the city walls. After searching for a while, he spotted the second squad of the Ji family army. Captain Hao, the second-tier awakener Lu Yuan, has arrived to report in, he said, looking at the tall and imposing captain with a scar on his face. After advancing to the second tier, Lu Yuan contacted Ji Xian through Ji Mingyu and discussed for a while. The latter ultimately decided to let Lu Yuan participate in the battle and assigned him a position in a squad to report to. The middle-aged man in a white cloak of the Ji family army, Captain Hao, nodded. Lu Xiao, we've been waiting for you. Our squad's defensive position is a bit of a distance from here. Let's move out immediately. With Captain Hao's command, the dozen or so people behind him lined up to ascend the city walls and move towards the desert. Captain Hao's small unit belongs to the 2nd Squad of the 3rd Brigade of the Ji family army, consisting of 15 members, of which 14 are at the 2nd tier, while Captain Hao himself is at the 3rd tier. Lu Xiao, can you tell me about your profession and skill characteristics? Lu Yuan nodded. I am a summoner and most of my skills are damage-dealing types. A damage-type summoner, understood. Captain Hao nodded. Then Lu Xiao's position. Along the way, Captain Hao occasionally chatted with Lu Yuan, appearing quite talkative. However, the others in the team were somewhat taciturn. Lu Yuan turned to look back. I didn't expect the young lady would actually join our squad. With the young lady here, I will do my best in the upcoming battle. Ji Mingyu chuckled upon hearing this. I'm just at the first tier I might cause some trouble for everyone later. Not at all with your enhancement skills, young lady. It's equivalent to adding 1.5 times the combat power to our squad. There's no such thing as being a burden. The dozen or so team members were all smiling and chatting with Ji Mingyu. It seemed they weren't taciturn, but rather indifferent to Lu Yuan, or rather, not very welcoming. Regarding the unwelcoming attitude of the other members of Team 2, Lu Yuan found it quite baffling. However, since his interaction with these individuals would only last for today, he didn't bother to delve deeper. The group walked along the thick city wall for a while. We have arrived, Captain Hao announced, at the SL-101 section of the south gate, our defensive position. The city wall of Linhai is 20 meters high and 5 meters wide, completely surrounding the city and featuring city gates in the east, west, south, and north for passage. The defensive position of Team 2 is almost beside the city gate, and the entire southern section is the main attack direction of the Beast Tide. Thus, it is currently gathering a large number of awakened. There are 6 squads from the G family army, 20 squads from the regular army of Linhai, and 40 temporary squads formed by scattered awakened. In total, there are 66 squads with over 100 people, the entire force defending the south gate. Captain Hao approached Lu Yuan. During the battle later, please ensure you stay behind us, young Master Lu, and do not rush forward. Our Lord has specifically instructed us to guarantee your safety. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. At that moment, he finally understood the implication of Captain Hao calling him young Master Lu. So it seems he was regarded as a second generation from some prestigious background. It was likely that Ji Xian had specifically instructed Captain Hao to ensure his safety. The genius test had just occurred and many details were confidential, so Ji Xian naturally couldn't disclose too much about him. As a result, misunderstandings about his identity and purpose for joining the battle arose among Captain Hao and the members of the third squad. They believed he was some young master from a big city eager to join the fray impulsively. To outsiders, having such a person suddenly arranged in their squad before a major battle was nothing but a burden. Just being a burden was one thing. The problem was that their lord had instructed them to risk their lives to ensure this person's safety. Who could tolerate that? In any case, Lu Yuan could not tolerate it. He waved his hand. I'm not some young master, oh, just call me Lu Yuan. Then I shall presumptuously call you Brother Lu. Regardless, your safety is something our Lord has instructed us to prioritize. However, Captain Hao seemed unconvinced by Lu Yuan's words, as it was hard to believe that someone who could have the Ji family's only daughter, Miss Ji Mingyu, accompany him would be a person of simple background. Don't worry, my defensive skills are quite good, Lu Yuan said as he cast a Dominator shield around himself. Captain Hao's eyes brightened as he nodded. Indeed, this defensive skill has a very high intensity. Although he couldn't fully understand how strong the shield was without practical testing, Captain Hao had experienced many battles and could tell at a glance that Lu Yuan's shield skill was extraordinary. Wow, your shield effect is really powerful. Ji Mingyu, standing beside him, expressed her curiosity, having never seen him use this skill before. Is it a? Lu Yuan smiled slightly and cast a shield on her as well. Ji Mingyu examined it. Indeed, it's much stronger. As a support type, she herself had a shield skill. Previously, she had easily passed the second survival test relying on this defensive skill. However, once Lu Yuan's shield was placed on her, she found that she could no longer cast a shield on herself. This situation occurs when a higher tier skill effect takes precedence over a lower tier skill. Ji Mingju's eyes lit up. Could it be a new skill from the second transition? That's right, Lu Yuan nodded proudly. Many nearby observed the familiar conversation between Ji Mingyu and Lu Yuan. The Ji family army and the regular army kept their composure, but many scattered individuals felt resentful. Which young master from a big place is he that he can have the Ji family's young lady accompany him? Sigh, with such a burden, just before the battle, I wonder what will happen later. Coming over to bask in the glory at this time, isn't this playing with our lives? Although they did not dare to offend Lu Yuan to his face, they still could not help but gossip behind his back. Not long after everyone took their positions, Captain Hao, who had been operating his terminal to receive instructions, suddenly spoke up. The battles at the North Gate and East Gate have already begun. Oh, we estimate ours will start soon. At that moment, as if in response to his words, a scout in the team spoke up. The Beast Tide has been spotted approaching. We estimate contact in 5 minutes. Captain Hao immediately shouted, everyone prepare for battle. Upon hearing his voice, everyone immediately sprang into action. Support classes apply enhancement skills according to Plan A. Ranged units prepare to shoot. The expressions of the crowd turned solemn as they executed their orders in an orderly manner. Both the Ji family army and the regular army, including scattered groups, took their designated positions. The awakened at the South Gate swiftly entered a state of combat. Once the battle began, all those small personal emotions faded away. A chilling aura spread throughout the squad. Only true warriors remained. In the rear of the team, Lu Yuan also focused his spirit. Strength enhancement in place. Physical enhancement in place. Damage reduction in place. On the city wall, amidst the rising reports, streaks of golden light occasionally flashed as enhancement skills took effect. As the support classes exerted their power, everyone was enveloped in one enhancement state after another. Jimingyu also provided her signature 10 enhancement to all attributes to the entire squad. Lu Yuan summoned several giant mandibles and spider monsters. Moments later, a black line appeared on the horizon not far away, and after a brief moment the black line spread out like black ink, soaking into a canvas, continuously expanding towards Linhai. That dark mass was filled with monsters. Enemy sighted 12 o'clock direction quantity, 100. Lu Yuan cast several detection spells. Shadow Knoll level 2nd transition level 5 strength, 900 constitution, 1000 agility, 1200 spirit 6, 50 skills, mighty smash, shadow arrow. Werg Senior Warrior level 2nd transition, level 10 strength, 1200 constitution, 1100 agility, 1100 spirit, 500 skills, double, / keen instinct. Silvermane Wolf level 2nd transition, level 7 strength, 1100 constitution, 1050 agility, 1300 spirit, 550 skills, beast bite, thunder flash. Among the ones in the Zero monster army, a portion are from the 2nd transition, mixed with some from the 1st transition, and a very few from the 3rd transition. The battle at the South Gate is overseen by a 4th transition elder from the G family. All ranged classes listen up, begin shooting. With the command from the overall commander, the next moment various attacks surged forth like a tidal wave towards the beast tide. The attacks unleashed by the awakened all at once formed a wall pressing against the beast tide. Boom, boom, boom. Various attacks erupted with might upon striking the monsters. The abilities of the awakened vary, and the effects of their attacks differ. Some excelling in physical attacks left gaping wounds on the monsters, while others triggered massive explosions in the monster ranks, and some even froze the monsters into ice sculptures. Among the crowd, Lu Yuan followed the command and unleashed the Pain Whip. The Pain Whip is a single target skill that excels in control, but it appeared somewhat inconspicuous against a horde of monsters numbering in the thousands. With attacks raining down from the city walls, the monsters charged fearlessly towards the base of the walls. Everyone be careful, these monsters have ways to climb the walls. Team leader Hao shouted loudly to remind everyone. Then the first werewolf that charged forward drew out a specially made dagger from its back and thrust it forcefully into the city wall. Before Lu Yuan could comprehend its intentions, the werewolf behind it stepped on the dagger stuck in the wall and leaped up, inserting 2 more daggers at a higher position. Dozens of werewolves repeated this process like nesting dolls, quickly creating a ladder made of daggers on the city wall. The monsters varied widely, employing different methods to attack the city. Some, like the werewolves, used weapons to build ladders, while others brought ladders of their own. Some even carried sandbags, tossing them at the base of the city wall. As time passed, the sandbags piled higher and higher at the wall's edge. Other monsters climbed the wall using their own claws. Or there were larger ones that simply relied on brute force to ram against the wall. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact from the larger monsters caused the wall to tremble slightly. Of course, the humans would not sit idly by while the monsters climbed. A barrage of attacks struck the monsters below the walls, causing many to be knocked down by the assaults from above. However, the monsters pressed on, undeterred by casualties climbing upwards against the attacks. As time went on, the first batch of monsters was soon about to reach the walls. The commander shouted loudly. Melee classes prepare. Swish. The various melee classes that had been poised for action brandished their weapons. In Lu Yuan's area, the G family army was composed of elite fighters, so the monsters were consistently kept at bay, unable to approach the city walls. He also occasionally used the Pain Whip to strike at the monsters attempting to scale the city walls. The Pain Whip was remarkably effective. Once unleashed, it would surely knock the monsters off the walls. This control skill is quite impressive. Its effects are strong and well-suited for this kind of defensive battle. As he contributed meaningfully in battle, the impression of Lu Yuan among the crowd began to change, and they became more enthusiastic towards him, no longer cold. Just as the situation on the second team side was relatively stable, a few Silvermane wolves suddenly leaped out from the monster horde below. The agile Silvermane wolves hopped swiftly along the daggers embedded in the wall, bounding up toward the 20-meter-high wall in an instant. Several attacks struck them, but the Silvermane wolves managed to withstand the blows. The crowd's pupils constricted at the sight. They're coming up. Melee prepare. Just as they were ready to engage in close combat, several strands of webs suddenly ensnared the Silvermane wolves about to jump up. Bound by the webs, the Silvermane wolves became immobile and fell straight down. Without a doubt, it was the spider monster that made the contribution. After dealing with the Silvermane wolves attempting to ambush, several webs stuck to the weapons lodged in the wall, pulling them out one by one, removing the footholds and displacing the sandbags. His spell skill has strong control, and his summoned spiders have even greater control. These spider summons he's quite capable. He seems to be more than just a showpiece. With Lu Yuan's spider monster contributing, team leader Hao looked pleased, and the crowd's impression of him improved considerably. Seeing how effective the webs were, Lu Yuan decided to have the spider monster weave webs at the base of the wall. Now the monsters could no longer scale it. In an instant, the surrounding crowd erupted in praise. Well done, young Master Lu. Your summons are truly remarkable. Why does the name Lu Yuan sound familiar? Never mind, it was all thanks to you, young Master Lu. Lu Yuan. By the way, are there any prominent Lu families near the major cities? The monsters stuck by the spider webs couldn't move, making them easy targets like shooting fish in a barrel. Thanks to Lu Yuan's sudden surge in strength team, Hao's situation became more stable. Looking around at other areas, some small teams also had awakened ones who excelled in control, and these individuals were highly sought after. Some team leaders were even seen discussing sending these useful talents elsewhere to assist. Although there were many awakened ones skilled in control on the battlefield, none were as specialized as Lu Yuan's spider monster. Once the webs were spun on the city wall, the entire area was locked down with no monsters able to ascend. However, he only had 200 spider monsters, which felt somewhat inadequate against the entire southern section of the wall. After a brief test of his skills, Lu Yuan surveyed the battlefield. It seems that it's not just my presence that has drawn the beast tide to attack me. Using the city walls as a support, the first wave of battle quickly concluded with half of the 1 beast tide fleeing in panic, while the other half stained the ground beneath the walls with their blood. Team leader Hao let out a sigh of relief and addressed everyone. The first wave of attacks has ended. Everyone rest in place. The beast tide was not over yet. This was merely the first offensive. Taking advantage of the lull before the next wave, the awakened ones began to clean the battlefield. They either carried the wounded, treated injuries, or leaned against the walls to recover their stamina. At that moment, a loud rumble suddenly echoed from above. Everyone was startled and looked up to see two figures streaking past the southern gate, flying into the distance. These two figures were flying while engaged in intense combat. A G family member's expression tightened. It's the master of the family. One of the figures in the aerial battle was Ji Xian, while the other was a fifth-turn demon with a fully purple body. At the fifth turn, one could learn flight skills, allowing awakened ones to walk on air. Seeing Ji Mingyu looking somewhat worried, team leader Hao spoke to comfort her. It's all right. The family master's strength is outstanding even among fifth turns, or he wouldn't have been entrusted with the important task of leading Lehigh City. Ji Mingyu nodded. At that moment, someone beside her looked at their terminal and spoke up. A demon has also appeared at the north gate, and the principals of various colleges are joining forces to deal with it. The attacking demon had two fifth turns, while Lehigh only had Ji Xian as a fifth turn. The other fifth turn was being dealt with by several fourth turn principals who were currently engaged in a fierce battle to the north. Lu Yuan was somewhat worried about Principal Wang, but he had no qualification to intervene in the aerial battle. For now, he could only focus on doing what he needed to do. After resting for a while, the scouts ahead reported again. The second wave has appeared. Numbers 500000. Everyone gasped in shock upon hearing this. If the previous wave was just a probe, then the demons were now serious about their assault. Lu Yuan stood up and looked down. A massive number of monsters lay sprawled chaotically below. This was not a dungeon. The bodies of the monsters would not disappear automatically after being eliminated. Just in time to test my new skill, he thought to himself. The process for the second wave was similar to the first. Humans relied on the city walls to conduct long-range strikes, while the monsters charged through the attacks, then began to climb the walls leading to close combat. The first wave of 5000 monsters could barely be managed. But this time, with 5000 approaching, everyone understood that a fierce battle was unavoidable. Few noticed as Lu Yuan suddenly raised his hand on the city wall. Summon explosive worms. As the skill was unleashed, a centaur corpse which had completely lost its life force suddenly twisted in a bizarre manner, and then a bug crawled out from within. It was indeed the explosive bug. The first skill of the explosive bug, Bloodbath Descend, allows Lu Yuan to summon explosive bugs using the corpse as a medium. Moreover, there is an advantage to this summoning as it can enhance the power of the explosive bug based on the physique of the corpse according to a certain ratio. Explosive bug. Level 2nd transition, 1st level. Power 3200 1600. Physique 200 100. Agility 200 100. Spirit 200 100. The centaur's physique reached an impressive 1600 points. Originally, the Bloodbath Descend ability could convert 50 of the centaur's physique into the power of the explosive bug, which is 800 points. However, after being enhanced by the master, this ability became 100. When the explosive bug was summoned, it had a power of 1600 points. The problem was that the doubling effect of the master's talent was once again applied to the explosive bug. The power of 1600 points was doubled, becoming 3200 points. This was equivalent to a master talent, which multiplied the power attributes of the explosive bug by 4. The drained centaur corpse was crumpled and twisted, while the explosive bug, now with over 3200 power, was no longer the inconspicuous creature it once was. Its greatly swollen abdomen contained a brightly dangerous crimson, which was startling at first glance. Without waiting for the monsters below to react to the suddenly appearing explosive bug, Lu Yuan waved his hand. Boom. The explosive bug self-destructed. Accompanied by a blazing white light, a massive explosion engulfed the entire area. Lu Yuan's kill notifications instantly flooded the screen. Killed a second transition 7th level null experience, gained 4300. Killed a second transition 14th level Silvermane Wolf experience, gained 4800. Killed a second transition 11th level Centaur experience, gained 4500. Killed a second transition 3rd level Venomous Viper experience, gained 4100. Killed a second transition 15th level null experience gained 5,000. After the smoke cleared, the monster at the center of the explosion was reduced to nothing but bones, while those slightly further away were left in tatters. Even the ones touched by the edges suffered severe injuries. Lu Yuan did not stop. Continuously summoning 10 explosive bugs appeared. The 10 explosive bugs emitted a heart-pounding aura. At this moment, everyone seemed to forget the battle, whether human or monster. All eyes were focused on the explosive bug. Then Lu Yuan waved his hand. Boom, 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 boom. The 10 explosions merged into one. The intense flashes and heat waves made it impossible for people to open their eyes, while a multitude of kill notifications and experience gain alerts flooded the screen. Following that, various monster flesh and body parts flew everywhere like flowers scattered by a goddess. Some stuck to the city walls, others splattered on people's bodies and faces. After the massive explosion, the once noisy battlefield fell into a deep silence. People stared wide-eyed at the scene below, and after a while it seemed as though someone pressed a switch and the crowd erupted into discussions. Wow, is this explosion the Lord's secret weapon? What tremendous power. Haha, with such a powerful weapon, how could those monsters possibly advance? We are only a few nearby teams close to Lu Yuan knew the full story. Those slightly further away only knew that a massive explosion had suddenly occurred. Turning back to look, they saw the members of the second team staring at Lu Yuan as if they were looking at a monster, their eyes wide open. Did you do this? You really are second transition. This skill is too strong. How come I've never heard of such a powerful second transition before? The nearby Ji Mingyu, who had been slightly distracted, regained her composure and smiled slightly upon hearing her teammates' remarks. Actually, Lu Yuan just awakened a few days ago. After Ji Mingyu explained for a while, they finally realized that Lu Yuan truly had no background. He was just an ordinary local person, and he had only completed the awakening ceremony a week ago to become an awakening. The members of the second team were taken aback, then looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. I was wondering why Lu Yuan's name was exactly the same as that legendary genius profession. Turns out it was you. You already reached second transition in just a few days. What kind of insane speed is this? No wonder they didn't recognize Lu Yuan. Who would have thought that someone who had just awakened for a week would already be at second transition? Who would believe it if they heard it? Subsequently, Lu Yuan continued to summon explosive bugs. As long as he consumed some mental energy, he could repeatedly summon the explosive bugs. When his mental energy ran low, he would pop a blue potion to continue summoning. If he ran out of blue potions, he would borrow from Ji Mingyu and keep popping. Standing on the city wall, he could calmly summon the explosive bugs. Meanwhile, the bodies used for bloodbath descend as materials increased with every explosion. Boom, 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 boom. Each explosion could take down dozens or even hundreds of monsters, allowing him to gain a large amount of experience and materials. After several rounds, the area near the second team was almost cleared of monsters by Lu Yuan alone. This was still not enough. He applied to Captain Hao for support at another location. After receiving permission, he moved to another position to continue summoning explosive bugs to blow up monsters. After about 10 rounds of explosions, the second wave of monsters finally could not hold on any longer and retreated in despair. After all, continuing to fight like this would only lead to pointless deaths. Although the monsters had low intelligence, they could still understand the facts presented before them. After leaving behind a ground full of severed limbs and broken bodies, the remaining monster army retreated entirely. Seeing the monsters leave the range, Lu Yuan exhaled and checked his level. Name: Lu Yuan. Occupation: Swarm Dominator. Unique Legend. Level 2nd, Transition 10th level. Talent: Swarm Dominator. Power: 3370 2400. Physique: 3370 2400. Agility: 3370 2400. Spirit: 3370 2400. I just leveled up by 10 levels. He was surprised himself. By rights, leveling up to second transition should slow down the leveling speed. Many people might not reach third transition in their lifetime, yet here, he was having just reached second transition, and he had already leveled up by 10 levels. After a quick calculation, those several rounds of explosions from the explosive bugs had eliminated over 700 monsters of varying levels. One could only say second transition summon beings are terrifying. The explosive bugs are terrifying. Originally able to summon only one explosive bug, he could now summon 10 due to his talent. Moreover, the attack power had quadrupled, combined with being able to attack from a high position on the city wall where monsters were particularly dense. The timing, environment, and advantages led to the current situation. In reality, if it weren't for the demon race trying to deal with him, such a good opportunity would not have presented itself. The demon race really spares no effort in sending warmth. After the beast tide retreated, Captain Hao came over with a beaming smile. Lu Yuan, I think I should inform you that the monster groups from the other 3 directions have also retreated. This is all thanks to you. The south gate was the main attacking direction for the beast tide, and now that the monsters here had retreated, there was naturally no reason for the others to continue resisting. After the beast tide's retreat, only the battle in the sky remained unresolved. Lu Yuan looked up at the sky. The fierce battle between Ji Xian and the 5th transition demon race continued with large explosions occurring from time to time between the two sides. It was obvious that the demon clan had discovered Lu Yuan and was preparing to attack him directly. Ji Mingyu walked over and took his hand not out of sudden mischief but to protect him. This was an insurance prepared by Ji Xian. Although Lu Yuan currently had the second team for protection, this was a battlefield and anything could happen. As a precaution before departing, Ji Xian had given Ji Mingyu a high-level teleportation rune. When faced with an overwhelming danger, she would activate the rune to take Lu Yuan away from the battlefield. The teleportation target of the rune was set on the highest standard refuge in the city, where they could find temporary safety. Just as everyone held their breath watching the battle in the sky, the space in front of Lu Yuan suddenly rippled. A humanoid monster with a body covered in black fur and an eagle's head appeared abruptly before Lu Yuan. Everyone's pupils constricted at the sight. It's the demon clan. It's a 5th-tier demon. The newly appeared 5th-tier demon was already the 3rd one to show up. The first 2 had been entangled by the human experts, and even though the battle on the beast-tide front had been unfavorable, this demon had remained hidden. It seemed they were looking for an opportunity to deal with Lu Yuan. The Birdman demon seized the moment and lunged at Lu Yuan with a long knife. Kid die. Everyone was shocked, and Captain Hao wanted to intervene, but as a 3rd-tier, he couldn't match the speed of a 5th-tier. Ji Mingyu tightened her grip on Lu Yuan's hand, while her other hand clenched the teleportation rune. Just as the Birdman's long knife was about to stab Lu Yuan, someone nearby suddenly let out a cold snort. There are indeed still some. The demon clan loves to play these little tricks. A figure jumped out, firmly blocking the Birdman's knife with a long staff. As everyone focused, they realized this person was also a 5th-tier. It's Elder Ji Shanhai. Captain Hao exclaimed. The one who had suddenly appeared to save the day had been hiding his presence among the nearby casual cultivators. Now that he was using his full strength, everyone discovered that he was indeed a 5th-tier. Lu Yuan had to give a thumbs up to Ji City Lord, who just giving Ji Mingyu a teleportation rune was not enough, as Ji Xian still felt uneasy. After all, this beast tide was in some ways targeting Lu Yuan, and Ji Xian still felt it was not secure. Therefore, as a last resort, he had arranged for a 5th-tier to stay close to Lu Yuan. On the surface, there was only one 5th-tier in Linhai Ji Xian, but in reality the Ji family also had an elder Ji Shanhai, who was a 5th-tier as well. Ji Shanhai had been hiding for 2 reasons: to act as an ambush, and to counter any potential trump cards from the demon clan. If at the later stage of the battle the demon clan did not reveal any trump cards, Ji Shanhai would seize the opportunity to ambush the demons in the air, aiming to catch them off guard and inflict heavy damage. Given that a new demon had appeared, it was naturally Ji Shanhai's turn to deal with it. Ji Shanhai was powerful and firmly entangled the newly appeared 5th-tier demon, leaving it no time to spare. After waiting for a while, no new demons emerged. Lu Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief. The hidden demons should be just this one. If there were more, they could directly overrun Linhai without needing to play these tricks. He relaxed his grip on Ji Mingyi's hand, then squeezed it again, only to receive an eye roll before he finally let go. Captain Hao nearby did not notice the small actions between the two and nodded to himself in admiration. The city lord is truly astute. We are in awe. Now we just need to see how the high-level battle goes, but shouldn't take too long. After all, if it drags on, our reinforcements could arrive at any moment. A teammate nearby lamented. What a pity the overall situation is already decided. These demons will surely not linger in battle and will retreat soon. It would be great if we could take down all 3 5th-tier demons. Captain Hao smiled slightly, but quickly shook his head. Although we can't hold them back for now, we should focus on repelling this wave of attacks before considering anything else. However, the way the high-level battlefield concluded surprised everyone. After a prolonged stalemate against the 2 5th-tier demons and several school leaders, everyone thought the demon clan would retreat, but Ji Xian and the school leaders grew more and more courageous. At that moment, an old man in gray robes suddenly appeared in midair. All those present were awakeners with vision far beyond ordinary people. As soon as the old man appeared, he was noticed by everyone. Who is this? He should be one of us humans. He can fly, so he should be a 5th-tier, but he has no imposing presence. If not for the fact that the person clearly had no fluctuation of power, yet could peculiarly stand in midair, they might not have considered him an awakener. The unexpected visitor not only attracted the attention of those below, but also alerted the 5th-tier combatants above. The Ji family elder and the demons chose to hold back and observe. Who is this person? Is he a reinforcement? The Ji family elder secretly transmitted a message to Ji Xian. Ji Xian suppressed his excitement and simply replied with 3 words, "It's Yi Shun." The elder exclaimed. Who would have thought that a peak 7th-tier, a legendary figure like Yi Shun, would personally come to this remote little city of Linhai? In less than 30 minutes, Yi Shun had rushed from the imperial capital, which was 100,000 miles away. This speed far surpassed that of a 6th-tier from the nearby big city, exceeding everyone's expectations. The 2 demons reacted quickly. It was clear that the newcomers were humans, and their strength was unknown. Moreover, time had dragged on for too long, and more reinforcements could arrive at any moment. They exchanged glances, then turned and fled. The fifth-tier demons transformed into streaks of lightning moving at incredible speed, and in an instant they dashed out of Linhai's territory. Although they did not know the origin of the suddenly appearing gray-robed human, nor could they sense any fluctuation of power from him, for some reason their hearts had been racing since then, seemingly warning themselves to escape at all costs. Yishan paid no attention to the fleeing demons. He looked down at the crowd below, and spotted Lu Yuan. Only then did Yishan slightly nod, and let out a gentle sigh of relief. As Yishan exhaled, the two fleeing demons suddenly froze, gradually disintegrating into dust from the top. In no time, the two fifth-tier demons vanished without a trace, like snow melting under the scorching sun. Below the city wall, Captain Hao was left in shock. The presence of those two fifth-tier demons has disappeared. This abrupt disappearance of energy was clearly not due to the demons fleeing, but rather being killed. However, it was impossible for anyone in Linhai to instantly kill two fifth-tier demons. Except for that mysterious figure in the sky. He was not Lu Yuan, and naturally did not know that this was the renowned 7th-tier Yishan. But that did not prevent him from making deductions based on the situation. No one had seen when Yishan made his move, or how he executed his attack. The two 5th-tier demons were effortlessly slain in an instant. Moreover, when Yishan acted, there was not a shred of power leakage from start to finish. A being of Yishan's caliber would not waste a single ounce of power, nor would he allow any to leak out. The path of the great is simple, returning to the essence. An ultimate expert's actions do not shake the heavens or move the earth. Instead, they blend in quietly and unobtrusively. Such an existence is beyond the perception of others. Even the process of Yishan's actions went unnoticed. In fact, there were not just two demon clans. Later, Lu Yuan learned that the 5 transformation demon clan in the north had also suddenly perished at the same time, dissolving into a cloud of ash, as if weathered by the wind before the eyes of the crowd. With 3 5 transformation demon clans defeated, the beast tide either perished or fled. With Yishan arriving from afar, the crisis in Linhai was completely resolved. Lu Yuan, are you really not going to attend the victory banquet? In this battle, apart from my father and the others, you contributed the most. I'm not used to such occasions. Besides, we will meet again in a few days, so just give me the bonus then. After bidding farewell to the reluctant Jimenyu, Lu Yuan hurried to the hospital. The battle ended, and although he was utterly exhausted, what he wanted most now was not to rest but to see his sister. Arriving at the city hospital, Lu Yao had already returned to her previous ward. Seeing his sister safe and sound, Lu Yuan finally felt relieved. After spending some time with her, he returned home and fell asleep immediately. He slept until noon the next day. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was knocking on the door. With sleepy eyes, Lu Yuan opened the door to find it was Principal Wang. Moreover, there was someone with Principal Wang, and upon seeing that person, Lu Yuan instantly felt wide awake. I have met Yishan. Principal Wang appeared extremely excited. His old face was flushed, and his knees trembled uncontrollably as he stared at Lu Yuan for a long while before squeezing out a sentence. Lu Yuan, Yishan is here to see you. Please come in, both of you. Lu Yuan hurriedly invited the two into the room. The demon clan has made 2 attempts on you, and no one can guarantee they won't devise any more schemes. Before you enter a higher learning institution, I will remain in Linhai. After entering, Yishan got straight to the point, showing no intention of small talk, addressing Lu Yuan directly. Lu Yuan felt immensely grateful upon hearing this. Thank you, Yishan. A 7 transformation expert, a legendary figure, had come specifically to ensure his safety, which made him feel both anxious and at ease. Yishan was quick with his words, finishing and then vanishing in an instant, leaving no trace of where he had gone. It was only after Yishan left that Principal Wang returned to normal. I can't believe that one day I would actually meet Yishan face to face. He placed a hand on his chest, sipping a cup of hot tea that Lu Yuan had handed him, finally catching his breath. The tea Lu Yuan had brought was the cheapest kind, but it was already the best the Lu family had, usually being carefully stored in a corner of the kitchen. However, Principal Wang showed no sign of disdain, downing 3 large cups in one go. This might also be due to the tension from being alone with Yishan. Lu Yuan glanced at Principal Wang, who seemed to be in decent spirits. Previously, the major 4 transformation powers had teamed up to fight against the 5 transformation demon clan, mainly focusing on containment and delaying tactics, yet many had still been injured. Principal Wang was lucky to have come through without serious injuries. Finally, catching his breath, he got to the point. Lu Yuan, let's first head to the school and discuss which university to choose. Lu Yuan rubbed his head, a bit confused. Do we need to go to school specifically to talk about this? Principal Wang then realized he had left out some details and added, all the special recruitment teachers from various institutions are already here, waiting to meet you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, and his eyes gradually brightened. Special recruitment teachers? Does that mean the results are already out? After the major exams, the results are usually announced, quickly followed by the recruitment phases of various universities. Among those with particularly outstanding results, special recruitment teachers would extend generous conditions for direct admission. It seemed that such special treatment had finally come to him. As he spoke of this, Principal Wang's previously pale face turned red again. Hey, although the exam results haven't been made public, yet the rankings have already been disclosed internally, he said, warmly gripping Lu Yuan's hand, as if he would never let go. He. Lu Yuan, you really did a fantastic job this time. Your results. Yishun has already informed me. You are the national champion. Among all the schools in Daxia, you can choose whichever you want. Not only schools, as the national champion, every university will surely offer attractive conditions to vie for you. Principal Wang looked at Lu Yuan, his old face breaking into a smile. Let's go. The special recruitment teachers from all the universities are waiting for our champion to choose a school. Following Principal Wang, they arrived at No. 2 High School. In the most spacious reception room of No. 2 High School, Lu Yuan entered and saw that the room was packed with people, all heavyweight figures. Come Lu Yuan, let me introduce you. Principal Wang, with a beaming smile, introduced Lu Yuan one by one. The top 8 universities of Daxia had all sent their recruitment teachers. Among the 8 universities, 3 were the most prestigious: Dijing University, Tianhai University, and Huangang University. The other 5 slightly less prestigious universities were the 5-school alliance, each sending 5 teachers. Each of the 8 recruitment teachers was at least 5 transformation, which revealed the strength of the 8 major universities. The special recruitment teachers sent out were all 5 transformations, surpassing even the leaders of some small cities. If Linhai had such combat power earlier, why bother with ambushes? They could have just steamrolled through. In addition to the 8 teachers, the city's leaders, including Ji Xian, were present, along with various prominent figures from Linhai and even principals from other schools. With various 5 transformation and 4 transformation dignitaries all staring at him, Lu Yuan remained unflustered. Hello teachers, I am Lu Yuan. Thank you all for coming despite your busy schedules. His simple opening remarks made the group of teachers who had been quietly assessing him nod in approval. Generally, students tend to shrink back when faced with so many 5 transformation experts and dignitaries. It was rare to see someone as bold and composed as Lu Yuan. Teacher Li from Tianhai University nodded. He was a middle-aged man with a square face, smiling at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, although the exam results have not been officially released yet, the rankings and scores of the top 100 have already been distributed as internal material to all universities. First, I want to congratulate you on becoming this year's champion. After saying this, Teacher Li glanced at the 7 other recruitment teachers around him. Alright, everyone's time is precious, so I won't beat around the bush. Who wants to go first? Then I'll go first. A teacher from the 5-school alliance spoke up first, looking at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, I represent Tongren University from the 5-school alliance. If you come to our university, we promise to nurture you as inscribed talent. You will enjoy the highest level of resources and privileges. We will also provide you with inscribed resource package, 2 skill evolution runes, and 1 opportunity to enter any domestic inscribed secret realm. After this teacher finished speaking, another teacher from the 5-school alliance also chimed in. Lu Yuan, I represent Haimen University. The inscribed talent treatment and secret realm opportunity go without saying. Haimen University will provide you with 2 inscribed resource packages and platinum grade weapon enhancement runes. It was obvious that the demon clan had discovered Lu Yuan and was preparing to attack him directly. Ji Mingyu walked over and took his hand, not out of sudden mischief, but to protect him. Next, the remaining 3 teachers from the 5 schools alliance presented their conditions. The opportunity to tailor a platinum-level suit. Our school provides you with 1 million points each year. 3 level secret realm opportunities per year. The 5 schools alliance was aware that they could not compete with the 3 top-tier institutions in terms of hard power, so they spoke up first, with the content being quite similar. Essentially, they all offered level talent treatments, level resource packages, along with opportunities for secret realms, rare equipment, or items. These benefits were considered exorbitant for an ordinary person. It was evident that the 5 schools alliance was quite sincere. Moreover, there was a feature of the 5 schools alliance where entering any one of the schools allowed students to take courses at the other 4 schools and enjoy resource distribution. However, they knew that as the top student, Lu Yuan had a slim chance of entering the 5 schools alliance. But what if, after all, trying out wouldn't cost anything? Lu Yuan indeed did not intend to consider the 5 schools alliance. In terms of educational resources and faculty quality, they were more focused on excellence than quantity, which showed a gap compared to the 3 top-tier institutions. After the 5 schools alliance stated their conditions, it was the turn of the admissions teachers from the 3 top-tier institutions. Lu Yuan, our Dijing University may not have much else, but we offer level talent treatments, level resource packages, and 1 level secret realm opportunity, which is not much different from other schools. Hearing that your exam points are substantial, I won't provide you with additional points. A beautiful teacher with fair skin from Dijing University, surnamed Bai, came forward. Teacher Bai looked at Lu Yuan and offered additional conditions. I heard you have a unique profession. This characteristic is indeed extremely valuable, but it also has a drawback. Without prior experience to reference, the development and efficiency of your skills may not be as high as those with established systems. Moreover, as your level increases, this drawback will become even more pronounced. Of course, there are solutions such as drawing on related professions. Study the life stories and insights of those with similar professions and adapt them for your own use. As Dijing University is the top university in the entire Daxia, it possesses the largest and unique database in the country. If you choose our school, I can grant you access to level 4 permissions for anytime reference. Lu Yuan nodded. The Swarm Master as a legendary profession was indeed powerful, but being able to reference insights from predecessors of similar professions would undoubtedly help him avoid many detours. This teacher by knew her stuff. She spoke directly to Lu Yuan's heart. After she finished, Teacher Li from Tianhai University was about to speak. At this moment the door of the room suddenly creaked open, and an old man in a gray robe entered. Who is this? How rude. Those present were either fifth transition or significant figures from Linhai, and suddenly someone came in without greeting, causing everyone to frown. Ignoring the elderly man who entered midway, everyone redirected their attention back to Lu Yuan, with only a few individuals suddenly feeling their breaths quicken. Teacher Li continued, Lu Yuan, in addition to various treatments and resources, Tianhai University can make a promise. Currently among our 7th transition students, there are available disciple slots, and you can choose one to join under your tutelage. Additionally, during your time at the school, whatever transition level you can reach, we will provide you with the corresponding highest quality upgrade monument. Upon Teacher Li's words, there was a collective intake of breath around. Lu Yuan silently nodded. Rare upgrade monuments are hard to come by, and a 7th transition mentor is something many would dream of but cannot attain. Indeed, Tianhai University, known for its wealth and strength, opened with such favorable conditions. Finally, it was Teacher Wang from Huangang University. Lu Yuan, in addition to the benefits a top student should have, you will be able to enter our school's Heaven and Earth secret realm once a year during your studies. Upon this statement, the surrounding dignitaries displayed expressions of shock and envy. Huangang University possesses a unique Heaven and Earth secret realm renowned as the pinnacle amongst level secret realms, reputed to have extraordinary effects, and is fundamental to the establishment of Huangang University. It is precisely because of this Heaven and Earth secret realm that Huangang University is ranked among the 3 top-tier institutions. Furthermore, the number of entries into the Heaven and Earth secret realm each year is extremely limited. Now the other party promised that he could enter once a year, which is an exceptionally generous offer. With that, the 8 teachers concluded their conditions, and Lu Yuan fell into contemplation. His initial plan was of course to attend the best Dijing University. However, the conditions offered by the other 2 schools were also quite good, particularly in terms of mentors, as being able to enter under a 7th transition mentor was what Lu Yuan valued most. As for the Heaven and Earth secret realm of Huangang University, it was also appealing, leaving Lu Yuan somewhat torn. Where should I ultimately go? Just as he pondered, the person who had entered earlier, Yishan, suddenly spoke. Lu Yuan, if you choose Dijing University, you can come under my tutelage. Upon hearing Yishan's words, Lu Yuan realized that Yishan belonged to Dijing University. It seemed that Yishan's status at Dijing University was similar to that of the previous elder of the Ji family. He usually did not appear, but whenever Dijing faced a seemingly insurmountable problem, Yishan would step in to resolve it. Yishan continued, in addition to the conditions previously provided by Bingrue, I can offer you an opportunity to awaken your bloodline. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes widened. Bloodlines are typically developed over many years by prominent families. As for what Lu Yuan was most familiar with, not to mention the distant ones, even the Ji family's angel bloodline was recently relevant. He had seen the effects of Ji Minji's bloodline. At that time, she had not even reached the 1st transition, but could enter a nightmare difficulty dungeon with others, and even withstand short confrontations against nightmare difficulty corpses without falling behind. After fully activating her bloodline, her skill strength increased significantly. One could say that the angel bloodline and Ji Minji's profession complemented each other perfectly, providing her with tremendous enhancements. With such powerful effects, if Lu Yuan were to deny feeling envious, it would not be entirely true. However, what could he do? After all, bloodlines are innate and cannot be changed postnatally. And now Yishan was actually saying he could allow him to awaken his bloodline. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately stopped hesitating. Understood, I choose Dijing University. Yishan smiled slightly and nodded. By Bingrue, please add the conditions I mentioned to Lu Yuan's contract. Yes, Yishan. As soon as Teacher Bai finished speaking, the entire room erupted in exclamations. Yishan, it's actually Yishan. Have my eyes been deceived? My goodness, Yishan has taken Lu Yuan as his disciple. I never thought I would witness Yishan accepting a disciple one day. Can bloodlines really be awakened postnatally? Truly, it's Yishan. Everyone looked at Yishan with eager yet respectful gazes, while casting envious and awed looks at Lu Yuan. To be able to be mentored by Yishan, Lu Yuan's future was undoubtedly bright. Not to mention, just the opportunity to awaken his bloodline was invaluable. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Yishan said to Lu Yuan, since that's settled, there's no time to waste. Prepare to leave this afternoon for Dijing University. Hearing what Yishan said, Lu Yuan quickly spoke up. I have a younger sister who is not in good health. May I bring her to school? I want to provide her with a better medical environment. Yishan nodded. No problem, you are now in strength talent, and your family will receive corresponding privileges. The Imperial Capital University also allows family members to accompany students. The affiliated hospital of the Radiant Academy is quite good. You can settle your sister there for now, and I will find someone to look at her after a while. Lu Yuan felt immensely grateful in his heart and respectfully bowed to Yishan. Thank you, Yishan. Yishan frowned slightly, and those around him exchanged glances with Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan suddenly realized and quickly corrected himself. No thank you, Mentor Yi. Only then did Yi Shun's frown relax, and he nodded. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yuan prepared to perform a formal bow of apprenticeship. However, Yi Shun shook his hand. There's no need, just calling me mentor is sufficient. If you do not have me in your heart, then even if you kowtow on the ground, what would it matter? If you hold me in your heart, then no matter how you act in the future, the fact that I am your mentor will not change. Alright, I will come to pick you up at 4 p.m. Prepare yourself before then. After speaking, Yi Shun disappeared again, looking quite busy. Naturally, Lu Yuan did not dare to act on his own accord. The legendary 7th transition, Yi Shun took Lu Yuan as his disciple on the spot, a development that surprised everyone. Although the teachers from other schools felt regret, who could compete with Yi Shun when he personally took on a disciple? After congratulating Lu Yuan, the specially invited teachers dispersed, leaving only Teacher Bai from the Imperial Capital University. People around began to congratulate him, seizing the opportunity to say a few words to Lu Yuan. After dealing with them for a while, he finally managed to approach Teacher Bai. The latter looked at Lu Yuan with a sincere smile. Lu Yuan, for Yi Shun to take you as a disciple, it seems your potential exceeds my expectations. Congratulations. Afterward, Teacher Bai prepared a contract, and Lu Yuan signed it. Thus, he officially entered the Imperial Capital University as a strength talent, with various benefits. After finishing the contract matters, Teacher Bai also took his leave. The schedule for specially invited teachers was quite tight. The first to come looking for him was the top scholar Lu Yuan, but he still had many talented individuals waiting for the teacher's offers. Ji Xian approached Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, your performance during the Beast Tide was truly impressive. With your ability to turn the tide of battle alone as a second transition, and now that you have become Yi Shun's disciple, your future is even more limitless. I remember when I entered the Imperial Capital University, it took me 3 years to become a disciple. Now you haven't even started school yet, and you already have a mentor. Truly a young hero. He sighed, gesturing with his hand, and someone brought over a tray. On the luxurious silk lay a black card. You have become the top scholar, and I should show my appreciation both publicly and privately. Originally, I wanted to reward you with 3 million credit coins and give you a set of high-end local real estate, but since you are about to leave Linhai, that gift is not suitable. As he spoke, he picked up the card and handed it to Lu Yuan. This is an anonymous bank card with 10 million credit coins inside, a reward for you as the top scholar from Linhai City. Lu Yuan respectfully accepted the bank card. Thank you, Mayor Ji. He felt quite happy. Money was never too much at any time. With this 10 million, he suddenly became wealthy. Before the big exam, he had about 3 million on hand. However, after using explosive bug bait and not having enough mental potions he had borrowed from Ji Mingyu. After returning that amount of money to Ji Mingyu, he was left with only 7,000. Now Ji Xian's 10 million was truly a timely blessing. Lu Yuan's cash in hand 7 million. Seeing Lu Yuan accept the money, Ji Xian smiled and said, additionally, I also come from the Imperial Capital University. These 2 high-level teleportation runes are a gift from a senior to you, and one as a congratulatory gift for you becoming Yi Shun's disciple. He solemnly handed over 2 shiny runes. Lu Yuan accepted them on the spot. They were valuable items that could save his life in critical moments. The rewards from Linhai were not limited to these. Another person brought something over, and Ji Xian's expression turned slightly serious. For what you did in assisting Linhai against the Beast Tide, making a tremendous contribution. Now I reward you with 300 military merit points. Seeing what Ji Xian handed over last, Lu Yuan's eyes widened slightly. What is this? Ji Xian held a badge. This is a military merit badge. Only those who have achieved military merit can obtain it. There are currently 300 military merit points inside. The previous items were good, but the last one surprised Lu Yuan a bit. Military merit was extremely hard to obtain. Only those who had truly been on the battlefield could earn it. Typically, a battlefield refers to the front lines against the demon or beast races. Killing in human territories usually does not grant military merit. The previous Beast Tide was related to the demon race, and you contributed greatly, so military merit was applied for on your behalf, Ji Xian briefly explained. 300 military merit points is quite a lot. Normally, awakened individuals enter the battlefield against other races starting as a first-class soldier. What Ji Xian handed over was a second-class soldier badge. With 300 military merit points, it allowed him to be directly promoted to a second-class soldier. The function of military merit is not only reflected in rank, it can also be exchanged for many rare resources at military supply offices across various locations. After awarding the rewards, Yi Shun turned to everyone and said, since Yi Shun has arranged this, delaying his time would be a crime. Let's keep it simple and not waste Lu Yuan's time. As soon as Ji Xian said this, the various big shots who had gathered around wanting to get acquainted with Lu Yuan left one after another. Lu Yuan's impression of Ji Xian improved even more. He had been somewhat troubled by such occasions, and now he no longer had to be distracted by them. Just as Lu Yuan was about to leave, he suddenly spotted Principal Wang in the corner of the room. Principal Wang, by the way, does the school still accept murky black oil? Principal Wang smiled and slapped his forehead. Speaking of this, there is indeed such a matter. You see, there have been too many things recently, and I completely forgot about it. Lu Yuan, your level is so high now, you must have harvested quite a bit of black oil, right? Haha, it seems our playground in Class 2 can be completed sooner than expected. Lu Yuan glanced at his storage space. Thanks to Ji Minji's cooldown runes, he had repeatedly entered and exited the ruined stronghold to harvest a massive amount of murky black oil. He roughly estimated. Not too much, probably around 300 units. Even though he was somewhat prepared, Principal Wang was still shocked to hear this. 100 units of black oil can be exchanged for 100 credit coins, so 300 units equals 3 million. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows at this. Isn't that a bit too much? Initially, Principal Wang had agreed to buy black oil at a premium, which was kind-hearted, but if he took advantage of it, it would be somewhat unethical. However, Principal Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his head vigorously. Not too much, not too much. Anyway, this stuff will always be useful. Afterward, Principal Wang called over the head of the finance department and directly allocated 4 million to Lu Yuan, with the extra 1 million counted as a reward for him being the top scholar. At this point, Lu Yuan had cash on hand amounting to 14.7 million. As for the later news, he heard about the renovation plans for the playgrounds at No. 1 and No. 3 schools. That was a story for another time. After bidding farewell to Principal Wang, he left No. 2 school and returned home. He tidied up a bit and quickly completed his preparations, as there wasn't much to pack, so it didn't take long. He sent a message to Ji Mingyu and Rin Jiqin, and also said goodbye to a few friends at school with whom he had a good rapport. Lu Yuan turned back to look at his home. He locked the door and left. At the city hospital, Lu Yao, who had been contacted by Lu Yuan in advance, was already waiting here. Brother, are we going to Dijing now? So sudden. Due to the unexpected nature of the situation, Lu Yuan briefly explained to her, promising to tell her the detailed preparations on the way. Dr. Zhang, the attending physician of his sister, was also present. Lu Yuan, once you leave, you might not come back until you've reached the 3rd or even 4th transformation. Dr. Zhang said with a hint of emotion. When he first met Lu Yuan, he was nothing, and now he was about to go to Dijing University. Wasn't it customary to wait for the convoy to assemble before leaving? Linhai is over 100 miles from the capital of the Great Xia Dijing, and along the way there are monsters everywhere. In previous years, each city would specifically assemble a convoy to travel together. Now how could Lu Yuan manage to go there alone? Lu Yuan, how do you plan to get to Dijing? Lu Yuan shook his head. I don't know either. He had never been far from home. He would do as Yishun arranged. While the two were chatting idly, a faint rumble suddenly echoed from above. They looked up to see a gray-white shuttle-shaped flying ship descending from the sky. My goodness, this is a flying ship. Dr. Zhang exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock. The gray-white exterior reflected the sunlight, smooth as a mirror. The overall design was streamlined and shuttle-shaped, somewhat resembling a spaceship. Lu Yuan was astonished. No wonder Yishun has a flying ship. Yishun had brought a flying ship, which greatly exceeded Lu Yuan's expectations. The sky in this world was much more perilous than the ground, as countless high-level monsters would attack any flying ship daring to enter their territory. Only a very few military-grade flying ships could undertake long-distance travel. Each of these flying ships was worth a fortune. Ordinary people couldn't even dream of riding one, let alone seeing one. The flying ship landed on the lawn in front of the hospital, and a hatch opened on the side, revealing a lift platform. After greeting the astonished Dr. Zhang, Lu Yuan pushed his sister's wheelchair onto the lift. They entered the interior of the flying ship through the lift, which was a spacious hall. Lu Yuan, make yourself comfortable, we'll arrive in about 2 hours. Yishun's voice came through the speaker. Accompanied by a slight sensation of weightlessness, the flying ship suddenly took off, and Lin Hai quickly shrank below them. Brother, are we really going to Dijing? After peering out the window for a while, Lu Yao finally came to her senses and asked. Lu Yuan smiled. Hey, take a look at this, he said as he handed his sister the enrollment handbook and admission notice for Dijing University. These 2 items were obtained from teacher Bai after signing the contract. Lu Yao took the certificate her brother handed her with joy, looking left and right, and then, still not reassured, she pressed it closely to her face to examine it carefully. That's great, brother. You really got into Dijing University. By the way, have the results come out? What rank did you get? When his sister asked this, Lu Yuan revealed a mysterious smile. Guess? Could it be the top scorer from Linhai province? Lu Yao suggested uncertainly, trying to guess big, but Lu Yuan shook his head. The latter half is correct. Upon hearing this from her older brother, Lu Yao was first puzzled, then her eyes widened, as if she thought of something. If the latter half is correct, then besides Linhai, could it be that, brother, you are the national top scorer? Lu Yuan smiled and nodded, and the little girl was so happy she nearly jumped up. Brother, you're amazing. After learning that Lu Yuan was actually the top scorer of the national exam, Lu Yao's happiness was beyond words. They had only entered the ship for a short while when, after entering the steady flight phase, Yishun came out of the cockpit. This is my mentor Yishun, Lu Yuan introduced to his sister. Yishun. Lu Yao's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Even she knew that Yishun was a legendary figure. Now her brother had actually taken such a person as his teacher. Lu Yao greets Yishun. Facing Yishun, even the lively little girl became reserved. Yishun approached closely to take a good look at Lu Yao. Healing is not my specialty, but your sister's condition should not be a major issue. If we let the professional doctors from the Radiant Academy take a look, it should be cured quickly. Upon hearing this, both siblings felt relieved. With Yi Shun overseeing the situation, there was no chance of any accidents occurring during the flight. Soon 2 hours passed, and Yi Shun's flying ship arrived at the capital of the Great Xia Dijing. Through the windows they could see the densely packed, brilliantly lit buildings below. The flying ship landed in a secluded area in the center of Dijing. In front of the ship's entrance, Yi Shun spoke to Lu Yuan. For the next few days, go complete your enrollment procedures and familiarize yourself with the school environment. They'll take your sister to the hospital ward, you don't need to worry about her. As Yi Shun spoke, he handed him an address. Come find me at this address in 3 days, it'll help you awaken your bloodline, and also take care of the procedures for the Genius Training Camp. Genius Training Camp. It's a training camp for many top geniuses during the summer vacation. It will be extremely beneficial for you, as well you'll understand when the time comes. After leaving this statement, Yi Shun's flying ship took off and left. Lu Yuan watched the ship depart, his heart unable to calm for a long time. If I had such a ship, there would be nowhere in the world I couldn't go. After a moment of sighing, he turned his head and found that Yi Shun had dropped him off at the entrance of Dijing University. Many people were coming and going in front of the majestic gate. Each of them had an extraordinary demeanor and appearance, looking like elites. Lu Yuan squinted his eyes. No wonder it's Dijing University, oh, everyone has an imposing presence. Entering and exiting the school gate were individuals dressed in expensive gear, some with the aura of the fourth transformation despite their youth, some with hair so long it dragged on the ground, and some riding rare and exotic beasts. It seems I'm the only new student coming here now. Since it was still far from the new student enrollment time, all those entering and exiting the school gate were older students. There were no upperclassmen standing at the school gate to guide the new students. Stepping into the school grounds, Lu Yuan looked around. Where is the admissions office? Is there a campus map? He wanted to see if there was an electronic map or something, but before he could find one, a voice suddenly came from nearby. This way. Turning his head, he saw a person with gray-white hair, long hair, dragging on the ground, who had somehow appeared beside. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned by her appearance. Although her voice was somewhat hoarse and her long, unkempt hair covered her body entirely, Lu Yuan could intuitively sense that this person seemed to be female. The exterior is so striking. Indeed, the Imperial Capital University is extraordinary. This thought, however, remained unspoken, merely echoing in his mind. Yet the students entering and exiting the school nearby all turned their gazes towards this direction, curiosity evident in their eyes. Who was that? I don't recall hearing about someone so memorable before. Have you seen her? No. I haven't seen her either. With her long gray hair, she seemed to be a senior sister, attracting a remarkable amount of attention. Everyone's gaze lingered on her. Seemingly unconcerned about the attention, the long-haired senior sister continued to walk ahead, and Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before following her. It seemed she was pointing the way for him, and he didn't want to start off on the wrong foot. After following the long-haired senior sister for a while, they arrived in front of a building. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned. Looking again at the building before him, he saw a sign at the entrance reading, Admissions Office, and he suddenly realized, nodding in understanding. Oh, so this is the admissions office. Thank you so much, senior. He expressed his gratitude to the long-haired senior sister. Entering the admissions office, Lu Yuan presented his contract, and several beautiful young ladies warmly welcomed him. You're Lu Yuan, right? The top scholar this year. You're quite fast to arrive here. All the teachers are at least level 3. If this were a smaller city, they'd already be teaching at schools. Lu Yuan, you are quite the charmer. The young ladies appeared very enthusiastic towards this year's top scholar, and the enrollment process went very smoothly. Lu Yuan, as the top scholar of your cohort, you may choose a Class A1 dormitory. A delicately dressed young lady named Yang said to him. What types of dormitories are there? The dormitories at Imperial Capital University are divided into several classes A, B, C, and D, with each main class further divided into 10 sublevels. Lu Yuan nodded as Yang continued. Students must pay points to stay in the dormitories, and naturally different levels require different amounts of points. Only the top scholars have the right to choose a Class A1 dormitory. By the way, Class A1 costs 200 points each year. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes widened. 200 points a year. That's too expensive. Many past top scholars didn't even accumulate 100 points, and spending 200 just for a dormitory. And that's every year. However, Lu Yuan's reaction seemed to be within Yang's expectations. Many freshmen find it expensive. However, if your points are abundant, I still recommend you, Lu Yuan, choose the best dormitory. Higher level dormitories come with many benefits. After some consideration, he finally decided, then I choose Class A1. Ultimately, Lu Yuan heeded the advice and opted for the highest Class A1 dormitory. Since he had a fair amount of points, spending 200 was manageable. After completing the enrollment procedures and selecting the dormitory, Lu Yuan exited the admissions office. Upon stepping outside, he noticed the long-haired senior sister was still waiting outside. Senior, were you waiting for me? Seeing her standing there, Lu Yuan managed to smile. This way. With that, the long-haired senior sister walked ahead, and Lu Yuan had no choice but to follow her. Soon he trailed behind the mysterious senior sister as she took him around the campus. Main building cafeteria No. 1, a library laboratory faculty building. During the tour she succinctly introduced all the important buildings within the university to Lu Yuan. That's all. With that she gracefully departed. Watching her leave, Lu Yuan was left speechless for a long time. Did this senior come solely to guide me? Is it true that the geniuses at Imperial Capital University are so unconventional? After bidding farewell to the senior sister, Lu Yuan quickly found his dormitory. Fortunately, with the guidance from the senior sister, Lu Yuan had a general understanding of the layout of the campus. Arriving at the entrance of his dormitory, Lu Yuan looked up. Is the entire building mine? The Class A1 dormitory was a two-story villa situated by the lake on the northern side of Imperial Capital University. It was only separated from the faculty dormitory area by a wall. There were a total of 10 identical villas in the Class A1 area. Imperial Capital University allows students to study for up to 10 years, with each year's top scholar assigned one villa, resulting in 10 such dormitory buildings. Tick-tock. Using the electronic access card to unlock the door, Lu Yuan's eyes brightened upon entering. Indeed, you get what you pay for. Upon entering, he was greeted by a spacious hall. Just this hall was nearly 5 times larger than his family's house, boasting a high-end projection TV, vintage carpets, and sofas, top-notch furniture and appliances, as well as various cultural artifacts and paintings displayed around. Lu Yuan explored room by room. The bedrooms were nothing short of luxurious, each of the 5 bedrooms equipped with all kinds of facilities. The kitchen was fitted with the most advanced cooking utensils, and there was even a small cold storage room. Additionally, there were a gym, study, bathroom, entertainment room, meditation room, and more, all fully equipped. Moreover, the rooms were equipped with intelligent AI who, simply voicing commands, could accomplish many daily tasks such as cleaning boiling water, adjusting the air conditioning, and so on. In summary, the configuration of this villa was comparable to the most luxurious presidential suite in a high-end hotel. Of course, Lu Yuan didn't move in here solely for the material comforts. The speed of mental energy recovery has increased. Upon entering the house, he felt his body and mind being nourished, with his physical vitality awakened, and the speed of his mental energy recovery significantly accelerated. Setting aside the luxurious configuration, the Class A1 dormitory possessed numerous functions that were incredibly useful for those awakening their powers. For instance, it had comprehensive security measures, with the entire building constructed from special alloys and equipped with anti-intrusion formations. The villa's location was situated in the prime area of Imperial Capital University, and after special modifications, it could accelerate the mental energy recovery of its occupants and enhance the speed of healing injuries. Not to mention, just the ability to accelerate mental energy recovery was already a significant gain for Lu Yuan. Primarily, each time he leveled up, the upper limit of his bugs would increase. To quickly replenish the bugs, he had to rely on medication. Previously, when he leveled up to level 1, he spent nearly 150 points just to fully replenish 400 bugs. Calculating if he relied solely on mental energy potions to summon bugs, it would cost over 100 points for just 3 bugs. Now that he had advanced to level 2, the upper limit for each type of bug increased to 100, leaving a shortfall of 1600 bugs. If he were to fill it all with money, it would cost 6000 points. That was a staggering amount of money, and under non-urgent circumstances, Lu Yuan did not wish to waste it so freely. Relying solely on natural mental energy recovery would likely take over a month to fully replenish the bugs. Currently, just the ability to accelerate mental energy recovery made him very satisfied. With the villa's effect on speeding up mental energy recovery, 2 to 3 weeks should be sufficient. Let's go have a meal first, then he'll come back to test the functionality of this villa. He exited the dormitory and headed to the cafeteria for a meal. The cafeteria at Imperial Capital University, needless to say, offered a wide range of options from low-end to high-end. You could pay with money or use points. Using points could buy some rare beast meat dishes which would grant experience directly upon consumption. After a hearty meal in the cafeteria, Lu Yuan returned to the villa and went to the basement. Upon turning on the lights, a spacious area appeared before Lu Yuan. Is this the training room that Xiaoyang mentioned? Let's give it a try. As a Class A1 training room, this place is not only built with high-strength alloys on all sides, but it also features an intelligent training partner function. Activate sparring function. Setting second turn rank difficulty. As soon as Lu Yuan spoke, the intelligent AI in the room immediately responded. Second turn rank difficulty training program initiated. Prepare yourself. 3, 2, 1. As the AI's voice faded, an opening appeared in one corner of the room, from which a swarm of square-shaped robots surged forth. Standard training drone rank level second, turn LV. 10 strength, 1600 constitution, 1600 agility, 1600 spirit, 1600 skills, none. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow as he observed the robot's attributes. How interesting. These robots are no weaker than those nightmare dungeon monsters from before. Seems those 200 points weren't wasted after all. The sparring service quality is this high. The cost of the robots was already included in the dormitory fee, so there was no extra charge. There were 20 units in total. However, even without any equipment relying solely on his own attributes and the enhancement from his Dominator talent, Lu Yuan's total stats exceeded 2,800, completely overwhelming these robots. He grabbed an alloy longsword from the weapon rack in the corner, leaped forward in 2 strides, and plunged into the midst of the robot swarm. Bang! He struck the foremost robot directly, causing a burst of blue sparks as it ceased moving. The robots naturally did not stand idly by. Extending mechanical arms from their square bodies on either side, they swung at Lu Yuan in unison. Though they appeared cumbersome, the robots were remarkably agile, their arms nearly reaching him in an instant. A blow from those special alloy limbs would leave him bedridden for the next 3 days. Lu Yuan twisted his body deftly to evade the mechanical arms. He spun around and delivered another strike. Bang! Another robot erupted in smoke and fell still. He maneuvered nimbly through the swarm, and one by one the robots burst into sparks. In less than 3 minutes the battle was over, with Lu Yuan single-handedly reaping the victory. Having moved his body after a long time, he felt utterly refreshed. Not bad, seems I haven't lost my touch. As the fight ended, the fallen robots rebooted on the spot, restored to pristine condition. Lu Yuan leaned in to examine their outer shell. Not even a single mark left. Despite striking with all his might, there wasn't a scratch. The robots' shells were incredibly tough. Even if all the giant jaw worms had swarmed them together, they couldn't have inflicted any real damage. When Xiaoyang said that with enough of these they could temporarily hold off a 5th turn, I didn't believe it. In low-power mode, these robots served as Lu Yuan's sparring partners. But should an intruder with ill intent breach the premises, the robots operating at full power would become the ultimate active defense system. After a bit of exercise, he was drenched in sweat. Without needing to speak, he reached out a hand, and a robot promptly handed him a towel. After resting a while, Lu Yuan spoke again. Change sparring difficulty. Setting 2nd turn drank difficulty. This time 50 robots emerged. Standard training drone drank level 2nd turn LV. 20 strength, 2400 constitution, 2400 agility, 2400 spirit, 2400 skills. None. Not only are the attributes greatly enhanced, but the number has also increased to 50. Raising the difficulty by 1 level makes the overall challenge more than a single step harder. If that was easy mode, this is now normal difficulty. Lu Yuan picked up an alloy spear from the nearby weapon rack. But this is perfect. After the first battle, he still felt a bit unsatisfied. Ever since awakening as the Swarm Dominator, his opportunities for personal combat had dwindled. Though the Swarm could crush everything without real combat, his understanding of battle would inevitably grow rusty. If every future opponent could be overwhelmed by the Swarm, this small issue would hardly matter. But if I encounter a well-matched foe, even the slightest difference in experience could decide the outcome. With these words, he strode forward and struck the foremost robot with all his might. Bang! The robot struck heat and flew backward in a straight line. Then Lu Yuan cycled through various weapons to spar with the robots. He used the longsword, then a staff, a hammer, an iron whip, and a 3-section staff. During his previous weapon courses at the academy, Lu Yuan had been the top student. He wielded all these arms with ease. Under the siege of the numerous robots, he quickly regained his rhythm. Surrounded by 50 robots in layers, Lu Yuan gripped the great hammer and let out a roar. Swarm strike. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed throughout the training room. With that single hammer blow, the entire chamber trembled slightly. Half of the 50-plus robots, each with 2,400 constitution, were judged incapacitated. Too powerful. With the enhancement from 400 insects, the swarm strikes might had reached an astonishing level. In terms of pure power, it even surpassed the bombardier beetles summoned from monsters before. Its only shortcoming was a slightly limited range. Rather than a wide area attack, this skill was more of a decisive boss finishing move. After the hammer blow, the remaining robots surged forward. Let's try this too, Dominator's Guard. Lu Yuan extended his hand, conjuring a shield around himself. Thump, 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 thump. Several mechanical arms struck the shield with dull sounds, yet it stood unwavering. Lu Yuan remained still, letting over 20 robots pound away for a long time, without any sign of the shield collapsing. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The shield's defense is extremely strong too. Excellent. With such a good sparring partner at hand, Lu Yuan proceeded to test various skills. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The shield's defense is extremely strong too. Excellent. With such a good sparring partner at hand, Lu Yuan proceeded. Crank difficulty was a significant step up, 100 robots each with 4,800 in all attributes. I do have a bit of trouble dealing with these stats. He raised his hand, and 400 insects appeared. Giant Jaw Worm Bronze Rank Level 2nd Turn LV. 10 Strength, 9,600, 1,600, Constitution, 9,600, 1,600, Agility, 2,400, 400, Spirit, 2,400, 400 Skills, Giant Jaw Clamp Swarm Devour. Spider Fiend Bronze Rank Level 2nd Turn LV. 10 Strength, 6,000, 1,000, Constitution, 3,600, 600, Agility, 12,000, 2,000, Spirit, 2,400, 400 Skills, Web Entanglement Swarm Devour. After reaching 2nd Turn LV, 10 of the attributes of these two main insect types had undergone a qualitative leap. With 400 insects, this difficulty was a cakewalk. Soon all robots were motionless. Second turn crank, difficulty cleared. Time 37 seconds. New record. Oh, seems I broke the record. Sparring with the training room robots allowed outstanding performers to leave their mark. This record wasn't just Lu Yuan's, it included those of many predecessors. Now he had directly surpassed the previous best time for crank. Lu Yuan grew intrigued. Let's see how far I can go. Subsequently, after clearing rank difficulty and setting a new record, he also passed a rank. A rank had become a terrifying 500 robots each with a staggering 19200 in all attributes. Relying on the swarm's coordination and the cramped terrain of the training room, he finally wiped them out using spider webs. Second turn, a rank, difficulty cleared. Time 2 minutes, 31 seconds. New record. And once again he had shattered the previous best score. The previous record for first place was 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Although Lu Yuan claimed the first spot again with a time of 2:31, it was only a slight improvement over the previous record. Faced with a significant number of robots that had attribute advantages, the swarm was indeed struggling. Calculating this way, the class difficulty for these robots could require 4-0 or more in all attributes, not to mention their numbers. It seemed unlikely that a new record would be set. Forget it. Checking the time, Lu Yuan took a bath in the luxurious bathtub. Then he drifted into slumber on his new bed. In the following time, Lu Yuan spent his days on campus either practicing hard, eating a lot, or wandering around the school, or he could go check on his sister. Under Yishan's arrangement, Lu Yao had already moved into a ward at the Imperial Capital Hospital. Thanks to Yishan's arrangements, a sixth transition expert in the healing department would come to see her in a few days. 3 days later, Lu Yuan arrived at the address given by Yishan. This seemed to be Yishan's residence at the Imperial Capital University, quite close to the faculty dormitory area. He pressed the doorbell outside. Come in. Upon entering, he saw Yishan, who was still dressed in a gray robe, with gray hair loosely cascading behind his head. Following Yishan, Lu Yuan entered the basement of the room, which was spacious and had hundreds of display cabinets arranged at intervals. The items inside were bizarre and varied. There were cups emitting blazing flames, blood-red eyeballs, desiccated hands, strange metals, and unknown circuit boards. This place was practically a treasure exhibition, but that alone would not suffice. As he carefully sensed, each item radiated substantial energy fluctuations. If an ordinary person stood here, they would have to exert considerable effort. Lu Yuan looked towards Yishan. Master, might I awaken my bloodline relying on these items? Yishan nodded in satisfaction. You guessed correctly. These are all my collections, and each item can aid an awakener in manifesting their bloodline. You must examine each item thoroughly and find one that resonates with you. Resonates with me? Lu Yuan muttered, not fully grasping what Yishan meant by resonating. He began to carefully scrutinize the peculiar treasures from one corner of the room. One could not deny that as a top-tier 6th transition expert, Yishan's collection was indeed extensive. A desiccated mummy's hand, a werewolf's claw, an extreme rainbow stone. Lu Yuan picked up one item after another only to set them down again. Most items elicited no response from him, with only a few causing a faint sensation, prompting him to glance at them a bit longer. However, before he could linger, Yishan would take the item back and gesture for him to continue. Next, after looking for a long time, he still hadn't encountered an item that Yishan claimed would resonate with him. You are quite picky, Yishan huffed lightly. After continuing to search for a while, Lu Yuan finally arrived at a display cabinet containing a golden cicada shell. Seeing this, Yishan spoke up. The golden cicada shell can allow a natural disaster bugmaster to awaken their bloodline, which seems somewhat related to your profession. Lu Yuan nodded and took the golden cicada shell in his hand. This was clearly something related to bug summoning. This should suffice. Upon touching the golden cicada shell, Lu Yuan indeed felt as if it was faintly calling out to him, making him reluctant to put it down. However, just as Lu Yuan was lost in thought, Yishan took the golden cicada shell from his hand and returned it to the display case. Not this one, continue. Lu Yuan could only nod and continue trying item after item. This one doesn't work either. Your profession is quite interesting. Whether it was Lu Yuan's illusion or not, the more he showed no reaction to these items, the happier. Yishan, who was carefully observing his expression, seemed. After spending half a day, he had examined all the collections in the room. The result was that none worked. Not a single item could evoke what Yishan referred to as resonating. Just when Lu Yuan thought there was no hope, Yishan led him to a separate small room. There were very few items here, but each item emitted astonishing fluctuations. Try them one by one. Lu Yuan nodded and approached a gray fleshy lump. Lu Yuan couldn't tell what this item was. It had many tiny tentacles and was covered in eyes, looking quite unsettled. Simply standing in front of this thing, he could hear whispers in his ears. Strange remains, they are poison to you. This time Yishan did not allow him to directly touch these items, but instructed him to stand in front of them and make judgments. Next was a large jar of ashes. Phoenix remnants. Lu Yuan shook his head after looking at Yishan, feeling nothing. He then approached a mass of golden liquid. Just one glance at this liquid, and in the next instant Lu Yuan felt a golden light crash into his mind, filling his entire consciousness with sacred words. This. Lu Yuan stared dumbfounded at Yishan. Yishan shook his head. This is a drop of divine blood. It appears unsuitable for you. Lu Yuan stared at Yi Shun in shock, the scene of Yi Shun extracting blood from an unknown deity flashing in his mind. Alright, there's one last item left. Under Yi Shun's urging, Lu Yuan approached the final item. It was a tube of grayish-white gel-like substance radiating a faint blue glow. Upon seeing this item, he was immediately captivated and could not take his eyes off it. Yi Shun, noticing, spoke up. Titan essence, you can hold it in your hand and take a look. Lu Yuan held the item in his hand, feeling that it seemed to resonate faintly with the storage space within him. Could this be what they call resonating? Among all the items, this was the only one that resonated the most. Just as he was contemplating whether to decide on this one, Yi Shun took the Titan essence from his hand, and Lu Yuan couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Yi Shun glanced at him and said, this one is also not right. Exiting the basement and looking at Lu Yuan, even Yi Shun seemed a bit stunned. Haha, this is indeed somewhat beyond my expectations. It turns out that even Phoenix Remnant's divine blood and Titan essence aren't sufficient for your profession. Lu Yuan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Master this. Yi Shun coldly huffed. I only have so many catalysts on hand. You won't be able to awaken your bloodline today. Just when Lu Yuan thought the awakening of his bloodline might be a lost cause, Yi Shun's next words brought him some relief. You should first go to the Genius Training Camp, Yi Shun said while tossing over a brown envelope. The Genius Training Camp lasts for 2 months. During this time, I will find a way to collect some higher-level catalysts for you. When you return, you can try again. Understood. Lu Yuan nodded, then opened the envelope. Inside was an admission notice. Awakener Lu Yuan has shown excellent performance and promising potential. After careful review and approval by the training committee, Awakener Lu Yuan has been granted the qualification to participate in the Summer Genius Strengthening Training. The Genius Training Camp has almost gathered all the talents of your generation. It will be very beneficial for you. The assembly time for the Imperial Capital University is at 6 a.m. tomorrow, so make sure not to be late. The next day, Lu Yuan woke up early and arrived at the school gate. A large passenger vehicle with a high-tech appearance. People in uniform were on guard around him, and Lu Yuan realized that they were all military personnel. Lu Yuan, confirmed, you can get on. An officer verified Lu Yuan's identity at the door and let him in. The interior of the vehicle was spacious and luxurious, though Lu Yuan found a place to sit, sinking deeply into the soft seat. He was not the only one in the vehicle. There was a richly dressed young man, a youth in military uniform, and a noble-looking girl with a cold demeanor. After Lu Yuan got on the vehicle, started moving. Soon it exited the city limits of the Imperial capital and entered the wilderness, at which point someone leaned over. Hey buddy, nice to meet you, Hao Xian. This was a richly dressed person with a hint of baby fat on his face. Lu Yuan. Hao Xian, sitting next to Lu Yuan, looked relieved. Finally someone I can talk to. Otherwise I'd be bored to death sitting alone in the training camp. Hao Xian appeared to be about the same age as Lu Yuan, and his demeanor hinted at a background from a prominent family. Lu Yuan chuckled. Aren't there 2 others? Why not go talk to them? Hao Zin's eyes widened. Lu Gu, you don't know. Those 2 have impressive backgrounds. How could I dare to casually approach them? He pointed to a young man in military uniform seated not far away. That guy is called Wu Patian, an elite in the military, the top genius of this generation, a true killing god forged on the battlefield. Just look at his eyes, he has definitely killed people. And certainly not just a few. He then pointed to a girl sitting diagonally behind them. She is an international student from the Sakura country, and it is said that her background is quite impressive, possibly with royal blood. The girl was extremely beautiful, dressed in lavish clothing, and accompanied by 2 attendants. After hearing Hao Zin's introduction, Lu Yuan felt a bit puzzled. Can foreigners participate in our Daxia's genius training? Hao Xian smiled slightly. Let me tell you, many foreign powers are eyeing this training quota. Our Daxia will also release some quotas to exchange for their rare resources or secret realm spots. Lu Yuan showed a look of surprise. Is this training camp really that important? What could attract foreigners to come? Hao Xian shook his head. The training has 2 purposes. One is to allow the talents of this year to spar with each other, and the other is for a very special secret realm. But I don't know the specifics. After saying this, he looked at Lu Yuan with a hint of curiosity. By the way, Lu Gu, which prominent family are you from? How come you don't know about this? Lu Yuan chuckled. I think I got in because of my good score in the entrance exam. Wow, you're a master. Hao Zin's eyes widened in astonishment. In previous years, no more than 10 people passed the entrance exam. Lu Gu, you can enter solely based on your score, which is definitely remarkable among over 100 million candidates. He gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up. While the 2 were talking, a clear voice rang out beside them. Hello, I'm Shui Huiqing, an international student from Sakura. May I ask how to address you too? Looking up, Lu Yuan saw the international student from Sakura standing before them. She spoke Daxia's language very fluently. Lu Yuan. Hao Xian. It's fate that we can participate in the summer training together and sit on the same vehicle. I really look forward to establishing a good relationship with both of you. After chatting for a while, she left with these words and went to greet Wu Patian at the front. Hao Xian gazed at her somewhat. Little Snow is not bad. She's much easier to talk to than she looks. After their conversation, Hao Zin's impression of Shui Huiqing changed significantly. However, Lu Yuan remained non-committal. Although Shui Huiqing was polite in her speech, whether she looked at him Hao Xian or Wu Potion, there was an air of arrogance about her, or perhaps a sense of looking down from a height. Lu Yuan could tell that she never regarded them with any respect in her heart. She looked down on them. After almost half a day's travel as the passenger vehicle progressed, other vehicles of the same model continuously joined, forming a long convoy. No signal. No, it has been blocked. As the convoy entered a mountainous area, Lu Yuan's personal terminal suddenly lost communication with the outside world. The convoy then turned left and right, and finally stopped in front of a huge fortress. We finally arrived. Hao Xian stood up, stretched, and moved his somewhat stiff legs. Getting off the vehicle, Lu Yuan looked around. This place was deep in the mountains, and he completely lost track of where he was. Oh, aren't you Lu Yuan? Many people began to disembark from the surrounding passenger vehicles, and one person saw Lu Yuan and immediately came over. This was an acquaintance. Lu Yuan, so you really came too. Song Nanshan patted Lu Yuan's shoulder. He had participated in the previous talent test and ranked 3rd nationally. Although he was overshadowed by Lu Yuan and Xiaqing, Song Nanshan was undoubtedly a top talent in this year's entrance exam. Looking around, he saw many familiar faces. They were all people who had participated in the talent test previously and ranked very high nationally. However, he did not see Xiaqing, who was 2nd. Oh, isn't that Lu Yuan and Song Nanshan? So you both came too. With Lu Yuan here, the competition is fierce. Students who had participated in the talent test gathered around Lu Yuan intentionally or unintentionally. They had fought side by side in the talent test, and had even battled against the demon race together. With this connection, everyone seemed quite close. Ba Lu Gu is really a big shot. National 1st place. That's incredible. Hao Xian, who had just met Lu Yuan, opened his mouth in surprise when he learned that Lu Yuan was the top scorer in this entrance exam. Seeing Lu Yuan surrounded by numerous talented students, clearly the center of attention, Shui Huiqing looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes flashing with a hint of interest. As everyone conversed, the gates of the fortress across from them opened. A squad of soldiers walked out. Welcome to Fortress No. 1192. I am Yi Lingshan, the Administrative General of the Fortress, and I will serve as your chief instructor during the summer training. The speaker was a female officer with the rank of lieutenant. She had gray hair cascading like a waterfall to her waist, and she was extremely beautiful. She looked only slightly older than them, yet her aura was unmistakably that of a 5th tier. To be honest, anyone who could come here was a dragon among people, and such individuals often possessed excellent genes. The girl's beauty was not low, but the moment Yi Lingshan appeared, everyone was overshadowed. As soon as the instructor appeared, everyone was left dumbfounded. Even the breathtakingly beautiful Shui Huiqing seemed somewhat inferior in comparison. The instructor is so beautiful. Without a doubt, Instructor Yi is the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Yi Lingshan smiled slightly, as if accustomed to the gazes of others. Everyone who has qualified to enter the Tree of Creation's secret realm is truly exceptional. Since you've traveled such a long distance, please take a good rest today. Tomorrow the Tree of Creation's secret realm will officially open. The Tree of Creation's secret realm, huh? Lu Yuan muttered to himself. Under Instructor Yes guidance, everyone entered the fortress. After obtaining his access card, he settled into his dormitory. The single room was clean and tidy with a private bathroom. The furniture, while not luxurious, was far superior to that of an ordinary person. For the next 2 months, he would be living here. After tidying up, Lu Yuan stepped out of his room and headed to the cafeteria number 3, which also served as the officers' dining hall. During their stay in the fortress, the talents entering the Tree of Creation's secret realm could dine here for free. I'd like 5 chicken legs, 2 pork knuckles, 3 pig trotters, 2 pounds of beef, 5 servings of lamb chops, 2 lion heads, a bowl of mixed meat, and 20 meat skewers. Lu Yuan filled 3 large plates with food, his appetite as an awakener far exceeding that of ordinary people. By the way, the secret realm we're entering this time is called the Tree of Creation's secret realm, I just found out. Beside him, Song Nanshan bit into a chicken leg and said, I didn't know that. At this moment, Hao Xian and other talented testers were also nearby. Most people didn't come from lowly backgrounds, but they were still unclear about what this talent training camp was really for. However, with so many people, some always had their ears to the ground. The secret realm of the Tree of Creation is filled with numerous monsters, and the experience and dropped items need not be mentioned. The key is that this secret realm can be entered repeatedly. The efficiency of experience in the secret realm is already high, I need not elaborate on how much experience can be gained over such a long time. A person named Lin Daotong said. This person was quite formidable, having ranked in the national top 10 during the last talent test. He also came from a prominent family in Jiangnan, occasionally obtaining qualifications for the talent training camp and knowing some insider information. But that's not the main point. Lin Daotong paused deliberately here, allowing everyone's curiosity to build before continuing. The most important gain from the Tree of Creation's secret realm is a skill called the Source of Creation. As long as you enter the secret realm, you can obtain this skill, which will be gradually enhanced based on your performance within the realm. Lin, my younger brother, what is the effect of this Source of Creation skill? Someone couldn't help but ask, and Lin Daotong smiled slightly at the question. Hey, you've hit the nail on the head. The Source of Creation skill can instantly restore mental energy and injuries. Aside from a cooldown time for each use, there are no other costs. It is said that if the skill is fully upgraded, one can completely recover their health and mental energy once a day. Such a skill is unparalleled. There are no alternatives who wouldn't want it. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. This is a life-saving and sustaining divine skill, and it also has growth potential. Ooh, I've never even heard of such a skill. This skill is incredibly overpowered, instantly restoring all statuses. That's equivalent to doubling combat power. As long as you participate in this secret realm, you can obtain it. No wonder so many people are eager to break their heads to get in. I now realize what a great opportunity one have. This summer training quota is invaluable. Lin Daotong said seriously. Everyone don't be too happy too soon. Since the discovery of the Tree of Creation's secret realm, I haven't heard of anyone obtaining the 100 Source of Creation. However, even if one merely upgrades the skill to 10 or 20, that's still an advantage of 20 more health and mental energy compared to others, which is a significant boost. Indeed, such a powerful skill must be fought for. Moreover, it seems that we need not worry about experience either. It's not just about the skill, I want the experience too. This is indeed a great opportunity that must be seized. However, this secret realm isn't something that can be farmed mindlessly. Lin Daotong was about to continue when suddenly someone approached. Lu Yuan, do you have a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Turning around, he saw it was Xue Huiqing. He was holding a pork knuckle in one hand and raising a chicken leg with the other, his face smeared with grease. Do I look like I have free time? Lu Yuan felt a bit helpless. Regardless of Lu Yuan's reaction, the beauty sought him out in front of everyone, and others cast envious glances at him. How Xian elbowed Lu Yuan. Lu, I didn't realize you were so quick on the uptake. Lu Yuan, you're the one among us. Even the rather serious and solemn Song Nanshan gave him a thumbs up. Everyone around was captivated by Xue Huiqing's stunning looks, but Lu Yuan naturally had no fondness for her. Besides, if we're talking about looks, Ji Mingyu is no less attractive. Yet he still set aside the pork knuckle and stood up. Alright, let's find another place to talk. Leading Xue Huiqing out of the cafeteria, they arrived at a quiet, secluded corner of the corridor. Lu Yuan, you know some things about the Tree of Creation's secret realm. But do you know that this training session is not as simple as it appears? Xue Huiqing stated directly. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, I'm all ears. Xue Huiqing nodded with a smile and began to explain. First, one of the rules of the Tree of Creation's secret realm is that everyone enters simultaneously and all will be in the same space. Do you understand what that implies? Lu Yuan's pupils constricted. This single sentence carried too much information. Observing Lu Yuan's reaction, Xue Huiqing nodded in satisfaction and continued. Moreover, there is another important rule in the Tree of Creation's secret realm. Killing other humans within the realm grants you half of their source of creation progress. Lu Yuan frowned upon hearing this. Just for a skill, are the geniuses of humanity going to slaughter each other? Since when did geniuses become so cheap? Xue Huiqing shook her head. Not at all. While internal conflict can help maintain the quality of awakeners, all countries will control it to a certain extent. At least in the Tree of Creation's secret realm, true death will not occur. She continued. That's another rule within the dungeon. If one dies in this dungeon, they will be immediately transported out. But thereafter they will never be able to enter this dungeon again. Lu Yuan nodded in understanding. I see. Otherwise, even if the skill is useful, sacrificing a generation of geniuses for a single skill would truly be a foolish pitfall. Speaking of which, this is like a battle royale. Battle royale. Xue Huiqing looked slightly puzzled, then shook her head. In any case, since everyone is in the same space and can attack each other. So in this secret realm, going solo will lead to no way out. Lu Yuan glanced at Xue Huiqing, beginning to understand her intentions. So you want to team up with me to keep warm together? Xue Huiqing responded with a charming smile, her large, captivating eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. Competition in the secret realm is extremely fierce. 10 first-tier individuals are not worth 1 second-tier one. This is also the attitude of all parties regarding the skill creation source. Rather than mass-producing a plethora of ineffective skills, it's better to concentrate resources on a select few individuals. In past years, only 1 or 2 would survive to the very end, never exceeding 3. Our foreign group has already formed an offensive and defensive alliance, and with you adding 11 talented individuals, it would be enough to sweep through the entire dungeon. Lu Yuan chuckled upon hearing this. Oh, you not only want to recruit me, but also wish for all the talented individuals from the Great Xia to stand on the same side as you. At this moment, they were very close, and Xue Huiqing almost pressed her entire body against him. Lu Yuan, you are the top scholar of your batch, with the most influence. Once we completely control the dungeon, we can acquire the most resources, and the 2 factions would split the creation source equally. And as the leader from your side, you will naturally receive the largest share. What do you think? She said, wrapping her arms around Lu Yuan's, her 2 ample bosoms pressing against him. If you perform well this time, I might consider letting you follow me in the future. I am the 2nd princess of the Sakura royal family, and by being with me, you can reach heights you could never have imagined before. She whispered softly in Lu Yuan's ear, showing no indication that she thought he would refuse her. She possessed lineage, beauty, and strength. Lu Yuan's background was one she had also investigated, merely a commoner from a remote area. Although his profession seemed acceptable, achieving the top scholar of the Great Xia should not be simple. However, compared to her, he still fell several tiers short. After all, she not only had strength, but also held the title of a princess of the Sakura royal family. This alone allowed her to reach heights that other awakeners could never attain in their lifetimes. If it weren't for her urgent need for capable hands in the current secret realm, she would never lower herself to invite a young lad from the Great Xia. Anyone capable of participating in the genius training camp must be competent in their own right. Oh, is that so? Let me think about it. Lu Yuan tightened his grip on Xue Huiqing's waist, causing her expression to change slightly as she allowed him to take advantage and continued persuading him. If you perform well, depending on the situation, I might even reward you. Oh, that is indeed enticing. Lu Yuan replied, simultaneously applying more pressure with his hands. Xue Huiqing gritted her teeth in endurance. The secret realm was about to open, and it was a time when strength was essential. If they reached the island nation and Lu Yuan still dared to disrespect her, she would have him dealt with. Seeing Lu Yuan still deep in thought while his hands remained active, she gritted her teeth and further persuaded him. Lu Yuan, think about it. If we join forces, the entire dungeon will be under our control. How much creation source could you and I obtain together? It does seem to be that way. Lu Yuan appeared swayed, showing a contemplative expression while continuing to be inappropriate with his hands. He held on to the beautiful woman, slowly pondering. He thought for a while. He thought for a while longer. Then he felt he needed to think a bit more. After considering for quite a while, just as Xue Huiqing was about to lose her patience and explode, Lu Yuan smirked. Hey, I'm not interested. Xue Huiqing became furious and forcefully pushed Lu Yuan away. Lu Yuan, you fool. You. Her entire face turned red with anger, glaring fiercely at Lu Yuan, clearly wishing to bite him to death. You just want to take advantage of me. Lu Yuan smiled, but did not deny it. Join forces. If I were to join forces, it would be with my fellow Great Xia people. You foreigners are my primary target. The Sakura nation is not a good entity in this world either. Although all of humanity has a common goal of resisting foreign invasions, the Sakura, as a resource-scarce island nation, constantly covets the vast lands and abundant resources of the Great Xia. Historically, they have taken advantage of the Great Xia during its moments of weakness against foreign invasions, seizing benefits for themselves. They are known for their petty gains without the greater good, focusing on trivialities without great virtue. This phrase describes the Sakura people perfectly. As long as the interests are sufficient, they would betray at any moment. How could Lu Yuan consider allying with such people? Xue Huiqing, extremely angry, laughed coldly and lifted her chin. Lu Yuan, do you really think being a mere top scholar of the Great Xia makes you invincible here? Let me tell you, there are heavens beyond the heavens, and there are people beyond people. The families and teams, the military, none of them are easy to provoke. Our foreign alliance is the strongest force in every secret realm. In every batch, you talented individuals from the Great Xia are actually the weakest. I originally intended to help you, but since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being rude once we enter the secret realm. Lu Yuan shook his head upon hearing this. Good intentions. You should tell that to Hao Xian instead. Oh, Xue Huiqing was dumbfounded, not understanding what he was talking about. Is that all? If not, the food will get cold, and I need to hurry back. Waving goodbye, leaving Xue Huiqing gritting her teeth, Lu Yuan returned to the cafeteria, ignoring her hoarse shouts. Lu Yuan, you wait. Wait until tomorrow when the secret realm opens, and don't let me run into you. Back to sea. At this moment, the talented individuals from the Great Xia were all gathered together. I see, it seems that letting skills grow is not that simple. The competition is fierce. Since we are all from the Great Xia tomorrow, let's first drive those foreigners away, then we can fight among ourselves as we wish. Lin Daodong also shared the competitive situation with everyone. Now everyone was united in their animosity, preparing to eliminate the foreign group first. Hey, everyone, don't rush. Lin Daodong anxiously advised. Even if we want to kill a chicken, we must first fatten it up before slaughtering it. Let those foreigners obtain the creation source first, and when the secret realm is nearing its end in 2 months, we will strike, seizing their progress. Then we, the Great Xia, will close the doors and settle our scores. Whoever loses or wins will not easily hand over our precious skills to the foreigners. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Lu Yuan returned to his spot to continue eating. Holding a chicken leg, he scanned around the cafeteria. No. 3. Unknowingly, various distinct small groups had formed here. Centered around him, there were over 10 top scholars. There were over 10 from prominent families within the country. Hao Xian came from this line. There were 5 from the top guilds in the country, and 3 from the military. Additionally, there was a group of foreigners totaling 10 individuals, each from different countries. The next day, everyone woke up early and gathered at the central location of the fortress as per the manual that was distributed beforehand. Here, instructor Yu is already waiting for everyone. Awakener Lu Yuan has been granted the qualification to participate in the Summer Genius Strengthening Training. You have 2 months during which you can act freely. Whether you choose to enter the secret realm to obtain the source of creation, hunt monsters for experience, or spend time in the base, it is all up to you. You can exit the secret realm at any time. If you feel unwell, you can come out to rest and recuperate, as well as replenish your supplies. Attention! Inside the instance, you can freely use any skills against any targets, including your fellow comrades. Once you exit the instance, however, any form of attack against others is strictly prohibited. Remember, no form is acceptable. The specific judgment will be at my discretion. Should I deem you in violation, you will immediately lose your qualification for this secret realm and be handed over to the Great Xia's judicial authority for trial. As instructor Yes words fell, a few foreigners stirred. If they were sent back to their country's law enforcement, there would be plenty of room for maneuver. However, being handed over to the Great Xia's law enforcement would await them only severe punishment. After finishing the important points, instructor Yi pointed to a giant stone tablet beside the entrance. This tablet was densely inscribed with a wealth of information. This shows the ranking of the top performers and the overall scores from past secret realms. Top performers from previous sessions: the top performer of the 15th training session Jiang Haoqi, with a fusion rate of 55. The top performer of the 18th training session Ning Ai, with a fusion rate of 63. The top performer of the 53rd training session Meng Yue, with a fusion rate of 76. The top performer of the 68th training session Zhang Tito, with a fusion rate of 62. The top performer of the 96th training session Shui Haoran, with a fusion rate of 53. Overall ranking: first place, 53rd session Meng Yu, fusion rate 76. Second place, 18th session Ning Ai, fusion rate 63. Third place, 68th session Zhang Tito, fusion rate 62. The stone tablet only recorded up to the 96th session, and below that is their session, the 97th. From the overall scores, it is evident that even the top performers from previous genius training sessions only managed to raise the source of creation skill to 76. Oh, this ranking is quite interesting. After observing the rankings for a while, Lu Yuan interpreted some differing information. He glanced at Shui Huiqing nearby, who also shot him a fierce glare. Instructor Yi smiled at the crowd. The highest fusion rate from past sessions has only reached 76. How many of you will be able to win in the end this time? And how much source of creation will the top performer obtain? She then announced to them, the secret realm is now open, everyone prepare. As her words fell, a gigantic whirlpool appeared beside the stone tablet. Participants of the 97th Genius training session stepped in together. The surroundings changed and Lu Yuan found himself in an extremely dense jungle. Looking around, the edge of the secret realm appeared endless and its area was vast. In the center of the secret realm stood an ancient tree with a diameter of over 100 kilometers. Is this the creation tree? Lu Yuan looked up in awe. The giant tree towered into the clouds. No matter where one looked from within the secret realm, one could only gaze up in admiration. After entering the instance, everyone was teleported to random locations. In any case, let's head towards the creation tree. Lu Yuan's goal was clear. To obtain the source of creation, he needed to move towards the creation tree. The closer one gets to the center of the secret realm, which is the creation tree, the more opportunities there are to obtain the source of creation, but of course, it is also more dangerous. Everyone spread out. Lu Yuan summoned his minions to disperse. In this regard, he was far superior to others. With over 400 summoned creatures, he possessed exceptional reconnaissance capabilities. Soon he encountered a monster within the secret realm. Swift Leopard, level 1, 10th evolution, strength, 1200 constitution, 1400 agility, 1800 spirit, 400 skills, fierce, bite, claw, strike. The attributes aren't too high, not just me, others should find it easy to handle as well. A spider monster easy. Continuing towards the creation tree, Lu Yuan killed some monsters he encountered along the way. Soon he made a real discovery. In the distance, a spider monster found a massive object. This object resembled a hazelnut, but was far larger, about the size of a small villa. I found it. It's the seed. Just as Lu Yuan was about to approach, a person emerged from the nearby foliage. Upon seeing the seed of creation, the person was overjoyed. Haha, it's the seed of creation. I'm so lucky no one has discovered it yet. I must absorb it quickly. Lu Yuan recognized this person as a scion from a prestigious family with a decent background. After a moment of thought, he planned to let the nearby insects gather towards that direction while he rode the spider monster over. However, before he could act, another person appeared in front of the seed of creation. Indeed, I sensed a strange aura and came over to check, and I was right. This time it was someone from the guild. Several of the top guilds in Great Xia are comparable in scale to the leading aristocratic families, with branches established across the country, representing a powerful force. Compared to aristocratic families bound by blood, guilds are more diverse in their recruitment, so in terms of individual strength, those from guilds often surpass those from families. Both parties noticed each other simultaneously and were taken aback. Then the scion from the family offered a warm smile. Brother, this secret realm has just begun. There's no need for us to fight to the death. We are all people of Great Xia. Fusing the seed of creation is no simple task. Why don't we avoid conflict? Let's see who can fuse the seed of creation first, and the one who can do it shall take it. Indeed, what you say makes sense. The guild member nodded with a smile. Rather than fighting which would benefit others, let's compete intellectually and reduce pointless consumption. The two smiled at each other, and then sat cross-legged near the seed of creation, seemingly about to attempt to fuse with. Then suddenly both stood up and simultaneously attacked each other. Boom. The skills unleashed by both clashed violently in the air, creating a loud noise. Brother, didn't we agree not to fight? What is the meaning of this? Haha, you are quite ruthless, my friend. Is this what your family considers an intellectual competition? Both had ulterior motives. They had initially agreed to a contest, yet ended up attacking each other simultaneously. After all, seizing someone else's opportunity would only yield half the source of creation, and the secret realm had only just begun. Who could predict what would happen next? Right before them was the opportunity to obtain a complete source of creation. Who would willingly give up such a golden chance? As the two fought fiercely, Yuan, who was contemplating the information relayed by the spider monster, suddenly raised his eyebrows. Have I found another one? While the two were battling in the distance, his insects had made another discovery, a stray seed of creation. With such a vast number of insects, the probability of discovery was naturally much higher. Yuan pondered briefly before changing direction to approach the newly discovered seed of creation. Meanwhile, the spider monster clung to a tree, retreating into the shadows to monitor the movements below. It will take some time to determine the victor here. I'll let the bullets fly for a while. The two engaged in a fierce battle, making a tremendous noise that might attract others. He decided to refrain from wading into this muddied water and focused on securing another seed of creation. Yuan's swarm of insects moved towards the location of the second seed, constructing a web around it to prevent others from getting close. Yuan approached the seed of creation, his eyes brightening. Not bad. No one has discovered this place yet. Now is the opportunity. He drew closer to the seed, preparing to claim it. However, as he approached, an immense pressure suddenly enveloped him, rendering him nearly immobile. As expected, the process of absorbing the seed of creation is not so easy. Struggling against the pressure, he managed to take a few steps forward. The tremendous weight felt like an incredibly viscous liquid, creaking his bones with every movement. At the same time, the pressure directly impacted his mind. Yuan felt as if countless long needles were piercing his brain, and the immense pain made him involuntarily grunt. Each step forward consumed all his strength and required him to concentrate all his mental energy. After just a few steps, he was completely exhausted and had to sit down to recover. Fortunately, as long as he did not approach the seed any closer, the pressure would not manifest. After half an hour, he had advanced a mere 2 meters. Yuan frowned. Half an hour for just 2 meters? I am still 200 meters away from the seed of creation. At this rate, it might take me 2 days to obtain a single seed. This is still due to my high attributes. This pressure tests both physical strength and mental fortitude. Others will need even more time. However, they might have corresponding skills or items to address this issue. With this thought, an idea struck him. He cast the sovereign shield on himself. Oh, it really works. Yuan's eyes lit up. As soon as the shield appeared, the pressure weighing on his mind reduced significantly, and he immediately felt a clarity in his mind. The physical pressure also lessened somewhat. At least it no longer felt like a mountain was constantly pressing down on his back. With the shield in place, he took a few steps forward, finding it much easier than before. Let's try something else. Pain Whip. He unleashed an attack skill. The seed showed no reaction, and the pressure remained unchanged. Insect Swarm Strike. Yuan executed his strongest attack skill at this stage. However, the pressure outside the shield clung to him like a solid entity, absorbing all his attacks. The attack felt like it had hit a sponge with no effect whatsoever. It seems that attack skills are useless. I wonder if summoning creatures would work. However, as the giant mandible worm and the spider monster approached, they were immediately crushed by the tremendous pressure. No, the insects have low mental strength. The mental pressure is too much for them to withstand. Even if the summons could get closer, they wouldn't be able to absorb the seed for Yuan. Moreover, the seed of creation seemed to be even harsher on non-human species. The pressure used against them was hundreds of times greater than what Yuan felt. A massive pressure had nearly solidified into a milky white wall, keeping the swarm at bay. This wall was incredibly thick and resilient. Even the nearly 200 strength of the giant mandible worm could not budge it an inch. It seems the seed of creation only allows awakeners to approach. Other monsters or summons would find it 100 times more difficult to get close. However, attack skills and summons were ineffective, but Yuan had made a new discovery. The ability to devour seems to be remarkably effective. Although the giant mandible strike was nearly ineffective, the devour ability was still effective against the nearly solidified wall. Each time the insects unleashed devour, they could eliminate a wall the size of a fist, which didn't seem like much. Yet Yuan could sense that each time the swarm used devour, even if only a little bit, the seed of creation was indeed being consumed. As the seed was consumed to a certain extent, the pressure exerted on Yuan also began to diminish. In that case, Yuan waved his hand, summoning a large number of insects to continuously use devour around the perimeter. With the shield holding strong, and the swarm consistently consuming the seed, he was able to move faster. Not only that, he discovered that another one of his skills had a remarkable effect on this thing. Aging Aura. As the aura emerged, the intensity of the pressure emitted by the seed visibly decreased, and Yuan's speed immediately increased significantly. Under the combined effects of several skills, after 3 hours, the resistance of the seed of creation had been weakened to nearly nothing, and Yuan finally arrived in front of the seed. Finally, while an ordinary person might take 3 or 4 days, or even longer, he now needed just 3 hours. Yuan reached out to touch the enormous seed before him. As his hand made contact with the outer hard shell, the massive seed of creation transformed into a multitude of light orbs entering his body. After obtaining the first seed of creation, a new skill quietly appeared in Lu Yuan's skill list. Source of creation instantly restore 1 of health and 1 of mental energy. It worked. Lu Yuan was extremely pleased. After acquiring the first seed of creation, he looked at the status of the other seed. That battle was currently reaching a boiling point. The fierce battle had attracted 2 more people, and now a 4-sided battle was unfolding with no signs of ending soon. Lu Yuan thought for a moment, ignoring the 4-sided war, and advanced toward the center. I can't afford to delay on the outskirts any longer. I need to move towards the center quickly. The closer I get to the center, the more resources there are. He then proceeded onward. After walking for half a day, he discovered another seed of creation. After spending 3 hours absorbing it, he began moving forward again. The swarm of insects destroyed any monsters they encountered, yielding great experience. The large-scale spread of the swarm also provided strong early warning capabilities, allowing him to detect the presence of others multiple times. However, Lu Yuan had no intention of engaging with anyone and skillfully avoided them. 3 days later, he arrived at the core area. During this time, he discovered a total of 5 seeds of creation. The closer he got to the center, the more densely packed and easier to find the seeds became. Currently, his skill effectiveness had reached 6. At this rate, I have a very good chance of maxing out the source of creation skill to 100 within 2 months. This was an astonishing speed. In the past, even first-place contestants could only reach a maximum of over 70, which certainly included seizing others' share. Now Lu Yuan might be able to max out the source of creation skill to 100 solely relying on himself. Moreover, as he ventured deeper into the secret realm, the levels of surrounding monsters increased, and their numbers grew. The efficiency of obtaining experience improved further, and in 3 days, he leveled up twice, now at level 12 of the second transition. This secret realm is indeed the right place to be. With a sigh, Lu Yuan raised his head to look at a massive wall before him. However, if I want to delve deeper into the core area, I must first pass through this barrier. The enormous roots of the creation tree twisted and intertwined, here, forming an impenetrable barrier. Lu Yuan took out a long knife, obtained from defeating a monster attempting to cut through the tree roots before him. Yet no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not penetrate a single inch. Is it impossible? It seems I have to let the insect take the stage. Just as he was about to summon the giant jaw bug to clear the way, a sudden wave of energy surged. Looking up, he saw a massive fruit breaking through the clouds and falling from above. When the creation seed matures, it will drop from the branches of the creation tree. The numerous creation seeds scattered on the ground came about in this manner. Of course, this method of falling from the sky can be seen for miles around, and wherever the creation seeds land, a bloody storm will soon follow. Whether it is good luck or bad luck, the newly fallen creation seed was not far from Lu Yuan. Almost at the same moment the seed landed, a group of people appeared before him. Who is it? They got here first. Oh, isn't this Lu Yuan? One of them, upon seeing Lu Yuan near the seed, was first startled, then his expression brightened with a smile. Great. It's Lu Yuan, we are saved. The group surrounded Lu Yuan, all smiles. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as members of the genius group from the grand examination. There were now 6 of them gathered, including Song Nanshan, who ranked 3rd in the nation. Lu Yuan, we finally found you. The other forces are stronger than ever, their levels and equipment surpass ours. For the past few days we've been completely overwhelmed by them, Lin Daotong complained. Song Nanshan's expression grew complicated as he spoke up. Those aristocratic families and guilds are well prepared. The foreigners and the military have immense strength. Every one of those who can enter this secret realm is not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, our genius group is almost the weakest. I originally thought that being 3rd in the nation would allow us to make a name for ourselves in this secret realm, he said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. But now it seems that idea was too far-fetched. Song Nanshan briefly recounted his own experiences to Lu Yuan. Like the others, he had been teleported to a random location intending to showcase his skills. But he unexpectedly encountered a foreigner. He was shocked to find that the foreigner whom he thought would be easy prey was not weaker than him at all. After a few exchanges, he felt he was being pressured. As Song Nanshan said this, the others nodded and chimed in. I also encountered a foreigner. 10 foreigners, it felt like the best from each country were gathered together. They are 10 top scorers from the grand examination. Song Nanshan nodded in agreement and continued to share his own experiences. After realizing the foreigner's formidable strength, he was reluctant to engage further. However, shortly after shaking off the foreigner, he encountered military personnel again. At first he thought he could at least measure up, but the military personnel were even harsher than the foreigners, showing no mercy and coming straight for his life. As Song Nanshan spoke, the others looked uneasy. I've also encountered people from the military. The 3 of us faced one of them, and we nearly got crushed. Those people are like beasts. After revealing his trump cards and exerting all his strength, Song Nanshan managed to escape once more. Subsequently, he joined up with Lin Daotong and the others, making their way towards the central region. The experiences of the other members of the genius group were largely similar to his. The genius test we passed before, could it be fake? Compared to these people, what do we even count as? In the end, Song Nanshan lamented helplessly. Someone tried to comfort him, saying, "It's not entirely a matter of those aristocratic families and guilds have participated in the creation secret realm multiple times. Their intelligence and preparation far surpass ours. The others have already gathered together somehow. Our genius group is simply too weak. Regardless, with Lu Yuan joining us, we can rest easy." Lin Daotong sighed in relief, though someone still felt this. So this seed. Lin Daotong shot a fierce glare at this person, then turned to Lu Yuan, and said, "Lu Yuan, you take this seed. Well, keep watch outside so you can focus on absorbing it. Every other force is stronger than us, and they are united as well. But it's different now. Everyone knows Lu. Let's find the others. As long as we unite, we can certainly challenge them in the end." "Alright, Lu Yuan, you should quickly," Lin Daotong urged. However, Lu Yuan shook his head. "You all seem to be misunderstanding something." He scanned the crowd with his gaze. "I want the seed, but I won't join you." Upon hearing this, Lin Daotong's mouth fell open in surprise. "Lu Yuan, you haven't encountered them, you don't understand. Those from the military are monsters. Even though there are only 3 of them, if you face them on your own, you could be in danger. The foreigners are even more dangerous. Those 10 foreigners are 10 top scorers, and the gap in strength is too obvious. Even though there are only 3 of them, if you face them on your own, you could be in danger. The foreigners are even more dangerous. Those 10 foreigners are 10 top scorers, and the gap in strength is too obvious. Then we would form small groups among ourselves to scheme against each other, with only one small group emerging victorious. In the end, would we simply fight it out among the few remaining groups? Even if we could somehow win all the way to the end, then what? If it were just a chance encounter, that would be fine, but we will likely be in the same circle for a long time to come. Won't it be distasteful to see each other often? Since it is destined that we will eventually clash, it would be better not to form any alliances from the start. Each should act based on their own strength." Lin Daotong listened with a bitter expression. "Lu Yuan, I understand your reasoning, but we can't win." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "I can win alone, I don't need you. Even if my strength is lacking, it's just a single loss. I, Lu Yuan, can afford to lose. And besides, if we can't win, do we just give up? Haven't you all studied history? When the demon and beast races first invaded our world, did anyone among humanity believe they could defeat them? If our predecessors had given up back then, what would we have now? It's just a simulated battle, no one will die for real. Why are you all so defeated? How can you still call yourselves geniuses? If you encounter demons or beasts outside and can't defeat them, will you say they are stronger than me, that they have more numbers, and so you throw in the towel? I want to act alongside you, but I want that seed. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them. Rest assured, even if you can't defeat me, I will spare your lives, so you can continue absorbing the creation source." Lu Yuan firmly expressed his unwillingness to cooperate. The crowd, who had initially welcomed him with smiles, now looked at him with expressions of indignation. However, he did not care in the slightest. The constant betrayals left him feeling quite displeased. He thought it better to face the consequences alone than to submit. It was merely a secret realm. There would be other opportunities in the future. Just as the crowd looked at Lu Yuan with dissatisfaction, Song Nanshan suddenly sighed. Indeed, secret realm instances should be like this. He changed his previously troubled expression to one of bright cheer. "It's just a matter of ability. If you can't win, you lose. It's that simple. We complicated it too much before." In truth, he did not quite agree with the crowd's behavior of leaning on Lu Yuan, but he had been forced into it by the situation. He drew his large sword and pointed it at Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, let's settle this based on strength." In response to Song Nanshan's challenge, Lu Yuan shook his head, leaving Song Nanshan looking puzzled. "What do you mean?" Lu Yuan pointed into the distance. "More people are coming." The crowd was startled, and quickly turned to look, seeing 3 figures pushing through the foliage. Upon seeing them, the crowd's expressions changed. 3 foreigners were approaching 2 large men, one black and one white, and a stunning young woman. It was none other than Xue Huiqing. It goes without saying that they too had been attracted by the fallen seed from the sky. "Lu Yuan, I finally found you." He understood all too well the principle that the tree which stands out in the forest is the first to be felled. As a powerless ordinary person, shining too brightly would only bring him endless unnecessary. What should we do? With Lu Yuan here, we might still have a chance to fight back. Don't be ridiculous. Those foreigners are clearly targeting Lu Yuan. It's obvious they want to deal with Lu Yuan, Lin Daotong said with a gloating expression. "Huh. You refused to team up with us before, so now you can face them alone. Wanting us to step in? Humph. Let me tell you, there's no way." However, to Lin Daotong's disappointment, Lu Yuan showed no intention of asking the 6 for help. He coldly glanced at Lin Daotong, and then turned to Xue Huiqing with a smile. "What's the rush in finding me? Did I serve you too well last time, and you want another round?" As soon as Lu Yuan said this, gasps of astonishment filled the surroundings. Even the 2 foreigners looked at Xue Huiqing in surprise. Xue Huiqing was almost driven mad with anger. "Lu Yuan, all you can do is boast. Even if you're the top scholar of the Great Xia, so what? We have 10 people here, each of whom can match the Great Xia's top scholar. How can you compete with me? Humph, don't mention that we 3 can take you on together. I could easily handle you alone." Xue Huiqing stepped forward alone, turning to the 2 foreign men on either side, and saying, "You 2 don't need to interfere. I can handle Lu Yuan by myself." As she spoke, she formed hand seals. Divine Descent A Chong by Might. As Xue Huiqing activated her skill, a vast brilliance gathered before her. Moments later, a strikingly beautiful woman with an imposing demeanor appeared between Lu Yuan and Xue Huiqing. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow in interest at the sight. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be a summoner too." Song Nanshan behind him nodded and spoke. Xue Huiqing's profession is a divine descent, which a type of summoner. This profession is quite famous in Sakura country, an esteemed hero class handed down only through the Sakura royal family. A hero class. That's indeed quite rare. Hero classes are a step above epic classes. In Linhai City, no hero class appeared this time. Meanwhile, Song Nanshan standing beside is a hero-level profession. Seeing Xue Huiqing make her move, Lin Daotong and the two others quickly retreated to the side. However, Song Nanshan and the other two stood their ground. Song Nanshan looked at Lu Yuan, his expression serious. "Lu Yuan, what happened earlier is ultimately a matter between us Great Xia people. Now that foreigners want to deal with you as fellow Great Xia people, we will not stand idly by." Lu Yuan chuckled at this and turned to Song Nanshan and the others. "I appreciate the sentiment, but 3 foreigners are nothing. I can handle them alone." "Is that so?" Song Nanshan and the others nodded, no longer saying anything further. Lu Yuan turned back, casting a detection spell on Xue Huiqing's summon. Chong Buma Divine, Descent level 1st Transcendence 40th level Strength, 1000 Constitution, 1100 Agility, 1300 Spirit, 1800 Skill, Inaba Divine Fire. Oh, this summon's level is only 1st Transcendence 40th level, but its attributes are truly high. Xue Huiqing herself is probably around 1st Transcendence 20th level, yet the summon summoned through Divine Descent is at 1st Transcendence 40th level with incredibly high attributes. Generally, a 1st Transcendence 40th level monster has average attributes around 3 or 400, but this Divine Descent summon has an average attribute of 1,300, which is truly extraordinary. Ordinary summons would have no chance against this thing, through just relying on its attributes it could easily annihilate anyone in a single encounter. No wonder it's a hero-level profession. Lu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, but Xue Huiqing on the opposite side thought he was afraid. "For you scared now. It's too late. Lu Yuan, today is your day of doom." After casting the Divine Descent spell, her originally beautiful face showed an unhealthy flush indicating significant consumption. The Divine Descent summoning spell was also a huge drain on her. If it weren't for her intention to eliminate Lu Yuan quickly, she wouldn't have used such a powerful move right from the start. While little Xue is really angry, that Great Xia person is going to be in trouble. The 2 foreigners watching from the side whistled. That Great Xia person doesn't seem to have much combat quality. He should have made his move before little Xue summoned her summon. Xue Huiqing's strength ranks among the top, even among them. Although Lu Yuan is the top scholar of Great Xia, they did not believe that Xue Huiqing, who had already cast the Divine Descent spell, would lose. Lu Yuan die. Xue Huiqing brandished the Kagura bell at Lu Yuan. The Chong Bai Mai in front of her immediately clasped its hands together, and a dazzling flame erupted from its palms, shooting straight at Lu Yuan. This was the signature skill of Chong Bai Mai, Inaba Divine Fire. With its already strong offensive capability, it became even more powerful under the 1800 Spirit amplification. The enormous flames surged toward Lu Yuan like a wall of fire. No one below the 1st Transcendence could possibly resist it. The outcome was already decided. Seeing Lu Yuan about to be reduced to ashes, Xue Huiqing gloated. "Lu Yuan, this is your end. I couldn't strike at you in the fortress, but in the secret realm no one can stop me." The Inaba Divine Fire roared toward Lu Yuan, seemingly about to hit him. Lu Yuan gestured and a dark figure appeared out of nowhere, blocking in front of him. It was the giant jaw bug. Boom. The Inaba Divine Fire struck the giant jaw bug, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The fierce heat engulfed both the creatures summoned by Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan himself. "Oh, is that it? This Great Xia person is so weak. Is this truly the top scholar?" The 2 foreigners shook their heads, watching Lu Yuan being instantly defeated, and looked toward the nearby genius group. "Now it's your turn." Edge. They had just started talking when they suddenly exclaimed in surprise. As the flames dissipated, Lu Yuan stood there completely unharmed. "Is this it?" Lu Yuan glanced at Xue Huiqing. The skill from his opponent left not only him unscathed, but even the giant jaw insect that took the attack hidden. Everyone instinctively looked towards the giant jaw insect summoned by Lu Yuan. Level 12 of the 2nd transfer. My goodness, Lu Yuan has already completed the 2nd transfer. The crowd gasped as they saw Lu Yuan's giant jaw insect, then glanced back at him. His insect isn't bad either. With a strength physique of 1600, it's not to be underestimated. The genius group whispered behind. Others, even if they used their detection abilities to check the attributes of the giant jaw insect, could only see the most basic data. The bonuses from the master talent and the attribute enhancements from the giant jaw insect's evolution were invisible to them. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's summoned giant jaw insect, Xue Huiqing coldly snorted. Your insect only has a decent strength physique. Its agility and spirit are too low, far inferior to my Divine Descent technique. She glanced at Lu Yuan as she said this. I didn't expect you to be a summoner as well. Perfect. Today let me show you the gap between mortals and true genius. She gritted her teeth, pulling out several bottles of spirit potions one after another, tilting her head back to gulp them down, then shouted, "Divine Descent." Susanoo. As Shui Huiqing spoke, she summoned another entity, this time a strikingly handsome young male. Susanoo Divine Descent Level 1 Transfer Level 40 Strength 1800 Physique 1700 Agility 1200 Spirit 700 Skill 8-Headed Slash. Another Divine Descent summoned entity, Shui Huiqing, is incredible. The summoned entities from the Divine Descent technique, even one, possess immense power. She can summon two at once. Lin Daotong's expression was one of astonishment. Lu Yuan quietly observed her performance, waiting for her to summon the other entity, as the crowd remained in shock. He raised his hand and summoned two more giant jaw insects. The two foreigners immediately dropped their indifferent expressions. There are actually two more. Lu Yuan is quite remarkable. And it seems he hasn't even gone all out yet. Shui Huiqing frowned at the sight. 2 against 3, huh? Then she disdainfully remarked, what can mere 3 specialized insects do? The advantage is mine. Is that so? Lu Yuan smiled slightly and waved his hand again. My heavens! The crowd collectively gasped. After Lu Yuan waved his hand this time, 10 large, shiny giant jaw insects encircled the Susanoo and the 8-headed entity. As the 10 giant jaw insects appeared, everyone fell silent. Shui Huiqing, who had felt victorious moments ago, showed an expression of fluctuating emotions, ultimately failing to summon anything else. I have the advantage in attributes. Susanoo 8-headed entity charge. The giant jaw insects had low spiritual power, and their magic resistance was even lower. Her 8-headed entity was a spell-type summon. As long as the frontline Susanoo could hold off Lu Yuan's insects, there was still a chance in this battle. The two foreigners exchanged glances. This Lu Yuan is a threat. He must not be left alive. We have to find an opportunity to eliminate him. The black and white foreigners eyed Lu Yuan with hostility. As soon as he showed any sign of weakness, they would intervene immediately. On the battlefield, Susanoo and the giant jaw insects charged at each other. The giant jaw insects displayed their massive pincers aimed directly at Susanoo. Meanwhile, Susanoo transformed his hand into a blade, striking fiercely at the foremost giant jaw insect. Clang! Thud! The giant jaw insect and Susanoo struck each other simultaneously. Susanoo's palm hit the giant jaw insect's shell, leaving not a single mark. However, the giant jaw insect's pincers closed, instantly slicing Susanoo in half, killing him in an instant. Without Susanoo blocking in front, the 8-headed entity hastily cast a fireball, only to be torn to shreds by the swarm of giant jaw insects. The battle lasted a mere 5 seconds. Before anyone could react, the fight was already over. The arena fell into silence. Everyone found it hard to believe. After a moment, they finally reacted. My heavens! Am I dreaming? How is it possible that Lu Yuan's summoned entity took out all of Shui Huiqing's summons in one strike? The strength and physique attributes of both are similar, and Susanoo even had the advantage in agility. Song Nanshan's pupils contracted. Lu Yuan's summoned entity's attributes are definitely not as simple as they appear. A hint of panic flickered in the eyes of the two foreigners. No way, we need to call for reinforcements quickly, we must protect the boss. However, before they could finish, a sudden outcry erupted around them, and the two foreigners stared in disbelief. It was because Lu Yuan waved his hand again, and in the blink of an eye, 100 giant jaw insects surrounded them. Outside, another 100 spider monsters were also glaring at them. How is this possible? Surrounded by the dark swarm of insects, Shui Huiqing was utterly her two summoned entities, which she regarded as trump cards, were easily dispatched by Lu Yuan's dark insects, leaving her astonished to the point of confusion. Now suddenly surrounded by over 200 summoned entities of the same level, she felt an inexplicable sense of panic rising within her. Lu Yuan looked at the 3 foreigners with pale faces, smiling slightly. Alright, show me everything you've got. The people in the genius group next to him were also equally shocked. Lu Yuan's insects are so strong, and there are so many of them. No wonder he scored that high in the genius test before. In the earlier genius test, they hadn't fought alongside Lu Yuan. Thus, while they knew Lu Yuan was certainly powerful, they had no idea just how strong he was. Now they finally understood. This is a freak. 200 insects surrounded the 3 foreigners, each capable of instantly killing Shui Huiqing's summoned entities she unleashed with all her might. How can they fight this? The expressions of the black and white foreigners shifted repeatedly. Lu Yuan, killing us won't do you any good. If you kill me, our foreign group won't let you go. Lu Yuan nodded slightly at this. That's right, it won't benefit me. Just as the 2 foreigners began to relax, slightly, Lu Yuan spoke again. But it will be detrimental to you. Seeing Lu Yuan eyeing them intently, the 2 foreigners raised their hands. The gap in strength was simply too vast, resisting at this moment was futile. Lu Yuan, state your demands. Lu Yuan held absolute advantage. As long as he acted, unless they could fly, they would undoubtedly die. However, Lu Yuan had yet to make a move, clearly indicating that there was room for negotiation. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Empty out the things in your storage spaces. How much you take is up to you. I remember, this is to buy your lives. You only have one chance. If you fail, it simply means you leave prematurely. Lu Yuan said to them indifferently. 2 foreigners exchanged a glance. Then without hesitation they took out a large number of props and cash cards from their storage space, all the while observing Lu Yuan's expression. However, after quite a while of rummaging, Lu Yuan maintained a cold expression. Their actions became slower and increasingly difficult. Finally the two of them stopped, and the black foreigner couldn't help but speak up. Lu Yuan, having lost so many props will greatly increase the difficulty of our future missions. This is our limit. Lu Yuan glanced around at the props and finally nodded. Alright, you can leave now. He then turned his gaze to Shui Huiqing, who was now gritting her teeth and glaring at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, a true warrior may be killed, but cannot be humiliated. If you have the ability, kill me. I will never allow you to extort even a single cent from me. Enough. If you wish to make a move, do it quickly. She raised her chin, exposing her snowy white neck, striking a pose that seemed to say she would submit to whatever fate awaited her. Yet Lu Yuan smiled at her. You may leave now. Huh? Shui Huiqing widened her eyes, initially confused, but then she was infuriated. Lu Yuan, how dare you look down on me? The most sincere way to deal with a threatening enemy is to let them go. By letting her leave, Lu Yuan clearly showed that he did not regard her as a threat at all. He was convinced she posed no danger and planned to treat her like a sheep to be harvested. Lu Yuan looked at her with amusement. Not satisfied? Then if you wish to take your own life, I won't stop you. Don't you people from Sakura country enjoy this sort of thing? Shui Huiqing's expression shifted between anger and despair, as if she were about to rush at Lu Yuan in a fit of rage. But in the end she did not take her own life. Instead she fixed her gaze on Lu Yuan with intense hatred. If her glare could kill, Lu Yuan would have died countless times. The fact that they did not perceive her as a threat was more painful than killing her. Lu Yuan, just wait. There will come a day when you will regret letting us go. With that the three foreigners left in defeat. Behind Lu Yuan, he casually toyed with the three foreigners, leaving the 6 people behind him in astonishment. Song Nanshan watched the 3 foreigners leave in dejection, recalling how he had been hunted down over the past few days, and couldn't help but murmur. This is the true genius of our great Xia. Another person besides Song Nanshan chimed in. From now on I will take Lu Yuan as my goal. Upon hearing this, Song Nanshan nodded in agreement. It should be so. However, as the 3 foreigners left, Lu Yuan immediately put on a cheerful expression, grinning as he gathered up the scattered props and cash cards, almost drooling. Do we have to learn this too? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Song Nanshan gritted his teeth. Learn? It must have some significance we can't see. Then in front of everyone Lu Yuan approached the seed of creation. This thing is mine now. Non-essential personnel leave. His tone was unquestionable, but Lu Yuan turned to Song Nanshan. Song Nanshan, you 3 can stay. From now on we will act together. Even though he had initially refused, Song Nanshan and the others had demonstrated the resolve and mindset of Great Xia's talents when facing the foreigners. Lu Yuan believed himself to be a person who was not ungrateful. It was only right to repay kindness with kindness. I do not accept parasites, but I welcome trustworthy brothers. Upon hearing this, Song Nanshan was momentarily stunned. The 3 exchanged glances, and then Song Nanshan smiled and shook his head at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, I have already seen clearly from that battle just now. Upon hearing this, Song Nanshan was momentarily stunned. The 3 exchanged glances, and then Song Nanshan smiled and shook his head at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, I have already seen clearly from that battle. I will remember your invitation. When the day comes that our strength matches yours, we can form a team then. In the future we plan to act together in the secret realm. With that, Lu Yuan nodded. Then take care of yourselves. Song Nanshan and the others nodded at Lu Yuan before turning and leaving briskly. We do not eat the food thrown at us, unlike certain people. We are not parasites. He glanced at Lin Daotong and the others not far away. As for Lin Daotong and the others, they watched Song Nanshan refuse Lu Yuan's invitation, their eyes nearly bursting with flames. However, despite their thick skin, they could not bring themselves to ask Lu Yuan to take them with him. Moreover, they were not foolish and understood that Lu Yuan would never agree. Soon Lin Daotong and his companions left in despair, each heading in different directions. Thus the great talents of Great Xia split into 2 factions, rarely crossing paths not only in this secret realm, but also in various future events. One day later, the fluctuations of the seed of creation disappeared, leaving everyone around in shock. Their distancing from the seed of creation did not mean they would stop paying attention to this place. On the contrary, after Lu Yuan demonstrated his overwhelming strength, all factions began to closely monitor him. In just one day he fused with the seed of creation. Shui Huiqing's beautiful eyes widened in hatred. Lu Yuan's speed could only be described as terrifying. Even with various specialized props and skills aiding her, she would still need 3 days. Lu Yuan surprisingly fused with a seed of creation in just one day. This meant that if seeds of creation were plentiful, even without robbing others, he could ultimately reach over 60. Of course, seeds of creation were not that abundant, otherwise one wouldn't cause such a scramble. Boss John, this Lu Yuan has incredible strength. He might actually be a match for you. One of the foreigners said to a blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man. John Maika, an awakener from the Lighthouse country, had immense strength. Relying solely on his own power, he had united the foreign group that was filled with hidden talents. However, this statement was met with unanimous eye rolls from everyone in the group. Lu Yuan is impressive, but even so he stands no chance against Boss John. A Nordic man spoke up. John himself smiled slightly. Lu Yuan, huh? Interesting. But there's no rush. Once he absorbs enough seeds of creation, we can take it from him then. His words and actions did not regard Lu Yuan at all. Meanwhile, on Lu Yuan's side, the onady time frame was intentionally a lenient outcome. If it were revealed that he could fuse a seed of creation in just 3 hours by the end of the training, everyone would go all out to find him. Although he wasn't particularly afraid, wasn't it better to watch others fight amongst themselves? After Song Nanshan and the others left, he first checked his gains. The 2 foreign men left behind 1 million in cash along with a large number of props, medicines, and disposable items. Among them was a significant amount of the spiritual potions that Lu Yuan desired the most. It seems the number of the insect swarm is about to increase again. A gold belt for killing and arson. Should we wait here for a while? After thinking for a moment, Lu Yuan shook his head. Forget it, doing this is somewhat counterproductive. This task can be done at any time. The most crucial thing now is to develop the origin of creation skill. After checking the harvest, he began to study how to break through the outer wall of the core area. The wall is made up of dense roots, not only providing strong defense, but also possessing a high recovery speed. Even if damaged, it can restore itself in a very short time. However, despite the high defensive strength of this thing, it is far from being unmanageable. The giant jawworm can cause damage to it. A few giant jawworms took turns to attack, continuously assaulting the roots in a small area, exceeding the recovery speed of the roots. It can be said that entering the core area has a certain threshold, but it is far from being insurmountable. He first rested for a while, then had a portion of the giant jawworms clear a path, while another portion assisted him in absorbing the origin of creation seed. One day later, the absorption of the origin of creation seed was completed, and a gap was chewed out of the dense giant wall by the swarm. Lu Yuan stepped in boldly. A few breaths later, the entrance began to shrink, and then completely disappeared. After crossing the barrier, Lu Yuan looked up and surveyed his surroundings. Is this the core area? Here it is almost pitch black with dense roots above blocking out the sun and forming a huge space below. Lu Yuan took out a lantern and hung it at his waist. After walking a few steps, a sudden scream came from ahead, followed by a monster leaping towards him. The giant jawworm guarding Lu Yuan immediately charged forward. In the darkness, there was a squelching sound. Killed first Transcendence level 29 Coppertooth Mole, Hell gained 15,300 experience points. Lu Yuan received the kill notification. As he advanced, he encountered either solitary or grouped monsters. With more encounters, he gradually grasped the situation of the monsters living here. Shadow Bat Hell level 1st Transcendence, level 29 Strength, 2,100 Constitution, 2,300 Agility, 2,800 Spirit, 900 Skills, Echo Tracking Group Well. Burrower Faceless Hell level 1st Transcendence, level 28 Strength, 2,400 Constitution, 2,500 Agility, 2,500 Spirit, 700 Skills, Destruction, Soundwave Shadow Ambush. Echo Hellhound Hell level 1st Transcendence, level 31 Strength, 2,600 Constitution, 2,600 Agility, 2,100 Spirit, 800 Skills, Hellfire Triple Bite. The core area is fraught with danger. It is filled with hell-level monsters with levels reaching up to 1st Transcendent. The most troublesome part is that most monsters do not act alone, but rather in groups. As long as one accidentally provokes one, they will face the assault of the entire monster group. Yet crises often accompany opportunities. Just by lifting his gaze slightly, he could see several origin of creation seeds, emitting a faint glow in the darkness. This is simply a treasure land. I'm glad I came. Lu Yuan waved his hand, and a swarm of insects dispersed. Instantly, the entire core area was as if a bomb had been dropped, with sounds of battle echoing everywhere. The kill notifications from Lu Yuan's side were also flooding the screen. Killed first Transcendence level 31 Burrower Faceless, Hell gained 158,000 experience points. Killed first Transcendence level 27 Echo Hellhound, Hell gained 149,000 experience points. Killed first Transcendence level 29 Shadow Bat, Hell gained 151,000 experience points. As the swarm cleared a safe zone around the origin of creation seeds, he moved in to absorb them. He continued to leveled up to 2nd Transcendence, level 13. He leveled up again. This place is so good he simply doesn't want to leave, so he decided to stay in the core area. The massive number of hell-level monsters is nearly impossible for others to handle, but for him it is just right. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks passed. During this time, 3 factions, the clan group, the guild group, and the foreign group, divided the outer perimeter of the core area into 3 parts, each establishing their own territory. This area is the closest to the origin of creation tree, where the probability of the origin of creation seeds falling is the highest. The outer perimeter of the core area has the richest and most easily obtainable resources in the entire secret realm. As for the military, the 3 military men are fools. They attack anyone they see. There is no such thing as alliances. Even when these 3 meet, they can't avoid a fierce struggle. At this stage, all 3 factions are trying their best not to provoke the 3 military men. As for the Genius faction, they've long since scattered and hardly anyone sees them anymore. Lin Daotong and Song Nanshan formed 2 opposing factions with no interactions between them. Their strengths are already quite disparate, and without unity the genius candidates have completely lost the qualifications to contend with the other three factions. As for Lu Yuan, who should have become their backbone. Speaking of which, where has Lu Yuan been these days? This is from the foreign group. A black foreigner set up a barbecue grill in the wild and spoke up. He was the one who acted together with Shui Huiqing and had been extorted by Lu Yuan, so he was rather wary of him. Haven't seen him, it seems the clan and guild people haven't seen him either. A white foreigner chimed in who had also been extorted by Lu Yuan and was still grinding his teeth in anger. However, apart from initially extorting them for a few days, Lu Yuan has not been seen since. Originally everyone considered him a threat, but as time passed people no longer cared about Lu Yuan's whereabouts. The two are now looking leisurely. They have already set up a simple camp in the outer perimeter of the core area equipped with a certain level of defensive capability. As long as the origin of creation seeds fall within their area, they can rush to absorb them at the first opportunity. The black foreigner frowned upon hearing this. Do you think he has entered the core area? The core area? Impossible. A nearby Nordic man blurted out as he was defrosting a whole pig that had been prepared. The three are currently cooking. The storage space does not have long-term food preservation capabilities. Drinks can be resolved by carrying a large number of bottled waters, but for food one either eats dry rations or must cook for themselves. The Nordic man sneered. You are all just scared of that Lu Yuan. That place, even if we 10 join forces with Captain John leading it, wouldn't be easy to enter. One person stepping in is certain to die. At least until all the resources in the perimeter are exhausted, no one would deliberately venture into such a place for risks. The black foreigner pondered for a moment and then laughed. It seems I was overthinking it. Without suitable tools or skills, there is no way he could pass through the wall of the core area's perimeter. He said this while looking at the dense wall composed of tree roots nearby. The white foreigner nodded. Perhaps that guy knows he's being targeted by various factions and has been hiding these days. So many days have passed, and some people have not shown themselves even once. They must be hiding. The white foreigner said. Such individuals are often abundant among the genius groups of past selections. They are self-aware of their own strength. After gaining some benefits, they lurk in the corners of the secret realm, preparing to stay hidden until the end of the realm. It's a pity that while this approach might be fine in ordinary secret realms, it's far too naive to think it would work in this one. At this point, the three of them revealed a knowing smile. Haha, one can only blame these people for not doing their homework beforehand. Exactly, they will have a good time soon enough. This was the sudden black foreigner pointing towards the sky. Look, another seed has fallen. Just then a seed of creation descended from the heavens. The three who were initially filled with joy became furious in the next moment. Which pack of pups has the audacity to steal our things? Let's go. We need to confront them. In the core area on Lu Yuan's side. After 2 weeks, he had raised the source of creation to 53. The core area certainly lives up to its entry requirements. It is indeed rich. Moreover, during this time, he had not encountered any other awakened beings. Of course, this also relates to the significant entry barrier of the core area and the numerous dangers present. While others may need to be cautious here, he does not. He directly unleashes the swarm. Therefore, the swarm fiercely swept through all the monsters they encountered, while he focused on absorbing the seeds of creation. Everywhere were high-level monsters and seeds of creation. With the contributions of the two foreigners' spiritual potions, the number of both types of insects has doubled. He himself has also advanced to level 30 of the second transition. This place truly allows for rapid leveling. After a moment of reflection, he looked at himself, covered in dirt. During this time, he had only managed to catch brief naps, and he was already quite fatigued. It's time to head out for a bit. He had nearly consumed all the supplies he brought, so it was time to return and restock. Humans are not machines. They cannot remain in a high-stress state for extended periods. One must take the time to relax. Activating the return item acquired from the fortress, Lu Yuan exited the secret. The return item also has the convenient function of recording the current location. When he re-enters the secret realm, he will appear at this location again, without needing to waste time traveling from. Back in his dormitory, Lu Yuan first destroyed the 3 surveillance devices he found in his room, then took a shower and collapsed onto his soft, fluffy bed, falling fast asleep. When he awoke, it was already the next day at noon. Hungry, he headed to the cafeteria number 3. For the past few days in the secret realm, he had survived on the food stored in his spatial pocket, and the delicious meals prepared by the military officers had him drooling. I'll have 10 chicken legs, 5 pork knuckles, 5 pounds of beef, 10 servings of lamb chops, 2 smoked meats, 10 lion heads, and 100 meat skewers, 3 servings of stewed meat. Holding 5 plates, just as he was about to leave, he turned back to the lady serving meals. Oh, by the way, Annie, please give me another 5 servings of what I just ordered. Ew, I want to take some with me. After packing the large bundle of food into his spatial pocket, Lu Yuan slapped his forehead. Why didn't I think of this earlier? He felt a bit regretful. If he had been able to bring food into the secret realm earlier, he wouldn't have had to gnaw on dry rations for at least the first few days. In any case, he decided to take advantage of the moment and gather as much as he could. Sitting at the table, he began to wolf down his meal. Not bad food is the source of strength. The more I eat, the more energy I have to slay monsters. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice interrupted him. Looking up, he was surprised to see Instructor Yi sitting across from him smiling at him. I've met Instructor Yi. Lu Yuan was somewhat taken aback. The other was a true elite. Although she seemed not much older than them, she had directly entered the military and held an important position after graduation. Such a person had already undergone a transformation and was a true genius. Compared to them whose future growth was uncertain, she was simply on another level. I have already removed the 2 surveillance devices set up in your dormitory. Instructor Yi suddenly said with a serious. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. As soon as he returned to the dorm the day before, he discovered someone had infiltrated and tampered with things. After searching around, he indeed found 3 surveillance devices. Now it seems there were still 2 that slipped through. While the geniuses participating in the training would naturally compete against each other within the secret realm, it also appeared that someone outside the realm had ulterior motives. Rest assured, I have made it clear before that you can deal with each other as you wish within the secret realm. However, such matters are absolutely not allowed to occur within the base. The individuals involved, whether planners or executors, will certainly pay the corresponding price. Instructor Yi looked at him with a firm expression. As soon as she spoke those words, Lu Yuan felt an inexplicable sensation, as if she were fully aware of everything happening within the fortress. As for why she had not cleared these things before Lu Yuan returned, it was probably to test his abilities. With Instructor Yi saying this, I can rest assured. The 2 then fell into a temporary silence with only the sound of their utensils clinking. Lu Yuan raised a pork knuckle and glanced towards Instructor Yi, only to see her elegantly sipping soup with a spoon. Instructor, is that enough for you? He couldn't help but ask. Instructor Yi smiled sweetly. My profession is somewhat special, I don't need to eat that much. A special profession, huh? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan became quite curious. His eyes unconsciously glanced at the instructor's signature gray long hair. He had heard some rumors that certain ancient prestigious families, due to the long-term influence of their bloodlines, would cause awakening individuals to possess certain uncommon appearances from birth. To be honest, Instructor Yi's long hair did not quite match her military demeanor. Lu Yuan had noticed it from noticing Lu Yuan's gaze. Instructor Yi tilted her head slightly and smiled. With her already impressive looks and demeanor, this action made Lu Yuan feel dizzy. He wondered whether he had misunderstood her or if it was one of life's famous 3 illusions. Lu Yuan always felt that Instructor Yi treated him with a particular warmth. Is long hair that rare? Speaking of which, you are clearly a disciple of Yishan. Lu Yuan's expression stiffened as he recalled her striking gray hair, deep in thought. Speaking of which, Instructor also has the surname Yi. Upon hearing this, Instructor Yi's smile widened. Lu Yuan, I've heard you have already joined Yishan's faction. In fact, in terms of seniority, Yishan is my great uncle. But I also graduated from the Imperial Capital University, so just call me senior sister. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Mentalist. This profession is exceedingly rare, but each practitioner possesses formidable strength, making it a prestigious career among awakeners. Mentalist is merely a generic term that encompasses various professions of differing rarity. Similar to Lu Yuan's Swarm Master and the previous Snow Hucking's Divine Deity, which they both belong to the broader category of summoners, yet their rarity and strength vary significantly. However, every profession under the Mentalist category is exceptionally powerful, with the least being of epic tier, and there is no shortage of various hero tier professions alongside many even rarer ones. Instructor Yi spoke while brushing her waterfall-like gray hair. This is a characteristic of our clan. In the Yi family, once the bloodline awakens, the hair color changes, and the longer the hair, the greater the potential. Even among the clan members, a woman whose hair reaches shoulder length is already considered a core strength of the clan. Instructor Yi said this with a proud expression, quite different from her chilly demeanor upon first meeting. So, does this mean Yishan's profession is some rare type under the Mentalist system? The instructor smiled charmingly and nodded. Lu Yuan thought of Yishan's seemingly disheveled gray hair, and then looked at the instructor's hair length, which was nearly on par with Yishan's. At a glance, it was evident that she was a person of exceptional talent. With Instructor Yi's talent, she might very well be another 7 turn in time. Lu Yuan could not help but exclaim, yet Instructor Yi shook her head. Putting Yishan aside, I am far inferior to the true geniuses within our clan. In fact, right now there is a genuine mentalist genius at the Imperial Capital University. At this point she shook her head. No, a true monster. One that might only emerge once every 10,000 years. Lu Yuan's eyes widened in interest upon hearing this. Oh, is there such a person? I would truly love to meet and spar with them one day. However, upon hearing this, Instructor Yi looked surprisingly astonished. You haven't met them? Her smile seemed to carry a hint of meaning, yet Lu Yuan was left completely puzzled. Having eaten little, Instructor Yi soon departed after finishing a bowl of soup. After resting for a while at the fortress, Lu Yuan re-entered the secret realm with a substantial supply. In the core area, he appeared precisely at the position where he had previously stayed. As expected, high-grade items yield great effects. He surveyed his surroundings, and now even in the pitch-black core area, he could see without relying on any light. He was wearing the high-grade night vision device he had just purchased. Priced at 300, it was not cheap, but its effectiveness was exceptional. During the secret realm period, the military of the fortress would provide limited access to the supplies for the geniuses participating in the training. As long as one has money, they can acquire some excellent items that are simply unavailable on the market. Besides the night vision device, he also discovered another good item. The breath-suppressing bracelet, which when worn can conceal a certain level of breath and disrupt detection skills, making it difficult for others to accurately gauge one's level. Considering his recent rapid leveling speed, and recalling how the Demon Clan had hunted him down merely for shining a bit too brightly during the genius tests, Lu Yuan decided to buy one and wear it. Priced at a flat 2 million. After restocking on various consumables and necessities, he currently had 2 million cash on hand. Upon returning to the core area, regardless of the outside conflicts that raged on, Lu Yuan focused solely on grinding monsters, sending his swarm to sweep through various creatures while he absorbed the seeds of creation. In a flash, 2 weeks passed. In just a month, he had fully upgraded the skills of the seeds of creation. Afterwards, he continued to stay in the core area to further develop. Such a place teeming with experienced monsters is quite rare. To enter similar locations, one usually has to pay. Now that he could grind for free, Lu Yuan would not let this opportunity slip by. Next, he focused his energy on gaining experience, ignoring the chaotic battles of the other awakeners as he quietly ground monsters. During this time, he returned to Fortress No. 3 several times for resupply and rest. Another 3 weeks passed, and there was only 1 week left before the entire Seed of Creation secret realm would close. During this period, the numbers of his giant jaw bug and spider monster were replenished. His levels soared dramatically. At this point, he had already reached level 48 of the second turn, just 2 levels away from the maximum level of 50. At this stage, each level requires an enormous amount of experience. Lu Yuan estimated that with a full week left in the secret realm, if he gave it his all, he might have the chance to reach the maximum level of second turn 50. This is an exceedingly exaggerated speed. Most ordinary people might remain at the second turn for their entire lives. Yet here was Lu Yuan nearing the max level of second turn in less than 2 months after the major examination. However, it seemed that Lu Yuan's time enjoying the core area was coming to an end. On this day, while clearing the monster swarm in the core area, the giant jaw bug suddenly detected 2 unexpected guests. Not far from Lu Yuan's giant jaw bug, he saw a member of a prominent family engaged in a fierce battle with another member of a guild. The reason for their fight was a seed of creation located not far from them. Both sides disregarded the risks of attracting monsters from the core area, unleashing various skills in a fierce assault against each other. Originally, Lu Yuan planned to take advantage of the situation, but when he hurried over, he found that the two had perished together. Their conflict attracted a horde of monsters. Faced with a multitude of hellish creatures at level 30 of the first turn, neither the prominent family member nor the guild member put up any significant resistance before both fell into the jaws of the monsters. After clearing the surrounding agitated monsters, Lu Yuan could not help but frown slightly. It seems other forces are beginning to enter the core area. Seeing that there was no more profit to be gained, he prepared to leave. However, at that moment, the insects nearby suddenly issued a warning indicating that 3 more people were approaching. They seemed to be drawn by the commotion. Oh, this appears to be a summoned creature. The outer insects detected the newcomers at almost the same time they saw the giant jaw bug. One of them showed surprise upon seeing the creature. According to the illustrated guide, it is indeed Lu Yuan's summoned creature. This means he has indeed entered the core area. The summoner himself has been located. This way, the 3 seemed to possess some sort of tracking ability, and after spotting the giant jaw bug, they headed straight for Lu Yuan's location. Almost in an instant, the 3 appeared before Lu Yuan. The leader was none other than Wu Potion, whom Lu Yuan had previously encountered on the bus. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, his face was filled with astonishment. "Oh, so you are Lu Yuan," he said, glancing around at the swarm of bugs encircling them, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes as he grinned. "It seems I misjudged you that day." Seeing the 3 military personnel appearing before him, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. 3 clumsy brutes who only know how to fight have actually gathered together. These 3 had been relentlessly looking for fights since entering the secret realm, and now they were actually acting in unison. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's question, Wu Patian grinned. "The difficulty of the core area is comparable to a hell-level dungeon. Even we must team up to navigate it. I must say I'm quite surprised you can venture into the core area alone. The summoner aspect is truly enviable." He then took a closer look at Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, you don't think of us 3 as uncommunicative savages, do you? But if you were to encounter the demon race or beast race outside, could you expect any communication with them? For us, we treat any training as if it were on a real battlefield and nothing more." Lu Yuan nodded in agreement before shifting the focus of the conversation. "May I ask if the 3 of you have come to find me specifically to discuss this? If that's the case, I still have things to attend to, so I will take my leave. Moreover, I have no interest in seizing the source of your creation from you." Lu Yuan turned to leave, but Wu Patian raised his hand to stop him. "Wait." The 3 exchanged glances before looking back at him in unison. "The 3 of us are participating in this training, one for the skill of the source of creation, and the other for the sake of sparring with the world's talents. We won't bully you. Choose any one of us 3. If you can win against us, we won't actively seek trouble with you until the final day." Lu Yuan grinned. "Hey, you all are quite friendly." However, he then shook his head. "Alright, it seems you won't let me go without but I'm not going to hold back either. The three of you can come at me together. Lu Yuan said this with complete disregard for the three of them, causing Wu Patian to laugh instead of getting angry. Haha, Lu Yuan, you really are interesting. It's been a long time since I've encountered someone like you. You're even more arrogant than those from our military. You're the first I've met like this. Alright, if you really can defeat all three of us at once, then you'll have made a great profit. At this point, Wu Potion's expression became, let me state this clearly, we won't hold back. When we strike, take care of yourself. As soon as Wu Potion's words fell the next moment, a blue beam of light suddenly shot towards Lu Yuan. The three moved swiftly and coordinated seamlessly. Just as Wu Potion's words ended, one of his companions behind him flicked his palm sharply, sending a sharp ice spike suffused with chilling energy streaking towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan tilted his head to evade, but before he could regain his balance, another of Wu Potion's companions opened his mouth, unleashing a massive shockwave. Lu Yuan was instantly rattled, feeling dizzy as he swayed, and in that fleeting moment Wu Patian appeared before him like a ghost. He held a giant axe taller than a person, shimmering with a green light that extended half a foot from the blade. This was a display of the weapon's enhancement skill. Not only was the weapon enhanced, but Wu Patian himself was also enveloped in several glowing auras, multiple enhancement states already applied to him. In the brief moment from when Lu Yuan was suddenly restrained by two of them to Wu Potion's sneak attack, he had added multiple enhancement states to himself. Suddenly appearing before Lu Yuan, Wu Patian crouched low, holding the giant axe behind him. He planted his feet firmly on the ground like ancient tree roots, twisting his waist and swinging his arm, drawing the axe in a half circle from below towards Lu Yuan. Wu Potion's giant axe flickered with a platinum glow, clearly a platinum-grade weapon. The blade radiated a cold light, and with all his strength behind this strike, no one could possibly withstand it. As long as it hit, it could cleave Lu Yuan in two. Just as Wu Potion's axe was about to descend, Lu Yuan suddenly heard two whistling winds behind him. An ice spike and a fireball came rushing towards Lu Yuan from either side. Now with Wu Potion's overwhelming strike in front and attacks from both sides sealing off his escape, Lu Yuan found himself cornered. No matter which direction he dodged, he would be hit by an attack. The three of them executed their movements with practiced precision, almost completing a series of actions in the blink of an eye, firmly grasping the rhythm of the battle. Moreover, there was not a single word wasted during this time. Their attacks were aimed directly at taking Lu Yuan's life. The three assumed a stance akin to lions pouncing on a rabbit, clearly not intending to give Lu Yuan any chance to retaliate or turn the tables. They understood that Lu Yuan, with his higher level and numerous summoned creatures, would pose a significant threat if the battle were to be prolonged. Wu Patian swung his giant axe towards Lu Yuan. Take this. Wu Patian shouted, confidently certain that no matter how Lu Yuan tried to evade, he would seal off all of Lu Yuan's escape routes in the next 3 steps. If Lu Yuan were just an ordinary awakened one facing the relentless barrage of attacks from the three, he might very well fall unconscious in a haze. But Lu Yuan was different. He stood there watching the attacks from the three as they approached, showing no intention of dodging. He merely raised his hand, causing 3 giant jaw worms to materialize, protecting him firmly behind their hard shells. Foolish. Wu Patian snorted coldly. His choice was also within the three's expectations. After all, Lu Yuan was a genuine summoner. Wu Patian felt a bit disappointed. Using summoned creatures to withstand his attacks was the most foolish choice, and with that Lu Yuan wouldn't last 3 rounds. Wu Patian was confident that a single swing could sever both the summoned creature and the summoner behind it in half. The next moment, bang! The giant axe, wrapped in blue light, crashed down on the giant jaw worm, producing a loud sound. Almost simultaneously, the 2 attacks coming from behind Lu Yuan struck the sides of the giant jaw worm's shell. After the attacks, the 3 focused on checking the results. All of them were ineffective. Seeing that both the giant jaw worm and Lu Yuan were completely unscathed, the 3's pupils contracted, their faces revealing astonishment. How is this possible? The intel was wrong. This worm's constitution is definitely over 1006. The attacks from the sides being blocked by the giant jaw worm was within their expectations, as those 2 attacks were merely meant to restrain and lacked significant power. However, Wu Potion's full-powered strike, bolstered by numerous states, left not even a mark on the giant jaw worm's body. This greatly surprised the 3. In that instant when they launched their attacks, the 3 hadn't checked Lu Yuan's attributes. It was only now that they belatedly activated their detection skills. One of them frowned. He's wearing a shielding bracelet. Ew, I can't see his level. Then let's check the worm. This glance caused the 3 to freeze in place. Weight level 48 at 2nd advancement. Could it be that he himself is at this level? Wasn't he level 12 at 2nd advancement? How could it only have been so long? Perhaps he has skills that enhance the level of his summoned creatures. The level of the giant jaw worm stunned the 3. After their astonishment, the 3 quickly regained their composure. Tactic no. 5. He has summoned too many creatures. We cannot delay. Wu Patian shouted loudly. Before the 3 could take further action, the giant jaw bug in front of Wu Patian opened its massive pincers and clamped down on him. Wu Potion's pupils contracted. He had heard about the attack power of Lu Yuan's summoned creatures. Just one pinch would be enough to instantly kill even a divine summon with extraordinary attributes. Bang! The two great pincers of the giant jaw bug slammed together, producing a sound like metal striking metal. As for Wu Potion, he twisted his body and retreated several feet, just as the giant jaw bug was about to close in. Fortunately, the giant jaw bug's agility was not high, allowing him to narrowly avoid it at close range. However, there was more than one giant jaw bug. The two behind Lu Yuan also approached him from both sides, launching a coordinated attack on Wu Patian. In that instant, Wu Patian could only evade in a panic. Yet being a seasoned warrior, after a brief moment of confusion, he shouted out, "Agility enhancement." He cast an acceleration skill on himself. With a burst of light, his speed instantly increased, entangling him with the three giant jaw bugs. During a brief pause in the battle with the three giant jaw bugs, the two behind him shouted out in unison, "Quick cast, physical enhancement, agility enhancement, strength enhancement, stone skin technique, lightning reflection, skill effect doubled, frost attribute enhancement." In a matter of seconds, the two unleashed nearly 10 skills. Wu Potion, who was facing the front, took a large step back and exchanged quick glances with the two behind him. Shadow step. One person behind shouted loudly, appearing beside the three giant jaw bugs like a ghost, then stamping their foot on the ground. Earth wave surge. Boom. Moments later, the ground shook violently, and wave-like ripples appeared out of thin air, surging towards the three giant jaw bugs. The three giant jaw bugs were thus swept aside by the flowing ground. This transformation was due to the change in terrain. No matter how high the physique or strength of the giant jaw bugs, it was ineffective. In just a brief exchange, the three found a way to counter the giant jaw bugs' turtle-like defenses. Since they could not break through the giant jaw bugs' abnormal defense, they would simply move both the giant jaw bugs and the ground beneath them away from Lu Yuan. At the moment when the giant jaw bugs were briefly moved away from in front of Lu Yuan, Wu Potion, stepping back a pace, held his giant axe, and spoke in a deep voice. Berserk technique. Upon unleashing the skill, he became extremely ferocious, with veins bulging on his forehead and neck like writhing earthworms. Yet he was not satisfied with just one skill. Strength enhancement, damage enchantment, full power strike, projectile attraction. In an instant, he activated several skills in quick succession. At the same time, he took a large step forward, slightly leaning back as if drawing a bow. Then he activated the final skill, giant axe throw. Wu Patian spun his body and hurled the giant axe with great force. The platinum giant axe traced an arc as it flew towards Lu Yuan. Ice Spike Storm. At the nearly same moment as Wu Patian threw the giant axe, the third person launched their attack first. A dozen ice spikes shot towards Lu Yuan's face in an instant. Hep. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and raised his hand, summoning three giant jaw bugs to surround himself. However, this time the giant axe thrown by Wu Patian unexpectedly changed trajectory in midair, arcing down from above. At the same time, the last person flashed and appeared close to one of the giant jaw bugs. Bang! The giant jaw bug's pincers clamped down, but this person nimbly jumped, stepping on the bug shell and leaping towards Lu Yuan, their short sword glinting with icy coldness. Once again, the three executed a brilliant combination. One person used a skill to break through the giant jaw bug, blocking Lu Yuan, while the other two coordinated, one maintaining pressure from a distance, and the other using agile movements to attack Lu Yuan. The strongest among the three, Wu Potion, played the decisive role once more as a giant axe descended with overwhelming force towards him. Lu Yuan was once again faced with a dilemma. Should he deal with the giant axe coming from above or the multitude of ice spikes? Or should he focus on the third person who was about to close in? If he dodged the descending giant axe and used the giant jaw bugs to block the ice spikes, the last person would easily stab their short sword into his chest. Likewise, if he dodged the short sword, the giant axe and ice spikes would already block his escape routes. In an instant, the three unleashed a dozen various skills. They possessed a vast array of skills, and their synergies created a system of coordination. They started by casting a speed-enhancing skill on themselves, followed by several enhancement skills. Then, depending on the situation, they chose to execute either melee or ranged attacks. Moreover, there was no unnecessary chatter. They struck decisively. Truly, they were elite soldiers. For a moment, Lu Yuan was left in awe. However, his choice once again surprised them. He smiled slightly at the three surrounded by the swarm of bugs, and then raised his hand. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of ice spikes were first blocked by the giant jaw bugs beside Lu Yuan. A few slipped through the gaps, and just as they were about to hit Lu Yuan, a golden arc-shaped shield suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking all the ice spikes. A large number of ice spikes were first blocked by the giant jaw bugs beside Lu Yuan. A few slipped through the gaps, and just as they were about to hit Lu Yuan, a golden arc-shaped shield yet both were easily blocked by Lu Yuan's activated shield skill. The faces of the onlookers turned pale, as even Wu Potion's full power strike, enhanced by numerous skills, was effortlessly stopped by this shield. This shield is incredibly tough. The three were left dumbfounded. The three giant jaw bugs were already tough enough, and now Lu Yuan had a shield skill that rivaled the bugs. How could they fight like this? The giant jaw bug twisted its body, forcing back the person who was close. Seeing this, Wu Patian gritted his teeth and shouted at the three. Continue. The other two snapped back to reality, their eyes narrowing as they prepared to continue their assault. However, Lu Yuan would not give them another chance. You had your chance, but you failed. He smiled at the three encircled by the bugs. Now it's my turn. He raised his hand, and in the next moment a large number of spider silk shot towards the three. The three's pupils contracted as they almost simultaneously made various evasive maneuvers. Swift wind step. Mirage. The three moved with agility, weaving through the torrents of spider silk, while occasionally casting skills to narrowly avoid the threads. However, this was merely a desperate struggle. The spider monsters were not only numerous, but also incredibly agile. As they closed in rapidly, they raised their abdomens and sprayed silk at the three. No matter how the three struggled next, it was nearly impossible to avoid the nearly point-blank spider silk. Soon they were all heavily entangled by multiple strands of silk, unable to move. Thus the battle came to a definitive conclusion. After tying all three up securely, Lu Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief. These three elites from the military possessed a multitude of skills, their coordination so exquisite that it left him dazzled and overwhelmed. Each skill complemented the others, perfectly achieving an effect where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. So this is the caliber of elites nurtured under a mature training system. Lu Yuan felt as if his eyes had been opened. At this moment, Wu Potion, bound tightly by spider silk and unable to move, let out a soft sigh. Well done, we lost. Hearing this, one of the others struggled to lift his head and glance around. Sai didn't even use all his bugs against us. A truly monstrous talent has emerged this year. The gap is just too vast. The last person remarked. Lu Yuan shook his head upon hearing this. In terms of technique and understanding of skills, I am not your equal. Winning was purely through brute force. Although he could suppress all three, it was sheer overwhelming power, crushing them with superior attributes. They couldn't break his defense while he could eliminate them in an instant. Naturally, this led to victory. If their attributes were higher, and they could harm him, and the giant jaw bug, the battle would have ended the moment it began with him losing. Through this battle, he realized that in combat experience and skill proficiency, he was truly outmatched by the three military elites. The talents nurtured by the military underwent practical training with the troops even before awakening. Meanwhile, students like him occasionally trained in the wild, but compared to the military, it was like child's play. As a result, the combat experience of awakened individuals from the military was on an entirely different level from that of students. After this battle, Lu Yuan felt that he should allocate some effort to strengthening this aspect of his abilities. For instance, mastering the timing of skill usage or participating in more real combat. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Wu Patian shook his head. Your high level and attributes are your strength. There's no need for modesty. When facing alien races, can one expect a fair fight? You've been awakened for less than 2 months and are already nearing the 3rd turn, a speed that astounds the world and marks you as a prodigy. The three exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Then Wu Patian spoke to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, take all 3 of our Genesis sources. The Genesis sources we've gathered can serve a prodigy like you, making our efforts worthwhile. Alright, do it. All 3 closed their eyes, awaiting Lu Yuan's action. Although one wouldn't truly die in the secret realm, the pain was nonetheless real. However, contrary to their expectations, Lu Yuan shook his head. As I said before, I have no intention of taking your Genesis sources. They are of little use to me. Wu Patian looked puzzled. He twisted his body to find a more comfortable position in his awkward posture before looking up at Lu Yuan. What do you mean? Isn't participating in the Genesis secret realm all about maximizing the enhancement of one's skills? Lu Yuan simply smiled without replying. Wait, no way. Wu Patian paused briefly, then his pupils suddenly contracted as an unbelievable possibility dawned on him. The other 2 also wore expressions of shock at the same moment. There's still a week left, and you've already. Even the strongest in history only reached over 70%. The 3 simultaneously arrived at the same thought. Lu Yuan made no particular effort to conceal his progress with the Genesis source. After all, once the secret realm ended, his name would be carved onto the ranking steel outside, making it impossible to hide anyway. Seeing Lu Yuan's silent, seemingly acquiescent expression, the 3 opposite him first widened their eyes, then their faces underwent a series of dramatic changes. But after a while they all came to accept this astonishing fact. Lu Yuan's fleeting glimpse of his level combined with his monstrous, heaven-defying, and excessively numerous summons. Raising the Genesis source progress to 100% was indeed not impossible. Lu Yuan waved his hand, releasing the 3 and cutting the spider silk. Lu Yuan, you're really not going to do it. After struggling free from the spider silk with some effort, Wu Patian rubbed his wrist and looked at Lu Yuan with a hint of surprise. Lu Yuan shook his head. No need. He looked at the 3 who had just regained their freedom, stroked his chin, and pondered. But since you attacked me and I defeated you, I can't just let you go without any cost. How about this 2 conditions? He raised 2 fingers and stated the 2 conditions for releasing them. First, for the remaining time, lure monsters to me to help me level up. Wu Patian nodded without any hesitation. No problem. The more a genius like you grows, the better it is for our great Xia. We accept this condition. Then Lu Yuan stated his second requirement. Wu Patian looked somewhat surprised as he regarded him. Lu Yuan, this is your second condition. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Indeed. After a moment's hesitation, as if recalling something, Wu Patian also revealed a knowing smile. Fine. In previous years the three of us from the military remained neutral, never engaging in alliances or schemes with other factions. But since we lost to you and you spared our Genesis sources, this small request is nothing. With those words the three quickly departed. Lu Yuan rested for a while before starting to hunt monsters again. This time however he had 3 helpers luring monsters to him. To be honest, with his swarm of 2,000 bugs, having 3 more helpers made little difference, neither adding nor subtracting much. He hadn't held out much hope. Yet to his surprise the 3 were highly experienced and resourceful. More importantly, they were intimately familiar with the monster distribution across the core area, making their monster luring efficiency far superior to that of the bugs. With their help, Lu Yuan's leveling efficiency immediately improved. 5 days later he finally reached the maximum level of 50 in the second turn. With 2 days left until the secret realm's closure, Lu Yuan was staring at a semi-transparent map. Must I stay within the secret realm for these final days, eh? It seems the higher-ups don't want the progress of this skill to be too dispersed. They must force a few victors. As the secret realm neared its end, the instructors suddenly announced a new rule: all participants must spend the final 3 days within the secret realm. Moreover, everyone's location would be automatically marked on the secret realm's electronic map. As a result, the intensity of competition among the various factions in the secret realm increased several-fold. In fact, days earlier, as the 3 factions entered the core area, clashes had already begun. They had sent out several squads to hunt down lone wolves lurking on the periphery. Now that the map was revealed, competition in the core area reached a fever pitch, with all factions attacking one another. Lu Yuan raised his head, shifting his gaze from the map to the 5 individuals in front of him. So you are here to deal with me? A group of 5 foreigners suddenly approached him, quickly appearing before Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, you are quite confident, aren't you? Not even running away. In front of him, a blonde foreigner looked at him with a smile. The man was dressed like a Western cowboy with a classic revolver holstered at his waist. He was indeed the strongest among the foreign group, John Micah. Run. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. But do you really think 5 of you are enough? Next to Micah, a Nordic man frowned. Lu Yuan, you are too arrogant. To deal with just you, John, is enough. We came together to protect our leader from the monsters in the dungeon. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, meeting Micah's somewhat mocking gaze. The other party's demeanor was frivolous, completely disregarding the swarm of insects surrounding them. He glanced at the giant jaw bug, making an exaggerated expression. Wow, Lu Yuan, your summoned creature is of such high level. Are you at this level too? But it doesn't matter, this won't affect the outcome. Lu Yuan focused on the other party, but Micah was also wearing a shield bracelet, making it impossible to see his level. However, Lu Yuan estimated that even if the other party was a genius, reaching level 20 or 30 at this moment would be the best they could do. Micah casually moved his body, stretching his neck, and the joints of his whole body made popping sounds. Alright, I don't have much time. After I eliminate you, we still need to deal with that guild. As he spoke, he placed his hand on the revolver at his waist. The 4 people behind him quickly stepped back at the sight. Lu Yuan focused on his movements. The man wore an expression full of confidence, clearly having some form of backing. Dual declaration. Micah shouted, and then a light blue translucent shield nearly 100 feet in diameter enveloped the 2. Not only did it isolate the surrounding insect swarm and the other 4 foreigners, but at the moment the shield appeared, the few insects that were originally guarding Lu Yuan were also forcibly moved outside the shield. Lu Yuan raised his head and surveyed the surroundings, his expression solemn. I see it's a duel between 2 individuals. Micah spoke indifferently while observing him. Lu Yuan, don't even think about breaking my shield. This shield, as a skill capable of simultaneously trapping both enemies and allies, has no defensive capabilities. But in exchange, this shield possesses extreme durability. Even a level 4 can hardly break it in a short time. After setting up the shield, Micah declared loudly. Restriction: only ranged attacks are allowed here. After completing these, Micah smiled slightly at Lu Yuan, wearing an expression of assured victory. Lu Yuan, do you see? This is my profession, arena duelist. He glanced at the insects blocked outside the shield, then turned to Lu Yuan with a mocking expression. You are a summoner. Without your summons, how much power can you exert? Lu Yuan waved his hand, wanting to summon the giant jaw bug again, but he discovered that his summoning skill could not be activated in this space. Seeing him trying to summon the insect, Micah shook his finger with a smile. No. How can a sacred duel be conducted with such underhanded skills? Lu Yuan realized that not only was the summoning skill restricted, but several other skills, such as shield skills, were also unusable. He frowned, subtly moving closer to a nearby rock. In a duel between men, only this can be used, Micah said as he drew the revolver from his waist. Lu Yuan moved his foot, looking at the other party with a hint of disdain. A sacred duel? I don't have a handgun. Do you still want a sacred duel with this? However, Micah shook his head, seemingly indifferent to Lu Yuan's protest. That's your problem? Oh, I can't control that. With that said, the other party seemed to have finished what he wanted to say. Suddenly raising his hand, he aimed at Lu Yuan and fired a shot. Prepared in advance, Lu Yuan rolled sideways, hiding behind a large rock in the arena. Bang! The bullet fired by Micah hit the rock, where Lu Yuan was hiding, chipping off a corner. Outside the shield, the four foreigners saw that Lu Yuan's skills were restricted, unable to exert his strength, and all wore mocking expressions. The leader's profession is strong. He can forcibly create an unknown condition. The moment Lu Yuan met the leader, he was already defeated. Micah's profession is too unfair. He is simply a genius killer. In an unknown situation, no one is a match for the leader. Those so-called geniuses, when facing the leader, are all utterly frustrated and then defeated. Haha, I can't wait to see Lu Yuan's defeat. They were already certain that Micah taking down Lu Yuan was only a matter of time. While the four foreigners were discussing, Lu Yuan also launched a counterattack. He revealed a part of his body and reached Pain Whip. Although the Aura Shield and the Insect Swarm skills could not be used under Micah's restrictions, Lu Yuan's ranged attack skill, Pain Whip, could still be activated. Seeing Lu Yuan counterattack, Micah had already prepared, hiding behind a rock and exposing only a part of his body. As Lu Yuan extended his hand, Micah tried to pull back. However, Micah suddenly let out a series of piercing screams, his whole body convulsing and collapsing behind the rock, as if he was experiencing immense pain. Lu Yuan discovered that in the area of this strange skill from Micah, most of his skills were unusable, but he could still I see only ranged attacks are allowed here. The four outside saw Micah's pained expression and their faces changed. Lu Yuan actually has such powerful ranged attack methods. He is a summoner. This profession is considered half a spellcaster, which is not surprising. This skill is so powerful, and it even has a guaranteed hit effect. Micah hid behind the rock, gasping for breath until the pain subsided, then cautiously looked at Lu Yuan with a pale face. Your skill actually has a guaranteed hit effect. It seems that even against a summoner you can't gain any advantage with ranged methods. With this, he wore a solemn expression and declared once more. Restriction: only melee attacks are allowed here. As soon as Micah announced this, Lu Yuan found that his Pain Whip could no longer be used. However, at the same time, another skill became usable again. Lu Yuan smiled wryly. Haha, no wonder he is the leader of the foreign group. He has some tricks up his sleeve. However, he quickly smiled slightly, took out an indestructible giant hammer, then peeked out from behind the rock to look at Micah. Micah, do you really think you can win with such petty tricks? If you don't believe me, let's have a duel, Mike said coldly. After declaring that only close combat would be allowed, he seemed unwilling to prolong the confrontation. After enhancing himself with several skills, Mike transformed into a streak of light, swiftly darting out from behind the stone, heading straight for Lu Yuan's position. With two daggers in hand, he jumped onto the stone where Lu Yuan was hiding, then lunged at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, I want to see if a summoner like you has any close combat abilities. You are definitely going to lose, he shouted at Lu Yuan, exuding confidence. He was determined to exploit his strengths against Lu Yuan's weaknesses. Since awakening to his current profession, Mike had never lost a unknown battle. His profession not only allowed him to force his opponent into a duel, but also enabled him to dictate the rules within the duel arena to a certain extent. When facing a magic profession, he declared that both parties could only engage in close combat. If he faced a melee profession, he would declare that both sides could only use magic. His profession was exceptionally versatile, capable of holding its own in any aspect. Moreover, he spared no expense in equipping himself with a comprehensive array of gear and additional skills. Now he could be described as proficient in close combat, ranged attacks, and spells. He was capable in every regard. While he wouldn't win against other professions in their areas of expertise, Mike was confident that by targeting their weaknesses, he could take them down one by one. As long as the opponent was not skilled in something, he would declare it. Every profession has its weaknesses, and my profession allows me to forcefully attack your weaknesses. He aimed for Lu Yuan's chest, both daggers ready to strike. Viper's Bite. The daggers in Mike's hands emitted a faint green glow with a layer of venom appearing on the surface. Against a summoner who was not adept in close combat, even a minor cut could end the battle. He had no intention of merely competing in fighting skills. Why not use skills if they were available? Even if Lu Yuan had exceptional combat skills, the difference between having skills and not having them was a vast chasm. To Mike's surprise, as he approached, Lu Yuan did not attempt to create distance. Instead, he calmly took out a massive hammer, seemingly intending to engage directly. Seeing this, Mike snorted coldly. A summoner trying to use a melee weapon. Lu Yuan, I overestimated you. Outside the shield, the four spectators noticed that Mike had closed in on Lu Yuan and had activated a melee skill, while Lu Yuan, holding the hammer with both hands, appeared ready to resist. Their expressions were filled with mockery. I can't be seeing this wrong. A Lu Yuan, a summoner, is trying to use a melee weapon. When fighting a summoner, as long as you drag them into close combat, victory is assured. Haha, a summoner actually thinks he can match Mike in close combat. He is bound to lose. To them, the outcome of the battle seemed inevitable. Lu Yuan, your source of creation is mine. Mike roared, both daggers poised to stab into Lu Yuan's chest. Swarm strike. Boom. Just as the glowing daggers were about to pierce Lu Yuan, Mike's expression twisted. Suddenly, Lu Yuan swung his arm upwards, the hammer descending with astonishing speed from above. After activating his skill, Mike's speed was not slow either, but compared to Lu Yuan, it was significantly lacking. He couldn't react in time before being struck by Lu Yuan's hammer. With a thunderous roar, a shockwave erupted like a bomb going off, enveloping the arena and kicking up a large cloud of dust within the light blue shield. The four foreigners momentarily stood with their mouths agape, then their expressions turned pale. How is this possible? How can a summoner possess melee capabilities? This power is outrageous. As the smoke cleared, the four hurriedly looked over only to see a large pit, where Lu Yuan stood, debris and stones scattered all over the shield's interior. Had it not been for the blue shield, the flying debris alone could have injured them. This demonstrated the monstrous power of Lu Yuan's strike. Moreover, shortly after Lu Yuan's strike, the light blue shield flickered a few times like a malfunctioning bulb before vanishing without a trace. As for Mike, despite their efforts to find him, they could not see even a shadow of him. After the initial shock, the four foreigners slowly began to accept this astonishing fact. He, a summoner, actually killed Mike in close combat. This is too absurd. After Lu Yuan's strike, Mike was left with not even a scrap. This was also the first time Lu Yuan had used Swarm Strike in actual combat. To be honest, the power of Swarm Strike greatly exceeded Lu Yuan's expectations. It was extraordinarily strong. Let's go. After the shock, the four foreigners quickly regained their composure and scattered, each running faster than the last. Lu Yuan watched them leave, showing no intention of pursuing. For the rest of the time in the secret realm, Lu Yuan simply laid down and relaxed. The other two factions wisely did not come to trouble him. Whether they had initially known they could not match Lu Yuan, or had heard some news, or for some other reason, the foreign group, after losing their backbone, the foreign group was severely weakened. Later in their confrontation with the guild faction, they were completely annihilated. Originally, even without Mike, the 9 foreigners could have faced the guild faction. They would not have been completely wiped out. However, during the confrontation between the two factions, the usually neutral military trio suddenly intervened, launching a surprise attack on the 9 foreigners. The result was that all 9 foreigners fell in that confrontation. Throughout the years, the foreign group, composed of the strongest individuals from various countries, had been the most formidable force. However, this year saw unexpected events. First, Lu Yuan unexpectedly defeated their leader Yuan. Then they were targeted by the military trio, leading to their exit from the final competition. As for why the military trio suddenly changed their stance, that was what everyone wanted to know. However, Wu Batian remained tight-lipped about it, revealing the reason to no one. Subsequently, the 3 factions, aristocracy, guild, and military, engaged in a fierce battle, and after various twists and turns, Wu Batian emerged victorious. Lu Yuan was not surprised by this. He knew that Wu Batian was already powerful, and without the foreign group, their greatest threat, it was not surprising that he would come out on top. At the end of the secret realm, Lu Yuan, Wu Boshan, and Song Nanshan emerged from the secret realm instance. Originally, Song Nanshan and Lin Daotong's small groups had nearly been wiped out by the other factions. Only the slightly stronger Song Nanshan was barely holding on. However, after Wu Boshan's victory, he did not turn to attack Song Nanshan. After 3 people emerged, Instructor Yi announced the ranking results. Lu Yuan topped the list with an astonishing 100 source of creation acquisition rate, setting a new record for the highest acquisition rate in history. Moreover, the second place Wu Boshan also achieved a 65 acquisition rate, which is quite impressive compared to previous years. As for Song Nanshan, although he only had 21, it was still better than nothing. After the secret realm concluded, the base held a grand banquet. Lu Yuan indulged in a hearty meal before taking the bus back to Dijing University. Once back at school, he returned to his room for a good sleep. Upon waking, he hurried to the affiliated hospital of Dijing University to check on his sister. The doctor that Yixin mentioned previously seemed to be unavailable, so the cause of Lu Yao's illness had yet to be determined. In fact, Lu Yuan felt there was no need to trouble a highly skilled doctor, but since Yixin had intervened, he decided to wait a little longer. Fortunately, with ample medication support, his sister's condition was now very stable. After leaving his sister's side, Lu Yuan arrived at Yixin's residence. He came here to see if his mentor had returned so he could revisit the matter of bloodline awakening. Additionally, after this secret realm experience, Lu Yuan realized he had a very apparent issue. His number of skills was simply too few. Awakeners could acquire 1 or 2 skills closely related to their profession upon advancement, and could also learn additional skills later. In the previous battle against the 3 military personnel, he was struck by the sheer number of skills unleashed in mere seconds, leaving a deep impression on him. The reason he had yet to learn any extra skills was primarily due to the exorbitant cost of acquiring them. Suitable skills were not only prohibitively expensive, but also rare items that were highly sought after. Once they appeared, they would be snatched up immediately. Fortunately, now that he was enrolled at Dijing University, he could exchange various resources at the school's exchange center for money or points. This included some common skills. After the major exam, he had earned a substantial amount of points, which made him financially comfortable, allowing him to prioritize enriching his skills. However, now that he had the funds and access to buy skills, he faced another problem. He had no idea which skills he should learn. This was something he needed to consult his mentor about. However, Yixin hasn't returned yet. After knocking on the door and waiting for a while without a response, Lu Yuan had no choice but to leave reluctantly. It seemed Yixin was still busy collecting the catalyst needed to change his bloodline. Forget it, I'll go for the 3rd advancement first. After some thought, he walked towards a building on campus. He had already reached level 50 of the second advancement in the secret realm. However, he had been unable to advance while in the secret realm. Now that he was back at school, it was time to prioritize this matter. There was an Awakener Hall within Dijing University. Fortunately, the rather mysterious senior sister had shown him around the school, otherwise it would have been quite difficult for him to find it in the dark. Lu Yuan was very excited about the third advancement. If successful, his strength would increase significantly. On the other hand, this time, he might even obtain a new talent. Welcome to the Dijing Great Awakener Hall. Is the student here to use the advancement steal? Upon entering the hall, a beautiful young lady greeted him with a radiant smile. That's right. I heard I can use points instead of cash here. Lu Yuan asked his most pressing question. Of course, students on campus can enjoy some discounts when renting this hall for advancements. The lady in front surnamedly noticed it was Lu Yuan's first visit and carefully explained the usage rules of the. This student looks quite young. Are you a freshman this year? She asked curiously at the end. That's right, I am a freshman. Lu Yuan nodded and the latter's smile widened. You've just awakened and are already advancing. No wonder you're a genius who can enter Dijing University. Are you here to advance to the second tier? This speed is already comparable to those top geniuses. Since students at Dijing University generally wouldn't be below the first tier, Miss Li naturally assumed Lu Yuan was here to advance to the second tier. Upon hearing Miss Li's words, Lu Yuan paused before realizing, oh, I want to advance to the third tier. The third tier understood. Miss Li smiled and nodded, turning to find a room for the third tier advancement. However, halfway through her turn, she suddenly froze, looking back at Lu Yuan with wide-eyed. Student. You awakened this year and are already advancing to the third tier. She asked, her face a picture of shock and disbelief. Lu Yuan scratched his head in response. Is that not allowed? Miss Li quickly snapped back to reality, shaking her head vigorously. No, you can advance as many tiers as you want. The cost for the third tier is 1,000 points discounted to 950 points. Please show your student ID. Miss Li had been working at Dijing University for several years and had seen many geniuses. However, she had never encountered anyone like Lu Yuan who, without formally starting school, was advancing to the third tier. Lu Yuan took out his student ID and swiped it on the machine in her hand, completing the deduction of points. On-campus points could typically be used in place of cash, with 1 point generally exchangeable for 100 credit coins. Points could be directly converted to money, but money couldn't be directly exchanged for points. Generally, new students entering Dijing University after the major exam would have around 2,000 points. As for those who participated in the genius test, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands was not unusual. Lu Yuan currently had over 10 million points, so the 950-point expense was negligible. Alright Lu Yuan, this is your room. I wish you a smooth advancement. After leading Lu Yuan to a room at the back, Miss Li bowed deeply, speaking with a touch of reverence. Lu Yuan nodded and pushed the door open to enter. Once inside, the door automatically closed behind him with a Now, unless Lu Yuan opened the door from the inside or a highly authorized administrator came, no one else could easily. This was to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from barging in at a crucial moment and disrupting the advancement process within the room. Looking around the third-tier advancement room, it was similar to the previous first and second-tier rooms, with a large stone stele in the center of an empty space. The massive stele emitted a faint blue glow. This time Lu Yuan held something in his hand. 9-colored glazed symbol stone. Using this item during the third-tier advancement will surely activate a new talent. This was a reward worth millions of points that Lu Yuan received during the genius test. Its effect was extraordinary, guaranteeing a 100 chance to activate a new talent. Of course, since it was to activate a new talent, it was predicated on the fact that his class as a swarm master still had unactivated talents. However, Lu Yuan felt somewhat confident about this. Alright, let's begin. Lu Yuan placed his hand on the stone tablet. Virum. The 3-turn stone tablet immediately began to operate, a pale blue halo wrapping around Lu Yuan's entire body. The ritual has been activated, and now it's time to add the 9-color glazed symbol stone. He placed the 9-color glazed symbol stone in front of the stone tablet. As soon as they made contact, the 9-color glazed symbol stone transformed as if it were alive, becoming a puddle of liquid that rapidly seeped into the stone tablet and vanished. At the same time, the pale blue halo surrounding Lu Yuan quickly turned colorful. About 2 hours later, the door of the 3-turn room where Lu Yuan was located opened. Then Lu Yuan stepped out with a radiant expression. In just a brief 2 hours, Lu Yuan had already transformed. At this moment, every movement of his was filled with imposing force. Even a mere glance could instill immense pressure in ordinary people. Congratulations, Lu Yuan, on your success. Xiao Li, seeing Lu Yuan like this, immediately rushed over to congratulate him, saying to attain the 3-turn level means you are now elite. I've never heard of anyone reaching 3-turn before the official start of school. She gazed at Lu Yuan with her large water. Haha, I was lucky to encounter a dungeon with experienced enemies, which allowed me to level up to level 50 before school starts, Lu Yuan said, feeling quite pleased. Xiao Li still looked somewhat incredulous. You've already reached 3-turn. Now you could even become a civil servant or a teacher at a general school. Lu Yuan couldn't help but stroke his chin, feeling a bit strange. If 2-turn is the ceiling for most people, then 3-turn can be considered elite. Reaching 3-turn qualifies one to teach at schools. For instance, in the previous school he attended, most teachers were at 3-turn. So I am already on par with Teacher Qian now. Thinking about how he was now on the same level as his former homeroom teacher Teacher Qian, both being 3-turn Lu Yuan, felt it was somewhat surreal. This speed was astonishingly fast, so much so that even he was surprised. Not only Xiao Li but the other staff in the hall also looked at Lu Yuan in amazement. However, being professionals, they quickly managed their expressions. Yet their eyes were filled with awe as they looked at Lu. Having reached 3-turn before school even began, one could only wonder what such a genius would become in a few years. After chatting a bit more with Xiao Li, Lu Yuan soon left the Awakeners Hall. As Lu Yuan walked out of the main door, the staff in the hall immediately erupted in chatter. My goodness, reaching 3-turn before school starts, what kind of monster is this? This must be the fastest in history, right? This year, our Emperor Capital University has truly struck gold. Haha, the upcoming University League will be something to watch. While everyone was chattering excitedly, suddenly their expressions froze, and they fell silent as if listening to something. After a moment, they all sighed in relief as if liberated from a state of pressure. They exchanged glances, and now they all shared a consensus that no information about Lu Yuan should be leaked out. After leaving the hall, Lu Yuan opened his Awakener panel to check the changes after his awakening. Name: Lu Yuan. Occupation: Swarm Sovereign. Unique Legend Level 3. Turn Level 1. Talent: Swarm Sovereign. Swarm Consciousness. Strength 10580. 8000. Constitution 10580. 8000. Agility 10580. 8000. Spirit 10580. 8000. Swarm Legendary Talent increases the upper limit of summonable creatures by 10 times. Sovereign Legendary Talent doubles the effects of all skills. For every summoned creature present, the summoner's attributes increase by 1 point. Swarm Consciousness Legendary Talent builds a consciousness network between the Swarm Sovereign and the Swarm, greatly enhancing information communication. I shares most combat skills and experiences among the Swarm and individual summoned creatures. Pain Whip inflicts intense mental burning on the target. Instant hit unavoidable. Swarm Strike strikes the area in front of oneself with attack strength depending on the number of summoned creatures. Sovereign Shield creates a shield around a designated target. While the shield is active, it is immune to all damage and negative effects with shield strength depending on the total constitution of all summoned creatures. Aging Aura accelerates the passage of time for hostile targets, putting them into an aging state. Guardian Aura distributes all damage taken by any allied unit within its range among other units. Summon Bronze Grade Jaw Bug. Summons a Bronze Grade Jaw Bug to fight for oneself. Summon limit 10005000. A growth type skill, potential legendary. Summon Bronze Grade Spider Monster. Summons a Bronze Grade Spider Monster to fight for oneself. Summon limit 10005000. A growth type skill, potential legendary. Summon Explosive Bug. Summons an Explosive Bug to fight for oneself. Summon limit 1020. A growth type skill, potential leg. After entering 3-turn, all of his attributes changed to 8000. This is an extremely astonishing. Taking the attributes of a Jaw Bug that also entered 3-turn level 1 as an example. Jaw Bug Bronze Grade Level 3. Turn Level 1. Strength 28800. 4800. Constitution 28800. 4800. Agility 6000. 1200. Spirit 6000. 1200. Skills: Jaw Pincer Strike, Swarm Devour. The Jaw Bug excels in strength and constitution, but even so its initial attributes without any enhancements are barely close to 5000. This is already a very impressive number. Even the top professions might only have advantageous attributes just shy of 5000, not much different from the Jaw Bug. Only a very few professions might have advantageous attributes reaching 6000. As for breaking through 7000 in any single attribute, that would truly be an extraordinary profession. And now all of his attributes are at 8000. The gap is significant. Moreover, this gap will only grow larger as levels increase. Not only did his attributes surge, but after reaching 3-turn, he also gained a new aura type skill. Guardian Aura. This is a new aura type skill. Once activated, all damage taken by units of oneself within the range will be distributed. Combined with the Swarm's high constitution and numbers, one could say that once this skill is activated, not only does the survival ability of individual bugs significantly increase, but even Lu Yuan himself becomes incredibly safe. Guardian Aura. How powerful! Lu Yuan's eyes widened. The previous Aging Aura was already extraordinary, and the current Guardian Aura is equally impressive. Once this aura is activated, the common decapitation tactics usually used against summoners will become completely ineffective against him. Combined with the Sovereign Shield and the Spring skill just obtained from the Creation Secret Realm, Lu Yuan was confident that his survival ability had truly reached an abnormal level. Not only new skills, but after the 3rd transformation, he also obtained a new type of insect. A 5-point demon worm. He summoned one to take a look. 5-point demon worm. Level 3rd transformation. Level 1. Strength 1600. 800. Constitution 4000. 2000. Agility 2000. 1000. Spirit 13,000. 6,500. Skills: Magic Overload, Swarm Devour. The 5-point demon worm had a fierce appearance with a serpent-like body. Its lower half slithered, while its upper half stood tall, reaching over 2 meters in height. with a pair of claws on each side, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Its spiky head bore 5 thick horns pointing forward. Gold, green, blue, red, and brown. Each horn was a different color representing a distinct element. As the name suggests, the 5-point demon worm is a mage unit proficient in all 5 major elements. In addition to the standard swarm devour skill, it possesses a skill called magic overload. After a brief test, Yuan understood that this was an explosive skill. Each time the 5-point demon worm attacked, it dealt greater damage at the cost of consuming more mental energy. This was his first true ranged unit. Although the spider monster could be considered a half-ranged unit, its specialty lay in control. The spider's silk, while toxic, worked slowly, so until now the primary damage output had always been from the giant jawworm. However, the giant jawworm was a melee unit and did not move quickly. In battle, they often had to coordinate with the spider monster to maximize effectiveness. Now with the 5-point demon worm, he had filled the gap in his ranged firepower. After examining the new insect, he noticed another change. After the 3rd transformation, the limit for a single type of insect he could summon increased from 1,000 to 5,000. If he summoned all 3 types of insects, the total number of his summons would reach a terrifying 15,000. Looks like he'll have to stay cooped up in the dorm for a while. Unless I find a mental potion like the one I found in the Creation Tree Secret Realm, otherwise making up the gap of 1,300 insects won't be easy. After looking at the other changes, Yuan finally turned his attention to the biggest surprise he received after the 3rd transformation. Swarm Consciousness. I actually obtained a legendary level talent. After reaching the 3rd transformation, I really did receive another talent, and it's legendary level. He stroked his chin and began to check the new skill. Swarm Consciousness. It seems to link the consciousness of all insects together. All insects share information and experience, and of course that includes me. The Swarm Consciousness talent didn't provide any surface data enhancements. However, Yuan understood just how extraordinary this talent was the moment he acquired it. First was the advantage in intelligence. Previously, his long-distance communication with the swarm was limited to transmitting simple commands. To drive the insects on a large scale, he still needed to supplement with words and gestures. With the emergence of swarm consciousness, his connection with the swarm became incredibly clear and tight. Just a thought could precisely control them. Now the swarm was like his own limbs, operating with an efficiency that was many times greater than before. Moreover, whatever the insect saw, encountered, or sensed, Yuan understood clearly. The difference compared to before was as stark as the difference between dial-up internet and 5G. Another aspect was the sharing of experience or memory. Previously, the insects fought individually, with their attack method being mostly just opening their giant pincers. The only real variation was whether to use the giant jaw pincer strike. Compared to the diverse combat techniques of humans, the giant jaw worm's attack methods seemed somewhat monotonous. However, this did not mean that the swarm lacked the ability to learn. Some giant jaw worms, or spider monsters, would appear more skilled in battle after numerous fights. This was particularly evident when comparing the insects summoned at the beginning with those summoned more recently. Originally, the only way to let the insects accumulate combat experience was through one battle after another. However, with the emergence of swarm consciousness, this problem was immediately resolved. If they could share combat experience, then all insects would be the most experienced. In previous dungeons and secret realms, each insect had accumulated a significant amount of combat experience against enemies. Now, with the emergence of swarm consciousness, all combat experiences were shared in an instant. Even Yuan himself could benefit from this. After absorbing the combat experiences of the insects, he gained several insights regarding his own combat methods. Yuan estimated that his current combat experience could already be compared to that of seasoned veterans on the battlefield. I never expected that. Just a moment ago, I lamented the gap in practical experience with Wu Patian and the others, and now this issue has been resolved instantly. And now I have a platform like the Imperial Capital University, so there will be no shortage of battles in the future. I believe the swarm will soon undergo a significant transformation in combat techniques and experience. After leaving the Awakeners Hall, he returned to his dormitory. In the underground training room, he summoned a large number of insects and activated the training function of the room's robot. This was the best training partner he could access at the moment. For the next few days, Yuan basically stayed cooped up in his dorm. He replenished the number of insects through the rapid recovery effect of his mental energy in the dorm, and then battled against the robot to hone his practical skills. After returning from the Creation Tree Secret Realm, there were only a few days left before school started. As time passed day by day, and with the school opening approaching, it was evident that the number of people in the school had noticeably increased. A large group of new students gathered at the entrance, accompanied by upperclassmen showing them around. During these days, Yuan often saw new students with bright, clear eyes staring around as he walked to the cafeteria. Before he knew it, the official start of school had arrived. All new students were required to attend the enrollment ceremony in the auditorium of the main teaching building. After finishing his morning workout, Yuan took a shower and energetically stepped out of his dorm. On the way, he ran into someone. "Are you the one living in room A1? You've finally returned." This person lit up upon seeing Yuan and approached him with a smile. "I'm Li Jiang from next door, room A3. Starting today, we're classmates. This person was a handsome guy exuding a sunny aura. I'm Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. You haven't been around these past few days, did you go to the Creation Tree secret realm? Oh, that's quite a great opportunity. Li Jiaying said enviously. Haha, Lu Yuan chuckled in response. It's just that I scored high on the exam and got lucky to secure a spot. After chatting for a bit, Lu Yuan learned that the other party came from a prestigious family. This person was refined in manners, eloquent, and very talkative. He clearly came from a powerful background and had received a good education. Some top-tier families or guilds possess certain recommendation slots allowing their awakened individuals to directly enter several prestigious academic institutions. However, obtaining a recommendation slot is not easy at all. One must compete within the families and guilds. The difficulty is comparable to that of the major examination. Every year, a significant portion of the new students at the Imperial Capital University comes from families and guilds. Those like Lu Yuan who gain admission solely through the major examination are relatively rare at the university. Li Jiaying secured his recommendation slot to enter the Imperial Capital University through the combined internal examination of the families. Moreover, he ranked third, showcasing his strength. By the way, Song Nanshan, who originally ranked third in the major examination, is currently residing in Dormitory No. 5. He walks alongside Li Jiaying towards the main teaching building. Lu Yuan initially intended to invite Song Nanshan to the teaching building, but it seems he has already left. By the way, who is ranked second? As Lu Yuan spoke, he turned to glance at the luxurious building next to his dormitory, curiosity flickering in his eyes. The dormitory number essentially indicates this person's standing among the new students. Xiaqing, who secured second place in the major examination, is somewhat mysterious. She neither participated in the Birth Tree's secret realm, nor has she been seen on campus. Song Nanshan, who ranked third, did participate. Could it be that Xiaqing resides in Dormitory No. 2? Lu Yuan couldn't help but speculate. However, Li Jiaying shook his head. I don't even think about it. The person in Dormitory No. 2 is even more mysterious than you. I've been at the school for nearly 2 months now and haven't seen the owner of Dormitory No. 2 even once. Not just me, but others I know haven't seen this person either. It seems they are also busy with something outside and with no one having seen them, there was no point in worrying about the owner of Dormitory No. 2. The two continued towards the main teaching building. Upon exiting the gate of the A-level dormitory area, they noticed someone standing there seemingly waiting for someone. Xiangzu, are you waiting for someone? Li Jiaying greeted him with a nod, but the other party merely cast a cold glance at Li Jiaying. After giving Lu Yuan a sidelong glance, he attempted to turn away. However, the young man, named Xiangzu, was suddenly turned back, intensely staring at Lu Yuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and frowned. You came out from the A-level dormitory area? I haven't seen you before. Are you? The other party seemed to realize something, and his gaze towards Lu Yuan suddenly turned icy. Lu Yuan found this person puzzling, while Li Jiaying let out a soft snort. You're not mistaken, this is Lu Yuan, the owner of A1 in our cohort this year. Upon hearing this, the other party's pupils constricted, as expected. The hostility in his gaze towards Lu Yuan was palpable. Lu Yuan frowned, and became slightly defensive. However, it seemed that this person had no intention of making a direct move. After giving Lu Yuan a cold snort, he turned and quickly left. Once Xiangzu was far away, Lu Yuan turned to Li Jiaying. What did I do to him? Why is there such animosity the moment he sees me? Lu Yuan asked Li Jiaying, who merely smiled faintly, and suddenly changed the subject. The new student ranking battle is about to begin. Lu Yuan, you must be very confident, right? Ranking battle? Do we really have to fight right after school starts? The two resumed their pace, conversing as they walked. Li Jiaying was momentarily taken aback, then his expression turned somewhat helpless. No way have you forgotten even this. Are you really confident in yourself, or what? Didn't you check the enrollment guide from the admissions office? Lu Yuan thought for a moment. He seemed to recall receiving a similar pamphlet from the admissions office when he first arrived at school, and had briefly flipped through it, perhaps having seen similar information. However, with so many things happening afterward, he turned around and forgot about it. Li Jiaying surveyed the surrounding dormitories, then spoke to him. Current dormitories are determined based on the school rankings. For us new students, the school rankings for the major examination naturally depend on the major examination results, while our families or guilds have also conducted similar assessments. The results from the three parties' examinations are combined according to certain rules leading to the current rankings. But ultimately, since we haven't directly competed against each other, there are bound to be dissenters. Moreover, 2 months is enough time for some people to undergo a transformation. If you want to maintain your position at the top, it will likely require considerable effort. He continued. For example, the earlier Xiangzu, he is an elite of the guild known for his genius since childhood. After awakening a hero-level profession, he has been exceptionally prominent. In any internal competition held by the guild, he has always been first. However, such a person entering Imperial Capital University suddenly finds that he who has always been first can only rank fourth here. Lu Yuan, what do you think his thoughts must be right now? Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then it dawned on him. So that's it. Could it be that he feels dissatisfied with the three of us who are ahead of him? Li Jiaying sighed lightly and nodded. Previously you in the second place weren't here, and dealing with him alone was quite troublesome for me. In the end I was so fed up that I had to challenge him once, and only then did he behave himself. But if he hasn't been directly defeated, he will always have some dissatisfaction. Li Jiaying suddenly looked at Lu Yuan and said. Lu Yuan glanced at Li Jiaying beside him, his gaze carrying a deeper meaning. Could it be that you are one of them? As soon as these words were spoken, Li Jiaying burst out laughing. Haha, Lu Yuan, you're quite interesting. I've decided to be friends with you. However, if I get the chance, I really want to spar with you. He spoke with a hint of seriousness, but then, as if recalling something, he shook his head and gave a slight bitter smile. The new student ranking battle is just one aspect, but don't place too much importance on it. If you truly want to measure your strength in the school, you have to look at the Earth ranking and the Heaven ranking. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. It was his first time hearing about the Heaven ranking and Earth ranking. Earth ranking, Heaven ranking, what are those? Since Lu Yuan didn't even know about the new student rankings, it was no surprise that he was unaware of the Heaven and Earth rankings. Li Jiaying began to explain. The new student ranking battle is merely a contest among us newly awakened individuals. However, in the eyes of the upperclassmen, with our current level we are nothing at all. It's just a bunch of rookies pecking at each other for fun. For us students, the most valuable aspects of this school are undoubtedly the Earth ranking and Heaven ranking. The Earth ranking and Heaven ranking target different levels. Once you reach the third transition, you are eligible to enter the Earth ranking, where you can find someone to challenge. If you win, you can take their place. As for the Heaven ranking, it serves as a stage for students above the fourth transition. Not just fourth transition, even those in the Heaven ranking are often at the fifth transition. Fifth transition. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted. Speaking of the fourth transition, previously the principal of his school and Li Fei's father were both at the fourth transition. As for the fifth transition he had seen, there was only Ji Xian in the entire Linghai. Now hearing that there are students in this school who have already reached the fifth transition, Lu Yuan felt genuinely astonished. The heavenly and earthly rankings only accept new entrants within 4 years of enrollment. There are numerous benefits to entering the heavenly and earthly rankings, including weekly bonus points, various privileges within the school, special task permissions, discounts on internal dungeons, and more. It can be said that all the experts in the school who have a bit of confidence in their abilities aim to get on the rankings. My real goal is to enter the earthly ranking within 1 year. Upon hearing Li Jiaying's words, Lu Yuan immediately felt that this person had great ambitions. Whether it is the heavenly or earthly ranking, those who can enter are all true geniuses. As for the high-ranking members of the heavenly ranking, they are truly monstrous beings. Heroic class professions, legendary class professions, and even those with awakened talents. Oh, have you seen these people? Lu Yuan asked, somewhat intrigued, but Li Jiaying shook his head. I haven't seen them. Such high-level information is not something new students like us can access. I've only heard rumors such as a certain high-ranking individual on the heavenly ranking who once killed a fifth-turn demon in the outer battlefield. In any case, the new student ranking battle along with the earthly and heavenly rankings is the best way for us students to gain extra points and resources. However, the heavenly and earthly rankings are still too far for us. We should first concentrate on the upcoming new student, Li Jiaying said with a bitter smile. After all, if we cannot maintain our ranking in the upcoming new student ranking battle, we will have to vacate our dormitory for others. During the conversation, the two had already crossed the vast campus and arrived in front of the auditorium of the main team. Pushing open the large door before them, they saw a vast auditorium filled with a large crowd. Each person there had sharp eyes and a formidable presence. Lu Yuan glanced around. Oh, everyone was at least first turn, with a few even at second turn. He was not surprised, as anyone who could enter the Imperial Capital University was a true elite, and reaching second turn in 2 months was not unusual. When Lu Yuan and Li Jiaying entered, everyone inside turned to look at them. Unfazed by the gazes, the two, not to mention Lu Yuan, even Li Jiaying beside him, was already at second turn. After staring at the two for a while, the crowd shifted their attention back. Lu Yuan recognized several people he had previously taken the genius test with, or those who had participated in the secret realm of creation. These individuals nodded at Lu Yuan, who returned the gesture. Lu Yuan, did you bring equipment to shield against detection? Are you at a level where you need to hide? Li Jiaying suddenly asked with curiosity. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, responding mysteriously, not really high. I just reached level 1. Just reached level 1. Li Jiaying appeared uncertain at Lu Yuan's obviously profound statement. Before he could speak further, 3 people approached them. Lu Yuan, you're finally back. It was Ren Jichin Jimingyu, and he Gaopeng. Seeing familiar faces from his hometown in a foreign land, Lu Yuan felt a surge of warmth. Lu Yuan, I'll see you later. With Lu Yuan being approached by others, Li Jiaying excused himself to chat with someone else. Lu Yuan looked at the 3 who had come up. In the 2 months they hadn't seen each other, they had changed quite a bit. Ren Jichin and He Gaopeng were both nearing the peak of first turn and would soon reach second turn. Haha, Lu Yuan, didn't expect this, did you? We worked our tails off leveling up during this break, He Gaopeng said proudly, with Ren Jichin chiming in. Lu, did you check out the dungeons at school? This is Imperial Capital University after all. Each dungeon is impressive. He and I leveled up to this point thanks to the internal dungeons. You must find time to take a look. Is it really that good? Then I must check it out. Lu Yuan felt somewhat tempted upon hearing this, and decided to find a time to explore the school's dungeons. He then looked at Ji Mingyu with an expression of surprise. You've already reached second turn. That's quite an impressive speed. Although she may have just recently leveled up, the fact that she was already at second turn was quite fast. Ji Mingyu chuckled lightly, saying, well, who told you to level up so quickly? If we don't step up our game, we'll be left behind by you. After saying this, she looked curiously at Lu Yuan. Speaking of which, Lu Yuan, what level are you now? With so many summoned creatures, you're already at high second turn, right? The other two also looked at Lu Yuan with great. Lu Yuan was wearing a shielding bracelet preventing others from seeing his level. Hey, you'll find out soon. Lu Yuan smiled enigmatically at the curiosity of the three, teasing them before asking Ji Mingyu again. Has anything major happened in Linhai since the beast tide? No, everything has been fine since you left, Ji Mingyu said with a slight smile. The three had left 2 weeks after him, and Lu Yuan inquired about events that occurred after his departure. Fortunately, after the beast tide, there hadn't been anything noteworthy. If anything, it was that Ji Mingyi's school suddenly renovated the playground. One could only wonder what had driven Principal Wang to such madness. After chatting with the three for a while, 5 individuals walked onto the stage at the front of the auditorium. Each of these 5 was at 6th turn, exuding an impressive aura. As soon as they appeared, the students below ceased their conversations and turned their gazes toward them. The leading middle-aged man surveyed the students before speaking. We now begin the new student enrollment ceremony. First of all, congratulations to all of you for joining the big family of Imperial Capital University. I am Su Hui, the Dean of the Radiant Academy. Lu Yuan took a glance. The individuals on stage were likely the deans and vice-deans of the 5 major colleges within the school, all at 6th turn. He did not see anyone of 7th turn like Kong Feng. Since you all managed to enter our school, I assume you have a certain level of confidence in your abilities, Su Hui continued. I won't waste much time on trivialities. I'll briefly outline the upcoming arrangements. First, we will hold the new student ranking competition. After the ranking competition, there will be individual enrollment sessions for each college and mentor. We will comprehensively assess your examination scores, current levels, and growth rates over the past 2 months to determine if you will be accepted into a college or under a specific mentor. The benefits of entering a college or even becoming a mentee under a specific mentor need not be elaborated upon, right? If you are confident in yourselves, make sure not to miss this opportunity to showcase your talents. Dean Zu's straightforward speech took Lu Yuan by surprise. So concise. He had expected the prominent figures on stage to deliver several hours of speeches, only getting to the crux of the matter when everyone was half asleep. Instead, they got straight to the point. Su continued. The rules for the new student ranking competition are simple. Challenge anyone you are displeased with. Those ranked lower can challenge those ranked higher. The higher ranking individuals cannot refuse. Each person can be challenged 3 times forcibly. After that, whether to accept further challenges will depend on your mood. If the challenger fails, they must pay a cost of 3,000 points multiplied by the ranking difference to the higher ranked individual. If they do not have enough points, they cannot initiate a challenge. Of course, you should already know this competition is just a formality, and malicious harm is strictly prohibited. With a wave of his hand, Teacher Su revealed rows of text on the wall at one side of the auditorium, displaying the overall rankings of all the new students. Among them, Lu Yuan's rank was prominently at the top. It was unclear what method Director Su used, as with a flick of his hand, a number floated above everyone's head indicating their current rank. Suddenly, a large one appeared above Lu Yuan's head. Swish! Instantly, everyone turned their gaze toward him, their expressions a mix of surprise, disbelief, jealousy, and envy. Is he really first? I can't see his level. Lu Yuan. I've never heard of this person, and he must be a top candidate. The displayed rankings did not reveal points or the specific scores of students who had ranked highly in previous years. They were kept confidential. Thus, everyone could only see Lu Yuan's rank. As soon as the ranking was revealed, people prepared to take action. How can our guild's elite be overshadowed by a lone wolf? Wu Yunfei from the Wu family will challenge you. Hold on, if the guild is taking action, how can my family lag behind? I want to challenge this first place. At that moment, several people stepped forward to challenge Lu Yuan, even arguing among themselves about who would challenge him. Those who had also taken the major exam with Lu Yuan, or had previously entered the creation secret realm together, remained calm. Even some of those ranked higher who were eligible to challenge Lu Yuan showed no interest. Some even looked on with a hint of schadenfreude at those arguing over who would challenge Lu Yuan first. They were somewhat aware of Lu Yuan's strength. Especially in the creation secret realm, where many knew Lu Yuan's prowess was not just extraordinary, but also substantial in number. I will challenge the second-ranked Xiaqing. Isn't it just 15000 points? Xiaqing, are you brave enough to accept? Not only Lu Yuan or Xiaqing, but also those ranked higher like Li Jing or Xiangzhua were preparing to challenge. However, regarding Xiaqing, the current second place is not here, and her ranking is temporarily frozen. Those who wish to challenge can wait for her return to initiate a challenge. Director Su suddenly spoke up, but upon hearing this, many students displayed expressions of dissatisfaction. Is there such a thing? Hiding to avoid challenges, isn't that unfair? Exactly, if I were second, I would also hide. That way I could forever maintain my second place. Just as everyone voiced their discontent, Su Hu's expression suddenly turned cold. Xiaqing is currently out on a mission, do you understand what I mean? Any unfounded rumors about those on missions will be dealt with severely. Director Su emphasized his words. Nobody wanted to be defamed while they were away fighting. Thus a special set of regulations would apply to those on missions. Any issues must wait until they return. There's nothing that can be done. The students who were previously excited immediately fell silent, expressing their discontent. Su Hui coldly snorted and added, for every day Xiaqing is delayed, others can challenge her that many more times. With the director's words, the crowd dared not voice any more objections. Battles will take place on the stage, you need not worry about harming those around. As Director Su waved his hand, dozens of high platforms rose at one side of the auditorium. Soon students began to pair up and fight. Lu Yuan, let's have a match. Xiangzhua suddenly approached Lu Yuan. It seemed that Xiangzhua had somehow secured the right to challenge first amidst the previous competition. He raised his chin, his tone, leaving no room for refusal, sounding almost like a command. Oh, a match with you. Lu Yuan looked him up and down. Xiangzhua appeared to be around level 20 in the second transition, while Mika, whom he had encountered in the creation secret realm, was roughly level 30. Now that Xiangzhua was only level 20, Lu Yuan felt he couldn't be much stronger than Mika at that time. However, this brief moment of contemplation was misconstrued by Xiangzhua as cowardice. What's the matter? Are you afraid to compete? He sneered, his gaze toward Lu Yuan filled with disdain. Traditionally, both guilds and families tended to look down upon top candidates. They believed these lone wolves merely had occasional strokes of luck. Even if their exam scores were decent, they would soon be surpassed as time went on. After all, these top candidates lacked the resources that guilds or families provided. Looking at Lu Yuan, Xiangzhua frowned. By the way, why are you hiding your level? Are you ashamed of it being too low? His voice was loud, showing no hint of concealing his disdain, drawing the attention of those around. Hurry! Lu Yuan, ranked first, is facing off against Xiangzhua, ranked fourth. The duel between these two top contenders naturally attracted a multitude of gazes. Even a few level 6 players turned their attention this way. Xiangzhua, known for his swift attack speed, is a veritable bane for summoners. As long as he can bypass the summoned creatures, he can easily defeat Lu Yuan himself. Among the onlookers, someone stroked his chin and analyzed Lu Yuan being the top scorer in the grand exam. Although the crowd may not know the details of his profession, they can still discern that he is a summoner primarily capable of summoning insects. If this were a normal battle with both sides starting at a distance, and if Xiangzhua were surrounded by summoned creatures, then the outcome would be uncertain. Most people agreed with this assertion. Indeed, the stage is so narrow that Lu Yuan cannot fully exert his ability. If Xiangzhua wins against Lu Yuan, he will be ranked first, but there is also Li Jing, who among them is truly the strongest in this competition. Most people were not very confident in Lu Yuan. Only those who participated in the grand exam and the creation secret realm, who were now wearing malicious smiles, looked on coldly at these self-proclaimed experts. On the stage, Xiangzhua said, "Alright Lu Yuan, you can make the first move." Holding two long blades, he relaxed his body, slightly looking at Lu Yuan with composure. "I will thoroughly defeat you and make you realize the gap between a mortal and a true genius." To this, Lu Yuan smiled slightly. "You want to attack first? With your level, there's no need for me to take action myself. Your opponent is it." As his voice fell, a flash of light appeared beside him, revealing a pitch-black, giant-jawed insect. As soon as Lu Yuan's giant-jawed insect appeared, the crowd gasped. Level 3, Oi, rank 1. Did I see that correctly? Has Lu Yuan reached level 3? Impossible. Perhaps he has a talent or skill that increases the level of his summoned creatures. Indeed, it has only been a little over 2 months since his awakening. In such a short time, I haven't heard of anyone reaching level 3. On the stage, seeing Lu Yuan summon the giant-jawed insect, Xiangzhua sneered. "Hell, Lu Yuan, is this your confidence? The level of your summoned creature is quite high. But no matter how strong the summoned creature is, it is still not the summoner himself. Do you really think your summoned creature can protect you?" His expression was one of disdain, yet he showed no intention of attacking, seemingly waiting for something. However, after waiting for a while, and seeing that Lu Yuan had no intention of summoning another giant-jawed insect, Xiangzhua became furious. "Lu Yuan, do you dare to let only one summoned creature face me? I will make you regret it." He was so enraged that his face turned blue, and without waiting, he immediately launched his attack. Instant step. Xiangzhua uttered a single word. In the next moment, he transformed into a shadow, and quickly appeared in front of the giant-jawed insect. At that instant, his dual blades struck towards the giant-jawed insect like chisels. The pair of long blades were of exceptional quality, both being platinum-grade weapons. He had no intention of bypassing the giant-jawed insect. He aimed to crush this summoned creature directly before calmly dealing with Lu Yuan himself, wanting to thoroughly step on him. Yet even though he looked down on Lu